Shut your mouth, or I'll kick your teeth down your throat and I'll shut it for you.
I believe in the monsters who play beneath my bed and cradle sheets all the time. I believe reptiles run society. I make money from falling teeth all the time. And I believe the moon is made of cheese, and I'm a celebrity in due time. But I don't believe that I've ever seen you say a single sentence that's worthy of my attention. Please shut your mouth. You've never said a word that someone's really heard. Yeah, shut your mouth. Everyone around just wants you to back down. You think that it's all okay to say the things that are on your brain? Well, I think not. I don't care about your day, and every day you need to explain how it was. And I believe the moon is made of cheese, and I'm a celebrity in due time. But I don't believe that I've ever seen you say a single sentence that's worthy of my attention. So shut your mouth. I know it must seem like I'm being really mean, but trust me when I say I'm doing this for you, so that maybe one day we'll finally agree on what you say. I'm doing this for you.
Remember when I just talked about ponies? That was nice. I like those times. Welcome in all.
Please shut your mouth. You've never said a word that someone's really heard. Just shut your mouth. Everyone around just wants you to back down. So shut your mouth.
I'm hoping that I'll be somebody one day, not just a lost cause halfway house. I want a big green lawn that goes on, and a family that loves me. Yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade and cold brew iced tea. Yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow. I'm gonna make it somehow. I wasted too much time trying to be myself, trying to be like everybody else, cause I thought what I wanted was be wanted by the wrong crap. That part of town going nowhere, hellbound, chained to the same lame brain. Wanna be daydream, just a loser with a bad team. Yeah, but that's all in the past now. I'm going fast now, going fast now. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. that I'll be somebody one day. Not just a lost cause, nowhere town. I want a great big house with a loving spouse. And kids that really love me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade, and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found.
Yeah, I got friends who wanna catch up on old times, but that just makes me feel ashamed to be me. And I got friends who wanna relive the past and deify memories, and they just scream to me that if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. If you don't die young, you gotta live too long. You gotta live too long. On the stoop of the apartment next to my shitty job, an old friend passed me on the street today. Hey, I said hello and tried to catch up on old times. She walked the other way, and maybe I seemed to scream that if I got cancer or somebody shot me, I'd be like a child or something, asking doctors to do me favors and cross my fingers and hope it gets better. Like a broken record, I seem to scream that if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. Yeah, if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. Drunk in a foreign ocean and trying to wrap my head around problems, and all my bitterness just seemed passe. Because I realized as soon as I said it, how long it'd take to swim from Jones Beach to Indonesia. And maybe you're waiting on a call from me. And maybe you're working at a crowded restaurant, and you know all he's got a life so fucked up. You don't know what happened. Just like you saw me working at some restaurant in Paris, 'cause my life was just so fucked up, and I don't know how it happened.
Good evening. Good evening. What a peaceful, relaxing week I've had. Do you know, being a streamer is a double-edged sword, because especially when you do like videos as well. Because I listen, I don't want to do this as a stream. I've been really open about this. I just wanted to like put another video out, put an update, talk about some of the things in the original videos, talk about some of the like stuff that's happened around it. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be straight up honest. I spoke to Sunday today, and I said, hey man, like stuff with Nick, kind of an annoying distraction. I fucking, it puts me in a weird position because I was against it. I was openly against it, and every time it comes up, it like reinvigorates pressure where it's like I don't have my time to respond, and it is pretty fucking annoying. Okay, so I thought, fuck it. Everyone else gets to leak calls and DMs. I haven't done any of that with the stuff that I've been involved in directly. So I thought, fuck it, I'm just gonna come and talk about it. I'm gonna talk about it. But there were things in the video that I wanted to say. So I want to, right from the off, be like just straight about something. Pixie, if you see this, I apologize. This is a fucked situation. And I am sorry for that. Personally. That doesn't absolve me of anything. It doesn't absolve any criticism. But I am sorry. So, let's talk about this absolute fucking shit show. Now, I've gone back and forth about explaining all the reasons for this, and we'll get into, like, because I'm going to go over bits of Sunday stream, I'll talk about bits of this. But to be clear, the situation, as I found it, was there were multiple DM leaks between Erudite and Pixie. And if you want to know why I thought this would leak, and leak soon, look around you. Because everyone gets caught up in how they personally feel about other people involved in this space. I've known many people in the politics community for quite a while. I know how that space works. I know how commentary works. Pixie's involvement in the leaks was known. It's like, it was just an open secret. And these DMs had essentially, or at least were reaching the point of being an open secret. At least their existence had hit a point of being widely known, in my opinion. At the same time, and this I guess I get to address the bad empanada thing in the video. The silence around this story has let people come to wild fucking conclusions about it. I didn't include the bad empanada clip as a source. I included it to show that people are just making shit up. Because Bad Empanada heard about this, and his first thought wasn't, oh, that's really fucked up. It was, I can use this to attack Lonabox. It's just like, what the fuck? For those of you who've been keeping like track of this on Twitter, you will notice personal fights breaking out. We're going to go over a few of them, by the way, as people drag up grievances, in some cases, from years ago. Now, I'd heard about these leaks. I know, I'm going to describe this as bubbles. Multiple bubbles had these leaks. And there were multiple streams, such as Rezi. Rezi had a stream with Justilcon, with Krontos, and they were arguing about this. It was being argued about pretty publicly. This was hitting that point of being publicly known. And the truth is that people knew Pixie was in those leaks. That Kiwi Farms thread crashed the site. It is something like, it's nearly 1,200 pages long. Okay? It's not short. And unfortunately, like many things, when you're dealing with people who are public figures, it looks weird when nobody wants to admit or accept that thing. It draws speculation from the audience. It draws speculation from other creators. That's just the nature of this. It's really unfortunate. but it is the reality. Okay, so where do I want to start? Because there is so much to fucking go over. Let's start with a bit of the Sunday stuff. Actually, let's start with this, because now recording, complete sideline, but now recording is definitely ending. I've got Mitch there in a fucking Sonichu medallion. There is no way this ends well. You are fucked. By the way, thank you for people who donate and do super chats. Don't apologize, call them F-stars and leave. I feel like Pixie deserves an apology. That's the reality. So, by the way, thank you for Kai Rise for the 2. Welcome back, Beckett. Wild things have happened, yeah. Magical Raccoon with a 5. Remember, Beckett, everything's in the mind. So it does sleep, lol. Hope you are able to go to sleep after this. It'd be really nice. Look, I've had it's been a fucking busy week. Let's start with the Sunday stream. I've got a couple of things lined up. Oh, Christ. And then we'll get to bits of this.
Foremost in my mind, because I think that one's kind of important. We're going over everything. As well, are you calling him out? Why would I call him out? He's my best friend. Sure. But more in a more general sense.
I didn't have time to timestamp any of this, by the way. As you can probably tell, he fucked up, but blaming him for what happened as a result of the hack is insane. It could have happened even if he didn't share anything. You talking about... Wait, I don't know who you're talking about, AFH. Why is he wearing that? God only knows. Because he doesn't fear the curse.
So, I think to start with, as I realize due to my cold and trying to avoid coughing, I'm going through this a little faster than I intended. We'll start with we'll start with my obligations. What I see as my obligations, okay? So, I am a notoriously nervous and prone to slippage person. So I'm going to try my best to be concise and clear. And if I fuck up, woe is me, because, dear God, a lot of people are mad right now. We'll get into that in a second, though. So,
fucking hell.
Let's talk about the extortion thing first of all. Okay? Because I've been convinced I did a bad job.
I want to be clear on this. So, when anybody saw these DMs, especially the one who went round, with the oh God, what's the line? I want this to be the most expensive mistake of his life. A lot of people had that read. They were like, "What the fuck is this like? Is this like Pixie basically demanding money to stay silent?" Now, firstly, I want to be clear. If Pixie should get paid, I believe her legal fund is funded, based, awesome. I like. I don't care. I don't care. But the problem with that read is essentially a lot of that seems to come from Straight Raid. And I would be very surprised if the reading of those DMs and how they've been sort of whispered about as they've been passed through hasn't been influenced to some degree. Because it's quite clear that Straight Raid was playing basically every fucking side. I don't know why. We'll get to some of this. But I think that does tarnish it. I don't think that's fair on Pixie. I don't. We'll get to some of the NSC stuff later. I have thoughts. I want to watch a little bit of the Tom stuff, but I do have thoughts. I also need to address some stuff with Dan as well. Anyway, keep on.
I did a bad job of a particular aspect of that account. Namely, I think it's twofold. The first one is the bullshit one, which I don't think suffices, but it's still a part of the equation, I think. The first one is, as I said, I was very sick, and my voice was very deep. And unfortunately, the way I speak because I have a very deliberate way of enunciating things, because otherwise I am extremely monotone, because I am extremely neurodivergent. I don't know what I am exactly, but my mom had me tested. I am not autistic. I sound...
NSC made a kind of weaselly comment in her subreddit. Don't derail me. We'll get to NSC. Because listen, people have varying opinions on this. Believe me, I've heard them. I have many DMs about people's opinions towards NSC. Mine really haven't changed. People can disagree with that, but I don't care.
I sound very accusatory in everything that I say. So I want to be very clear here. I made a point in that video that I don't think anybody got. And it seemed to me obvious when I made it. But I want to clarify it because I think it's important and I actually want to reinforce it. But in not being clear enough, it also came off in a way I didn't like. So let's start from the beginning, okay? In the Kyla, in the Not So Erudite and Pixie conversation, okay? There's an interaction in which Pixie says, I'm paraphrasing, but
Turn them down
here
a
are
bit.
some bad things, some nuclear options I am considering. Okay? And I need a certain sum of money.
Why did you do Nicholas Diorio dirty? We'll get to that. But for those of you wondering, Nick's my friend. And I put this on Twitter. Fuck. I listen. Do you know what? We're gonna keep coming back to this. But I am going to just really want to drive this. Because it matters to me. If I'm honest. I don't care super much about a lot of criticism. You know, like Tommy said some really mean things about me. A few people have. And that's fine. I don't mind that. But I want to be really clear. I reached out to Nick super early. In fact, I reached out to Nick earlier than this. Because when I first heard about these leaks being wider spread than Nick believed, or I believed, I told Nick, and that was like the 6th of January. Listen, Nick's my friend. He is a really fucking solid guy. And I would die on a hill for him. So I don't like this narrative that I in some way was like, oh yeah, no, Nick needs to be in the video. He didn't. And I said it would cause issues if he was. And look where we are. I'm gonna be straight up as well. Do you know what 99% of the dramas that like end up impacting me are? This is true, and I realized this recently, and it's really fucking frustrating. 99% of the dramas that I somehow get involved in is person A coming to me and saying, I'm going to do thing B. And me saying, don't do thing B is a mistake. And person A going, I'm going to do it anyway. And then people find out that I knew that they wanted to do thing B. And despite protesting and saying that's a dumb decision to make, I somehow still get shit for it. I don't understand. It's like, I don't know whether it's because I'm pretty honest about where I like stand and like there's a comment in this thread where it's like, well, people think it's sus because you hoard gossip. I'm a drama streamer. We all hoard gossip. I'm just honest about it. You want to know why no one apologizes and no one's honest about anything? It's because the minute you are, people get suspicious of you. And it's easier just to hide everything. And look, there are plenty of people who knew lots about this who right now are pleading ignorance. Or they're staying shut up. And I don't blame them a dot, because it's the easiest thing to do. You don't win by coming out and just giving your honest take a lot of the time, or being honest about how much you knew ahead of time. It doesn't work that way. Beckett, it's because everything is your fault. Thanks for the 2. Fucking hell. I feel like there should be a limit on super chats, basically having to have me take the piss out myself. So yeah. I was open with Nick. I didn't actually just tell Nick either, to be clear. I went to someone else who I'm going to choose to remain, leave out of this. They're nothing to do with it. They haven't followed the Destiny stuff at all. They've not streamed on it. They have no interest in it. But I went to them on I actually went to them on the Saturday, on the 18th. Same day I messaged Nick, and I was like, hey, this is happening. Can I have an optics check? So I talked to them about it. Because they're someone I trust. So it's not like I just did this completely blind or anything. Anywho, where the fuck were we? Go back to Sunday, doing Sunday things, shall we? Right. What is your thoughts on Sunday labeling Pixie a suicide beta? I think it's a terrible read, but given the way certain things were being painted by Straighter Aid, because I've seen the wider context of the DMs, I think it's a very uncharitable read. But if you're looking at somebody and the painting is, this person wants $1 million, which is Straighter Aid's painting, and Pixie's just doing whatever she can to get that money, I can see why Sunday came to that conclusion. And for a time, when looking at this, I thought, oof, it's a difficult fucking read. But it's very uncharitable, and it's incorrect. There you go.
Need to
We'll get to Aaron, but I want to be clear that the way some of this has been painted through those DMs, through the conversations with Sunday, I expect through how it was wider spread, is incredibly unfair to Pixie and others involved. But anyway.
And then they sort of negotiate that. That is by definition extortion. I do want to be clear. My issue here is not with Pixie taking money from Steven. My issue is not with Pixie taking money from Steven in an underhanded way. My issue isn't even with her taking money from Steven in an illegal way. If I found out a year from now that Pixie had succeeded in taking 50% of everything he owns and made him cry, ruined his life, I'd laugh. Good for her. Okay? There's some caveats attached to that, but generally I'd be happy with that outcome. I think a little bit of justice is done there. Here's the problem. I point out that Destiny is also a victim of revenge porn and is not himself guilty of revenge porn that we know. He's guilty of some other things recently, by the way. We've learned he's guilty of recording people without their consent, felony in Florida.
90% of your drama seems to be because you pet the wrong dog and it bites you. Everyone's the wrong fucking dog. Okay? Do you know why people go on fucking Fortress Arcs? This is why. Lane with the 20. Glad you and Tommy sorted things out. Beckett, it's fair. Yeah, I had a good chat with Tommy. I don't blame him for his read. I'm not mad at Tommy. I want to be clear as well. I'm not mad at anyone for like the way this is unfolded. I'm frustrated because this, in my opinion, didn't need to fucking happen. But like, yeah, it's whatever. It's whatever.
There's strong implications that he's done so with multiple people. He's not in a great spot right now. But I bring this up. I say this is by definition extortion. I'll pull up the Florida law actually so you can see it. But we'll look at that in a second just for clarity. It doesn't really bear. It's not the most important thing in the world, but it is important. Go to the right browser. Almost. Let's go over here. Excuse me. We'll pull it up in a second.
Hey, Tegma, how you doing?
And that Steven is also a victim of revenge porn. Steven has been trying very hard.
Which is true. Which is just true. But like, and believe me, Destiny's created the circumstance for himself, and the actions he's taken are fucking gross. I don't like talking about criminality. I'm not a fucking lawyer. I don't know. But they are fucking gross. But that doesn't change the fact that he is a victim of revenge porn. And people can do what they want with fucking culpability. It's just the reality.
Hard to frame himself as a victim in his Reddit post, you know, responding to the allegations. And I've seen people speculate that the reason why he had to be pressured to not sue Kiwi Farms by people like Dan is because he wants to sue Kiwi Farms in order to frame himself as a victim, sort of like Keffels, right? And technically he is, but this is one of those big technicallys. Because if the thought is, I am concerned about Steven's victim status in a video in which I detail how he victimized a ton of people and it came back to bite him in the ass, that is a misread. It's not your fault, that is my fault, because I wasn't clear about this. Here's the point. If Pixie is on record, and she is on record, I know because we have the record, it's in text, right? Kyla has the record, Steven has the record, it was transmitted to him. If there is a record of Pixie extorting Steven in print, right? Pixie is trying to go to law school. Pixie is trying...
Okay, so, fuck me. Right, here's a baseline of the DMs through, like, Straighterade. Straighterade is talking about Pixie asking for money. In the DMs between Pixie and Erudite, by the way, Erudite clearly says, Steven is worried that it might feel like he's paying for your silence. Part of the reason I don't believe NSC on this whole, well, I just care about the rehabilitation, Steven's really sorry, is when you look at the DMs between her and Destiny that she released with her statement, we might bring some of those up. She sat there going, well, if she just wants a payout, you'll be able to pick up on that very quickly. If Steven's done something wrong and it's about remorse or fucking making sure that you're, you know, just truly trying to improve things, and he wants to help Pixie, then what difference is it whether Pixie is silent or not? What difference is it to Erudite whether she wants a bag or not? I have not seen a single example that NSC can provide other than testimony that she pushed back on Steven. She looks like his secretary. That is just the reality. Actually, do I have this? Maybe I have this. Like, do you know there's a video I basically found on Kiwi Farms, which really annoyed me. I need to find it. I've got like a whole folder full of stuff that I was going through. This is it. I believe this is Christmas. And absolutely insane. Give me a second. What can I put it in? I'll put it in this one. Here we go. Yes. I don't know, guys. You tell me. Does this look like somebody who is deeply concerned about the actions of their friend while having conversations with the victims? I don't know, you tell me.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bell.
Everyone was cleaning his image! I don't know if we'll get to this in Sunday's video, in Sunday's stream. But Sunday stole my take, by the way. I think he probably just agrees with it. But I don't think this has anything to do with financial stuff. I have been watching this unfold with NSC for months. NSC is somebody who picked her life up and moved to another country to live in a car to be close to this guy. If you sit down and watch clips of Erudite and Steven together, you tell me, like, whether they're a couple or whether her and her husband are a couple. Erudite, in my opinion, is supportive of Steven because she's in love with him. That's just what I think. That's just what I believe to be the case. And I think that because of that, she is prepared to side with him. Even now, when she's like seen the other stuff coming out, she's like, oh, I don't know if I can cut ties. It doesn't sound like Bridges is paying huge amounts. I don't know what the visas look like. I don't know what that situation looks like. But my personal opinion is I don't think this has anything to do with financial incentives. I just don't. Okay.
Trying to become a lawyer.
She does not shut up about him. I mean, listen to like the video she did where she's talking about all the other creators and how amazing they are, because it's so amazing being around Steven and how good he is as a person. God, and you know, I'll say this because I think it's fair to. I really expected more sweeping from DGG. The amount of people who've just come out and just gone, yeah, I'm done. I'm done. What else are you meant to do? There are still people who are going, guys, Trump's been elected. Look, if you've got no principles, if you're faking your morality, I think personally that the situation a lot of us are in, where things are a little bit fucking skew-if, is because people are just prepared to side with a team rather than just having principles on things. And like whatever problems Trump has, people will sweep it to the side and go, yes, but he's our guy. And they're doing, and a few people, not many, but a few people are doing that with Destiny. Whatever problems there are, he's our guy. It's an election year. Do you remember the Vosh leaks? I'd love to go off to Vosh, guys, but you know, he's part of PV and it's an election year. Come on. Come on!
Steven will have that fact forever. Does that make sense? Steven will be able to hold that over her forever. And
Lumpy Willie with the 499. Everyone in the community is hating on NSC because Destiny is getting to do puppy play with her. You lot are just jealous. I think Lumpy is sad because he can't buy her OnlyFans. You got man shoes, you can't get NSCs.
And if it was ever brought before a judge, he would be able to say that he was a victim of revenge porn. And he was being extorted. Does that make sense? Which, by the way, if he ever articulated that as a threat, would be blackmail. But earlier in that video, I had pointed out the Melina case. The Melina case in which, when he divorced Melina very publicly, he said, he was asked, like, I don't know if he was asked or if he was responding to, like, a phantom chat or something, because sometimes I do that. It's convenient. You wanna pose a question, but you...
That's like admitting that you fluffed dice. Why would you respond to a phantom chat? What? Yeah, chat. Oh, I'll respond. I've never done that. Did streamers do that? Like, that's fucking insane. Guys, I got a DM. Oh, fucking hell.
Want to not be the one who prompted it, so you just answer a random chatter. It's deceitful, but it's a good way to stage things.
Beckett, they are intellectual thirst traps. Get right, Jesus fucking Christ.
If Melina's not going to leak anything because she knows that I've got a ton of stuff on her, and if she leaks stuff, I'll leak stuff, and she'll look like a demonic piece of shit. Same logic. Right?
Can anyone tell me if there was ever anything leaked showing Pixie asked for money? Because all I saw were messages that the friends saying that Pixie wanted, and that isn't evidence to me. Pixie described this as the most wanting it to be the most expensive mistake of Destiny's life. I don't know whether I don't know the behind the scenes of that, but yes, Pixie mentioned money. It's also relevant. Fucking letter. People seem to do these hierarchies of bad things can be bad, and that's okay. You don't need a perfect victim for every situation. Okay. Pixie's got the legal fund support she deserves. I hope it works for her. I don't want to. I will mention, just because like we're talking about that, I don't want to get super into Cherry. I don't know the details. I might talk a bit about it, but good on Cherry. For filing a police report, and I am sorry for Cherry. I've had my issues with Cherry in the past, to be clear, but I am sorry for her. That's a really fucked thing to just have like jumped on you. So, again, I hope she got some fucking justice.
So the point of that thing there was not to blame Pixie. The point of that was not Pixie bad. The point of that is to show one of the ways in which people get locked into silence, into perpetuity. Does that make sense? Have I explained that clearly enough?
Just confirmed the police report based.
Where's the evidence of extortion? The Kyla Pixie conversation. It involved threats of public exposure, or of something else, followed by public exposure. If a certain undetermined monetary amount wasn't paid. Large, though, right? And crucially, I want to emphasize this again. I think Pixie could have the noblest motives for this, and it would still be exposure. There's extortion, not exposure. It would still be extortion.
Hey, Max, how you doing? Three more?
That's simply what would happen. Or that's simply what it would be, just by definition. I'll show you the I'll show you how it's defined in Florida. Just so you can understand how broad this is. Creation of another or pecuniary degree. Dear friends, would see Pixie seeking justice. It means you intend harm on the principle of compliment. Thank you. Or I don't know if you can tell. I think she had a bunch of motives. I think they were swirling around. Doing things for money, helping get better from trauma. Just so you know. They have no issue with her getting money. Actually happened. What it does mean is that Destiny is able, as a consequence of this, to lock her in.
Fuck. You can tell I'm tired. I watched this, and there's a particular point I want where he talks about coming to me. Now, I've been pretty open about this, by the way, like, even in this stream. He came to me on the 17th, but I was going to use it as a jumping point. But fuck it, I can't be bothered to scroll through randomly. The next stuff's longer, so we'll find that. But for those wondering, Sunday came to me on the 17th, on the evening, and said, hey, this is what's going on. This is what I have. I know you've been questioning this stuff. I think it was pretty obvious that I was questioning this stuff and had started to side-eye a few people. Thanks, Max. When he came to me, when we were laying out things like the bad empanada stuff, the amount of general conversation, the DMs themselves, the conversation was straight right. He was like, I'm going public. I don't disagree with his rationale. I don't. The rationale he uses in this stream is essentially that, you know, the worst case scenario is this people getting a hold of it who would just use it to try and hurt everyone involved. I think the fact to the way that people like Bad Empanada will have acted is pretty good fucking evidence for that. And these leaks, as I say, were pretty widespread. I don't want to do like a deep dive into everything that happened behind the scenes, because it's pretty easy for explanations to start sounding like excuses, and I'd rather just get the fucking criticism for making a video. I knew that his video was coming out. I was offered the evidence so I could cover it. At that point, I sat down with Sunday. We started going through his evidence. He started putting his video together. I read through 100+ pages of Kiwi Farms And then on Sunday, and came back to finish this video, I said, because originally I was going to stream and just go over everything, I didn't think that was a good format. I put together a video. Max edited it in like 2 hours because he's incredible. I just wanted there to be a record from start to finish of Straighter Aid coming to Sunday, providing this information and these leaks, and what was in them. But on the first day of this, what I was provided was essentially the statement by Pixie and the DMs. So look, this was coming out. My belief is that if Erin gave this to Sunday, and knowing that Erin also gave these DMs to other people, I think this was pretty widespread. I think it's, as I say, much widespread than even I think it is. My opinion. Myron sweat for Destiny. He may be in the fortress now. That's a hell of a bet to make, isn't it? But I want to emphasize, as I'm going to keep doing through this, because this Nick question keeps coming up. Every time this came up, and there is a point in my conversation with Sunday where he is trying to explain and justify his position to me of releasing this, and I was like, it's not needed. It's not necessary. In the end, Sunday just said I'm doing it. It's my video. It's my choice. I can't stop him. All I can do is make sure that Nick is aware and doesn't get fucking blindsided by it. We'll get into Sunday's opinions about Nick. I disagree with him. I disagreed with him privately. And I'm going to disagree with him here.
Into a relationship.
Okay, actually, right, we're going to pause for a second. Does anybody have any particular questions they want to ask me from chat? We're not going to do this for long, but I want to move on to the Nick stuff, and then I want to move on to the other stuff that has happened. So do you have any questions for me? Because I don't want to keep going over this for the next several fucking months, if I'm honest. I want to get... I haven't even been able to talk about Jar yet. There is so much other shit that is more fun for me to talk about than this topic, which frankly, I saw a comment. You know when you see like a comment and it annoys you and you're like, ah. Someone was like, you don't have a horse in this race. And I was like, I know all these fucking people. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't fucking annoyed by it. The Pixie stuff seems cut and dry. It happened, but the evidence that Cherry won happened, I've got no fucking idea. But I don't want to comment, but I do support Cherry. That's my position. At the moment, with everything else I've seen, I think it's fair enough. She believes it enough to file a police report. Or believes it enough. That's a weird way to put it. She feels strongly enough to file a police report. I support that. Maybe Beckett, my boy, a brass set of balls on you. Thank you. Like I am at the end of a very long chain. And I thought this needed something clear. And I think one of the nicest things said about my video was by Turkey Tom, which was literally, this is really clear. And that's all I wanted. How would you rate Destiny's head game? Poor to amateur. Do you think you were played by Straighter Aid? No. Because I never spoke to Straighter Aid. Do I think Straighter Aid tried to play people? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't want to... Listen. I've seen the messages, so it's really fucking hard. Well, actually, before we get to the next stuff, we'll get to the Dan stuff, because that's relevant to that. I support Just Ilk. He'll need it. Basically going from the centralized source for all the new allegations. Are going to be the centralized source for all new allegations. I think Just Ilk recognizes that he probably was a bit slow on this. I say this because he literally tweets this out and says he took too long for this. But I think he is putting himself out there, and good for him. Yeah, I support that. Do you think, in hindsight, Sunday should have approached Pixie first? So, I'm pausing because I want to be careful about how I answer this question, because I want to be clear. A lot of people knew that these DMs were circulating. My impression is Pixie didn't. I don't think that's only on Sunday. I think that's also on people like me. I think that's on other people who knew. No one provided that warning to her. She seemed to be operating completely in the dark. Yes, I think so. I think long before this fucking happened, people should have made Pixie aware that this information was circulating. At any point, do you feel like you were rushed to put out a video? Yes, not mostly by the circumstances. I think it was. I think we were literally just hitting a point when Bad Empanada brought his video out, when Lonerbox did his stream, which was clearly, like, anybody who'd got any knowledge of this could see Lonerbox's positioning as fuck Destiny, I'm done with this. That's the real trigger pull for what's happened, because people know about the relationship, people know what's happened. That's what set cats amongst pigeons. Hassan reacted to this over the weekend. Before we had anything out, Hassan is there talking about the leaks, about Destiny, and about Lonerbox, and Lonerbox's relationships. Yes, there was a time pressure for this. We can go back and forth on, like, on the ship for a while, and again, people made choices. People want to criticize that choices. I'm not going to be mad at you. Okay, for those choices, I'm not going to be mad at you. Why do you think Straight Away tried to play people? I'll get to that. Right, okay. Okay, I'm just having a look through. In your coverage you have, in the coverage you have, it is referenced that Pixie was planning to make a statement in January. Is it possible to not wait at the time and see it, or reach out for her? Sunday didn't want to do that. So whatever decisions I made were pretty irrelevant. There are wider context to those DMs. Maybe Sunday we'll talk about them. Maybe not. But that's the situation. So I don't know how I feel about that statement. I'll talk about a little bit of it in a bit. Boblax was right. Justice for Mr. Miss Manchi, Destiny Vival. Okay, we good? We good? People got out of their systems? I think Sunday's argument was to not give Destiny a heads up as Pixie was talking to NSC. Yeah, I think there is a solid argument for that. And I certainly think, because I will say this, there were people who I know, saw some of this over the weekend and were like, we should tell NSC. And I'm like, really? I know that right now there are people, we'll get to NSC, but right now there are people who are like, poor NSC. And I'm just like, listen, if you look at the statements from NSC and the interview with Turkey Tom, and your opinion is that NSC is a poor flower who did nothing but just had the best intentions, I don't know what to say to you, but I can't fucking help you. Okay? That's my opinion. I can't fucking help you. I think that if you look at the stuff from NSC and you think that this is somebody whose actual concern, their primary concern was Pixie, you're out of your fucking minds. Are you going to work with Sunday in the future? No. No. Look, I get why Sunday did what he did, but here's my position going forward. This is like the second time this has happened to me in 6 months, and my position now is, and I've made this clear behind the scenes, I will collab on videos if it's like a topic I'm already looking at, but I do not want to get involved in any more of this shit. I'm sick of getting pulled in. And if somebody comes to me and asks me my opinion on something, I say it's a bad idea and they do it anyway, I will throw them under a fucking bus. Is my opinion. Okay. Right. Because I'm really, really fucking tired of it. I have no issue taking accountability and responsibility for the choices I make, but I will not take responsibility and accountability for the choices of other people make, especially when I say not to do it. It's fucking ridiculous. I had to sit down and have a conversation with Tommy about this shit. He's like, well, why? I don't want to fucking do this. Right, okay. You have given optics check to an optics check that you're optics checking for the optics check. Yeah, it's just maddening. It's just absolutely fucking maddening. Right, okay. So let's talk about Dan. Let's talk about Dan. Let's get into the Dan bit, because I spoke to Dan in DMs. I've also offered to have a recorded call with Dan if he wants to. I'm gonna lay this out really fucking simply. I have like a lot of this stuff recorded. I'm being slightly lazy. What are you gonna fucking do? But Dan was not happy that he was included in Pixie's statement that was leaked. Okay? He didn't understand why. He is not in the final statement. I have been asked by 4 separate people why I won't remove it from the video, and I will explain why. I do not take things down that are controversial. Occasionally, I will blur things, as I have done in the Demon Mama video, when I found out information was wrong. But I do not take videos down when when people are critical of them. The reason I don't do this is because it limits people's ability to criticize me. A lot of people delete videos because they want to fucking hide a piece of evidence so it can't be used against them in years down the line when they're in a drama. I don't do that. I don't like it. I don't like deleting things. I put the thing in, I said the thing, and if people want to criticize it, I want to make it as easy as possible for people to do that. That is my stated position and has been for a year. But Dan's inclusion in that statement is not clear as to whether that was Pixie's intention. Pixie was not the person who provided that statement to Sunday. Straighterade was. I do not know if Pixie is the sole person to write that statement. I've got no idea. But the fact that Dan was included and Straighterade was painting it to Sunday, not Pixie, Straighterade painted it to Sunday in DMs that Dan had told Pixie to shut up, is relevant. And in my opinion, it stays up because it's a question to ask. Whether you believe Dan, whether you believe like Straighterade, whether you believe whoever, it's there. That's the purpose for it. I'm not taking it down. Very simple. Okay? Though I have spoken to Dan. He has what's the best way to put this? Explained his issues to me. I'm very happy to talk to him about it. Like further in the future. If he's been unfairly included, I think that's kind of fucked. Now we'll get to a little bit of the Dan fallout anyway. Okay. So, right. It's good. Anything else on the Dan thing? I think I spoke about this on Cause anyway. So I don't know if I need to say more about it than that. But if somebody is being falsely accused of something, I think that's pretty fucked. So same thing you said about your tweet on Shadman. Yeah, it is. There are issues with the Shadman list. Absolutely. And it should stay up so people can point to it and go, why the fuck did you do this? Dan swept on Kick tonight hard. If anyone's got a copy of Dan's Kick stream, can they send it to me? Because I don't have a copy of it, so otherwise we're going to have to watch it through Queeman. I'm just looking through, I'm just looking through chat. Because I don't listen. If someone's got thoughts or things, I want to hear them. Oh, edge of my seat to know the error and whys. Okay. So this goes into the Dan thing. I look through those DMs between Sunday and Aaron, and Erin's talking to Destiny at the same time. She is leaking to other people. I don't know what Erin's intentions were. I've got no fucking idea. But to me, how it looks, how it appears, Sorry, give me a second. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Purple. That's based. To me, how it appears is Erin had her own agenda for this. I do not buy that she was leaking everything to Sunday out of pure concern for Pixie. Or leaking everything to everyone else while talking to Destiny about, like, Pixie being, like, desperate for money. I don't know what Erin's situation is. I don't know what Lycan's situation is, but from what I've heard very briefly, it's not ideal. How'd you like the Connor Wu sweep up last night? I haven't watched it yet, Sleepy. Hey, Sleepy, how are you? I've got some thoughts on Wu. I will be talking about her maybe near the end. Just realized this whole thing has fucked up the chance of you doing a jar response vid stream. I'll probably still do one. My taxes are done now. I did my taxes, so I feel a little bit less stressed. And it only cost me like 70% of my tax income from my Twitch streams in 2023. I don't know why my tax is so high. I hate it. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. Erin is straight-red, yeah. So my view is that Erin was playing games. That's how it reads to me. And looking at kind of like things like with the Dan being included, I think it's a question to ask. Erin, as far as I can tell, is in the wind. I know that she reached out to Nick. I imagine not many people want to talk to her right now. But yeah, okay, cool. I think that's that one. Fucking hell. Right, let's get to this Nick stuff. Oh.
They don't have a robust network of people, and so they have a tremendous amount of really soft, organic, social chud logic in which side they're picking Destiny's side. There is a large community, eyes of the law, and therefore she has a very specific, very strong reason to never come forward ever, because now she can be punished for it, right? And here's the perverse part. Now Steven can say, people are really fucking manipulative. Like, you would not believe.
Queen B, why does it appear like you cared more about Blindside Nick than Pixie? You could have burned Sunday's wishes and told Pixie before it published now. Yeah. Sure. Could have. I've never had a close connection to Pixie, or anything like that. I'd sort of responded to this earlier, but literally no one, as far as I can tell, reached out to Pixie that these DMs were circulating. Straighter Aid, not any of the other people who had these fucking leaks. It's a mess, and I'm guessing Queen Bee came in late, but once again, Pixie, I apologize. That's just on me. I'm not beating around the bush about it. Not making excuses. I'm just sorry. Anyway.
There is a large community of streamers and content creators who have benefited tremendously from being publicly friendly with Destiny. If Destiny is guilty of a heinous crime that destroys his reputation, their ability to benefit from that is extremely threatened. So what do you do? Oh, by the way, it's a bit more complicated than that as well, because it's not just that their ability to benefit from that relationship is extremely threatened. They threw all the victims under the bus a couple days. I think. It was 1 or 2 days. I can't remember. So we had the call. And I've seen this guy sweeping for...
Okay, this is around the neck.
Was everywhere.
So.
But on Twitter, they were out at the moment it became a necessary thing to silence multiple people because everybody knew, random people knew. And let me tell you something. Even the information that I had concerning the conversation between Kyla and Pixie was everywhere.
I understand the Consternation has some reservations about Destiny's history of use. Has been an open secret for years. This needed to happen, in my opinion. Thank you for the 5, Spencer Howard. Well, obviously, I agree with the fact that this at some point needed to be public. Because this has been going on for fucking ever. But if there is a takeaway from this, I'm not an ends justify the means kind of guy. And I don't want my rationales to be vindications. That's my position. I think criticism is reasonable. So,
Where? When I had my call with Nick DeOrio, when he called me, because this is what happened. I made my video criticizing Nick DeOrio, Tom, Turkey Tom, not Chud Logic. I'm actually going to talk about Chud Logic too. I think he actually weirdly did the right thing in this case. We'll talk about that.
worst of the internet. Thank you very much for the raid. How you doing? Appreciate it. Welcome in.
And Nick DeOrio, Chud Logic, Turkey Tom, and Augie. I guess that was all of them, yeah. I did my video
Hope you guys are
covering
having a
them
good
having a
night.
conversation and sweeping pretty aggressively for Destiny. Someone sent that
Oh, sorry. Give me a second.
and sweeping pretty. I did my video covering them having a conversation and sweeping pretty aggressively for Destiny. Someone sent that to Nick, apparently. So he gave me a DM. And the DM went like, hey, someone sent me this video. Probably have some harsh words for me in there. Just want to talk and clear up my side of this. You know, it's a minefield and whatnot. It's like, okay, sure. I was starting to get really sick at that point, so the call was deferred by a couple days. I think. So 1 or 2 days, I can't remember. So we had the call. And I've seen this guy sweeping for Destiny in that call, in the video that he's calling.
I want to be like, it's a fucking New Year's stream. And a topic that no one wants to talk about because no one feels like they have enough information to talk about it comes up. Now, part of the problem is that, and again, I've almost got like a mirror thing here, right? People see, well, Sunday released the Nick call, and you knew about Sunday's video. You knew it was coming out, so clearly you're complicit. And this is the problem. No matter how honest anyone fucking is, and Nick was honest, he just went to Sunday and talked to him about how he saw the situation. He's probably more honest than he should have been. And then that gets used against him, which is incredibly shitty, and is in a microcosm why shit like this drama even happen. Because the minute anyone sticks their fucking neck out, they get it cut off. It's really frustrating. Now, I'm going to say this up front. Tommy said the same thing. Nick, right from the off, was appalled by these leaks. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, what we say publicly, if Nick had just gone live and said, oh yeah, no, clearly this is non-consent, he would have got torn apart. Anyone would have. I'll be honest with you. I needed Sunday's DMs with Straight Raid. I required them. I needed them to be able to lay out how all this had happened. So to show it. Because just showing the DMs would have been just a horrific mistake. That stream is everyone operating, like, trying to work out just what level everything is at. And the problem with reading a live stream like this is it just, I think Sunday has a very uncharitable read of it.
Me about. So I pop on.
But behind, to basically everyone, any fucking conversation that has come up about this, Nick's just like, yeah, Destiny is done. I'm done. Pretty much everyone has been moving to separate from him. Because regardless of what could be said publicly, and let's be clear, this is true of, but I think more people than those people want to admit. They were in a rough situation of just trying to navigate a very complicated situation with a very large streamer with potential legal ramifications.
On record. One party consent state, baby. Yeah. All right. He did it too, as it turns out.
No, Dangle, appreciate you apologizing to Pixie. Hope all that went well. I'm not... Listen, I just hope Pixie gets the justice she deserves. That's my current seated position. Okay?
But we have a conversation, okay? And in that conversation, I had the Kyla and Pixie talk at the ready. Because I wanted to show him that, look, you have doubts. You have doubts about what's going on with this, according to you. Let me show you proof. Let me show you proof that there is a thing being settled. But we didn't get to that point, because he already had it. I went to go talk to Beckett, and Beckett already had it. I went to talk to Chud, and ChudLogic already had it. I called my editor. Hey, we're going to do a project. You wanna talk about? He already had it.
That's true. That's just true. Like, I kept like reaching people. And I was like, God, this is crazy. And be like, yeah, I know. This had essentially circulated, and this isn't just amongst content creators. This had circulated between random community members as essentially an open fucking secret. I just... It's, Hey, Nicholas Littlefield. Yeah, sorry, we're going over the Destiny stuff, and we're talking about Sunday's recent stream of it. Basically, we're just talking about how a lot of this unfolded. Maybe explain that at the start of his video. I mean, I mentioned at the start of my video, God, it's really interesting. I was watching Oggie's coverage. I explained at the start of my video, when I went looking for this, I found 2 people who'd separately got it. Tegma, even I have it. Even I had it. Did you actually, Tegma? Fucking, like, again. You know, it's, people keep like, hitting these points of going, well, everyone fucking knew. I don't see why he's mad people knew about it. So here is one of the major defenses for this. And it's just the reality. No one knew until probably Friday that everyone else knew. And that's key. Everyone had this info and they were guarding it like a fucking dragon. So they were like, I know this thing, I can't say anything because then I'll be the person who knows, and, you know, there's not enough there. And there wasn't enough there. Nick had a single screenshot. That's nowhere near enough. But then it turns out that that's not the case. It is super widespread. I think the only thing that stopped this leaking was that the isolation of those bubbles. And that isolation broke down over the weekend. Yeah, I saw Oggie's coverage, and I mentioned in the video, it's like, well, I found 2 people. And Oggie's like, one of them's Nick. And it's not. Right, okay.
This had gone everywhere.
I'm pretty impressed that most people had that kind of integrity. The problem is that they don't. It was once people had found out that other people knew, It just rolls. And as for integrity, I want to be clear, as far as I can tell, the spread of these DMs took place over about 2 weeks from around the start of January. We are... What week are we in? We're at the end of the 4th week. So by the 2nd week of January, let's say, if I'm timelining this correctly, these had started spreading around. By the 3rd week of January, everyone suddenly started to fucking realize. So it's not like, oh my god, everyone's kept this secret for ages. It's exactly the opposite. And again, no one wanted to do anything because they were all fucking terrified of backlash or whatever. But God knows. Teddy with the 9.99. Wait, oh god, now everything makes sense. This whole time I thought this was about Destiny's Child, the girl group. It's actually about the Twitch streamer. It's actually about the Twitch streamer.
Everyone had it. I learned from Nick DeOrio that at the time of that call with Chud Logic, in which they were sweeping for Destiny and blaming Melina, or casting aspersions on Melina's trustworthiness, or calling people or telling people that they're being paranoid like Mr. Girl when they talk about how Destiny's audience pressures people into
Firstly, can you blame them? Do you guys remember what happened during the Mr. Girl report? Do you guys recall? For those of you who followed this for a while, Mr. Girl came out with a giant report trying to get victims of Destiny to come forward. One of whom was Pixie. Pixie was reached out to by Lav. It's like, can you just be honest about this? And no one wanted to. Now, Mr. Girl has his own fucking problems because it wasn't, let's be clear, it wasn't about fucking victims. It was about the fact that Mr. Girl got bullied by Redditors on Destiny's subreddit and took umbrage to it. And we will get to people's reactions to this news because it is not, in my opinion, as altruistic as people want to fucking paint it. Okay? There are some people who deeply care about the victims. There are other people who frankly just have axes to grind. Okay? Or skins to save.
to being silent about stuff like this. And they all knew about this. Tom had it. Augie had it. They all had it then. They all knew for a certainty. The argument is that you increase the awareness of the existence of those indecent images with that vid. That doesn't make any sense. Those images reached far more than 80,000 people. That's silly. I'm sorry, that's silly. 100,000 viewed channels saw that on day one and tweeted about it. That's silly. Like, here's the thing. If this was given to me in private and I was the only one I knew that I saw it.
It's not really about tea. The fact that these were so widespread is just a frustrating fact. The problem is that the minute anybody comes out and says, yes, I know this for a fact, the question is, well, how do you know this? Well, how do you prove that without any evidence? And just because people believed this to be the case or had some inklings in those directions, they would just come out and have been set on fire, frankly. I sympathize with plenty of people like Just Ilk. Like, what were they meant to do? And from Nick's perspective, he had one screenshot. And from, like, what I'm seeing in the timeline, not even at the time of the Christmas stream, I don't think. I'll let him discuss that if he wants to. I don't fucking know.
I wouldn't publish it, which is again why I didn't publish.
I don't understand why it's their responsibility. They weren't close to him like everyone else. Well, yeah, commentary, like, Nick DeOrio has had like 1-2 streams at most with Destiny. I think it's just like one stream around like one political thing. That's it. Ah, God.
Published the Kyla and Pixie talk, which I had for a while. Had that for a little while. So, are you denying the story isn't bigger now? No. It's significantly bigger, because up until now, it was every single content creator in Destiny's orbit knew what he had done and were covering for it. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry they're now forced to tell the truth. But moving on. Everybody had it. And so we had a conversation. I had a conversation with Nick. And we agree in that conversation. So you have it and I have it. How is this not bigger? He even asked that. Like, how is this not bigger? That doesn't make any sense. But this is swirling around now. This is going to happen. I talked to Becca. We have a similar conversation. And we determined this is going to happen. Here's what matters. It happens in a way that it's not some right-winger, say, as an example. There's many ways it could happen. But as one example...
Why didn't it go public when you only had one screenshot, Nick? Is that Sunday's narrative? Partially, like, Sunday's argument is that Nick was too kind to Destiny, or, like, too sweepy. But the truth is, in commentary, the vast experience of people, and Turkey Tom says this on the stream, he's been, like, jaded by internet drama, that if you don't have enough, or if you don't have the support of the victim, you're gonna fail. It doesn't matter what else you have, you're just gonna get burned. Tom's been in that position before. It's a really easy thing to say, hey, just go forward and potentially burn your entire platform down. But if this, you know, that's not an easy thing to say. No one linked this to Queeman, yet he makes the inference just off public information in November in Destiny's own public behavior. After years and years, Queeman has a more charitable but similar critique. Well, Queeman's been going hard at this. I think it's a difficult one. I didn't truly start looking hard at this until I started looking hard at NSC and the stuff around it. I say in the video, I never went out and I never went and searched the Destiny leaks. I was dealing with the Danburst stuff at the time, and I was just like, dude, I don't want to talk about fucking politics space. Like, I didn't cover any of the, like, Twitch drama. I didn't cover any of the, like, fucking general Destiny drama. I left the politics space, and I've been very happy since getting away from it. This was just fucking insane. I mean, you had things like Wick asking Super Chat questions. It was like an actual based Wick moment, where he's like asking a Super Chat question about the fucking leaks and about Melina. You know?
It happens in a way in which is not some right-winger coming out and attacking the women surrounding Destiny, for example.
Which, to be clear, wasn't happening from a right-winger, but that's certainly what Bad Empanada did the minute he got, like, wind that Lonabox and Pixie were dating, and that Pixie was in the leaks. Bad Empanada, which is why I put it in the video, comes out and goes, Lonabox got cucked. That's why he's quitting. You're handing your narratives to bad actors. It's just insane. Chud got fucked over for the Lauren Southern thing, even though everyone in DGG knew they were fucking, but he didn't have evidence because Melina refused to come forth. Yeah. Just welcome to the reality. Anyway.
Okay. And it can't be attacking Destiny either. Not explicitly, because we're not concerned about torching someone's reputation who's already very bad. We are looking at explaining the machine. Explaining the relationship. Why no warning to Pixie? You should ask Nick DeOrio that, actually. That's an interesting question. But in answer to your question, why I didn't give a warning to Pixie, doesn't make any sense to her.
Sunday's claim for why Nick swept is that he made the obviously incorrect conclusion that Melina was speaking about Leafy when Nick had the DM leaks at the time of the New Year's call. I'm not sure that Nick did have the DM directly at the time of the New Year's call. I don't know. But my impression is that he didn't. I don't... this timeline seems very, very tight with that. And I'm not... I feel like that's getting confused. But what I will say is this. Nick trying to gather everything together and kind of be careful about those narratives is reasonable. I don't know. I need to go through the clips, and I don't know what Nick had. I haven't spoken to him about the Melina stuff. But frankly, I watched that stream back, and Chud and Tom are going at it on a fucking gaming stream. Looks to me like Nick's trying to calm the fucking thing down, frankly. But whatever.
Involvement in all this was very publicly known. Very publicly known. That ship has sailed. But B, Pixie seems to think that Kyla is her friend, which means to warn Pixie is to give Destiny the heads up. And a major component of this is not giving Destiny the drop of what we're doing. So that's it. So if you have an issue with that, if you...
Now, this stuff was floating before Bad Empanada got to it. If anything, Queeman has been more thorough than nearly everybody since Elites came out. Yeah, I mean, like... Well, it's Queeman. He's good. Good lad. He's had really good coverage. Fuck. Actually, do I even need this fucking stream from Sunday? Talk about the Nick stuff? I feel like I don't. Core question in my mind is, and continues to be, should Sunday have released the call with Nick? Or put it in the video? Well, you want my opinion? My opinion is no. And actually, hold on. I can probably show you my opinion pretty clearly. Let's just...
Iffy answer.
Let's go to this. A second. Where is it? My opinion is no. Because I took names out. Because I don't think it's relevant. I don't think it was needed. I don't think you need to... I don't think Nick... Sunday needed to throw those shots at Nick. I think that it has been a detriment. And I said to him at the time, it would be a detriment. It just brings in more targets and creates more of a distraction over essentially a bit of a non-part of the story. In my opinion. I don't know why you'd want to basically risk starting a fight with, because Sunday realized that this needed to be talked about. So why just put yourself in a position where you're going to make a section of that audience massively uncharitable to you? More Cabal sweeping, Age Young for life. Something about Cabal. I like Nick. But the core point is, I spoke to Nick before all this. I knew his opinions on Destiny. And it is just not fair to say that Nick was sweeping or wanted to continue some sort of relationship to his benefit. I don't think that's accurate to Nick. I think that's an unfair thing to say. I don't think Sunday should have done it. Are you going to be okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm annoyed and I'm frustrated. Because I think this was unnecessary. You know, there are parts of this where I'm very, like, happy to talk about the criticism, where I'm like, yeah, sure, that's an action I took. But this one, it feels like those dramas where I get dragged in by other people's decisions, and I'm just like, okay, well, fuck, okay. Nick went and had an honest conversation with Sunday. I think he was more honest than he should have been. I don't think he was as guarded, because I think he was just frustrated. That's how it reads to me anyway. I think it reads as frustrated and annoyed about the general situation. And that got used against him. I think that's deeply unfair. Now, one thing I have heard asked, and I don't know, there are a couple of people who've said things which have actually managed to annoy me a little bit. Only like, not even more than two. But But I did hear one thing where it's like, well, Beckett's probably recording calls. Look, lots of people record calls. It's a security thing. It's just like, that's just a thing you end up having to do as a creator in contentious topics. But I don't leak calls. I have no interest in doing that. I don't like leaking DMs I've had with people. It's just a ball ache. Okay? So I've been sort of sat in a position where I've seen a load of DMs come out or fucking calls, and I'm just like, oh, God. But anyway, I trust Nick. I think Nick is, generally speaking, a good actor. That's my position. And people can have a go at me for that, but that's how I feel about Nick. He's my friend. Okay. And Sunday had the fucking gall to cut out 7 minutes of the first call that put Sunday in a psychotic light. I wonder why he cut it out. I mean, Sunday has, I believe, rationalized some of this or explained some of this, but he ended up, I think, releasing the whole call. I don't fucking know. If you're going to release the first 30 minutes, do you know, I'll be honest, he showed me the Nick call, but he only showed me the first 30 minutes because he was like, well, the rest is just sort of like general chat. And I was like, well, it's not going in anyway. It's giving me an impression of what Nick said to him. I didn't think it was, hey, I'm showing you this, guys. With like, and that's what he'd end up releasing. I'm beginning to think that if you were a drama YouTuber, you don't get to have content creator friends. Look, everyone ends up like, it's very frustrating when you're nice to people and they end up kind of fucking you. And they end up fucking you by proxy. And I'm going to start taking a very, very dim view of that if people do it to me in the future, because it's not the first time it's happened. And it is actually very fucking annoying. Oh, okay. You know. Actually, fuck it. Before we move on, and I'll take some questions. But I do want to say one thing. I mentioned earlier that most people have been fine. It's whatever. I don't mind. Listen, on the internet, saying mean things about me is fine. It's cool. It's what comment sections are for. It's what, it's what Twitter threads are for. But I do want to say something about one particular person, and that's Westside Tyler. Very fucking irrelevant, but I do want to say this. Tyler, if you see this, you, like everyone else, have every right to criticize me. But when you were getting shit, and a load of people wanted to burn you to the ground, I didn't. I provided you charitability. And you've said, well, Sunday threw him under a bus. You also threw me under a fucking bus, you twat. And I didn't scream at you, I didn't shout about it, I provided you charitability. The fact that you cannot muster up an ounce of charitability for me is frankly fucking gross. And whatever else is to be said about Sunday or anyone involved in this, they were fucking right about you, and I should have listened. I shouldn't have vouched for you with anyone else. You absolute fucking scumbag. If you want to start throwing stones at me, maybe clear up your own fucking house. Absolutely rat behavior. Oh. And going on other people's streams to criticize them for their charitability too. What a fucking absolute twat. Looking in the dino's eyes like he's traumatized, I feel him. Okay. Anywho. Right, okay. I feel like I've said more than enough on Nick. I am annoyed by this, but it's whatever. It's whatever. I feel like I've said what I wanted to on Pixie. Once again, before we move on, I apologize. Because it's a stream and I feel like, you know, we've been going for a while. I want it to be there. It's easy to find. Talked about, I don't want to go into any more of the background. I do not want to talk about other people who may have these leaks or not, because I don't want to fucking witch hunt. It's not worth it. It is fucking irrelevant now. And anyone who has criticism for me, I'm not going to be mad at you, okay? I haven't been mad at anyone. When I talked to Volt about this on Core's stream, and I felt a little bit ambushed, actually, because I didn't watch it beforehand, I just clicked in. I wasn't mad at him, it's fine. Absolutely fine. Fully get it. Is there anything else anybody would like to say? Any other feelings? The only critique I have is that I haven't seen a single monster this entire stream. Just a little bit. No notes? No notes? Believe you're a ginger and that's wrong. It's fair enough. Say it with me. Hoz is always right. Fair enough, Hoz. Thanks for the $4.99. Kilo. I can see you just say Beckett. What would you like, Kilo? I've known Kilo for a long time, you know. Kilo is another one of the old guard. Play the clip I'm about to send you? Sure. We are going to keep looking at other things. There's other stuff I want to talk about. But I want to close this off. Okay? Did you have less than you let on? I had bits and pieces, but I had nowhere near enough. But I was aware of the circulation. But I think I've been pretty clear that I didn't get the DMs until the 17th. Not 17th, I guess 17th, 18th, something like that. It's a bit of a blur. But yeah. Space station, Beckett question, sure. Okay.
He's going to be.
Okay, let's see this. NSC doing this for clinic dreams, or is the malicious on NSA's part not the clinic dream? I think NSC is in love. We'll talk about NSC. Stick around. But TLDR, I think NSC is in love with Destiny and has given up on pretty much everything else in existence. Okay? Thank you from Max.
He's going to be supportive of Morale, who is a dog fucking pedophile. I'll say that. I mean, if you're upset about it, tell me what your real name is and where you live, and we can have the cops come talk to you. And if they say it's cool, I'll say it's cool too. That's fine. I'll do that for you. I'll say that 1,000 times. I'm not kidding either. That's not like a light. That's not a light statement. Not SWAT either or anything like that. I'm just gonna literally just ask your local sheriff to come by and have a conversation with you about why you say things like that on the internet. And I'll visit. If you want to film it, I'll visit. I'll come with the sheriff. We can have a conversation all together. I'm too old. I'm too old to give a fuck. I'll ruin your life. I don't give a shit. I think Medicare's a fucking bitch. I think his whole fucking shtick is pussy shit now because he won't fucking die and he just keeps buying hats. So his whole vibe of how the internet should run, I like mine better, which is an expungement of individuals like you. So Beckett is apparently friends with this guy. That's weird. And Beckett he's going to.
I don't understand why anybody wouldn't be charitable with me in my fight with Sunday. Okay. Whatever. I don't know why. I don't know why you'd position yourself like this. I don't get it. Like, you've got bridges with people, you understand the value of them. Like, who did what to you, dude? Why wouldn't you die, Medica? Yeah, fucking Ethan Ralph behavior. Acting like mush. Jesus. You know, like, I got, like, asked questions about, like, my conversation with him about Honey. But I never went around fucking slandering him. I just think it's really bullshit behavior. Like, this isn't just, like, internet, like, stuff. I'm just like... Tyler is somebody who spends his time, like, and has spent time saying, well, people have said really fucked up things about my wife and my family. Like, it's not right that they've said this, or they've sexualized me in this way, and then you go and do that. You can't hold your own standards, Tyler. How do you, like, again, what makes any of these fucking people think they are good enough to tell anyone else how they should be fucking acting? Unreal. Why doesn't anybody listen to the left? Why doesn't anybody... I don't know. Because the hero of liberals or whatever is apparently a sex fiend. One of the leading leftists is a horse fucker. And the rest of them, filtering down, are people like Xanderhall, who essentially gay up themselves, and people like Tyler, who can't keep their fucking brain straight long enough to just hold their own basic principles. Okay. Lindenau with the 199. Appreciate that. I don't know if I've missed any other super chats or anything else while I've been ranting. I don't think so. I think we're good. Okay, is that it? Are we good? Are we good? Can I start moving on to other things? Hey, Mally, how you doing? I'm just looking through. Sorry, I know. Da-da. You want to do the NSC? Do a bit of NSC. I've got so much shit to go through, guys. Talk about Erudite and how she's crazy. Oh, God. I'm gonna have a cigarette quickly while you guys roll through things in chat. You know? Look, and to be clear, I'm not going to war with Tyler or anything. I'm just frankly, like, fucking disappointed. Another fucking person that I extend a little fucking bit of charitability to and get fucked over. What's the point? Yeah, I want to talk about the erudite erudite Tom Call myself, but Just Ilk's been doing well. Do you want to see the clip of Tyler making fun of a dead 7-year-old? No, I don't want to do Titan. I'm not going to start being a Tyler A-logger. I am not doing this and laughing at content. I'm genuinely pretty pissed off about it. I take that personally. And I don't know why. All you've done is prove Sunday right. Your fucking arch nemesis. I didn't answer your question. I didn't see it, Priestess. Where was it? I didn't see your question, Priestess. If you retype it, I'll answer it. Oh, okay. Okay. Wait, Mally told people about Leadhead and now they won't fucking talk to them anymore? Jesus. Do I count as old guard? Yeah, you do, Priestess. Okay. I think that's good. I think that's chill. No, we're getting through this Destiny shit. Okay. We are going to deal with it. Give me a second. Oh, fuck. Okay. There was apparently more to Leadhead we missed out. Yeah, I know that Opblock went over that over stuff. And I've got a load of stuff that I've got on a back burner basically. And I would like to talk about at some point. Anything else? No, I think we're good. I think we are good. So, where are we at with this? What did I have lined up that I wanted to... Oh, I kind of want to talk about Brianna Wu. I kind of want to talk about Brianna Wu first. And we can jump. We can jump to things. Fuck. No, okay. Okay, I'll do NSC. I'll do NSC. I'll find out where I definitely had this. So. Okay, let's do NSC. Right. Not so erudite. Fuck, actually, first, before we do that. Not so erudite. Made a statement. I'm not going to go through the state. Am I? Maybe I will. Maybe I will, actually. Let's go through the statement, because it'll be useful for some of this. God, that's so bright. Why would you put this in white? Okay. It's probably better than Twitter format, wouldn't it? I only ever looked into the leaks and reached out to Pixie because I was concerned for her well-being. After I spoke with Pixie in person, she made it clear her desire to bridge the gap between her and Steven and her desire for as little attention on the leaks or anything identifying as possible. I appreciate that one. Unfortunately, that's sort of, I don't know. Toothpaste back in the tube, unfortunately. Both my involvement and my silence were at Pixie's request. Okay, here's my issue with this. You knew because you were playing the middle ground. You knew what had happened. You knew, and you were still humanizing him. I don't know what else to say. With my involvement in Science Pixie's request, my greatest concern this whole time has been her well-being. Here are the logs. She provides more full logs. I'm not going to go through them. They're basically them talking. I have never been interested in shutting down conversation about this topic, only mentions that narrow the question to who could have been leaked. Again, at Pixie's request in the FQ messages, I explicitly tell her to leave the comment up, just to remove the part about mutual friends, because this further increases the likelihood of people knowing it was Pixie, or going through the trouble to verify the mutual friend in question. If I just wanted to remove the comment, I would have done so. I would have not reached out to Furry Queen. Well, here's another read of that. Maybe a little less charitable, but if you just removed the comment, which you eventually did, then that would have, again, stirred more shit up. And let's be clear, as to minimize the leaks or whatever, or not to, or to take them seriously, Erudite jokes about the blowjob pictures that are getting shared around by Destiny. Sorry, getting shared around of Destiny. And that is somebody's leaked nude. It's not just Destiny giving head. I don't know how much it matters whether it's clearly identifiable. NSA knew enough that these leaks were happening, and apparently took forever to ask. She's asking Straighter Aid whether these are consensual in the according to Straighter Aid. But it's like well, we'll get to it. It's like at some point you must have known. And I think it was pretty early on. Upon learning of the leaks and Pixie's potential involvement, I investigated privately, contacting Erin. I then spoke to Pixie and Steven in person, separately. I never defended, supported, or minimized Steven's sharing of Pixie's intimate images. Most of my conversations with Steven about this topic were in person and confrontational. Isn't it convenient that there's absolutely no fucking evidence of that? It's the same problem with Dan. You can say that, but there's no evidence for it. You're just asserting it. You're like, well, of course it was. And we'll get to what she does show, because I don't think that that's a fair read. I fought with him and advocated with reconnecting with Pixie. My mediation for Pixie ended when she opted to reach out to Steven directly because I felt unable to navigate her monetary requests. I viewed him as genuinely remorseful and acting to fix the harms he had done, which is why I remain in business partnership with him. I am very disappointed and angry with him that he opted not to reconnect with Pixie. But you're talking with Pixie the whole time. Aren't you checking in on her day to day? I learned of the allegations Cherry made yesterday. I support her in Pixie's decisions, lawsuits and charges. I've paused Bridges releases, cancelled guests, and will evaluate business relations as I learn more. What else do you need to know? I asked Steven for information, but he's uncomfortable sharing due to a legal involvement. I mean, if he's not prepared to talk to you, and also, Erudite, I mean, I don't know if I need to bring these up, they're all over Twitter, but they're Steven's comments from the DGG chats. Doesn't seem particularly fucking remorseful. Where was the remorse? Let me just bring these up. Okay. I don't think she wants a payday. She wants you to have a consequence for what she thinks was a major breach of trust. Why is this payday thing being framed as by Erudite in this light? I don't understand. There's merit in that. You should engage with her because she was/is your friend, and you genuinely do feel bad. If she's genuinely trying to fleece you, you will be able to catch it in the convo. You're telling him how he feels. Destiny, let me remind you, you feel bad. Destiny, remember we talked about this. You feel bad, Destiny, don't you, Destiny? You do. We talked about how guilty you feel. Do you remember that conversation, Stephen? What do you mean, trying to fleece you? What is this narrative? Yeah, I know you did this terrible thing, Stephen, but if she is trying to fleece you, you'll be able to pick it up, don't worry. If you're wrong about her and she just fucked up over this and icing her out makes it worse, that's the worst possible outcome. Option 1. Add her and talk to her. Pro, she doesn't go nuclear for now. Con, maybe she's trying to fuck with you and the texts are annoying. She treats him like he is 5. Worst outcomes. You have to block her later because she's trying to get a payday from you. So? It's a big conflict of interest? Yeah, this is the thing. Look, Erin's going under a fucking bus for talking to Destiny, but just because, like, this is the same shit, frankly. Best outcome, she just wants to know her friend feels bad and knows it was wrong and settles. No nukes and you did right by your friend. Option 2, you continue to avoid talking to her. Pro, less immediate problems like having to text her. Con, she goes nuclear publicly. Worst outcome, she's trying to fleece you, she goes public and she kills herself. Best outcome, she was lying about the public threat and everything fades and you lose a friend for sure, maybe more than one. What do you mean she's lying about the public threat and everything fades? You knew what this was. That public threat fading is you admitting that silence and just being able to carry on is the best outcome. And it's infuriating to see this, because this is the biggest criticism for people who have vested interest in Destiny. Don't worry, bro. It'll be fine. You can carry on. Like, oh no, guys, that's actually super good. I did the right thing here. Let's say, hypothetically, Pixie settled and was quiet about it. Let's just, hypothetically. And NSE knows that Stephen settled, that there are other things around this. And I think Erudite probably does know. It seems to imply it. She'd have carried on. The only way I could read that is if she meant Pixie lied about it being non-consensual. Or she lied about her mental health, maybe. I mean, I think that's pretty charitable. These are the only DMs Kyla put in. This is somebody who talks to Destiny all the time. And she puts in these 2 DMs. Are you telling me there's no conversation anywhere where you're confrontational with him? All my Discord links are broke. That is true. Mods, if you want to put in a Discord link, go for it. I think this shit's gross. I don't know how people are reading this with charitability. I think it's fucking wild. It's insufferable. Anywho, let's get to the Tom Erudite conversation.
Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it'll be bad. Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing all right. How are you?
It's been a day. Been a long day.
Yeah. Just to let you know, I'm recording already. In case there was any question, just so it's totally clear. So yeah, what did you wanna talk about the Steve stuff that's going on?
Yeah, I figured I wanted to reach out to you, as I said, just because I think you're probably gonna be the most fair, but it also seems
I wanted to reach out to you because we've previously had, you know, goings on, Tom, and, you know, there's a lot of pressure on both of us, so maybe I thought this would be like a safe space. I can't believe she did this fucking interview. I'm glad she did, but it's like completely fucking wild.
It's like, so I'm only really going to speak probably to my.
The only way any of this makes sense is Kyler 100% took Destiny's word that he never shared this stuff with anyone and believes he'd been hacked. The problem with that is she's talking about, you know, my friends being upset. That you do, you know, you need to do right by your friend. You know, you need to care about them. In what world would Pixie have agreed to Stephen sharing those images?
My side, and then if you have questions, I'll answer what I can. And I guess like the main thing for me is it's when people are looking at the texts that I'm sending back and forth with Pixie, they're getting like a very clip-chimped version of the exchange. Just so you are aware, I've talked to Pixie about an hour and let her know that I was talking to you just to get consent. So I asked her basically if I could give you DMs to basically be like, the way I'm getting painted here is like really, really far from the truth, and I don't really know why.
Yeah, it's a fucking mystery.
You look like Ghislaine Maxwell.
I know.
Yeah.
And so I guess
You
I'll
do.
maybe start with like the first. So I called Pixie and she immediately was like, I'm so
Also, I want to be really clear, because the thing I keep hearing from people is Pixie doesn't feel this way. Pixie doesn't feel like NSC manipulated her or was trying to prioritize Destiny. Pixie doesn't feel that. And I'm sorry. But like in that case, it's kind of irrelevant. It's just a bit irrelevant. Because let's say Kyler is manipulating Pixie. And I don't think it's full manipulation. I don't think it's I think I'd level that maybe towards Straighter Raid a bit more. But yeah, I don't know how to read this in any other way. If Pixie wants to continue to like work with Erudite on this and be supportive of her, Pixie can do whatever she wants. That's fine. But it's not like it's not an argument that sways me to Kyler being innocent in this. It seems like my criticism of Kyler, that she is using the victims to hide behind so she can continue on her merry way, is just continuing. This doesn't make me think, oh no, that I need to change my opinion. All the way through this interview, she keeps saying things like, you can ask Pixie about this. It's like, why are you sending Tom to Pixie? It's like you're using her as a shield. I know. Maybe I'm just fucking crazy. That's wild. I know.
Oh, sorry. And just so it's clear, you can text her as well if you want, like on Discord, and confirm like everything you want with her. Like I'm not like she's totally fine with it. She mostly just feels really bad about this. So this was the text that she sent me today, just so you have an idea of like where I'm coming from, and that she is like agreeing. She knows that I'm sending you these texts. The only thing is that if there's receipts that you want to ask for, I'm happy to give them. I just want to make sure that I send them to her.
The biggest thing that's maybe a bit of a fumble by Tom, probably the only criticism I have for Tom in this entire conversation, is he doesn't ask for receipts of Erudite's conversations with Destiny. Or like other times this has cropped up. Because I think, you know, for people who are like, well, you're really uncharitable with Kyler. If you want me to move my position on Kyler, if Kyler wants to prove me wrong, if it matters, I am movable. I just need to see some evidence that, like, behind this, there is vigorous debate somewhere about what Destiny has done wrong. Because there just doesn't seem to be any. And I don't, maybe that's unfair. I don't know. I don't care. I'm not in a position where I'm thinking I want to be super fucking charitable about this. I'm in a position where I'm like, if you want to make that claim, you need some fucking evidence for it. You can ask Pixie where the money came from. God. That's the issue. It's very interesting as well that Destiny hasn't released any DMs with Erudite or anything like that. If Destiny's got issues with this. I don't know. I guess we'll see. I know he's tweeted out like a meme of dressing up as Dr. Disrespect. I don't know, buddy. I don't think that's I mean funny, but I don't know how good a play that is. I don't know how effective that's going to be.
As well, because I feel like it's like the one thing that hasn't happened in this whole situation is like her consent being included. So
yeah, it's her story, of course. Yeah.
So I just want you to be clear that like I'm being very intentional about that, and if there's things that I don't answer, I apologize. There's just
so I can show this text you're sending.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me see here. So this says let's see here.
I don't like the fact that she made a point to say Pixie feels sorry about all this. It's very slimy. Yeah. You know, it's kind of why, like earlier, I just kept emphasizing, regardless of like me apologizing or like whatever my reasons are, those are actions I've taken, and they're worthy of criticism. And I'll say this for Dan. I will say this for Dan. For everything else about Dan, he seems to be pretty open about the fact that like he's standing for himself. This is a really difficult situation. And there seemingly are some fuck ups in certain places, and where his priorities are, because he does seem to deeply care about the Twitch stuff, the stuff around Hassan. These seem to be priorities for him, and you know, say what you want, it's kind of a little bit more honest.
Hey, I'm still worried for you. Are you okay no matter what? Please never hesitate to reach out. She says, hi, Kyla. I'm sorry for not getting back to you earlier. I've just been really overwhelmed with the situation. I didn't consent to President Sunday receiving those messages at all. I feel like they painted both of us in a really bad and untrue light. I really appreciate that you care so much about me and have been checking on me so often, just asking if I'm okay. I don't think you'd go that far if you didn't care. I feel really guilty and bad because I didn't expect things to get leaked like this at all. Okay. So I guess you're just showing here that you guys are on good terms, basically. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep.
Well, I guess the biggest question for
you know, it's kind of like amazing from the general sense of this, of like, it's kind of amazing the general sense that are people aware that we're like on the internet putting sections of our lives out there? Like, have people grasped this reality? There's this thing that keeps happening. Where people want to sort of like pretend that things in this very niche internet culture can be kept private or anything else. Do you guys want to know how my relationship became public? I don't know if people will know this story, but like a question that occasionally gets asked is, well, you know, if it's going to cause problems, why was your relationship public? You know it would cause problems because someone forced it into the fucking public. That's why. Because even when I was a shitter absolute nobody, somebody had an axe to grind and was like, I'm going to force... Literally, this was the reason. I'm going to force your relationship into the public to attack you. That is what they did. That is why my relationship became public. They had nothing else other than some Discord DMs, and they were going to force it public and then paint it as though I was dishonestly favoring my partner and I'd been behind the scenes manipulating shit. It's my start of like hanging out in these spaces. And I know about a fair amount of people who e-date. I know about people who e-date. Are you still dating stars? Do you know what? Nobody knows. And I'm in the mood where I don't want to fucking confirm or deny anything. Because I should have some privacy. I'm aware what like my relationship status is will inevitably come out in the future, but right now people are guessing, and I kind of like that. Many people in this space fucking e-date. And these are like little secrets that little people know about. And I tend to be quite careful about it. I knew about the Loner Box Pixie thing fucking ages ago. But until the bad empanada stuff happened, and it's out there, and Hassan's out there with it, I didn't say shit. It sucks, but it's also part of the reality of doing this, that elements of your private life get outed. It's a shit reality. But it is a reality. And I know people want their privacy and everything else. I get that. But unfortunately, when you're dealing with massive audiences and the fact that we're all drama mongers, you're probably gonna struggle with it. Okay. I don't know. I think people need to be more realistic about their fucking positions, unfortunately. You know, we'll get to one of those. I saw a Do you know what? Maybe it's time to actually do this before we get to some stuff. Let's give me a sec. Oh, this could be interesting. Hold on.
I'll say this.
Destiny's friend Dan speaks on the relationship with Melina.
When he was like, I'll say this also. I think Steven was a fucking really shitty husband to Melina.
Oh my god.
I'm coming out here saying it right now. I don't think Steve would deny it either, but it's not good the way that he was. Like, I talked with Melina a lot of times and she was crying and miserable and everything else. And Steve would say, what do you want me to say? I'm a selfish motherfucker. That's why I'm in the relationship that I'm in, the way that I do things that I'm in. And Melina, like, really was hurt by it. And I think, like, she was like, you know, what should I do? Should I leave? And I'll tell you this, I never was like, I was never like, no, you should stay and make things out. I told her multiple times, like, listen, if you feel like this is an abusive relationship, get the fuck out of there immediately. So, I just want to put it out there that it's not like this is a one-time thing.
He is not looking good. I'll be honest. Dan's looking a little bit worse for wear. We'll watch some of that later. Fuck. Okay. What was I looking for? Oh, yeah. We've had a little return from an old guard Twitch poll, and that's Sick Unchained. This fella here. I don't dislike Sick, by the way. Sick has been very active with a lot of this stuff since well, that's interesting.
I don't know. I feel like I've never gotten that
if you
impression.
are-
Not so
Hey, what? Wait, what? Hold on. Sick's been going hell for leather. We'll get to this, it's relevant, but like, Sick's been going hell for leather on everyone involved in this. Creators like Irrational Chud and Just Ilk will say it's not confirmed that Destiny shared revenge porn. Destiny was sharing private sex tapes with random individuals, one of which included Pixie. Pixie denied that she ever had sex with the individual. How does one reconcile Destiny and Pixie's sexual relationship being sick? Hold on. So Sick is morally grandstanding about anyone who's come out about this shit. And okay. So this is Mantis. Mantis is going hell for leather at the moment. Basically, I'll walk you through this conversation. Since all this happened, a lot of people have been saying you shouldn't come out and speak publicly about this stuff. Mantis's argument is that when Mantis's nudes appeared on a live stream where Tomfoolery shared them, people investigated and identified Mantis. Now, the reason they were able to do this is because Mantis had shared around other pictures of her to other people, and they were able to identify that nude. And there was conversation about this, quite a lot of it. Now, there's a little bit of a wider context to that particular drama, because the whole drama was about Tomfoolery's a liar, and he's just lying about this thing. It was very unfortunately timed for Mantis. But her argument is, well, you're all going at saying, well, this should never have been outed. But, like, my stuff was outed. I was forced to, I was forced into a position of admitting that those were my nudes. And it's like, you can see how this develops into a mix between people's private lives and their public lives really quickly. And part of the problem is, you're dealing with audiences, you're dealing with drama. You can't keep this stuff private. When you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, you just can't. It's a really shitty reality, but it is the reality. And at the same time, a lot of people in this drama, like these people, like Queeman, Sick, Mantis, have all been interacting for years and years and years. I'll show you another one. We might come back to this. Let's see how I feel. We'll show you another one. Oh, is she taking it down? Is it gone? I think it's gone. Oh, no. Announcement. I'm done with Twitch poll. Twitch poll's been dead for ages. I have too much real-world stuff to do to get wrapped up in what is ultimately high school drama. Best of luck with it. Most of you are mentally ill. Brianna is going back and forth with fighting, like, Cherry and random people because she can't hold a stable position on this Destiny stuff. Because of course she fucking can't. She couldn't even do it on Vosh. When our Demon Mama video came out, Brianna Wu's stated position was lolicons, anybody who looks at lolicon is a pedophile. That was Wu's position. And then when the Vosh stuff happened, she was like, I don't know, I think it's a complicated issue. Absolutely stunning, shocking, couldn't believe it. Anyway, let's go back to the Tennessee conversation. We'll come to Wu in a bit. I've got Wu Tent. I've got Wu Tent. We are looking at Brianna Wu.
For me, would be from the DMs, and I did prepare. I pulled up a bunch of them, so we can kind of, if you don't mind, we can go through them.
Yeah,
in a moment here,
that'll be
but-
perfect. I can kind of show you the context around the DMs that you have as well.
Okay, perfect. So the biggest thing for me is that it looks like you're essentially playing mediator for Destiny so that he doesn't have to directly talk to the alleged victim. It looks like that's what's happening here. You're playing mediator. You're trying to diminish consequences for him and diminish sort of culpability for him by not having him have to admit anything outright in a DM in regards to what happened in the situation. The situation being that it seems to be the case, at least, that he essentially got an explicit video of them together and then sent that to someone without her consent. To your knowledge, is that true? Did he do that?
So I'm
Okay, so this is a straight question. To your knowledge, did he, without consent, send a video of somebody to somebody else that was explicit in nature? That is a straightforward question. Can't wait to hear NSE answer it.
To your knowledge, is that true? Did he do that?
So I'm also, just to be clear, I already told Destiny that this is what I was going to say to you as well. So everyone's just like fully consented, and I can again show you all the DMs of me letting him know that this was what I was going to be saying. When I confronted him in Miami in like early December, when I went down in person, because I wanted to talk to him in person, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And I asked him, did she know you were recording? And did she consent to it? He said that she did know about the recording, like she's aware, she did consented to the actual filming of it, but
Yeah,
that
right.
he said specifically, probably not. Like it was 3 years ago, I don't remember specifically, and like things were open like this, but
Probably not. I would like to remind you all. Where is it? Best outcome, she was lying about the public threat and everything fades and you lose a friend for sure, maybe more than one.
Yeah, probably not. I didn't get like explicit consent. And I said, Stephen, that's really fucked up. Like, that's not okay.
It's not okay, Stephen.
And so,
very bad.
just to be clear, he would say, I didn't completely say, but I read that very strongly as him acknowledging that he did not have consent to give it.
Right. Okay.
Did you ask about any of the other people? For those who don't know, by the way, this caused damage to quite a few people. Some people have just straight left the internet. This wasn't isolated. And if Erudite was curious about her friend and her friend's actions, the truth is that these are all on Kiwi farms. They're widely discussed on probably one of the most active threads. The thread that crashed the website.
The biggest question from there would be, once you had that conversation with him, and that was, you said December of last
Early
year?
December. Yeah.
2024?
Yep.
Okay, so you guys had that conversation. How did things develop from there?
Yeah, so I was notified. So when the leaks happened, I was having like a community event. So I wasn't actually aware of the leaks until I think just like honestly like a random person messaged me being like, have you seen this? And I was like, no. I still actually haven't looked at the leaks. I have like personally just a policy about never looking at like leaked nudes and stuff.
Do you remember when Tipsters took a really strong stance on the Vosh stuff and was like, I've never looked at it? Well, it seems very odd to have a very strong stance and just to take Destiny's word on it. I have a very strong policy about never looking at these things. I don't know then. Maybe you shouldn't be taking the word of the person who's being accused as your point of reference. Maybe you should check for yourself. I don't fucking know.
But that's so this is back before I talked to Destiny or Pixie. That's when I reached out to Straight Raid because I was hearing that it might be Pixie. And I figured if it was her, I was also hearing that she's saying it wasn't her. And so I was like, if it was or wasn't her, I don't really want to put her on the hot seat with like me talking to her and making her feel confronted. So I'm just going to like check and see, because to me, if he didn't even have consent to record the video, then this is a whole different ballgame. Like it's a whole different plan of action of like how I am going to process what's going on.
Right. But to your knowledge, he did have consent to record, just not to share it.
Yeah, or at least consent to have it. I don't know if he recorded it or she recorded it and sent it to him. I'm not actually familiar with like how the video was made. But yeah, it sounds like he had consent to have the nude in the sex tape, but not to send it out. That's what Aaron said to me. And I was like, okay, well, thank fuck he didn't record somebody.
I don't know how anyone expects her to be a neutral mediator. No idea. No idea. This is so dumb. So much of this fucking story is completely insane. It's literally just like people taking the most insane positions. Oh, fucking hell.
Not to send it out. That's what Aaron said to me. And I was like, okay, well, thank fuck he didn't record somebody without
Aaron
them even
is
knowing.
Straight Raid?
To be clear, as far as I'm aware, and somebody can correct me on this, but hasn't Destiny admitted, essentially, in those leaked DMs, to recording somebody without their consent already for the Grindr date? Or at least seems to imply it. And that's what Cherry is alleging. So I mean, where's your cutoff point, Erudite?
Yes, Aaron is
Okay.
Straight Raid, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. So you found
after
that out.
Thank God he didn't do this other thing. That would be a line for me. Cross this line. Yeah, it's really yeah. No, thank God he didn't rape any. Oh, come on.
Sorry,
I texted Pixie. Yeah, so after that I texted Pixie. So for context, Pixie and I have been friends for like well over a year. Like we're not just two orbiters, but we worked in PV together. When I'm in Miami, I hang out with her all the time, independent of Steven. Like we have our own friendship. We've been good friends for at least a year. So as soon as Aaron confirmed to me what was going on, I was like, okay, now I feel comfortable like checking in with her and seeing how she's doing. Texted her and she basically like immediately told me like everything that was going on. And I was like, okay, holy shit. I believe let me just check because I don't want to give you wrong information. I believe we've called a bunch because I checked in on her a bunch as well.
No
it was
rush.
all over text. Yeah, it was not on Discord. It was all over text. Okay. So December 12th, I texted her and I was like, hey. She was like, hi. And I said, do you want to chat or just have a friend? I'm really worried about you.
Yeah,
She
this
responds.
is once you found out about the stuff that was going on with the
Once I
videos of
found
her
out.
being public.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So I reach out. I don't know. You don't probably need me to read everything, but basically she tells me that she's feeling a little bit suicidal, but she's not planning to kill herself immediately. And she's like trying to figure.
Do you guys remember the Dr. K drama where somebody that he was providing, should we say help to, ended themselves? I bet NSC remembers. You know, it seems like a lot of people were very, very concerned about this and did nothing about it. Not an easy situation, don't get me wrong. But it seems like the concerned people are now claiming that they had for Pixie. For some people, seems very convenient to say now where their actions around this are coming out, frankly. Because again, it's like, well, we're very concerned. But we are going to leak these DMs to everyone. like, I'm like, okay. Rise with a 5. We are friends, we also work together, and she slept with the man I simp for. Don't worry about that, I'm on her side. But I'm not going to drop Steven, yeah.
Figure out like what to do about this situation. I respond, that tells me everything. I'm really sorry. I won't begin to tell you. I understand because I don't, but I do care. And I do want to see you safe and find peace. Do you mind if I ask to spend some time with
Erudite, what Erudite wants in those DMs, let's be clear about what those DMs are and why she's talking about the payday. What Erudite wants is to arrive to a situation where Destiny is super, super sorry, guys. He is so sorry. He will never do this terrible thing again. He is so sorry. And that should be enough, right? Erudite has described people like Chud Logic as the worst people possible. She hates them. They are irredeemable. Same with DK, same with other people, because those people have personally slighted her. They have done nothing at the level that Destiny has. Thank you for the 50 Swedish crowns for you. We need to put more people in the wood chipper this year. Vote wood chipper 2025. They've done nothing at this level. And it's enough that they are completely done. People lie a lot about their moral positioning and they're really scared to be accountable to it. Just own the position. Just be like, look, Destiny is my friend. And my business partner. I was obviously going to defend that relationship. Just say that.
with you? She said yes. We make a plan to meet up. And then we meet up December 13th. We're talking about the time. I send her a restaurant. We go against that one. Malua.
To proceed.
Yeah, and how she's doing. Because at this point,
Had you talked to Destiny, Steven,
No,
about this
I
stuff?
wanted- I had heard about it at this point, and he had basically, like, the only thing he had said is being like, hey, I'm worried about Pixie, like, I think she's suicidal, like, you should, like, if you want, you should probably check on her. And I was like,
He
"Okay, thank
told
you."
you that he was worried about her being suicidal?
Yes.
Okay.
Because he's such a nice guy. You know, I imagine most of you, because you don't really follow like the politics sphere. That's why I like having you here. Won't remember the Cherry stuff, but like, or won't really know Destiny's history with this. Like, if you're looking at Anivoir, or you're looking at Cherry, or you're looking at any of the multiple people that have come out and had issues with it, or Lav. There's no charitability applied to any of these people. There's no charitability applied to Destiny's ex-wife. Either of them. But his most recent ex-wife, Stephen was like, well, she won't come out against me because I can leak whatever. I could make her look like a demon. I don't see how this is anything other than enabling the behavior.
So
Yes,
you
but
then
again-
go check up on her. You meet up in real life, and what?
Yes, but I
what-
texted her beforehand, just to be clear. I'd already texted her about wanting to meet up and talk anyways, and
Yeah.
he just gave me the extra information. She's suicidal.
Okay. How did that
yeah.
conversation with her go?
It went honestly really, really well. I will say, so like part of when I went into it was I was trying to evaluate like how suicidal, how serious the risk was, and like where she was at, just because
I
I don't know if you're familiar with my
evaluate.
background, but I've obviously had a lot of experience
Let's hold on. Let this bit play out.
with suicidal people, and so like the first goal for me was to be like, are you like an acute risk to yourself? Like, what needs to happen? If not, what can we do instead to kind of help you get out of like this place? In
Okay.
that conversation, basically, she kind of told me about how she's been suicidal like most of her life, how she's been struggling a lot. But the concerning part to me in that conversation, I guess, like what more specifically was pertinent was she was actively cutting off friends so that to prepare for suicide. So she was cutting off friends so that if she did and opted to kill herself, it would hurt them less. So at this point, she had broken up with a couple of friends and stopped responding, and a couple of friends were trying to hang out with her and she wasn't responding to them. I don't think she probably wants any of the names of the friends.
So you've got like risk, like it'll come up later, but she has means. Erudite risked her own Dr. K moment. Isn't Erudite the person who's meant to be able to deal with this? Isn't this the point of Erudite? That she's a therapist, that she's a professional, that she wants to open a clinic? And when push comes to shove, she seems to make the most absolutely irresponsible decisions. No one did a wellness check. Fucking Erin mentions this. I didn't show this in the DMs. I actually just missed this one. But I'd seen it. Strayed mentions a wellness check. No one did one. Do you know? Here's a story for you. During an internet drama a few years ago, I was dealing with something where a wellness check was called. Because I didn't call it myself, somebody else did. It was like, well, that seems like a pretty severe risk. So they did a wellness check. And the therapist isn't? Come on. Hey, Abby, how you doing? Oh, fuck.
Leaked, at least she said, like, please don't give any of the names out. So you can check with her separately if she wants to give you names. But yeah, just different friends in Miami. Yeah.
That's fine. I believe that she was suicidal over having her news leaked. And before that point in time, that's fair. Okay, so
yeah. So importantly,
so-
though, she had a stockpile of pills. So I asked her straight out. I was like, okay, so I need to know, like, do you have means? Like, how would you, like, if you're planning to do it, do you have a plan? She's like, yes, probably pills. And I was like, do you have the pills right now? And she was like, yes, I do. And I was like, okay, that's pretty serious. So we continued talking, and
That seems pretty serious to me. So it's a crazy thing to say. So it's sad to hear. I don't think Sunday was the only one who was particularly callous in this, frankly.
Basically, I shifted into like, I'm not gonna lie, like a bit of side intervention conversation where basically you talk with your friend, you figure out how things are going on, you understand them, and you try to find things that they feel tether them to life, right? And so one thing that she really cared about is she does care about her friends. She doesn't want to hurt them. Another thing she cares about is she does want to see like some level of like justice for the situation. She thinks what he did was wrong. And to be clear, I agree with her. I've told Steven that. I've told her that. Like I've never minced words about being like, yeah, he did something really wrong here.
You, to be clear, going into that conversation, you didn't know that the
Some level of justice needs to happen. He needs to feel guilty. He needs to be remorseful. You ever like, you know, there's this meme of like mothers and like with when their kid does something wrong, they like refuse to accept it. They're like, no, he's actually really well meaning. He's just a difficult child. Do you know one phrase I keep hearing? Destiny has trauma. Destiny has trauma. Guys, you don't understand. Destiny has trauma. He is traumatized. We all have fucking trauma. Okay, we don't do things like this. I'm pretty open about the fact that I had to like have therapy for PTSD. I never did anything like this. I think it's an excuse. We all have trauma. It is not an excuse. I started streaming. This is like pretty well known. I came back to the internet after the death of my mother because I struggled with the bereavement. I'm still dealing with a probate, and I'm still struggling with the bereavement. It hit me really fucking hard. Losing my mum in like 10 days was a very traumatizing experience. I was completely isolated on my own. It was just after COVID. It was brutal. And I have been struggling with the aftermath of it for like years now. It's been really, really, really fucking rough. Doesn't excuse shit, and it never has. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. It's not how this works. I don't have sympathy for it. I think it's crazy. It's really funny, isn't it? That when Destiny's mental health comes up, it's an excuse. But when any of the girls that he's fucked over have mental health issues or BPD or are OCD, whether it's Anavoir, Cherry, whether it's Melina, it's a joke. It's played off. It's used to discredit them. Isn't that little inconsistency really funny? And it's not just Erudite who does this. People are selective over whether they want, like, your mental health issues to fucking matter. It's gross. It's fucking disgusting behavior. I cannot stress enough how insufferable it is to hear people talk like this. At what point, Erudite, do you see the mental health issues of other people and think, I understand why they took that action. I understand why Cherry is the way she is. Never is the answer. Not fucking once. Cherry calls her out for this.
video was shared unconsensually?
There's a video I think Morale found where there's a panel and Anna's just having a breakdown, like a nervous breakdown. And everyone was happy to turn that into content because they painted her as a bad guy. No fucking wonder people have issues coming out about this stuff. and Destiny was able to continue. You guys let him continue. There's a reason I've never had close associations with Destiny. I've been on one fucking panel with him. That wasn't even one of his panels. That's it. It was years ago.
No, because Aaron had already told me like a week before, so I was already aware.
Steve, I spent the first half of the stream talking about it, but I don't want to. Okay, I'll reiterate for those coming in late. I don't want to keep over litigating my reasoning. I think that it then just becomes, oh guys, I've got a justification or an excuse. If people are mad at me for like how parts of this went down, or the fact that I don't know, I dealt with it in the way that I did, or the way, in the same way some people are pretty mad at the way other people dealt with things when they found out about this. That's okay. It's fine. I'm not going to get mad at anyone or ban anyone, but if I keep over litigating it, it's just it's irrelevant. Stuff's out. If people have criticisms for me, they're welcome to them. It's okay.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to Pixie, and then I wanted to talk to Steven to see how he would respond afterwards.
Okay, so during the conversation with Pixie, did she, because you talked about her suicidality, did you guys talk about other stuff in terms of like how she was feeling about it, or her recourse? I mean, you said she wanted to seek justice. Was she thinking about a lawsuit at that point in time?
So we talked about a bunch of her options. She was like, she had looked into a lawsuit at that point. I don't know how much I can say about her lawsuit, but basically it wasn't something she wanted to consider for a couple of legal reasons that I probably would let her describe. But one reason I think can be fully public would be that she didn't want her name out there. I think she said that in DMs to Steven.
I'm going to level with you guys. While all this has been going on, I have had a fucking insane week at work. I've literally been bouncing between multiple meetings, presentations, random shit going on. I was up at 4 o'clock in the morning on Friday trying to get like a load of data work done and dealing with CAD drawings just to get something in. I have not had a lot of sleep through the last week. I'm very fucking tired.
Well, that got leaked today. So she was very worried about if she does a civil suit, her name will have to be publicly attached to the civil suit. And so she was like, I really don't want to consider a lawsuit. And I said, like, I guess I'll show you text as well where I reiterate this, but the entire time with Pixie, my entire approach has been, you get to steer the boat. Like, you get to decide how you want to respond, and you can decide that you don't want a lawsuit today, and you can change your mind a week from now, and all of that's okay. Like, all of that's okay.
Okay.
We talked about how she could maybe talk to him like privately, but she was really nervous to. So this is where she basically was like, I can't remember if she brought it up first or I, but basically her being like maybe you can see what he'd be willing to do like for me. She was like, I feel like you really, really understand emotionally where I'm coming from. I did a lot of like paraphrasing of like, it seems like your biggest concern right now is like justice because you feel like you've been wronged and there's like
the problem Erudite has is this, and I'm actually going to sum it up, and this is my most charitable take I'm going to give to Erudite. You ready? Erudite's problem is that Erudite believes that she is superior to the people around her. She believes that she has the moral and political answers, and her opinion and position is correct. So obviously the actions she is taking are the good actions. She can't be the bad guy. And that inability to look at the wider situation that's going on around and critically fucking think about it for 5 seconds is what has landed her here. And the reason people like me don't feel particularly fucking charitable is this is somebody who moral flags to the extreme about other people's actions, about how other people live their lives, about how other people interact, and when it comes to the wire, you cannot back the shit up you have been talking. At best, you are fucking incompetent. Best case. And this goes for so many people involved in this shit. Why should anyone fucking listen to any of you? We need Destiny to fight Trump. Why? Dude's a fraud.
No, there's no direction for you to correct the situation, and you've been betrayed by your friend in like a pretty major way, and there's nothing for you to do that doesn't kind of publicly implicate you, and so you want to work with him privately to find a better resolution that you feel at peace with. She's like, yes, that's exactly
Right.
what I want. I want to
Okay.
know that he's not going to do this again, right? That was her orientation in the conversation. So we talked about a couple of strategies about how she could do that. I was like, you could message him. You could go through like other people to message him. You could go through a civil lawsuit. You can take 5 days and just like think about it. Like you don't have to decide right now, but just like let me know what you'd like. And that's when she was like, yeah, I think I'd really appreciate if you just like told him where I'm at, communicate like emotionally. 'Cause she's like, I feel like when I communicate with him, like he's not understanding it. I don't feel really understood. And I feel like you do.
I don't think this is examined enough, but Tom, through this entire interview, looks like he's just like losing his mind. Like, I don't watch enough Tom. My favorite things from Tom are the Tom IRL stuff, if I'm honest. I don't watch his like video essays. But he just looks dead inside. Just absolutely fucking dead inside.
Understand me. And I said, okay, yeah, I'm happy to communicate how you're feeling to him.
Okay, so then from there, you go and talk to him, at which point you already know from based on what Strader Aid said that it seemed like it was shared unconsensually. What did he say?
I think she confirmed that. So Pixie also confirmed that when we met.
Okay, all right.
And
So
that's when he said to me, so when I confronted him, I said, did she agree to it? And he said, probably not. It was like 3 years ago, so I don't remember exactly, and I didn't think it would be a big deal, but yeah, probably not. So I took that as him saying no. To be clear, he never said to me, I guess, explicitly no, which is probably something that he might take contention with. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. So you guys have that conversation. So at that point, Pixie wants some kind of justice, doesn't want her name out there. Obviously what Steve's position is. Where does it go from there? From here, you kind of start mediating conversations between them and what he wants versus what she wants.
Well, at first I basically go like a big part of this was, okay, he said to me, like in my recollection and my perception of the conversation, it felt like he was saying like more or less like, I mean, yeah. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, this is a big fuck up. Like,
Did
he recognize how bad it was?
This is such a huge fuck up, guys. What are you doing? I can't. You really fucked this one up, man. Imagine Destiny walks in covered in blood, erudite. I've just like murdered and eaten a child on the street. Wow, that's a real optical faux pas. She can't bring herself to call it what it is.
yes. He's like, I know. And I was like, it's really bad. And he's like, I know. He was like, okay, I don't know. I think publicly he hasn't said what he's doing like legally behind the scenes. So I like literally can't tell you that, but he told me a number of things just because like I don't want to get caught up in a lot of the lawsuits in part. And secondly, I think if some of the things get public, it could like implicate part of what's trying to be done from both sides, I think, as far as like investigation and stuff. So he basically like told me what he was doing behind the scenes as far as like what to do. And then I was like sitting there being like, okay, but like, what did you say? Like when she first approached you, I was like pushing him and he was like, fuck, like, I don't know. He's like, if you want, you can just read our entire DMs. Like I can show you our entire DMs of like what I said to her so that you know like how I responded. And I was like, to be honest, I would appreciate that. So
are these the same DMs that already got leaked or is this a different conversation?
Fuck, I would need to look. I think almost all of them are the exact ones that got leaked, except rather than it being like clipped up into little images, it would be like the entire thing. And like their whole conversation, which has lots of extras in it, but more or less, I think what's been leaked.
Okay. And what was your impression of that conversation once you read that?
Basically, I read that as, okay, so he knows that he's done wrong. And when she brings
How did I read that? Well, I read it that he was really sorry, guys. He was so sorry. And I understood immediately how sorry he was. He offered to pay her bills for a bit, like just chip in. How sorry he was. Didn't you see that he's sorry? Fuck.
brings it to him, the first thing that he does is basically say, I'm really sorry. Like, there's no excuse, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm glad that at least, like, when she's talking to him, he's, like, fully acknowledging, like, he fucked up here. Him and I read through some of the plan. I think some of the plan is probably excluded, like, what he's doing, like, behind the scenes and legally. And he also talked to me about the money offer. And I was like, why did you offer her money? And he was like, well, he's like, I know it looks scummy, but I also know she's like applying for LSAT, so I just figured like it's not much, but it's something I can do to help because she's fucked, like she got fucked over. She did nothing wrong.
Doesn't that kind of read as like him offering her money for some benefit in exchange for her silence?
To be honest, I really didn't read it that way, particularly because it's like caveated with like.
So if he paid and she went public, you'd be fine with that. Sorry, hold on. Let me bring this up again. You know, where was it? Worst outcome, she wasn't trying to fleece you. If she's genuinely trying to fleece you, you will be able to catch it in a combo. If you're saying that he was already agreeing to pay her, what's the context of those DMs? Can you phrase Erudite's argument in Fortnite terms? I can't, because I don't play Fortnite. You need Nick for that. I don't understand. None of this makes sense.
I know that this looks scummy, especially now that I have full context. I realize the idea actually came from Aaron, and then he suggested to her, like, I believe within an hour, if I'm looking at the times correctly, like he immediately suggested it to her. So it's coming from somebody now I realize even that was in his mind talking to her and communicating like what she wanted. And my understanding as well is that was something that is probably the right thing to do. Like he should probably, you're like, it's not much, but it's something I can do to help because like.
Hey, Diesel, can you explain this in D&D terms? Yeah, sure. The, in D&D terms, the Dungeon Master has been, sharing the character sheets of players with a second party, which has used them maliciously to fuck over the players in their adventuring campaign. Some players really like this Dungeon Master because they're insufferable dicks who couldn't find another one, and they're desperate for their D&D campaign to continue, to the detriment of the entire party and the wider D&D community.
Like she's fucked, like she got fucked over. She did nothing wrong.
Doesn't that kind of read as like him offering her money for some benefit in exchange for her silence?
To be honest, I really didn't read it that way, particularly because it's like caveated with like, I know that this looks scummy, especially now that I have full context. I realize the idea actually came from Aaron, and then he suggested it to her like, I believe within an hour, if I'm looking at the times correctly, like he immediately suggested it to her. So it's coming from somebody now I realize even that was in his mind talking to her and communicating like what she wanted. And my understanding as well is that was something that is probably the right thing to do. Like he should probably, if she's like doesn't want to go public or anything, and because of that she can't like sue him. If he's remorseful and like wants to take accountability for his actions, he should like probably pay for therapy and like probably her living for a while to like help her out, basically. Like that seemed like alongside the other stuff that he was doing, to be honest, like the right response, if I'm being honest.
I mean, I guess the concern for me is like, you know, Pixie, I mean, in her own statement, she said that there's, you know, I think she said 3 people total, her and 2 other people that he seemingly done this to. And I mean, you know, obviously it's her decision whether or not it goes public, but, you know, the problem with it maybe not going public at some point is, he doesn't face actual repercussions for his actions, which is like public scrutiny, right? Because.
Yeah. Now look, I'm in a weird situation in some respects because this was going public whether I was involved or not. But this like culture of silence around this stuff, and we all kind of know this, right? The culture of silence just continues abusive behaviors. Because it allows enough deniability. Like, people point to Queeman earlier, and they're like, well, Queeman's been able to challenge this. Yeah, but most people just haven't bothered. They've swept for it for a variety of fucking reasons. And not just in this case, in other ones as well. You know? These Destiny and the way Destiny behaves is not... Like, I say this in the video. I wasn't shocked by the leaks. I was like, yeah. I mean, it's Destiny, of course. But when you're sat, especially as a political creator, where you're like, you've got this really strong, like, moral positions, you're kind of a little bit fucked if you're associating with somebody like that, right? It might screw you over a little bit. I don't know, I'm just saying.
If he gets it in his head, he can just pay his way out of these situations. And to be clear, he has enough money to do that. You know, he can pay for her law school and still be okay. It's like, what incentive is there for him to not do it again in the future if he thinks he might be able to get away with it? You know?
Yeah, this is why when I talked to Pixie, I told her like if you want to sue him, I like support you in doing that. I've never said anything different with her. I think that's like fully within her right. I just know for her, I guess, to be.
Isn't that interesting though, that, you know, when they're talking about this, they're talking about like reasonable repercussions, and the way Erudite frames it in the DMs is that's repercussions for the hacker, making sure the video is taken down. Erudite's not like there should be like criminal repercussions. She's like, you want to know that Destiny's not going to do that again. Well, where's that assurance? And the answer, I believe, is, listen, I'm Erudite, and I say that Destiny is really, really sorry, guys. Trust me, I'm a therapist.
Be specific. She explicitly told me that if this stuff became more public, that was the thing that made her want to kill herself. She was terrified of like family finding out. She was terrified of like friends and stuff finding out and like seeing this content. And she was like, that was the thing like driving her suicidality, was the publicity of it, which is why she didn't want to go to like civil court, right? So then I'm like, what's if the publicity part is attached to the suit, which she said she talked to lawyers, I just believed her. It sounds like that's also correct. Then it's like, what's the next best thing for her? Because I think that she deserves something. But
so what was your kind of goal throughout all of this? Because obviously it puts you in a very awkward position where on one hand you're trying to help out your friend, but at the same time, I mean,
I have so many thoughts to do with this. You're dealing with public figures. It's really shitty, but it is the reality. Like, there's this like general phrase of like, some people shouldn't be content creators. It is. It's stressful if you're under a lot of public scrutiny, but that's, I don't know, what you signed up for. Pixie's dad publicly thanked Destiny for being so good to his daughter. Shit, super fucked, yeah. Do you want to know something? I told my dad about this. I phoned my dad about this. Not just about this, we were generally talking. But I asked his opinion on it. I was like, what do you think? He was like, fuck is going on the internet, Beckett? This is insane. I was like, yeah, I don't normally talk to you about it, but like, I just want to know what your opinion on this is. And he was like, it's fucked. It's absolutely fucked. You know? I won't tell you in detail. But yeah, I wanted his opinion. You know, it's really difficult. Destiny's not just a small shitter streamer. You're talking about somebody who has a genuine media profile. We talk about like the problem with like Harvey Weinstein and shit is like access. Destiny has endless access.
You're I don't know if you're employed by Destiny, but you work with him. Obviously,
We
he's
co-own
helping
a
you out a
business
lot.
together.
Yeah, right. So like what kind of position are you in at that point? Like how are you feeling? Are you thinking like, can I continue working with this guy if he's doing this kind of stuff? Are you thinking of cutting him off? Like what kind of position is that putting you in?
I mean, before I sent the message to Aaron, I was talking to my husband, like to Nick, and I was like, if he recorded somebody without their knowledge and sent it out, like I don't think I can, like I don't know what to do. I don't think I can work with. That's a line I can't.
Okay, well that line was crossed. Now I don't know if this line was crossed before Erudite. This interview happened before that line was crossed. I'm not sure. But what I will say is Destiny has seemingly previously admitted to doing that even before Cherry. And I don't understand why that's your line. He's done this really bad thing, guys, but if he did this other bad thing, well, that would be too far for me. Okay, sure. Well, now that line has been seemingly crossed, and Cherry has pressed criminal charges, I'm sure Erudite is done. Right? It's too far. And this is also the problem with like the moral position when you're in business with somebody. There are arguments for like, listen, I'm in business, this is my job. Listen, I would literally starve to death without it. We can talk about it and you can have criticisms, but this is the reality I'm in. Why do people want to sleep with Destiny? Power and influence is attractive.
I don't fuck with that shit. Like that's insane. And it sounds like I know recently like Cherry has made some statements. Just to be clear, I don't know anything about those leaks, and so like I don't know. I need to figure out what's going on with those additional leaks, because like a pretty hard line for me is like if somebody does according to somebody else, that's a pretty hard line for me.
Right. Well, even outside of the recording, I mean, the question of whether or not the recording was consented to, the spreading around certainly wasn't from your perspective. Is that enough to draw a line 100%. Or no?
So that it's not for me. The issue.
Okay, it's not. You recognize how much damage this has done to your friends, but it's not enough. I really hate this interview because her whole takeaway from this is I can fix him, but it's just couched in therapy speak. Yeah.
Issue is that what was a line for me before, I was like, okay, if she did consent to the recording, but not to the spreading around, which I'm assuming that she hadn't, then I said, what matters to me is like how he responds. Is he trying to fix it? Is he being remorseful? Is he like reaching out to her to like find some level of solution? If that's like his initial response, that to me is a lot more meaningful. Because it's like,
I guess
okay, well,
I guess my question
up.
would be like, why do you draw a line there? Like, it's not like he slipped on a banana peel, like he.
He needs to be remorseful, guys. He needs to be so sorry. And then, like, how? Like, he did this to multiple people. It's like where you draw the line is, and it's really weird in this, it's weird to watch in this drama, especially with Lav and Mr. Girl coming back. Because I found myself saying this, like, I'll be straight up. I was like, I don't want to give Mr. Girl a W. I don't want to give Lav a W. I don't want to be like, yeah, they were right. I don't want to do that. Both of them are insufferable. But that's the problem, isn't it? That's what's kept this protected. It's like, well, the people around him who've attacked him before, Jar has this issue. Like, you look at Jar, and people do this thing where they go, well, why didn't any of his other dramas come to the top? Because some of the people who'd gone after him were psychopaths and they lied about him. That's why. That's why Jar survived so long. Anyway, sorry. If I'm pausing, it's because my brain is shifting and restarting.
He was in one of his goon sessions and he decided to send a video to some random Discord e-girl of Pixie engaging with him. Like, why would... I mean, obviously, he had to have known that, whether or not he was the one to leak it to the public, he had to have known that he's running the risk of that video being publicized when he's sending a video of, him and another person sexually interacting to someone random that he met on Discord, or even someone he may have trusted, right? Like, if Pixie didn't consent, he had to have known he ran the risk of that being publicized in some way, considering how, how much public scrutiny there is around Destiny, and frankly, how many people would love to have a video of him engaging in that, as we've seen from the Twitter stuff, right? Like, is that not something he should have been pretty, I don't know, forward thinking about?
Yeah, I agree that, like, the issue is, like, it's not that I'm not saying it wasn't a fuck up. Like, I agree that it was a fuck up, and I think it was a massive betrayal of trust. Just to me, like,
do you know what? Like, the take that Pixie was extorting Destiny, whatever you want to make of what Sunday said, a lot of people saw those DMs and had that initial gut reaction to it. I know, because I showed them to 2 other people over the weekend while this was, like, going on, and they had that reaction. They were like, what? Because it's an easy, instant reaction to have, right? The problem I have with this is Erudites had time to process all of this. Whereas, like, I can look at it and go, that's a mistake as a read. That's an uncharitable, unfair, unkind read. I can just own the position. I'm just an asshole for taking that position or reading in that way. Again, I've never cared if Pixie got a bag, but still, it is an asshole read. The problem is, like, from Erudite's perspective, it's only now where she's being forced to really examine the situation that she's got that problem.
Recording somebody and then without their knowledge and leaking it is like a full-on, like, it's a pretty, like, sexually invasive crime. Leaking somebody's nudes, I think, is also really bad. To be clear, I think it is really bad. But the issue is that I think it's fundamentally just a more common issue that people do. It's definitely, in my experience, not the first time that somebody has, like, leaked nudes. I think it's really bad. I think it's not okay. Like, when you hear about, like, guys, like, showing...
Spencer Howell with the 5. I've never seen Queeman become that morally indignant before the cherry leaks. Even Sunday said Mr. Girl was actually a white knight regarding Anna. Yeah, I saw Cherry come out with a statement. Like, I don't know the details of it because Just Ilk seems to be the go-between that. And I don't want to get more fucking involved. I don't. Right? I didn't instantly go live and try and turn this into a fucking spectacle. As I said at the beginning of this fucking stream, I didn't want to go live with this. I just wanted to make a fucking video. I don't blame Queeman. Some of this is... Okay, I'll say this. When I started looking through Kiwi Farms, when I started actually looking at the evidence of this, when I started looking at the orbiters and how people had reacted to this, I was fucking appalled. Part of the reason I don't want to over-explain and I'm just like, give me criticism for it, it's okay, is because I understand that there are always going to be questions about decisions made in these sort of situations, but I was appalled. I had that little human moment where I was like, fuck. And I remember the Mr. Girl stuff happening. I remember other things happening. I'm like, was I fucking, like... I was never a Destiny Orbiter or anything else, but did I just sort of, like, go, BPD women? And that's a little bit of a fucking gross thing to think. I think a few people feel that. I think a few people in the DGG orbit feel that. I don't blame people for looking at this and being like, it's horrific. I ended the video off being like, I'm not an accountability channel, and I don't want to be, because I don't want to be. But it's really hard to look at this and not be like, yeah, maybe there should be some fucking repercussions. That's what I meant by it. I've never been like a Destiny A-logger or hater. I've never been a fan. But I saw this, and importantly, I knew the political scene, and I knew a lot of people involved, and I was just fucking appalled. And I will own having that emotional reaction to it. And if that emotional reaction clouded my judgments in some way, I don't know. I don't know if that's, I don't know. I'd like to think that I treated this as what it was, which is a serious spiraling situation where I ended up holding a bag and made a choice to make a video. But I'd be lying if I said that I didn't have a fucking emotional reaction to it. Like, obviously, I don't think you can look at this stuff and not. Anyway. Yeah, I don't blame Queen for being fucking indignant at the whole thing. It's wild.
Other guys, like, hits that some girls enter, like, I think it's gross, and there's a reason I don't look at it.
I mean, that's, you know, that's, I agree it's less severe, but, you know,
so
this
that's
isn't,
why.
this is, but this isn't a bunch of,
this
this isn't a bunch of high schoolers, right? This is a 35-year-old guy who's doing this.
Sure, but the law and morals are different, right? In the case of like recording somebody against their consent and then releasing it against their consent is a totally different action to me than like having it sent to them and then thinking it would stay private because they're sending it to somebody else and giving it to somebody else, which they shouldn't have done. Like these are just the intention and everything behind it is a lot different to me.
So is your concern entirely the legality versus the morality? Like is the morality not really
my read on Nick is that he saw this and had a human moment. I thought it was horrific as well. I know. That's my opinion.
Question for you?
No, I think morality is a really big question. But I'm saying that basically, to some degree, I suppose I'm saying I agree with the law here. I agree with the law drawing a line here saying like this
Isn't it really convenient where people can just go, oh yeah, but the question's a legal one. I'll level with you. I don't really give a fuck about the legal question. I hope people get the bag. But I care that this is, like, outrageous, frankly. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. But I think this is, I think obvious bad thing is bad thing. I know, wild take, wild take.
Even more severe action. Both are really bad. The issue is that one of them is, like, criminologically bad, and the other one is like, you're a fucking piece of shit.
Okay. So you were okay with working with the piece of shit, to be clear.
I was willing to work with somebody who fucked up and then also showed remorse and was like willing to try to help the person that he fucked over and correct it. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess moving on from that interaction. So where did the kind of conversation go from there once you had gotten his side and gotten her side? You at that point,
when Queeman's fundamental values come out, he's a lot more compassionate than he pretends to be. I think Queeman is not like an evil human being. I don't think out of him.
A lot of the DMs seem to be you kind of mediating, talking to her about what she wants versus what Steven is willing to provide and do. What was your kind of perspective on those interactions? Before we get into the specific stuff, I guess just overarchingly, what was your goal there?
Sorry, I think I'm not understanding your question. Could you just rephrase it?
I guess okay. What was your goal past that point? Once you found out what he had apparently done, and you seemingly got confirmation. Once you found out how her feelings were on it, what was your goal past that point? Was it just to help Pixie out? Was it to protect Destiny from the allegations?
No. So like this is the biggest frustration. I don't know if you've seen the Fairy Queen leaks or whatever. I don't know why people keep saying this. They keep saying that I asked her to delete the comment, but you can just read my message. I explicitly tell her I'm messaging her because I don't want her to remove the comment. I want her to remove the identifying piece where she talks about like friends, because I don't want anything that could narrow it to Pixie, because the main thing that Pixie has.
This is okay, but this is insane. I'm sorry, this is so insane. It's really frustrating. It's like it's your first day on the fucking internet. And I don't believe it either. And you ended up just drawing more attention to it. Because people knew that you're like, you know the leaks were there. Hold on, let me get this fucking screenshot up, actually. Let me remind myself what this screenshot is. Where's FQ? I think I have it here somewhere. Is it this one? Okay. I don't think I have the original comment. What did Erudite specifically say? Just gonna read it. Hey FQ, I get that you're mad at me, and that's fair. We've got differences, but I wanted to ask you about what people to think about the people involved in the leaks. I've been talking with them, and they really want as little attention on this as possible. Your comments is kind of confirming it's them, which they're denying, drawing more attention to it. For their sake, I'd really appreciate it if you'd consider removing that part of your comment. Fairy Queen, do you acknowledge that Melina is claiming Steven shared these videos without her consent? Have you confronted Steven privately about this? Will you disassociate him for sharing another woman's sex tape without her consent? Gotcha. I'm not an extension of Steven. You're not a feminist. This was about Melina. Seemingly. And if your whole thing is, well, I wasn't against people discussing the leaks generally or what had happened, it's like, well, it seems like you wanted to silence it. And sure, you can make the argument that that's from for the victims and everything else, but this is a massive fucking story. It's just a little delusional. You know, there are other comments where it's like, you know, people Streisand affect these things, and you know, you can see this in the DMs between Sunday and Straight Raid. Where they're concerned about like Pixie going private, because when you do that, it's like confirmation. She's very clearly asking her to answer for Steven's actions. It's not about Melina. The fact that this is being talked about is like a general thing. I mean, and if Erudite has issues around those comments, she's got to know that she's going to get them. And frankly, the more you shut this stuff down, the more you end up in situations like Bad Empanada, bringing out fucking crazy allegations against people. They will weaponize this. They had time to work out a strategy to deal with this, and they didn't. And I know I've spoken to Parallax, by the way, about this. I'm going to be honest with you, Parallax. I see this interview, and it doesn't change my position. I think this is, like, absurd. Erudite needs to display at some point that she has actually pushed back on this with Steven with more than "you need to feel bad." Once again, where is it? There's merit in that. You should engage with her because she was/is your friend, and you genuinely do feel bad. You're telling him how to feel. Yeah, you're fine, Parallax. Look, I get where you're coming from, and I appreciate you like trying, like looking at it critically. But I think, I'll be honest, everything I have seen since this came out from NSC is her trying everything she can to hold on. It's just crazy. And I also don't believe that this person, who is apparently one of the closest people to Steven, didn't know anything and was just finding it out going along.
Has said to me over and over is the publicity piece. So the only thing that I have cared about, by and large, has been following what Pixie feels that she needs in that moment, right? Listening to like what she's asking for. There are certain things it's possible that she could ask me to do where I'd be like, I'm not comfortable facilitating this, right? But saying something like, please don't make my name public, please don't address it publicly, and please like try to keep it as quiet as possible. 110% I'm going to do that, like no question.
So
And
you say
if
the
you look at
Fairy
the Fairy
Queen
Queen
leaks, do you mean is this message, right? Let me just to confirm with you.
Yes. So if you
Okay.
read, I get that you're mad, that's fair. Your comment is kind of confirming that it's them, which they're denying, and drawing more attention to their. I'd really appreciate if you considered removing that part of your comment, right? Just that part. And there's a reason that I didn't just delete it immediately.
I got atted with something. I'm interested. Hold on. What did I say?
What makes any of these fucking people think?
What?
How do you, like, again, what makes any of these fucking people think they are good enough to tell anyone else how they should be fucking acting? Unreal. Why doesn't anybody listen to the left? Why doesn't anybody, I don't know, because the hero of liberals or whatever is apparently a sex fiend.
Fuck.
One of the leading leftists is a horse fucker. And the rest of them, filtering down, are people like Xanderhall, who essentially gay up themselves, and people like Tyler, who can't keep their fucking brain straight long enough to just hold their own basic principles. How do you, like, again...
Moody added a fucking fade out. Oh, fuck. Yeah, listen, Parallax, we can talk about stuff. You know we can. It's fine. Parallax is all right. Parallax is all right. I get where he's coming from.
Because I'm fine with the discussion of it. I'm fine with people like talking about whether Destiny's a piece of shit. I think all of that is really valid. But what's not valid is like making Pixie's plight worse. That's not valid.
How can you talk about why Destiny is a piece of shit effectively when everyone is refusing to acknowledge what is all over Kiwi farms? You can't. At some point, you will draw attention to it.
And like until she decides that she wants to go public, I'm not taking that from her.
Right. So here, Fairy Queen.
I want to be clear. Other people did. Not just the fact this spread so far, the fact it was basically at this point an open secret, the fact that, you know, Bad Empanada got into a position where he could make a video on it. There were a lot of fucking trigger pulls through this. If you want to like apply blame, if it like matters at like a key point, the minute these DMs started leaking through Aaron, that's like a key point of violation. And it forces everyone else into insane positions, because you can see this happening now, right? This is like a primary concern if you're talking about like sort of additional people around this. Anybody like these DMs, the DMs between Erudite and Pixie are a cognito hazard. They were going to drop. Everything leaks. And anyone who had even the slightest awareness of them would then be witch hunted down. Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you go public? Why didn't you take these actions? They're a cognito hazard. It put everyone who knew about them, just knowing about them, frankly, at risk. And actually, at the core, this risk started with Destiny. Destiny got hacked. He's a victim of revenge porn, but Destiny set this situation up of putting his friends, people he worked with, at massive risk. He put Erudite at risk, actually. If I was NSC, I'd be fucking livid. Because let's say hypothetically, for a second, and I don't believe this, but let's say NSC is being honest about how she felt. Destiny fucked her. Destiny allowed her to take on the risk of knowing about this, of communicating with Pixie, and did nothing about it. Great friend you got there, NSC. I'm so glad you stuck your neck out for him.
Queen asks, they say, do you acknowledge that Melina is claiming Steven shared these videos without her consent? Have you confronted Steven about this? Will you dissociate from him for sharing another woman's sex tapes without her consent? You said, gotcha, I'm not an extension of Steven, you're not a feminist, and you blocked her. What, were you blocking her because it seemed like she wasn't going to edit her comment, or because you didn't want to answer these questions publicly? Like, what was the concern here, I guess?
It basically seems like, so Fairy Queen and I have a history, just to be clear. A really weird history, where she constantly is accusing me of things and then coming to me behind the scenes to like help.
I want to be really clear about Fairy Queen as well, because I've said this publicly on the stream where I covered her stuff. Fairy Queen's biggest grievance is that she's not Erudite. She wanted to be what Erudite is. She was a massive Destiny fan and she couldn't get into the orbit. And she feels slighted. And I'm going to keep coming back to this as it comes up. A lot of people are using this drama to air their grievances. That's normal. That's fine. That's not like, I'm not throwing shade or aggression at anybody who's doing that, because that is understandable. We've all interacted in a space. Obviously, I have certain feelings and opinions about certain people, right? I'm not immune to this. I'm talking about myself as well. We've all got opinions around the people who have interacted with us for years. That's the reality. Beckett said it out loud. I'm just being honest. You know? Everyone. Do you know, it's interesting. You can actually pick things out. I saw a tweet from Kilo. Kilo's been going really hard at counterpoints. Because he hates counterpoints. Of all the people, he has a previous experience with counterpoints during PV, where he hates the dude. So he's gone very, very hard at him. There's nothing wrong with that. But people should be honest about their, like, positions. When Sick is coming out and taking shots at certain people, it's Sick hates President Sunday. President Sunday turned up on a panel and just came in and he was like, didn't you rape your sister? Sick hates President Sunday. It's an understandable position for Sick to take. You know, but people are using this, as they do with many dramas, to launder those personal grievances. That's just as Fairy Queen is. Actually, fuck, I had something for this. Where is it? Right, here we go. See, I did come a little prepared. Okay, where is it? Fuck. Rick TV screenshots a post, laughing my fucking ass off. This is mixed Vivian Wolf, by the way. I've got history with Viv. We're like, it's fairly positive, but I know Viv. And Viv's previous thing was she fell out with Wick over a panel on Israel. The Mal trying to cover your ass even though you fucking knew. You know, and you're covering for several. And this is in reference to a tweet where Destiny said, if I'm going down, I'm taking 20 streamers with me. And Wick's like, you should name them. And Wick's like, name them. Viv, can't. The victims don't want to speak out. That's the problem. Twitch boys willfully work and platform people who you know are predators. And the victims are too scared to say anything because of the large platforms and fan bases of those sex pests. This reckoning is long overdue. I only hope it takes as many of you sick fucks out as possible. During this, they are going over a drama that occurred a year and a half ago. A year and a half ago. And they are still fucking angry about it. Parallax is like, oh, you said it out loud. It's just reality. Would I care? Would I have the same feelings? Would Queeman, if there wasn't the awareness of these people, if we hadn't had previous interactions with them, if we hadn't been parts of Twitch Poll? Probably not, actually. There's a level of closeness to this story where it's like, I knew these people. So it has that impact. It's just, you're lying to yourself. And you're lying to, and actually, for those streamers who want to deny this, if anyone sees this and they're like, that's not fucking true, you're lying to your fucking audiences. You listen. When people are covering counterpoints and woo, it's because we hate counterpoints and woo. Right? Anyway. Back to this. There's bits and pieces more of this, and then we're going to start shifting to counterpoints. Because I'm looking forward to the counterpoints woo content.
Help with suicidality or certain things, and the reality is that if somebody's life is at risk and they need help, I'm just going to give it. I'm always going to give it. And so Fairy Queen at this point and I had two separate interactions where she had come to me because somebody she knew or a friend of hers was suicidal, and she was looking for steps about how to handle it. And I helped her every single time. One of the times was also a mutual friend, Xena. All that stuff is very, very public. I did a lot of the similar stuff with Xena. I met up with her. I think with Xena, I actually spent a night at her house just to keep her safe when she was really distressed. Xena, I also did multiple safety calls for her where I reported as she was attempting to the police and stuff like that. So Fairy Queen has this weird dynamic where she keeps coming to me for help with stuff, which I'm always willing to. But then she'll also be like, but why are you such a piece of shit? Why are you friends with Destiny? He's a horrible person. And I'm just like, look, if somebody needs help, I'm always willing to. There's lots of things I disagree with Steven about. But yes, I'm still willing to work with him. So that's part of what's driving this. When she sent all those questions, I was like, oh, so the
counterpoints Queeming convo was a humiliation ritual. I need to watch the woo one first. But yeah, we've got I mean, we'll get through as much of it as we can. Do you know what? We're gonna flip to the end of this. I feel like I've talked enough about NSC. I feel like I've talked enough, so we're gonna get near the end. Hope you're good, Nicandros, as well. Good to see you, buddy.
About flirting with co-canvassers, and
those two were working with me on that event. I'm pretty dubious that it was taken. I don't know for sure. I wasn't there, obviously. I have no idea.
Talking about one of the other videos, I don't know. I saw Nick cover this, and I'm not sure how accurate this is. I've got no fucking idea, so I don't want to linger on it.
Was hanging out with Jasmine, Jafar, and Irrelevant. They were just talking. I think they just went back to his thing to talk, and I think maybe Lauren De Laguna went as well. Okay. So if it happened maybe the day after, I'm not really sure. But I'm pretty sure I would be very surprised. I don't know when they found time.
probably a lot of the audience by extension, I think you did succeed in that. Obviously beyond that point, people will probably criticize you.
Let me see. See if I can find Clinic. Maybe not.
You for associating with Destiny at all, but yeah, I think that's about all there is to that. Is there anything else you want to say before I end the recording?
No, I guess mostly I just I appreciate you giving me the time to listen. If you want to stay private, we stay I think that's fair, right? But this is can you trust his political?
Is it 108? Okay, we'll go from here.
Reason for your, business partnership, for like Bridges podcast, all of that shit is because of him, right?
I agree.
You're an extension of the Destiny community. The guy running the community is messaging e-girls from his community, nudes of other girls from his community that he's farming. Which actually brings me to another thing that I guess I wanted to talk about, which is something I was just looking into. So I saw this post.
Oh, it's the canvassing complaints. Jesus. Okay. I don't want to go too far over this.
Considering. So this is implying Steven's considering taking legal action against Kiwi Farms. Can you talk about that at all?
Yeah, this shit's insane. I saw Noel's comment about this. And it's why would you run... why would you speed run becoming fucking Keffals? It's wild. Did Destiny ever, did Destiny wear, the Sonichu medallion as, a cock ring? At some point? Are we going to find a picture of that? Okay. I think I need 5 minutes and a drink. So because of that, what do I want to do? I want to put on. I'm gonna just hook on. Yeah, I'm gonna put on a Jeff Rosenstock song, and I will work out. That was a mistake. I'll put on Jeff Rosenstock's song. Grab a drink. He was supposed to destroy Keffals, not become her. True. True. There's another one I like.
Worry about the roadhouse.
I don't know if that works for me. Fuck, I need to find something. Beckett, do you but I cancel my plans for tonight? Based. I do need to, I need another drink. I need to walk around. You just claimed that he was wearing one in one of the videos. Who is going to dispute it? I quite liked Harmful Opinions coverage of this, to be fair. I think that was pretty based. Oh. I need to find something. I'm logged into the wrong account, so I can't see my own shit. Give me a second. Let me find my own music account. What do I have? What even is this? Why do I have a folder called intro music? What the fuck is this? I've never seen this before. Did I like make a folder called intro music and then completely fucking forget about it? That's insane. I'm clearly super fucking broken. I'm trying to find something that I can play that's not gonna my fucking stream like copyrighted. Okay, do you know what? Fuck it. That's what we're gonna play. For no particular reason. Nothing to do with anything we're watching. I just want to listen to it from my phone. I can't find. While I go and grab things. I'll be back in a bit. Will you look at that timing? Will you look at that timing? Oh. Jesus. Okay. Okay. What version of the Bible is it? I don't know. It's just a decent sized Bible. Okay. Beckett ran. I was literally gone for like 3 minutes to get a drink. You're all so impatient. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh. Give me 2 secs. Let me just check through messages. Get my fucking brain to work. That'd be nice. I'd appreciate that. be enjoyable as a position to take. Just want to say I love your hairstyle, Becca. Thank you. It is very easy to manage and I can cut it myself. So there we go. It's the simple things. Are we ready to watch fucking... Are we ready for some Wu-Tang? This is 4 hours long. We are not watching all of it, okay? Did anyone timestamp this shit? We're going to flick through. Fuck it. We'll see what we can find. And then we're going to go to the Queeman Lav conversation because it is a treat. There is the Dan conversation. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to set a goal. I'm going to check it first. Hold on. Let me check it. There is the Dan conversation. So we're going to set a goal for this. You can have a while to fill it. Okay? How much is that? We're gonna say 20 teal super chats for Dan. Dan stream. And I'll stream through. Okay? That is your current goal. If this works. Yeah? For 20. I haven't set a goal all night. Okay? Unless this is real fucking boring. In which case we'll do it anyway. Let's go.
Yeah, hey. Fed Sunil. This thing is on. Can you hear me okay? Let me know if you can hear me okay. We're just going live. Not early. We did plan on being here at 6:30. However, Brianna does have a meeting. Fine.
Let's get Brianna on, okay?
Do I need to turn her up at all? Let me know in the chat.
Guys, she looks like a fucking alien. Look, I don't want to take any like really heavy shots here, but like, come on. Whatever.
But good evening. I think we're actually all having a very weird week. Do you wanna share anything before we kind of get into
No,
it?
let's just get into it. Sounds good. Thank you, sweetie.
Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna do actually, I already kind of brought up as many documents as I thought were relevant. So I have Pixie Substack. I have the Mr. Girl report. I have Mr. Girl celebrating, I think in a kind of a gross way on Twitter in 2 different ways that I think are worthy of some level of criticism, even if we keep it focused on Pixie, even if we keep it focused on Destiny. And then I have Destiny's reaction in offline chat to the backlash that he's getting right now via Nicholas Diorio. And so I think all of this is relevant. Do you think that...
I should be clear, I'll disclose my biases. Connor's always been pretty chill with me. I've always had a pretty good relationship with Counterpoints, actually. And what I will say about Counterpoints, for everything about him, during the PV stuff, when I actually spoke to him and he began to understand my position, he was charitable to that. So what's your opinion? Did Wu get work done, or is she a filter? She looks like she has a cat face from the plastic surgery. Oh fuck, only knows, man. I don't know what filter is doing that to her, but listen. It's just oh fucking no, man.
That we should add anything else to this outline?
Let's just keep going on through it. So yeah, Connor, I just want to hit this right off the bat up front. When this was all breaking, I put out a tweet saying I just didn't want to get involved with it. Right. I don't, can we just hit this head on before we start, man?
Sure, go ahead.
Sure.
Like, I like Steven. I like literally every single person in his orbit. I like Cherry. I like Kyla. I like Pixie a lot. Actually, I love working with Pixie. She's a great person. But there is the true to God, swear to God reason. I have not been on Destiny's stream since last year. Like I literally chose not to like dial in all last year. So there's some quality to his life. There's something about him, and I don't know what it is, but it just sucks you into all this horseshit around him. And we're laughing, but it's not.
No. I've been swimming in it. I've been swimming in it for 4 or 5 years. I've almost enjoyed the experience a little bit.
It's not fun for me, Connor. Like this week.
I want to point a chat out. Pixie didn't want this public. She was forced by Straight Raid leaking to President Sunday and Beckett. Well, that's not untrue. To be clear, it's not like it was just President Sunday. There is always a concern that when a drama like this happens, the instant thing to do is find other scapegoats and other things. Well, this thing's bad, so we can focus in there. And sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. Depends on the drama, depends how much people care. The reality is that Brianna talks about getting sucked in. Brianna sucks herself into everything. She did this with the Vosh stuff. She did it with Keffels. She has got involved in so much drama within Twitch poll because she feels personally slighted by things. It is unfucking real. This whole thing of, actually, I'm the adult in the room, I'm the professional. Seriously, fuck off. It's insane. It's insane cope. The reason she's leaving and breaking away is because she is getting fucking ripped apart because she has refused to take a strong stance. Her original tweet, let me see if I can find it. I do not for the 5, no idea who these people are or what's going on, but thankful for the background noise tonight. These two people are two political creators. It is Counterpoints and Brianna Wu. They are both in the Destiny orbit and they're discussing it. And I want to find this particular tweet. God, look how much she's been fighting. This is Kid Not Kin? Is that Kid? No, I don't think it is. Anyway, no, somebody else. I'm going fucking crazy. I'm just an idiot. Something I've often wondered about, if diversity is our greatest strength, why is it that we have to be reminded of that every terrorist attack? As a trans woman. Shit. Where the fuck is it? It's Jan 24th. Do. I need a favor from my friends in Israel. What? I hadn't actually scrolled through a Twitter. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? I encourage, actually, do you know what? Fuck this. I encourage you guys to go and look at some of the tweets around this story. And what people have been pointing out. Jesus. Basically, she came out and she said, I don't really want to take sides. I work with Pixie. I like Steven. I hope everything can be, settled. I've got very strong opinions on Brianna Wu. And while I have always disliked Brianna, I'll be honest with you, in the last several months, I don't talk about this much, my opinions have diminished significantly. Fuck Brianna Wu. I talked earlier about personal grievances, right? I cannot stress enough how much I say, Fuck Brianna Wu. Thank you, Killjoy. So, Brianna tweeted out, I should probably be smart enough to keep my mouth shut about the Destiny Pixie lawsuit, but here goes. I care about both of them. Pixie is a good friend and someone I've worked with on several projects. She's seriously talented, fun to work with, and complements my skills in a way that make collaborations really rewarding. Before all this came up, I had planned to hire her for an upcoming project, and I'm sticking with that decision. For the record, following through on this hire isn't me taking sides. I've made that clear to both her and people close to Steven. They both deserve their day in court, and I'm not here to weigh in what's ultimately between them. I have offered no opinion on the action privately, and made it clear I cannot. I just want to be honest about where I'm coming from. Adulting can be awkward like this. I do hope people will let the legal process play out instead of turning this into a content or drama. It's a serious situation for both of them, and they both deserve better than the avalanche of shitty clickbait sure to come. Lav, morally reprehensible statement, and from the bottom of my heart, I wish you nothing but the worst. The worst fate for me would be being you, having been an eager, disposable fuck for a streamer and trying to base a career off whining about it for eternity. If the Atlantic slave trade were a personality, that would be you. Sherry, Brianna Wu is falsely self-appointed expert who wields her name as it relates to Gamergate at other women to remove their agency and devalue their voice and their stories with misogyny and shame. This is inexcusable. The label of feminist needs to stop acting as a shield for people like her. Because Lav's response was, what an appropriate statement. Destiny never fucked me. I am tired with people like you. Your words will not age well. You got me to engage seething with you when I was a younger woman and angry. Now I pity you in your situation. You will never get me to hate myself as much as you hate yourself. For all my faults, I can't imagine not taking sides when there's a clear victim. Again, wish you nothing but exactly what's coming to you. Imagine being in the middle of a conversation about abuse and making comments that the person you're fighting with is a fucking, like, sex plaything. A fuck doll. Like, imagine doing that. This is somebody who wants to be taken seriously. Listen, I said this earlier. I've had my issues with Cherry over the years. And they vary, okay? But she has been pretty fucking based recently. I don't know what else to say about it.
I am... like this Trump executive orders came out, I've got real world fucking shit to do. I've got real world stuff to do. I've got real media to do that policymakers watch. I've got meetings with elected officials to have. I've got meetings with the Democratic Party as we're trying to figure out what the fuck our trans messages should be. I've got real world stuff to do, and I'm literally trying to save my rights. And just unapologetically, that is my mission. I don't, like, if Destiny committed some sex crimes, that is terrible, and I will judge that as the facts come out in court, whether I'm going to work with him or not. I just don't have time to stress this shit because I've got real shit to do. Well, and there's something about his fucking life that just sucks me into it.
Well, when the Vosh stuff came out, it was election time, guys. I don't know if we can judge Vosh too harshly. Brianna puts herself in these positions. No one does it for her. And then she acts high and mighty about it. It's fucking insufferable. She has been involved in all these fucking dramas through the last 2 years. I said this when she turned up in the space. I said this to everyone. I said, if you work with Brianna, you will come to regret it. And I'm not a perfect person. But as I say, an awful lot of dramas, frankly, could be avoided if people just listened to me when I gave an opinion and I'm asked. Fucking unreal. And you know the worst thing about this is she's dragging Connor down with her. for all his faults, he is getting dragged down with her.
Well, I think that's part of the reason why a lot
if she's so busy with real world shit, then why is she there? Yeah, it's a good question, isn't it?
DDGers, including people who are in my chat right now, they're bitter. They're angry. And the reason why they're bitter and angry is because you have this guy who, listen, if you're a Destiny hater in the chat, that's totally fine, but I'm just going to lay it out, I think, the way most people within his community.
Didn't she come on Now Recording to defend Kaffles? Yeah, so at one point, Jenny and Brianna were friends. I don't think this is a massive secret. And eventually, Jenny got me to have a conversation with Brianna. She was like, you should meet her, make up your own mind. And it was after that that she came on Now Recording. Now, my opinion on Brianna never changed. I think I said this to Brianna directly, actually. I said, you strike me as somebody, like, I meet in the real world, who's a politician or an ambassador. And ambassadors are really interesting people, much more interesting than just politicians, because ambassadors are master diplomats. They are the sort of people who will smile and say the nicest things, but their intention is to sell you a warship. They are salesmen for their countries. They're either selling an idea, or trade, or just diplomacy. They are salesmen. And quite often, they're people you should not trust. You will not get honesty from them. And Brianna has continued to strike me that way. Real fucking slimy shit, frankly.
Community perceive him. He's intelligent.
Yeah.
He's charismatic.
Wildly-
He can hold his own in a debate. He's a decent researcher, and he's an effective rhetorician, right? Yeah. Like if he was Adolf Hitler levels of crimes, these things would still be true, right? And so he kind of, I would say, from 2022 to 2024, it looked like he dedicated himself to getting into the largest rooms possible, based off of his clout and influence and orbit, and it seemed like he was really scratching at like the door to the mainstream. You know, been on Piers Morgan, talking to the DNC chair, talking to real world politicians, talking to these people, talking to that people, been on every big podcast that's available. Basically.
I worked very hard to get that door open for him, Connor. I worked really hard in that change.
And so right when he's reaching the mainstream or whatever, he has this dipshit sex scandal that effectively implodes.
Dipshit sex scandal. Hello, Tailman, with the 4.99 based. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Not just the goodwill of people outside of his community, but implodes the goodwill of a healthy chunk of people within his community. And so he's we should and will focus on the victims, but he's really hurt himself bad in the dumbest way possible.
Like Destiny aside, like I entirely agree with every single word you just said. What is it about? Like, I like Steven so much. I wish he's one of the strongest like figures we've got for articulating like democratic beliefs. I've really enjoyed a lot of his stuff.
I can't imagine in this situation being like, yeah, but he's so strong, guys. I don't know, man. Like, it seems somebody who's meant to be a professional politician might understand the option. Do you know what's insane about Brianna and all the claims of like professional politician really understands what she's talking about? She has the fucking public like sense of a rock. Like, just go through the tweets she puts out. They're insane. They are just... If I didn't know her, if I hadn't watched her for years, I'd accuse her of using rage bait, frankly. Jesus Christ, Nicandros. I can't read that out, buddy. Wait, you put out a $5... Parallax, I can't even see your $5 super chat. Where the fuck did you send a $5 super chat? Oh, all my homies hate Brianna Wu. I completely missed that. Sorry, buddy. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat, Parallax Based.
What is it about him
I'll read your
that
messages.
causes him to have so much thoughtfulness in how he engages on these issues and makes such obviously poor decisions in his personal life that affect everyone around him?
Do you want me to give you a spoiler? I can give you a spoiler right now. So
go ahead.
Oh my god, this is agony.
So we're gonna walk through the narrative. I promise everybody at home will walk through the narrative. However, when I went back and looked at the Destiny report by Mr. Girl, there's an allusion to a video called My Early Life Was Bizarre. And this is Destiny talking about his early life. And in that video, he talks about how he was raised by his parents, I think in Omaha, Nebraska. They ran a daycare center, and basically his parents ignored him because he was the runt of the litter. All of his siblings are 10 years older. So he has more siblings, and he never got to know them or got to know them intimately. Then he was ignored for the daycare, and he talks about how he actually felt pretty bad and would sometimes go hide in the backyard or hide in the front yard, waiting to see how long his parents would take to notice that he was gone. And so to me, that borderline sounds like neglect, right? But he cites that as like, well, you know, everybody says, you know, that this was bad, but I actually credit it with giving me an incredible amount of like emotional resilience. I learned to, you know, not look to others for my sense of self-worth, right? Well, the second thing that I actually think is pretty traumatic is when he was a teenager, his parents went bankrupt.
The second thing I think is pretty traumatic. Do go on.
So he effectively went and lived with his grandmother on weekends in particular, and his grandmother was going senile. So she was having all sorts of issues, including messing herself, including, you know, she had this one proclivity that I think is particularly scarring, which is effectively she would adopt dogs. She would keep them for 3 to 6 months. She would make up a health issue or behavioral issue and then put them down. And over the course of 5 years,
Brianna's reaction. I fucking hate this. Just right off the bat. People's lives aren't difficult. Like, every time stories like this come up, I end up telling like a personal anecdote of my childhood. And I need to stop doing it. Do you know what? I'm going to say this. My childhood is really fucking horrifying in many, many ways. It's not an excuse. Go to therapy, get some fucking help, and deal with your issues. You can't be doing this in your 30s. You can't really be doing this in your early 20s. Thought to yourself, your problems are not other people's responsibilities. You're causing damage to people. Being traumatized is not an excuse. It's not an excuse. It's actually barely fucking relevant. It's barely relevant. And I will say this as well. People who go through really traumatic shit tend to react in one of two ways. They either become incredibly cruel or incredibly kind. It's like a general like scale to this. And that's not good on either side. If you're too kind, you're going to have some pretty severe issues, and you're not really going to be able to deal with people properly. If you're too cruel, you just end up as a fucking asshole. People don't have to deal with that. And what's a good way to put this? People don't have to deal with your unbalanced personality, and they're not going to be able to. If Destiny has all this fucking trauma, it needed to be dealt with a long fucking time ago. Because on both sides, you're just fucked as a person. Do you know, like, when I went through, like, therapy, one of the biggest things was just accepting that I was allowed to be angry about things, which is insane as a thing to say. But you end up locking off sections of your emotions, and it fucks with you. People talk about, like, not burying, like, these things you feel. It's really fucking important. Really essential. No one wants to deal with this, and I don't feel any fucking sympathy for a, millionaire? Giant streamer who's fucked people over with rage and anger issues. It's no way to behave as an adult. No wonder Erudite treats him like a child. He has the mental age of a fucking 7-year-old. Look at the Discord DMs. Okay, Parallax. Is that a penis? Is that a penis? That looks like a penis. Why'd you have a penis on your sofa, Brian? Okay, you distracted me. I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired, guys. We've been going for like 4 hours, and I have not slept much this week, okay? We're gonna get there. There's only 3 on the goal. If you want the Dan video, you need to fill the goal, okay?
Steven
It's your challenge.
believes that his grandma, because he tried to get his parents to intervene, put down
like and subscribe and all that shit. I don't fucking know.
And some of these dogs he cared about. And so for me, like, that's not a sweep. I'm being descriptive. I think that if he had some latent sociopathy, latent narcissism, latent whatever, those traumas.
It's roses, what the fuck? It looks like a penis, Nicandros.
Absolutely fucking contributed to it.
I'm personally uncomfortable psychoanalyzing him, so I don't want to do that. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
What I would say is...
Why would you need to? Kyla does, and she says he's very traumatized.
Look, I'm a trans woman. My childhood was extremely bad, Connor. Like my family disowned me. My adopted family like threw me out like trash. Like I get trauma, but the thing is, you have to at some point address that and develop some healthy behaviors. That is our responsibility.
Yeah, on the mind. What? Parallax put it in my head. I blame Parallax. Parallax's exact words. Why is there a stuffed red cock? That's what it looks like. Dan. Thank you for the 5. Based. It looks like a penis. That looks like a penis. His trauma made him keep sex tapes like a serial killer. You know.
And I'm not saying I would never work with him again. Like I'm going to wait for the court case to come out, and we'll look at that. I think he's a decent man. I genuinely like Steven every time.
He has essentially admitted to this. I hate this shit. Guys, listen, we'll see how the court case goes. You know you can take a moral position which is outside like the legal position, right? You understand that. You understand that you're somebody who argues for moral positions. Brianna is sat there going, well, we need to talk about trans rights. Let's say Trump comes in and makes being trans illegal. Is Brianna just going to go, well, I guess it's illegal now. I have to take the legal position, and it's gone through the courts, and it's illegal now, so I guess I'm against trans people. No, obviously not, you fucking worm. You just don't want to take a strong position because it might affect you in the long term.
Hung out with him every time I've worked with him. He's been forthright, honest, smart, has asked incisive questions. But I'm just saying, professionally...
I've never seen somebody stick their tongue so far up the arsehole of somebody in a sex scandal. Just what?
The cost of being in this world around him is so fucking stressful. It is so fucking exhausting. And it takes it out, not on me, because I'm just on the periphery, but the people that are closer to him, it is such a heavy toll. And I think that's part of why you're seeing so many people like step away. Like it is like a time bomb. And I don't know. You just keep rooting for this guy to learn and to make some better fucking decisions and to figure out what the fuck is going wrong. And he just hasn't. And it's just like, oh.
Well, and there's people in the chat who I think are misunderstanding why I'm bringing up that story. They're like, oh, so this justifies him doing what he did as an adult? No, 100% no. As a matter of fact, kind of like Brianna just said, kind of like a couple other people in chat said, no, your childhood trauma does not give you unlimited license to be a dickhead for the rest of your life.
No.
As a matter of fact, you are almost morally called. I would say you are morally culpable. As soon as you identify that, oh shit, I have horrible behaviors that are rooted in childhood trauma, it is incumbent upon you to fix those issues. Because
well done, Connor. Thank you. However, bringing them up to try and explain is obviously going to cause some sympathy. right? Like, clearly, you shouldn't. This is not in like the same way. I think Nick was saying, like, there's a period where you like someone's remorseful and you forgive somebody. And I said this about the Erudite, I don't think Erudite should just. I don't think it's incumbent upon Erudite to end the friendship with Destiny. Like, I actually don't. Destiny's done some fuck shit, but if you just like cut everyone off and they're like they're non-personed, it also doesn't fucking help anything. My issue is the fact of the sweeping for it and the humanizing it and the like managing the public perception to protect him of it. That's my issue, because that's your conflict. That's your conflict between your business relationship and the fact that Erudite's in love with friends with Steven. You know, that's the conflict that I have a major issue with. Because again, people do fuck shit all the time, and you don't end your friendship with them necessarily. Plenty of people are murderers, and their families still visit them in prison.
All you're going to do, if you continue to use these really bad coping strategies and these really bad behavioral issues, all you're going to do is you're going to hurt and traumatize other people with your bad behavior.
Which he's done repeatedly.
And that's kind of what we're talking about tonight. So, you know, there's a half a dozen angry chats who are like, "Oh, you're saying that he has unlimited license?" No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm giving you color for why I think this.
I'm not saying it gives him license. It's just, you know, just colors why his actions are the way it is. I don't know, man. It seems kind of irrelevant now, right? Like, again, a lot of people are doing this sweep for Kyla, where they're like, well, you've got to understand, she's got her visa, she's got her business associations, and that's adding color. But then people take that color and they go, and that's why Erudite's okay to have acted the way she has. It becomes a defense. And that's just fucking ridiculous.
This happened, which, by the way, there could still be 10,000 other reasons why it happened. I'm just saying that if I'm using the Mr. Girl report as like a narrative vehicle, I would tie his emotional callousness to these events.
But
So, yeah.
I want to be really clear about something else, Connor. Yeah, the New York Times has not written a fucking story about Destiny with 2 sources. The Washington Post has not written a story about Destiny with multiple sources. I've not seen a CNN story about this where an actual fucking reporter went out and looked at this and substantiated it. What I've got is a bunch of stuff, like there's something from Pixie. I know Pixie. Pixie is actually someone I really care about.
Okay.
I talk to her all the time. I work with her.
Okay, go on.
If I'm hiring for a project, Pixie is one of the first people I call because she's really easy to work with and really fun to work with and has a shitload of talent. I really care about Pixie. I do. I don't have kids, and one of the ways I manifest like that energy is I try to help younger women like get a start in their career, and I'm proud.
I'm sorry, I'm just limiting the amount of psychic damage I'm taking. Please go on.
Of like how I've helped Pixie develop professional skills. I'm really genuinely proud of that. But at the same time, it's like, so I know if she's saying stuff, it's true because I know her and I can make that assessment.
Okay.
All the rest of this, I just don't know these people. A journalist hasn't vetted it out. I've read the documents. I saw none of this firsthand. And it is the most reasonable fucking thing in the world if a reporter has not looked at this to go, you know what? I'm just going to hold back and wait for a court case and wait for some facts to come out.
Do you know what the reason, unironically, if that's your position, Brianna, of unless this is professionally investigated, I don't want to take a stance. Like, again, you're sort of tacitly admitting that you believe Pixie, but you're still, like, holding judgment on Steven, whereas if Pixie is telling the truth, which, yeah, I believe she is, from everything I've fucking seen, then that should probably be enough for you to cut ties, right? But, like... But if your stance is, you want to wait for a court case, do you know what the smart thing to do would be? Shut the fuck up! Don't put a tweet out about it, and don't go on a live stream and talk about it. That seems fucking obvious! Do you know, like, I said this at the beginning of the stream, I said this generally. I wanted to put out a video. I didn't want to go and do a live stream. I didn't want to jump on a load of streams. I haven't jumped on. I said to Queeman I wasn't going to jump on a stream with him and chat it out. I wasn't going to like justify or defend shit. I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to let things fucking happen, and then deal with the fallout as I came to it. Basically, I'm a streamer who realized that pressing the live button wasn't the best idea at the beginning of the week. And Brianna Wu is a professional politician who can't work that out. If you look at the Twitter page for Cope and Seeth, I've said one thing about this, and it was about the Nick stuff. Seth Moore with the 5. These people need a Dan review after Wu is done whining and screaming. I believe in you, Beckett. Thank you. I appreciate that. You don't go live with it. I didn't want to like start fucking having a ton of debates and conversations about this topic. I just didn't want to do it, so I didn't. It's perfectly simple. You know how easy it is? No one can hold your head down and force you into a call or force you to make a tweet. Get your shit together.
I might be a little bit more judgmental. Maybe I'll be a little bit, but I'll cite the reasons as we go. So, are you ready to do Pixie's Substack?
I have not seen it, so walk me through it.
Okay. So I'm going to go to the share screen. I'm going to present. I'm going to pick this up, and I'm just narrating this because
I'm going to keep jumping ahead. We're going to keep jumping ahead because I'm not watching all of this because I'll kill myself.
Of a game, I would say, of the Zoomers, where I seriously think that lockdown, and I'm not talking about Pixie, and I'm not talking about Steven necessarily, but if the shoe fits, wear it, okay? I think that a lot of sex and social games are played online. And so it's fun, right? It's like the perpetuation of high school. This person likes this person. This person doesn't like this person. They're talking shit about each other in this DM while they're pretending to be friends in this DM. This person has pictures of this person's feet and vagina and boobs and face and all that kind of stuff. And so as a result, you get to play, like in high school in particular, a lot of people, there were politics in high school, right? There were cliques, there were groups, there was a social ladder to climb, and there was different.
I know I skipped ahead, but like I feel like this has been enough time for me to vaguely understand what the fuck he's talking about. And Destiny's not on Zoomer. I don't know if this is a reference to the fact that the online world's very high school, and it is. It is incredibly fucking high school. Okay, a lot of this is to do with cliques and friendship groups. You can see this. You can see this in the way some of the reactions to stuff is. Everyone's got like their opinions. Everyone's playing like their cards to see where they end up. People will fucking op each other and all this shit.
Different ways that different people valued each other. Well, the internet has effectively perpetuated high school into the digital realm as long as you want it. You can be in sophomore year or junior year of high school into your 60s if you want to. And truth be told, in my personal opinion, I think a lot of people do this, just being real, as a death avoidance strategy. And what I mean by that is they don't want to deal with their own mortality. They don't want to deal with religion. They don't want to deal with politics. They don't want to deal with death and destruction the world over. So they preoccupy their brain with, and I'm not talking about Destiny or Pixie here, but they preoccupy their brain with inane bullshit to keep themselves entertained. And I'm guilty of that too, by the way.
100%. Connor, put this.
What? Look, no one streaming is normal, by the way. Every single streamer is a fucking head case, myself included. But like, the reason people watch this shit is because it's background noise and people like the soap opera and the drama. That's why drama content is like fucking never ending. Because it's just it's just watching a soap opera unfold. Oh. And you're fucking intellectualizing it. They don't want to deal with religion. They don't want to do. Listen, many of us have very normal, healthy lives outside the internet. I don't know if all of us do. Fuck.
This comment from Calcon on screen, please.
Sure.
Hey, you know what? Brianna working.
No fucking way did she do that. No fucking way did she do that. Oh, wind that back. That's fucking incredible. That's insane.
Bullshit to keep themselves entertained. And I'm guilty of that too, by the way.
100%. Connor, put this comment from Calcon on screen, please.
Sure.
Hey, you know what? Brianna working hard as she can stay off topic of Destiny and leaking news without consent. Fuck you, buddy. Fuck you. You have no idea what my week has been like. And if you think I support leaking news of my friends, go fuck yourself. Seriously. We're here having a discussion, and we'll get to the parts that you want when I fucking want to. Okay? So you can fucking act like an adult and let us have our conversation, and we'll get to that when I want. Is that okay with you, buddy? Thank you.
No fucking way did she do that. Guys, I'm the adult. I'm the adult here. I'm the adult. Pull this comment up. Pull this comment up. I want to see it on screen. Fuck you, buddy. Fuck you. We're having a conversation. If you can't be respectful of it, are you a fucking child? How are you saying other people are doing high school bullshit drama when you're pulling shit like this? Just pause and address it like a normal human being. It's a random chatter. That is the most pathetic shit I have seen in this entire drama. That is actually, you have no idea of my week. I don't know, man. If you're not prepared to take like a serious, like solid position on this shit, and you're like, well, why are people angry that I'm not talking about it? Yeah. People are going to get mad at you, Brianna. It's the fucking internet. Can you notice the difference between our reactions to things, by the way? Like, I'm just like, give me criticism. It's fine. I don't fucking mind. People in chat who've been like, and to be fair, chat's been really chill tonight. But like, generally speaking, when I get a load of shit from chat, it's like, yeah, that's fine. That's cool. No problem. No worries. I don't ban anybody. Very calm. Brianna, no, fuck you, buddy. Spencer Howard with the 5. You can watch this from Lav and Queeman's perspective if you need more psychic shielding. Watching Queeman dog walk Connor later on is cathartic release. We are going to watch the Queeman Connor debate. We are going to watch the Queeman Connor debate. Okay? I'm not going to deprive you.
Yeah, or you can fuck off to another chat. That's another option.
Yeah, you can also just go the fuck away.
So the next thing
I was going to say something really mean, but it's fine.
That I wanted to hit, okay? And actually, I do need to
Can you boot this
here.
fucker from the chat, please? Thank you.
Sure.
Great.
You know, there was a point where like Queeman debates Brianna, and Connor keeps muting Queeman because Brianna can't take it. Brianna is like insufferably fucking fragile. She just can't deal with it. Oh, I like the silver linings, guys. Listen, it's been a very serious night talking about things, but this is genuinely very funny.
So, listen, we all get one guide. One guide is what we do. I'm gonna pull up Sherry real quick as well, because I think it is relevant. So when it comes to Pixie, the allegation is that more than 5 years ago, they hooked up. He and she did a intimate recording, basically, and then he has been sharing that since then as just a way to flirt with more women. That's the Pixie allegation, and I think that the civil statute that she is using is appropriate.
Yeah,
right.
I 1000% support this lawsuit. If this happened and Pixie can prove it, I 1,000,000,000% support this lawsuit. Like, absolutely. Like, without question. Like, she should go get a lawyer. She should adjudicate this, and she should try to get a civil settlement if that's true. It's 100% called for. And you agree too, Connor, right?
Yeah. No, here's my thing. I'm just gonna be crass about it. So the statute that she's suing under, the maximum damages are 150,000. Okay. Now I'm thinking with somebody else's money. I'm thinking with somebody else's career. Maybe this is
presumptive. The statute, is that the federal statute or the Florida? Okay.
So this is the federal civil statute. Okay. Now whether or not you can get.
Stop talking about the law. Stop talking about the law. Stop talking about this shit. It's none of you are fucking lawyers. None of you are lawyers. I want to hear from a lawyer. I want to hear from a lawyer who is specialized in this area. I do not give a fuck of the opinions of anyone else. All right, we're gonna go ahead. This is 3 fucking hours long, okay?
Put this up from Paul. Put this up from Paul.
Pi?
Paul Eris.
Wait. Have I clicked forward to her doing it again? Holy shit. Okay, let's go, guys. Let's fucking go. How many times? Listen, is there a transcript for this? There is. We might. Hold on. Let me just. I just want to find out. I want to find out. I'm curious. Put this out there. Put this comment from Colin on screen. So that's the earlier one. She's got this. Okay, I think this is just the second one. I think there's only 2. I wanted to check whether there was more. That's fucking wild. I can't believe there's 2 of them.
That comment about Kyla.
Oh, how long y'all think it'll be till we find out that
Kyla is married, and this is not fucking funny. Okay, if you are married, it's
kind of funny. I'm gonna be honest with you. Listen, I've said this many times. Go and take a clip of NSC and Nick and then put it next to a clip of NSC and Destiny, and you guys tell me which the couple is. Listen. If you guys put your... And again, I'm not just saying this. I want to be really clear. I'm not just saying this from a position of, well, you know, how would you feel? People have overanalyzed my relationship for 3 years. It's fair game. It's out there. I've never got mad at anyone for it. So if you're going to be like, well, how would you feel? What about your principles? I'm fine with it. I think this is fair game. People turned their relationships into content. They are going to get scrutinized for it. Grow the fuck up.
Like, women just fucking exist, and we've got lives and husbands and relationships, and just because we know men does not mean we're fucking them. This is such an inappropriate comment about Kyla. It's disgusting. It's not funny. I don't know why people do this. Just fucking stop. It's obnoxious. It makes you a creep and the biggest asshole on earth.
Well,
it makes you the biggest asshole on earth. She says, well, kind of sweeping for Destiny, who leaked nudes without consent. But the real problem's the misogyny, guys. Fucking God. Come on.
Hold on. So, sorry, we addressed Sherry, Mr. Girl. So, chat, you're distracting me. Stop it. No, okay, no, Paul. See, dude, this is why you guys are dumb.
Yeah, you're dumb.
Okay.
You're
It's
really
okay.
dumb.
I'll get
Your
one guy.
dad is going to take care of this one. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, that just almost gave me a stroke. So, okay, so let's run through this because I think this is actually a decent narrative and chronological frame with which to address it. So this isn't happening in a vacuum, right? And I think part of the reason why this is hitting the way that it is right now is because about a year and a half ago, it might be 2 years ago now, I think it was actually the end of 2023, Mr. Girl, also known as Max Carson, and Destiny, they'd previously been friends, they had a split, right? And Max took a variety of issues with Steven. The primary ones that he cited was he felt like he was platforming Nick Fuentes irresponsibly. And then also he felt like he had inappropriate relationship.
It's because he got bullied by the subreddit. Listen, we don't have to... I hate this when it happens in dramas. People, like, retroactively, like, rewrite. They take the history in a much like, well, Mr. Girl was actually right. You remember the Nick Fuentes? No, he got bullied by the subreddit. Destiny wouldn't do anything about it, and Max burned his relationship with Destiny because he couldn't take it. That's what fucking happened. I was there. I watched it unfold.
Relationships with his orbiters. So that...
Do you think all this drama justifies any of the Mr. Girl allegations? I really hate this, but yeah. Yeah. It does. Okay. You can be good enough at pattern recognition to just recognize that this is happening. But looking at the extent of it, as much as I fucking hate Max, yeah, it does. It just does. Sorry. I don't like it either. But yeah.
That is the main things, right? And in the report, there's actually the beginning of the summary. I have it on a sticky note because I had it on a Google Drive, but I don't want to expose my Google Drive to 220 people. So here are the things, and I would actually like to walk down the allegations of the report, and I'm going to give my opinion, and if you want to give your opinion, do so as well. So the first allegation by Mr. Girl in the report is that Destiny has unequal sexual partnerships. What do you think about that sentence?
I have long agreed with Kyla that I think women should be free to make choices and also stand by those decisions. And I think treating women like we're somehow unable to consent is belittling. And
Didn't say women. Said unequal sexual relationships. Interesting that Brianna immediately turns that into women. Because Destiny has sex with guys as well. Can we beat this goal, chat? You should, cool anime girls, because then you kill me and keep me here for ages. Thank you for the 5. No one said women, Brianna, though that's an interesting way to spin it. I think this is a misogynistic comment. She hasn't changed a dot since Gamergate. Holy fuck.
And I think the next consequence of that is like, what, women can't sign contracts for credit cards because it's too scary for us.
Yeah.
I think it's just this reasoning chain. Like, is there a discussion in the workplace we need to have about power dynamics? Yeah. And, if I work at a company, do I think there should be HR policies about senior people sleeping with junior people? Yeah, that makes sense. But let's be really clear here. Like, look at what Lav did, where she did everything she could to get fucking Destiny, right? There are a lot of, like, girls.
It's kind of gross, I'm going to be honest, to be dealing with a conversation about a sex scandal while pointing at the people you hate and being like, she was just a whore, though. I'm a feminist! Oh, come on. Come on. Destiny fucks crazy BPD chicks, which are in abundance on the internet. Sorry, girls. I know I've got a very large female audience. I know it's like 50% of you. But, like, it's true. It's true. I'm sorry. It's unfortunately true. And he's got them in abundance, and this is obviously unequal. He holds all the power. Now, is that necessarily a problem? Is that, like, does that naturally make him bad? No, not necessarily. Like, there is always power, like, a balance to the power dynamics, and they're always going to be unbalanced one way or another. I have many a friend whose wife is very, very successful, and they are not. And it impacts power dynamics. That's just a reality. However, with Destiny, what we're really talking about here is the fact that he's able to do that while leveraging a massive audience and a vindictive attitude. And that does matter. Max was right. It sucks, but Max was right.
Girls out there that see Destiny, who is devastated. He's really cute in person.
Although, hold on.
Really cute.
So
Yeah.
Lav is still following me on Twitter despite several of the people blocking me or muting me. Well, I guess I don't know about a mute, but several people have blocked me, or at least Sherry blocked me.
Sure.
With Lav, I think that she would want it specified that, and this is gross, but well, it's not gross. It's weird that I have to be this pedantic, but anyways, he gave her oral, but they did not have genital to genital sex.
Okay.
The reason why I bring this up is because every time that it's brought up that she had sex with Destiny, she corrects it to that.
I don't care. That's fine. My point is,
isn't it funny that Brianna doesn't give a shit? If Brianna doesn't like somebody, they're not a person. Truly fucking wretched behavior. God, I've really held off talking about Brianna for a while. Feels good, man. Feels good. A giant possum has moved into my backyard. That's adorable. Post pictures on Twitter. Like, the fuck, Rocky?
Women can make
Or on
decisions
the
like
Discord.
this is not the first generation to go fuck a star, right? In this case, it's a
Well, she
streamer.
contacted
I
Destiny
don't
because of the Anne of War drama.
Hey, I think all these girls who got movie careers and had to fuck Harvey Weinstein, they were asking for it. You know how insane that sounds? Yeah, do you hear yourself, Brianna?
Which is interesting, right? Because the Anne of War drama, people were criticizing Stephen even at the time, is effectively that Anne of War had a form of OCD. Destiny flirted with her and hooked up with her, dipped out. She was
Look how uncomfortable
not
she
liking
is.
how callous and cold he was. And then they bounced off of each other for like 2 or 3 years, effectively ripping each other apart. And almost everyone in Stephen's life said, "You're a fucking moron for entertaining this relationship." Dan said that. I think Kyla said that. I think I said that. I think Chud Logic said that. I don't know if you ever said that or were even aware.
I honestly don't know this Anna stuff. I haven't followed it. I don't know anything about it.
Well, sure. But the point is that like the reason why people are sometimes attracted to Destiny is because of the lascivious drama, right? It's because of the sex. It's because of the drama. It's because of the fights. It's because of the stream blowouts.
I don't think that's it. I think you don't understand this because you're not into men. So let me. This is my point of view. So when you see Steven in person, he has a magnetism. Like some people are just.
Oh, he's charismatic.
He's very charismatic, and he has a way of listening where it feels like he's really, really.
Sorry, it's just. Hey guys, can we get off the topic? Connor, can we get off the topic of how bad Destiny is? Can we talk about like how magnetic he is, his charisma? Did you say Jenny Matrix and we weren't friends anymore? I didn't say that. I implied it. Rocky with a 5. This woo chick sounds evil as fuck.
Listening, and it's attractive. So I don't know. I think that is. It's very easy for me to see why younger women would see that and would want to reach out to him. Like I'm sorry. Like some women just want to go fuck famous people. Like this is just something that people do. It's not.
I support Pixie, but some women just want to go and fuck famous people. Come on. Brianna was aware of many of these relationships, by the way. Like I'm not claiming she was aware of that Destiny leaked shit, but she was certainly aware of his like sexual relationships. Beckett, do you think she's uncomfortable with how many women fuck Destiny because she wants to fuck Destiny? No, I think she's uncomfortable with how many women fuck Destiny because she is desperate to pull Destiny out of this and doesn't want to take a stance, because Brianna only takes stances against people she doesn't like. She has no actual fucking principles. She didn't with Vosh. She went, and I will remind you, from Demon Mama, and Demon Mama's partner is a pedophile, was her stance. Demon Mama's partner is a lolicon, and therefore lolicons are pedophiles. I don't tolerate that. To Vosh, to it's an election year. Parallax with the 5. Brianna coming over Destiny's world. Cooming over Destiny while addressing the allegations is disgusting. Yes, it is. Could you imagine the response if she was a man saying these things? Yeah, it would be horrifying, Nicandros. It's horrifying now, frankly, but yeah. Jesus.
This is not the first generation to have that tendency. So my main point here is like, I think women have the right to go make bad choices and regret them. So I'm not really believing this power imbalance idea on Twitch. If someone's an adult, yeah, like I think that they can make their choices and live with the responsibility. I mean, you don't fuck around in Twitch.
Space Station, hey Space Station, how you doing? With a 5, don't worry everyone, as a Pi Sigma Alpha member, I know that the historic consensus is average empire lasts 250 years. Beckett, what is 25 minus? Yeah, America might be falling. There's no way There is no way that's accurate for like empire length. Rome lasted fucking so long. I think people are like, you've got it at the low end because the British Empire didn't last. Technically, the British Empire didn't last very long, for example. But like, if you look at ancient empires, they last far longer than 250 years. The Roman Empire, depending on when you want to say it fell, lasted for like 1,000 years. At least. At least. Especially if you're going for like, if you're going for even like even conservatively with something like the Roman Empire, you're looking at empire growth probably about 300 BCE to like decline period 300 Common Era. So like that's easy 600 years, even if you just want to deal with like empire growth and like beginnings of decline. And that's beginnings of decline, not failure.
I certainly don't.
Listen, being real, I said as much on
Becca, I know lots of stuff is ignored here. Does that include transphobia? I sincerely don't know the answer. I generally don't like transphobia, but I also want to let people speak. I would prefer if people don't use slurs and things. But also, I'd rather hear people's fucking opinions on it, if I'm honest. Just because here's my position on things like bigotry and stuff. I prefer to see it in the open. If someone's bigoted, you should be able to make a decision on that, and you should be able to see it. If it's really egregious, though, you'll probably get fucking, at the very least, timed out for it. Yeah. If something's really egregious and it like causes an issue, talk to me or talk to a mod. We've had occasion where people have got banned for things, but if somebody says something where it's just like, oh, this is too much, just highlight it to a mod and they'll look at it. Could you imagine her response if it was her in the leaks, not Pixie, but it doesn't affect her other than what Destiny can do for her, her cause? Sorry, I'm breathing from a distance. And she's desperate to downplay this? Yeah.
On the first day of the drama, I understand how that's callous, and Sherry probably took issue with me saying as much. However, I am sympathetic to a 19-year-old Pixie. Yeah. I am less sympathetic to middle 20-year-old and 30-year-old women. Yeah. Who effectively watch Steven go through drama after drama after drama after drama, and then they're like, yeah, it's my turn. Like, that's fucking bananas to me. Yeah. But anyways.
I'm sorry, what? Hold on. What the fuck was that? My brain broke for a second.
I am sympathetic to a 19-year-old Pixie. Yeah. I am less sympathetic to middle 20-year-old and 30-year-old women. Yeah. Who effectively watch Steven go through drama after drama after drama after drama, and then they're like, yeah, it's my turn. Like, that's...
What? I'm sorry, what? what was that? Listen, I'm not really sympathetic to them. They were kind of asking for it, right? They shouldn't have had that bisexual lighting. Bro, come on. So, okay, by that definition, by that justification, does that mean I don't need to be sympathetic in the slightest towards Brianna because she should know better? I feel like this is a lot. I feel like this is a lot of glass houses and throwing stones, basically. Oh my god. It's my turn. He does realize that these people found out and got recorded when the leaks dropped. Yes. Also, she sees Destiny as a chick, not a person, in my opinion. He's an investor, and she can't afford to lose the bag. I don't think it's about investment. I don't think it's a money thing. Brianna's got money. She constantly, whenever Brianna gets into a fight with somebody, she flexes that she's got a Porsche for some reason. I don't know why, this great fucking political mind needs to do that to win an argument, but whatever. But it's to do with his influence. She wants his access.
That's fucking bananas to me. Yeah. But anyways, so the second charge, okay? Destiny has used his audience to bully smaller creators with
100%
Demon
true.
Mama. Hold on, you're gonna love these two examples. With Demon Mama and Ryan Beard cited as examples. I have my take. I want to hear your take.
I think that's true. I want bully. I mean, you can call it whatever you want, but don't start a fight with DGG. I mean, what can I say? I mean, look, this is.
You're admitting that his audience is used as an intimidation tactic in a scandal where one of the claims is victims are scared to come forward. And this was also the claim with the Mr. Girl document. How can you possibly take that fucking stance and not see the fucking insanity of it? Rolski with the 50. I'm a bit disappointed you released the info against Pixie as well. Also kind of screwed Nick over about it. I talked a lot about this at the beginning of the stream, but I'll reiterate. I reject the notion I screwed Nick over. I contacted Nick very early on, and again, this happened over 2 days, and I contacted him on the day, like when this was beginning. I was contacted on the 17th. By Sunday, and I reached Nick out to Nick on the 18th. This came out on like the morning of the 20th, and I am strongly against Sunday's inclusion of Nick and voiced that multiple times to Sunday. He took no interest. Again, I'll keep going backwards and forwards on this one because there are many things that you can say about this where don't mind the fucking criticism. But the idea that I screwed over Nick is fucking ridiculous. And it's, again, it's super fucking unfair that I say something is a bad idea, warn the person about it, and still get fucking blamed. It's fucking wild to do that. So, you're welcome to the opinion, but yeah. Out of all of this, that's the only one that really seems particularly unfair to me. Sapient Pearwood with the 5. I can say how I really feel about Woo without getting my account nuked, so instead have money back it. Thanks for the 5. I've not seen the beginning, I just woke up. Yeah, there's a tweet about it up on Cope and Seeth. I showed the DM that I sent to Nick on the 18th. Nick and I are fine. We're friends. We've spoken about this multiple times. Nick's talked about it on stream. And the stuff around I talked about this all at the beginning of the stream. So I don't want to keep going back on it. Though Rolski, what I will say is, because I've said this a few times, Pixie has my apologies. And I genuinely feel that. That's not anything else. There's no caveats to it. So, yeah. But that's where I'm at. And I hope that is at least helpful for stating my position. Anyway. Let's go.
This is the arena. This is streaming. There's 100%.
Okay, so I agree with this statement. What question? Sorry, somebody saying
cool anime girls with the 5. Again, everything is your fault and will always be your fault, no matter what you do back at lol. I'm gonna be honest with you. After this, the next person, I've said this earlier as well, the next person who comes to me and asks my advice and opinion and goes against it, I will throw under a bus when it goes wrong. I will actually throw them under. I'm done. This is the second time in 6 months this has happened to me, and it has happened multiple times through the years. I am actually fucking done. Heavily done. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to know about it. I'm just fucking done. You didn't screw over Nick Sunday did, in my opinion. Nick said Sunday wouldn't even have told him if you didn't get him to tell Nick. Yeah. Look, Sunday had the call. He chose to release it. I retract my request for advice. As long as you follow the advice, you're fine. But if you want my opinion and you're going to go against my opinion, why ask my fucking opinion and then drag me into it? That's how I feel. I will absolutely own the positions of like criticism that I've got for certain parts of this. But if it's not something I feel that is fair to me or I've done, I am going to tell people to fuck off. I think that's completely reasonable. Listen, the Teflon Don got away with it too much isn't not a big deal. The problem for me is Nick's my friend. I care about. It's not even about the public position, like, because again, fuck, people talk shit on the internet. It's fine. It's to do with the fact that I actually do care. I care about Nick. He's my friend, and I'd hate that. I hate the idea that I would have fucked him over. Never do that to him. Hey Beckett, what's your opinion on morning alcoholism after an all-nighter? It's based. Hair of the dog. I'm sorry you're getting so much crap about that. It's fine. Listen, there are lots of things to give me crap about. Listen, Rocky tweeted at me, and very fair. There are many people who've watched me for a while who have like their criticisms for this. Many of them are fair criticisms, regardless of my reasons, regardless of the information I had at the time. Regardless of the fact that this was coming out, whatever I did, I still made the choice to make a video. I didn't contact Pixie. I apologize for that. But that apology doesn't absolve me of criticism. And that criticism is fine. That's my position. And yeah. Pretty much it. I sent you the full unlisted call if you want to look over it. Oh, what for? Wait. Which unlisted call? Joy. Oh, the Diorio call. I mean, I don't really. I'll be honest with you. I don't really, because I fucking. Do you know it's really weird? I feel like it's kind of invasive for Nick to come to, and I said this, I think it's kind of invasive for Nick to come to Sunday, have an honest conversation, and get that kind of used against him. I don't like it. So, I'm not going to go over it on stream or review it or anything like that. I'm not pleased about it. You know.
We're avoiding a question, so I want to ask him one question.
This was coming out either way. I adore Beckett, but frankly, he doesn't matter very much, lol. Him being whipping boy in this is stupid. I definitely made a decision, don't get me wrong, and I'll accept the criticism for it, because I don't mind accountability. God, somebody said to me over this, they were like, well, if you come out and you're like, well, you know, you worked with Sunday. You knew that he was bringing this out. Said at the beginning of the stream, yeah. Do you know, there was a point in the conversation with Sunday as well where he was like, well, I could give you the material and then you can go live after the video. And then, because Sunday was like, well, if you're separated out for it, I know you're in commentary and I don't want you to get too much slack. I was like, Sunday, I have your DMs with Straighter Aid. I am obviously talking to you about this. You'd be feeding me information to go over on stream. You'd be raiding into me. At that point, just be fucking honest about it. Somebody said, like, well, you know, you release your video right next to him. Like, yeah. I'm not trying to hide anything. I think I've been really fucking transparent, actually. I get it. Lol, not going to argue with someone saying it's invasive for Sunday to leak calls. Look, lots of people... The reason I say it's invasive... Lots of people record calls in this space. It's normal practice. But I disagree with Sunday's reason for releasing it. There are reasons to release leaked recorded calls. They exist. Sunday isn't a moral monster for doing that. I disagree with his reasons for doing this, and the follow-up is just not helpful, in my opinion. I've said that. I've said this to him. You know? There are other things where I completely understand Sunday's positioning. I understand Sunday's positioning for going live with this. I get it. Because of the situation that was forming at the time, I don't, you know, I'm obviously, I released a video alongside him. So I obviously agree with some of his positions. I have sympathy for Nick, but that, at the end of the day, the results speak for themselves. Sure. Yeah, this is just one criticism I've seen about you that I don't agree with, and I think is kind of trash. It's okay. I think the biggest thing as well is, look, you're never going to please everyone. You know, as I say, there are people who wanted me to cut Dan's section out of the video. No. It's my fucking video. What do you think constitutes a good reason to leak a call? Asking for me. I think generally speaking, a good reason to leak a call, like a good ethical reason, not just like content, is if you feel like somebody, what's a good way to put this? I'm trying to think. If somebody is attacking you and lying about you directly, then release the call. I think it's a personal thing. It's a weird one. My general stance is I don't release calls I've recorded. I have recorded calls. I'm fully open about that. It's just sensible. I've said this during the ACC stuff. Like, the ACC stuff is like something that really taught me to like hit the fucking record button. But I've never had to release anything because people who've come forward, even and said negative things about conversations I've had with them, haven't lied. I'm just like, well, that's what happened. Why would I release the call? I think to dispute that, am I back? I think I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I think to dispute something that is like a contentious fact about something that's happened is a reasonable situation, basically. But if you're just like, I'm just gonna dump this without talking to the person, without like fucking giving a solid reason, I think that's a bit shitty. I think that's a bit shitty. Sorry, we haven't talked about it in 4 hours, so it's fair enough. I don't mind. I don't mind going back a little bit, renewing the conversation. Frankly, it's nice not to hear Brianna's voice. Can see and hear you. Yes, okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. When it's okay to say to release when the other side is lying, like when Sunday cut out a huge chunk of his convo with Nick. I don't know, there's a tit for tat thing, right? It's like, oh, well, you're going to release on me. I'll release on you. The mistake a lot of people make, I think, is they don't realize that you burn bridges in a very particular way doing shit like that. Very particular way. And some people, when you do it to them, will come after you. Anyway, let's continue because we've got 7 donations to go. 7 donations to go for the Dan call. How long have you got? You got 1 hour and 43 minutes for 7 donations, and then you get the Dan call. And I personally believe you are going to make it. I believe in you, chat, that you can donate 7 teal chats. So we are going to look at, how long is this? It's a bit. We are going to watch Queeman versus Lav. No, Queeman and Lav versus Connor. There we go.
Do you think that those people should go on to the sex offender register?
No, the children that are full age.
Okay, let's go. Let's fucking go. I'm excited. How much is teal? It's 5. Teal is 5. Teal is 5. Okay. Make it 6, you bundle of sticks. It's only 2. That's blue, Hoz. But thank you. I appreciate it. Aiden released his call with Boblax because Boblax told specific lies that were addressed in the call. Yeah.
Testing. Okay, that should be fine.
Platform just a lot of people denigrating them on stream, which wasn't power. It wasn't just it was and also sleeping. It was before the recent allegation. Oh, Queen. And yeah, Max is doing commentary on this just as everyone else on the internet. We're not hitching our boats and championing this. Obviously, this is something like JSTLK is speaking directly to the victims. He's having the information. I've only spoken to Pixie through maybe one DM saying, like, I support you. I'm sorry for, getting caught in the machine, bullying you.
Support for Beckett, but also Dan Cool would be nice. 6 donations, $5 donations, anyone? Going once, going twice. Thank you, Cool Anime Girls, and thank you, Kaylee Aesthetic. You guys are fucking based. Imagine the Willowbrook State School tape being prevented from publication because it was filmed while trespassing. Yeah. You're all good, Aesthetic.
You on stream, that sort of thing. I've only shown Cherry support publicly, like on her posts. I've not tried to get any more information. I'm not trying to be the newscaster for this or anything. I think I'm talking about it because I think anyone should be talking about this. Anyone who has been victimized by Destiny in any way, I think should be talking right now. Because
Okay, I'm testing my audio. How are the volume levels? How are the volume levels?
And that's basically my involvement. For Brianna Wu to act like I'm making this about me, very silly. I'm only responding to this. I'm making this about me now because Brianna Wu has made it about me in accusing me of this. But otherwise, I've tried really hard, I think, to just sort of commentate the same way you have, the same way Queeman has, the same way that I mean, not even the way that Queeman has, because Queeman's like trying to get facts and like trying to report on it in a journalistic like way.
Yeah, that's a bit much.
Never
for sure.
underestimate Queeman.
That's over the top. I wouldn't say journalist.
I like the way Queen was like, I'm not a journalist. Can we stop? Can we stop? Can we play WoW now? Yes, after this Diesel, we can finally get back to playing fucking World of Warcraft. I'll play WoW. Thank you for the 5, bro. Like, again, I don't want to listen. In some ways, this is nice. I want to go and make an ED video. I want to go and talk about some other things. I wish everyone else fucking luck with it, okay? I feel like I know what I wanted to know. Probably know more than I wanted to know, I'm completely honest, but never mind.
But sure.
Well,
Careful what you fucking wish for.
More like you're trying to get the facts, whereas I'm just kind of watching it unfold and reacting to it.
Like an autistic cruise missile.
Sure. But yeah, it's crazy to me that Brianna Wu now has condemned me more than I think any other person online. I've never seen her condemn anyone the way that she's condemned me.
Okay. I think you and I have had friendly banter in the past. I will continue to try to do friendly banter, but I am just going to press you.
You know, all these people have known each other for years. I really appreciate the art peeps who have stuck this one out and are like, what the fuck is going on? You guys are based. But, these people have all known each other for years, gone through multiple fucking controversies with each other, and are just sat there going, yeah, well, we need to kind of talk again now. The Lav's been gone for like a year. Ironically, finally chased off again by Nicholas Diorio. Cool Anime Girls with a 5. Okay, so you guys play WoW while recording the next episode of your podcast? Actually, that's a good idea. We should do that.
You a little bit, just because I think that there are things
Trust me,
that...
Connor.
Okay. So, the
video on
main
Tiger?
thing, and I am being a douche about it.
Yeah, maybe.
We're going to moderate pro Lav.
Okay,
I'm going to cut in and moderate pro Lav.
Which you are repeatedly beaten.
We're going to make Lav win this.
Is that you alleged that Hassan Piker had an illicit but consensual affair with a friend of yours.
Okay.
Why is that relevant? Spencer Howard with the 5. The best way to make Queeman uncomfortable is to glaze him personally in a sincere way. Poor Dan, even Queeman said he couldn't sweep for him. I always glaze Queeman. Listen, it's just an accepted fact. I like Queeman. Okay.
Again, I don't know what this has to do with the fact that Destiny has been accused of a sexual crime. So again, we can talk about me forever, and we always do. The problem is that this is always running defense for things that I have said about Steven that have turned out to consistently be true. Everything I have said otherwise, hold on. Everything I've said otherwise has become completely true.
Beavers, stop chasing away the hot bitches. Emmy not texting you back, or like what we talking about, bro?
I was sitting on the Lauren Southern information for 2 years, never came forward about it. I knew that Pixie and him had a sexual relationship. I've known a lot about the sexual impropriety, have not come forward about it. Because of fear or because of being called a liar, because I've learned to not say things without substantiating them, right?
That's not entirely true. The DMs where like Pixie and her were fighting over this leaked. Like, I don't know why. I don't know why we're pretending like. I don't know why we're pretending that no one mentioned Pixie's name until Monday. That's just not true. That's all. Or even the start of this fucking scandal. It's just not true.
I will be the first one to say I should never have said in a Discord 3 years ago that I knew Hassan Piker had sex with my underage friend. And I have every single time this is brought up said I shouldn't have done this. I did not lie. There's a difference between a lie and an unsubstantiated story. I have said I'm not going to substantiate. The truth will come out when it comes out. It's not my problem. It's not my responsibility to do.
They're okay. And by the way, okay, if you want me to make some statement of contrition, some statement of agreement, where I just say, hey, this Pixie thing is beyond fucked up, and I wish Pixie the best in her legal endeavors, I'll say it.
This Pixie situation fucked up is also running defense. The fact that you have yet to name Destiny as a sexual predator.
I don't think I haven't said that Steven is culpable for what he's done. If you need me to say it again, I will.
Even the way that you're talking about it right now, your friend has been accused of recording a sexual encounter with someone without their consent and then sending it to someone else. And then
damn, why would you get in this call? Like I feel like this when watching any of the fucking like Dan calls, where it's like, why would you get in this call? What compelled you? What did you think was gonna happen? So it's literally, this is the reason I said to Queeman I'm not jumping on to talk to him about it. I fucking knew. You know why?
And recording something with a naive 19-year-old girl and sending that without her consent. These are sexual crimes. This makes someone a piece of shit. And you even now are saying, I saw you talk about Mr. Girl and the fact that he's doing like a Told You So podcast. And you were like, this is fucking insane. I've seen you react more harshly. I've seen you react more harshly to that than the accusations against Steven. It's insane.
I disagree. I disagree. I don't think you watched. So what I can come up with my own phrasing, but I don't want it to be picked apart. So do you have a phrase that I can say that would make you think that I actually do think Steven is an asshole and a piece of shit for what he did, and he does deserve the consequences?
I've got one. I've got one. Say
Sure.
Destiny should be on the sex offender registry.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that.
Why not?
Oh no.
Why not?
You don't think future partners have a right to know?
Fucking pedophiles.
You don't think future partners have a right to know that this guy might be recording them without their knowledge when they have sex with them?
If you find me the Florida state statute that says that.
What's the law? What's the law? No. It's like, what's the ethical severity at which you think this sits at? Like, where's the level? Where's the line? And actually, Queeman has a really fucking good point here. This is exactly the sort of thing that, like, somebody should be able to check when it comes to, like, getting involved with somebody. It's just a reality. Maybe you need a different categorization for it. Like, Connor's like, well, it's, you know, that's generally how we treat pedophiles or whatever. But the points, like, I'll let Queemy get to the kind of like driving point, but I think he is actually really bang on the money. To be fair, Connor sweat for Vosh too. Yeah. I don't think Connor. Oh, fuck, I hate this because I'm going to sound like I'm sweeping. I've had good experiences with Connor, but it's really hard not look past some of the decisions he's made when it comes to political alignment. Isn't Connor the conservative in the room? Shouldn't his ethical standard be on the side of anti-degeneracy? It is. It is, Killjoy. That's the point. He'll bring it up in a bit because I've watched a little bit of this.
That leaking sex crimes, or excuse me, leaking sex tapes gets you on the sex crimes registry. Then I'll say.
I'm not asking you a legal. This isn't a legal question. Yeah, this isn't a legal question.
So you realize that we create laws based on like moral principle, right?
Yeah,
so
sure.
It doesn't matter that the law does not yet or will ever
So hold on.
exist.
So if we're going to be retarded, okay. So I was trying to start something, but if you guys just want to spurg out in a retard session, we can do that too.
Who's
And I'm happy
spurging?
to do it.
You said, what phrase can you say that will convince?
Well, so I'll tell you that I'm not going to say that phrase. And the reason why I'm not saying that phrase isn't because I'm sweeping, quote unquote. The reason why I'm not going to say that phrase is because the sex offender registry basically means that you can't live certain places. You can't rent a whole bunch of places. It's very difficult to get jobs. And pretty much everybody in the world assumes that you're a pedophile. So you have to live in a trailer park along with a bunch of other pedophiles.
Location.
I'm not done yet, Queeman. I'm not done yet. You asked
two
me
of
a
those
question, I'm
concerns are
answering it.
illegitimate. Two of those concerns are completely illegitimate.
I'm going
in
to
this
continue the
context.
concept.
Because
And so,
Destiny can
no,
live
I
anywhere
don't
he
think
wants
that
because he's got loads of
Steven
money. He
belongs
doesn't have
in
to
a
work
trailer
again.
park
So.
with pedophiles.
I follow locales. I feel like the only reason this blew up so much is because Pixie told Lonerbox you didn't do anything with Destiny, then shit got leaked. That's why we're here. I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because one of the reasons this Streisand so badly is because people stopped, like, everyone was like, we can't say Pixie's name. So anyone who looked into this thought that was suspicious. Like, there's a natural human reaction we have where that snowballs in the minds of multiple people. And it's like, you know this, you know the thing of like, put somebody in a room with a button and tell them don't press the button. Whatever you do, don't press the button. You're like, your brain goes, I want to press the button. Why can't I press the button? What does the button do? Ironically, coming out and just being like, yeah, that was Pixie and the leaks. They're handling it behind the scenes. Would have probably deflected far more attention. Because they could have like at least addressed the timeline. It didn't necessarily have to even address the like consent of the leaking itself. But I kind of use the illusion with Keffels and Website X. There was a Pixie-sized hole in Destiny leaks, and patent-seeking brains were picking up on it. Yeah, I use this example with like Keffels and Website X because you named something Website X. Everyone was like, "What's Website X?" And it added an air of mystique to Docspin, which was like quite enticing to work out what the fuck Docspin was. Whereas if they just said, yeah, it was a fucking image board which like it was a separate image board where a lot of people were doxing people. It's like locale farm, like is it locale farms or whatever? Or it's like you could have drawn illusions, but naming something Website X is an intriguing phrase. And everyone sort of went, well, we need to call it Website X to not draw attention to it. We don't want to name Docspin. And I'm like, that's fucking retarded. That's so stupid. Why would you do that? There's an amazing video. There's an amazing video by Laserpig on like the British spy satellite, Zircon. And Laserpig theorizes that Zircon was never the actual project. It was designed to get leaked. Because if you hear something called Zircon, you're like, what the fuck is Zircon? Whereas anybody who knows anything about sort of like secret, like, particularly in Britain, like, secret projects have very, very normal sounding names, things like Garden Shed. Because it doesn't, if you've got like a couple of minutes to look through a computer to try and find something, or like documents, and you see something called Zircon, are you going to grab the thing called Zircon or financial reports, or like, I don't know, Office Report 2025? Which one are you going to pick up? You're going to pick up the thing called Zircon, aren't you? Yeah.
Broke and destitute. No, I don't think that's a parallel consequence.
How would he be
to his
broke and
action.
destitute? How's he suddenly going to lose all of his money?
That's where you want to go.
Well, no, I mean, you're asking how is he? You're saying he's going to be destitute in a trailer park.
Pedophiles who live it. Okay, so hold on, Queenman. So instead
How is he going to
focusing-
end up in a trailer park? How does Destiny end up in a trailer park? Answer my question.
okay,
Answer my question.
so,
How's
okay,
Destiny?
let's say
You
that
made it
Steven still
retarded.
has
You just
all
made
the
it
money.
retarded by coming up with some crazy story about Destiny being in a trailer park.
No, Queenman, if you want to make it gay and retarded, we can do this. Okay. So
you just made it gay and retarded talking about some crazy story about trailer parks.
What I just said, which is
Hold on. What the fuck is this? Did Brianna really send this? Are you fucking high? This is from Brianna Wu, apparently. Lav, what you should really be asking yourself is this. Brianna Wu is one of the most well-known experts in America about online abuse and women's issues online. Why is she not on my side? That's a question you should really spend some time thinking about. You're not going to get better until you understand you are the villain. You are the villain. I want to get it, like, fucking there. What the actual fuck kind of message is that to send to somebody? Spencer Howard, Fire Laserpig mention gets the donation. I love how he will randomly show up on 100ccv Andy streamers and have the most unhinged anecdotes. Yeah, Laserpig's fucking awesome and has never spoken to me, despite my tweets. I really like Laserpig. He's super based. This is fucking, that's so fucking insane. What the hell? This feminist really does love shitting on women. Yeah, feminists seem to. Funny that.
There's no Queenman. I'm not going to humor you by saying the sentence. Is that Steven will still have money, so he'll be fine. So hold on. I'm gonna flip this on you.
No, I'm pointing out the fact that you brought up two criteria that make no sense in this context.
For him to live in a trailer park with pedophiles, you think that's an accurate consequence for what he's done?
I don't think that this
I don't
is
see that
a
as the
productive
consequence. That's not what I was saying.
Do you think,
but Queenman wants the fucking shitpost, so we'll shit.
It's not shitpost, it's a legitimate question. What do you think the outcome should be, Connor? Killjoy with the 5, who really looked at a legitimate women's issue and went, how can I make this about me? Shocking. And you have hit the goal, so we will do the Dan video. I will be here for another couple of hours. This was a mistake. This was a mistake. Holy fuck, this was a mistake. Woo! I'm proud of you guys. I'm super proud of you. You know, I haven't eaten in like 2 days. I've just realized. I'm really hungry. That's not true. I had McDonald's yesterday. Fuck, I'm gonna die at like 40. You hit the goal. I'm so proud of you. Do you guys want another goal? Tell me if you look, one in the chat if you want another goal. Okay, let me know. Let me fucking know.
Connor, do you think that Destiny is a sexual predator?
No.
And why is that? What constitutes in your eyes a sexual predator?
I think
I'm not set up on WoW to play yet on stream, but I will do.
Predator would be somebody who's like taking advantage of people who have no capacity or agency.
Okay, so when you record someone without their consent and distribute that, what are you doing?
I would say you're violating the consent of that person.
And what?
Okay, I'll set up another goal. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough ones, I think. Okay, thank you, Aesthetic. Have a good night.
What does that mean? It means that they are not able to have, you're taking their agency away from them, correct?
Okay.
So is Steven a sexual predator?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not. Listen, guys, if you want if you want to take a
Connor, this is like
orbiter or former orbiter and get them to call him a pedophile because you
Who
feel
said
like
that?
you're winning.
Is that the only thing? Is that the only? So Steven is not a sexual predator until he fucks
You know what?
someone who's
I've
under
already
18.
answered 3 or 4 questions, so I'm just going to ask the question again because, again, this is the cudgel with which you're beaten over the head with which you won't answer.
Okay.
Did Paris Jackson
About
sleep
Hassan?
with Hassan Piker when she was 17?
Who fucking like the deflection's so infuriating. You know why you are in this call, Connor. You understand, bro. You can't just deflect onto Lav because Lav right now is winning. She was right. She was right. I'm sorry, she's just right. It's infuriating. It's I listen. I get it, buddy. But you can't do this. You look fucking lunatic. You look like a lunatic.
Screaming. This can't be real.
Earlier on-
Chat, is this real?
Earlier on, she said she was like wrong for coming out with that story in the way she did. Oh no, I'm not going to bed. Okay, based. Yes, stay. Stay. Queeman loves you, Becca. Queeman and I have had a long friendship. He's good. He's good. He's good. He's good.
Chat,
It's
is this
real. I'm asking you a very straightforward question that has a factual answer, yes or no. I typically answer your questions relatively quickly. You can answer my question relatively quickly.
It is my belief, and I have alleged that Hassan Piker slept with my friend before she was 18 years old. Yes, I have repeatedly said this. I've repeatedly said this. I will not go back on it because I know it to be true. Hassan is not taking me to court. I await him taking me to court. I have continuously publicly said this. I don't know what else to do. Yes. What the fuck does this have to do with
It
Stephen?
doesn't. I just wanted you to answer a straightforward question.
Okay, well, you got
What
your
does this
answer.
have
So
to
Awesome.
Can we go back
Oh
to the
my
sexual
God.
predator question?
It's like
Okay,
it's insane actually. It's insane.
No, it's
I
not.
can't
It's
believe
actually
real.
it's very sane. This is the one.
Do you know I ran into a friend who still collects Warhammer? He's like, because I talked to some of my friends about Warhammer. I know I'm a nerd. But he watches Counterpoints. He recommended him to me. Something like 2 years ago. He's like, oh, there's this Warhammer creator I really like. It's called Counterpoints. I was like, yeah, oh, Connor, I know.
One thing that people have been trying to get you to answer for a very long time. So
I have answered
She
this
said it many
every single
times.
time it's
Yeah.
been brought up. I've
So
answered
every
this
single
the same
time that
way.
somebody has asked you, did Hassan Piker have sex with Paris Jackson when she was 17? You've said yes.
Yes, every single time. Every single time.
Okay,
yes.
first, I don't think that's necessarily true. I
you
think
didn't
sometimes
say
you've
that
declined
earlier
to
tonight,
comment.
but
You have
okay.
declined to comment once in a
Oh
while,
my
I
God.
think.
No, I
I
said
seem
I'm
to
not
remember.
substantiating. I said it's not. I said I'm not substantiating.
But it's true.
Yeah, I will go on record to say yes. I believe that this is true. Yes.
Okay.
Awesome. Can we go back to the
That's fine.
conversation?
All
This
right, you
is
answered my question.
brutal.
We can move to whatever the fuck else you want.
Okay, Connor. So if you completely remove someone's agency by taking away even the possibility of them consenting to an act because you do it to them unknowingly, how are you not a predator? You have removed their agency and taken advantage of it. How does that not qualify as predation?
Okay, we're gonna go autistic, so we'll just Google sexual predator definition real quick.
Do you know what? All these Destiny-like tactics, all the debate pedo tactics. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Why are we defending Destiny? He started this shit. Destiny, this is your child.
And by the way, you could have Googled the statute by now, but I guess I'll do it.
A statute for what? There isn't a statute that's called sexual predator. It's a colloquialism.
Yes, there is for people who are in order to get on the sexual offender registry, you obviously have to violate.
Yeah, I wasn't
certain
asking a
laws.
question about the law. I was asking morally, do you think this guy should be on the
Oh,
sex offender
shut
registry?
up, you fucking homo! Yes, you were.
Connor,
No-
do you think
no, I
that there are
wasn't.
laws
No,
that
he
don't
wasn't.
exist that
He
shouldn't?
wasn't. He was literally not asking you that. Oh my god.
Exist?
Sure.
Connor, unlike you, I don't do legal analysis on Twitter, okay, buddy? So I'm not asking about the
Okay.
law. I'm asking
Did
about
you-
morals.
Did you
think-
not
wait, hold on.
ask me
Connor,
in
do
the
you think it should be
beginning of this
illegal
fucking
to
conversation
report
if he
someone
belonged
and
on the
distribute it?
sexual offender registry?
Yeah.
Was
Do
that
you
not a
think?
question that you
Do you
asked?
think Destiny should have a public record made that tells future partners that he behaves in
But
an
you don't
improper
want a
way
legal analysis.
sexually? Yeah, I'm not.
Cool anime girls. On a better topic, have you heard Scarlet Reaper may or may not be back? I hadn't heard that. Wait, what? Reaper's back? That should be a fun arc. Can't fucking wait.
But you
for
don't
legal
want a
analysis.
legal
Correct.
analysis.
Correct.
Thank you,
Oh,
cool
fuck
anime
yourself,
girls, for the
Steven.
news and
Let
the
me
five.
read instead of going off.
Do you think it should be?
So you can't make a
illegal
moral
to-
judgment,
to-
okay.
Do you
Go for
think
it.
it
Sorry.
should be illegal to
So what I'm getting so
unconsensually
far,
record someone
what
and
I'm
then
getting so
distribute
far
it unconsensually?
seems like my instincts are correct, which is a sexual predator is a type of sexual offender who has committed a particularly severe sex crime. The term predator is often used to describe someone who habitually seeks out exploitative sexual situations. Differences between a sexual predator and a sex offender: severity of the crime, frequency of the crime, prior sex offenses, type of.
But if you're just going, okay, let's leave out the legal for a second. But someone who seeks out, what did you say? Hold on.
Type of sexual offender.
Be illegal to
So what I'm getting so
unconsensually
far,
record someone
what
and
I'm
then
getting so
distribute
far
it unconsensually.
seems like my instincts are correct, which is a sexual predator is a type of sexual offender who has committed a particularly severe sex crime. The term predator is often used to describe someone who habitually seeks out exploitative sexual situations.
What, you mean like, I don't know, hooking up with BPD girls, or like girls with or people with mental health issues who are a bit unstable in a weird power dynamic where you're a large streamer and can help their career as a pattern of behavior. So that's what you're saying sounds like a predator, like just leaving out the legal stuff. I don't know. Kind of sounds like the shit Destiny's done, isn't it? Like, it just doesn't it? Like, I don't know. It seems pretty predatory to me. I just, question.
Differences between a sexual predator and a sex offender: severity of the crime, frequency of the crime, prior sex offenses, type of crime. So no, I don't think that Steven should be deemed a sexual predator or go onto the sex offender registry for what he's done. No, I don't think so.
Is that a moral position or a legal position, Connor?
You lot.
Is
This
that
is
a
a legal analysis based off of what I was
Okay,
able to
I'm
pull
not
up on
asking for
cursory
a
search.
layman's. I'm not asking for layman legal analysis. I'm asking for a moral position. I'm asking about what you think, Connor.
And
I'm
I
not
already
asking
gave you
for-
an answer, which is no. I don't think that going
Okay.
on the sex offender registry is proportional to the crime he's committed.
Okay,
I already
so
answered your
how do
question.
you make sure that women he interacts with in the future know that there is a significant chance he is recording them, even when he claims otherwise?
I don't know how to solve that for the women who Destiny sleeps with. I don't know how to fix that for them.
Well,
So,
this
so
is a-
you
this
just
is
think
what
you
I
should be allowed
talked
to
about.
go on, or what's your prescription here?
Do you have a solution, Queeman?
Yeah, I think you should be put on sex offender registry.
Okay. I think you're fucking insane, but that's fine.
Okay,
I
we
think
don't have any
there's
reasoning, so.
several things that should happen. I think that there should be way more. I think that this kind of shows that like the liberal, sex positive attitude completely is unsustainable. Like I think that the casual sex attitude, the have sex with whoever attitude is completely counterproductive for women. I said this like 3 years ago. I think that my involvement with Steven was a learning lesson for me to never do anything like that again. And I think that I've mostly said that I think I've taken a lot of accountability by saying that I shouldn't have put myself in that position and that no other woman should. Of course, you can only hold women as accountable as they can be without also then saying that there is a guy who wants to hurt you and you should avoid him, right? Like there is still the part where you are avoiding the guy that wants to hurt you. Yeah, I think that, I don't know about you guys, I think that recording, even if it's not in law right now, I think that morally,
Sorry, I'm just
there
closing
should- there should-
tabs before my computer closes. Actually, fuck this. Hold on a second. Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to talk about, and I can just close shit. Because I can hear my computer, like, fucking dying. Fairy Queen, I will never speak to you again. When Wick says, I never refuse to do a panel with Fairy Queen. She's allowed on my platform when she wants. Fuck. Just like, fuck you, Wick. Based. These can all go. These can all go. My computer might actually fucking like wake up and not be dead. Again, that'd be nice. My computer's starting to feel like me. I can't say I fucking blame it. Okay. There we go. Are they?
Be a law that says that you cannot record someone without their consent and then
Thanks for
distribute it
bearing
without
with me.
their consent. I think most people are in
What
agreement
PC
that
specs
way.
you have? I
If
don't
the
know.
law
I don't know. My friend built my PC. It works, and it can play modern games, so that's what it needs.
doesn't it exist, it should. And then if the law exists, obviously, I think that there should be a consequence for that behavior.
Maybe it's time for a new
when you
PC.
are on a registry, it
It's
doesn't.
a
just say
Chrome
that you're
browser.
On a registry for anything.
It's a Chrome browser. That's what kills it. I can run like games and stuff, no problems, but I'm running OBS and the fucking Chrome browser, and it's just like fucking dies. It's like having a little moment now. Maybe I probably need some air for it. Anyway, fuck it, whatever.
It's exactly
Find
your
more of
crime
the 20.
usually. I think that
Thanks,
he should
Nicandros.
be on a registry saying that he has distributed unconsensual content in media, obviously. I don't know why you would die on the hill that that's something that he shouldn't be. I think it's obvious that he should face severe consequences for actions like that.
Okay. It should be a black mark that follows you for the rest of your life.
Hold on. Firstly, Connor looks like he's gonna die. He actually listened, like he is broken. But I like this line from Queeman.
Something that he shouldn't be. I think it's obvious that he should face severe consequences for actions like that.
Okay. It should be a black mark that follows you for the rest of your life. It should follow you for the rest of your life. 100%.
I think that is super based as a position. I cannot disagree at all. Based. Actually, truly based.
To respond, I would like to respond. So, anyways, Lav, you and I both share the perspective that we are both fairly, well, I would say I am anyways, fairly sex negative. I don't like the positivity. I don't like the sweeping. Matter of fact, I think I wrote down a script the other week where I was like, and you can correct me if this isn't a summary of your perspective, was effectively that when you came onto the Twitch and YouTube political scene, you were concerned that young women were being recruited by OnlyFans and sex workers to get into the industry at an age that was inappropriate for their like ability to consent.
I don't get how you I don't get how you can hold a position like this where you're like, I'm a conservative, but every time something comes up, like when it's Vosh or whether it's this Destiny stuff where you're like, actually, I don't know, there may be reasons for it. There's this bro, dude, it's not that hard to just say, listen, this goes against my principles, fuck this. Plenty of other people with more to lose than Connor have managed to do that.
Sent to the concept,
Yeah.
and as a result they were paying dire social consequences and financial consequences for their participation in sex work. Does that
Yeah.
seem like an accurate summary of your belief at that time?
Yeah.
Yeah, you and I are in fucking lockstep right there.
Mhm.
And not only that, like I am probably with you in lockstep as far as like this degenerate fucking Coomer culture that's permissive of all this bullshit. I don't think I think people 95% of people, 99% of people should be serial monogamous. They should have one partner that they stick with and that they're loyal to. And if they don't work out as a partner, then they break up and then they're loyal to their next partner. And they move on from that. And what's happening right now in my fucking chat is there's all these fucking degenerate pieces of shit Coomer who want me to come your way and Queeman's way and say that Steven is the worst fucking pedophile piece of shit on the fucking planet and he deserves to be burned at the fucking stake and he deserves to live on pedophile island in the fucking trailer park. But they don't admit that Coomer culture
Remind me to avoid
contributed to this
pedophile
entire
island.
fucking situation.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously think you're taking artistic liberties when you say that. That's not what I'm
Barely.
saying. I don't.
No, all people want is you just to have like a consistent position. That's it. Do I think Destiny's life should be over? No. I don't think his life should be over. I think this should do significant damage to his career. But I don't think he should be like, I don't think he should be fucking like have his ears and nose cut off and turned into a fucking like weird pariah where like anytime anyone comes near, like children ring bells and they all run a fucking way. Like, morning, Gamma. I don't think he should lose all his friends and have nothing in his life and live out of a box. But there should obviously be consequences for this. And it's completely reasonable to say. Because the one thing I will agree with on people is this isn't just another drama. This is like pretty fucked. In the same way, and again, like if the accusations about Dr. Disrespect are accurate, if they're accurate, because I don't know their full accuracy, the DMs were never leaked, then he should suffer consequences. The stuff with Vosh should have had consequences. It should have had more consequences than it has. It shouldn't be hard to say that. People who want accountability are the degenerates, according to him. You know, I said at the end of the video, I brought this up a couple of times, well, once already, where it's like, I'm not an accountability channel. I'm not, I'm here to laugh at things. But you're asking, like, this is like a principal position. And you can like divorce yourself from the content for a second and be like, no, I think this thing. It's like, I'm not an accountability channel, but pedophiles deserve severe repercussions. That's not about accountability. This Destiny stuff isn't even really about accountability to some extent. It's to do with the fact, it's twofold. Firstly, it's to do with the fact that this should be like something people are mindful for. Believe me, and I'll tell you this will have impacts, but Destiny's not going anywhere. I don't think this is going to end Destiny's fucking, like, he's never going to stream again and he'll never make a comeback. Look at Dr. Disrespect. Look at Vosh. Look at plenty of other people. But the other half is like the people who have sweat for this, particularly the people who knew or were almost certainly in the knowledge in his orbit. Yeah, they should also be like questioned on where their principles are. And it's also like it's a standards thing, because these are all people who hold apparently principled political positions. They're the ones saying, listen, we need Destiny around because Trump. We need Destiny around to fight the incel plague. We need him to fight Andrew Tate. Who the fuck is Destiny? If you tie yourself to these people when you are trying to do like take moral actions, you're fucked. If you treat Destiny as a dude who had a regular job, he would probably be blacklisted from his work community for shit, for this shit, and deservedly so. It would have serious, depends on his industry, Killjoy, but it would have serious repercussions, yeah. Especially because, like, in that context, if he did it to a co-worker, for example, yeah. He made a Dr. Disrespect joke saying he was going to dress like him. Well, yeah. Where's the remorse, Erudite? You've been telling us how sad and remorseful he is, Erudite. So, were you lying or are you dumb? Pick one. You're either lying or you're incompetent. Which is it? NSC?
Over here, Queeman is like, fuck yeah, I want him to go on the pedophile list.
Yeah, I think he should. I think Steven should not have access to women to abuse anymore. So I don't think that he should have a platform anymore.
I've been saying someone has to smooch him on the head before he pulls the Benoit. He has no thoughts,
so that when
let
people
alone
Google
morals.
the boy that they're going on a date with, the man they're going on a date with, they see that he's done stuff like this, so they can avoid it.
Connor, are you out there fighting for people who publicly urinate and get put on the sex offender registry? Are you out there campaigning against that, or do you think this is probably a more legitimate use case of the sex offender registry than pissing in
I'm not out
public?
there fighting for them, but I 100% believe that people who get caught pissing in public shouldn't be on the sex offense registry.
Okay, do you think this is probably a better use case for the sex offender registry than people?
Beckett, can't she be both dumb and sweeping? Yeah. Yeah, she can. That's fine.
Pissing in public.
Wait, sorry, what's that?
Do you think this is a better?
He's not remorseful. He's the kind of guy who would never truly admit he's wrong and has done something wrong. So here's the problem, and this is the reason most people don't apologize on the internet. Apologies are an admission of guilt, and they will be used against you. Legitimately, they'll just be used against you. It's why so many people don't want to do it. It's a really potentially damaging thing to do to yourself. Because then people will go, well, you apologized for that, so you're obviously fucking guilty. And it's like, oh, I guess I won't apologize then. My position on this is really simple. If you're sorry for something, apologize for it, right? And just be honest. But if you're not sorry, if you do a shitty thing and you're not sorry for it, don't apologize. Just be like, it was a shitty thing. I think, again, just taking this situation, I have things to apologize for. But at the same time, it's like, I don't want to over-justify and stuff. But I released a video, I stand by releasing the video. Just own your positions. It's really easy. You can be wrong as well. I think, you know, I misread certain things about Pixie and this situation. I misread things to do with Straighter Aid, if I'm honest. I made, you know, and that's kind of like, as more information comes out, you pick those, you begin to get a clearer picture, and sometimes certain parts of your position are going to change. And you own the fact that they've changed, and you own the fact that you may have been wrong about what you said. It's fine. It's fine to do. And people can criticize you for being wrong about the things you said. But, like, going forward, at least in my opinion, going forward, the important thing is if you were wrong about a thing you said, from an audience and wider perspective, people need to know that you are okay owning the position you were wrong on. Really simple. Ico rules with the raid. How you doing, Ico? Did you have a good stream? Welcome in. Welcome in. Listen, chat met the goal, so we are doing this convo, and then we're watching the Dan convo. Let's fucking go. Exciting. Exciting, exciting times. Oh, good morning. Yeah, good morning. Oh, fuck. Actually, Aiko, I wanted to ask you something. Aiko, can you phone me? Can we talk briefly? I want your opinion on something. If you're still awake. We can chat. I need a cigarette anyway. Can we skip to the Dan thing? Watch a little bit more of this and skip to the Dan thing. Hashtag save Beckett. You know. Yes, I talked to Sunday. Oh, okay. Nice. This was insane. Yeah. Been pretty crazy. But yeah, I was screaming in Connor's chat. I don't fucking blame you. This was wild. Alright, I'm sleeping now, Pookie. Night, Diesel. Sleep well, bro. We'll do stuff over the weekend. We'll play some WoW. It'll be fun. Sure. No worries. Take your time. Sig does sound good. Yeah, Sig is good. Welcome into the stream that could have been a video. Could have been a video. Max is going to be annoyed. No, it's fine. I've got like, oh, fuck, I've got so many other things. I still want to do the dev video. The dev video is like so up there. Oh. God. Right. Yeah, we'd okay, well, I'll wait. While Aiko's doing that, we'll play a little bit more. Play a little bit more.
It's a use case for the sex offender registry than people pissing in public.
On a spectrum of sex offense, I would agree that sending sending intimate images.
So stop pretending it's a completely absurd idea. So stop pretending it's a completely absurd idea.
Than pissing in public. Yes, I agree with that.
Stop pretending it's completely absurd, because within our current framework, this would make total sense. Next, do you think that Destiny's behavior is rooted in some kind of pathology?
Okay, yes, 100%.
Do you think that you should have to inform partners that you have AIDS?
Yes.
Okay, so
I hate when people do this during debates. Do you know there's a way to get like certain answers out of a survey? You ask like a load of questions that lead to a conclusion, and then the last question in that science survey is the one you publish, and basically you force the position by their own the person by their own logical steps. The classic one to the ex-prime minister of like, about conscription, and basically you lead to the point where it's like, well, do you want young people taught to use guns? Do you think it's wrong to force people to go to war? And you're like, yeah, those are all bad. It's like, would you be against conscription? Yeah, of course. And on the other side, do you think that young people need more like structure in their lives? Yes. Do you think that it's good to serve to provide a service to your country? Yes. Do you believe in conscription? Yes. Yeah. That's why you never fucking trust surveys. They are largely bollocks. There's very few people who do them well.
If Destiny has a pathology that causes him to harm people during sex, do you not think he should be required to inform future partners?
He should be
rolling. Okay. Hey, okay.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. Just watching through stuff. How are you?
I'm doing good. I just had a long stream. I watched Sunday's stream earlier, and then I talked to him for a while.
So, I mean, I should, because you're just catching up. So, I mean, like, I've been pretty open. I think I misread certain things with Pixie, and also I understand how fucked the situation is, so I've offered an apology, just so, like, I'm catching you up as to where I am.
Oh, okay. Anything in particular?
I think there's certain things, like, I think, obviously when I apologized privately, I said certain things, and as stuff has developed, I think because of what Straighterade said, and I think that's tarnished the way a lot of people saw these DMs, because one thing that came up was, like, was Straighterade, was Pixie, what's the fucking term?
Extortion?
Extortion. I think a lot of that comes down to how Straighterade painted things in the particular DMs that came out, and I don't think that was fair. And it's quite clear from the wider DMs, I don't think that was Pixie's intention either. And so I feel bad for those implications. And also I feel, I think I badly framed the bad empanada clip. And as somebody who's had their relationship examined at fucking length, I think that while the silence around this, I think, has been damaging because it's allowed people to come up with weird fucking assertions about their relationship and what's going on. I think just using the bad empanada clip as I did was just not good. I feel bad for that one. So, yeah, it's stuff around that. You know, what are your thoughts and feelings?
When I talked to Sunday, especially about the extortion stuff. And he also admits that he would do it differently. You know, he would go back and do it differently and make it not sound like he was accusing her of something. I think that, I mean, overall, it's hard for me to say. I also think that I'm like kind of biased because Sunday's my friend, and also I'm not connected with it at any point, like at all. Sure. So I was saying, like, you know what, if it was someone I cared about, like Cherry, I probably would have feel very differently, and I might have like never spoken to him again if that were the case. But that's just purely, I'm just being honest about like my emotions. But overall, I think that the results so far have been effective. Like H3 covered it and didn't get anything wrong exactly, like for once. I mean, you know, like I enjoy H3, but sometimes they get the drama very wrong. Did you watch it?
I haven't seen the H3 coverage yet, no.
Yeah, it just was very simple, like showed like the thing about Pixie and showed Cherry's tweet. So it wasn't very long. It was pretty like clear cut. I think that overall the message is getting out. But yeah, I think Sunday's right. I still agree with this position. This was coming out. I think with or without him, and with or without me. You know, this is just the point with where the leaks were. Yeah, and so it's like, yeah, you ultimately become, I think overall, I think it's important to just, as long as you are willing to bear the weight of whatever is to come as a result of your participation, you know, you can't, it's hard to really put anything on like one person, I definitely think that like within the week it would have been just as out. So I kind of see it as like if you are willing to take responsibility for like a controlled demolition, like I see, you know, I wouldn't have taken the risk because of Pixie's suicidality. I tried to make that very clear to Sunday.
Yeah,
how,
I think it's a very
she's- yeah.
difficult situation. I don't think I've
Yeah.
pretended otherwise. And again, this is why I've been like,
Yeah.
I don't want to over-explain my rationale, and I don't
Oh,
think
yeah.
I have, because I think criticism's fair. I think that's kind of the overall.
Yeah. Like you're willing to just own whatever comes along with it. I think that the important thing is, you know, I just wanted, like with Sunday, I wanted to make sure that he didn't have any like particular rationalizations that that made him feel like he was justified in a way that would be more like a cope. You know what I mean? Like just like it's a completely valid choice to do what you guys did, and as long as you know we just all have to bear the weight of whatever our actions result, and there's no like objective answer to it. So
Yeah, it's a really weird situation that got created. But again, this is why I'm just like, apologize, and like you just take accountability for the choices that happen. And I'm pretty far down this chain, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just like one of these, generally speaking, somebody who just tends to like to take account because I recognize stuff. But
I mean, yeah, like taking accountability is like literally it's just accounting for things, just like writing, you know, just in the history, the paper trail, looking back, like it's a part of the story. Not in a way of punishment.
Can I add Sunday
sure.
to the call?
Yeah.
Give me just a sec. Let me put them in. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna restart the call.
Okay.
There we go.
Heidi ho.
Heidi ho.
How are we all? I see Aiko's been slandering me.
I've not been
I
slandering.
knew this day would
Slandering.
come. I knew this day would come.
So true.
Treacherous cur. I knew it. It's okay. Well, how's it going?
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, like, I don't know. I've been pretty open. I don't think it's anything that we haven't discussed. I mean, particularly the stuff with Nick.
Probably
Obviously,
not.
I disagree.
I
with
mean,
you.
we probably discussed this like several. I think we've probably discussed this easily 8 hours.
We
since
have
the
gone
video launched.
over, particularly the Nick stuff, about 20 different times. But yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
How are you feeling after the stream? What are your thoughts?
Oh, just extremely tired. Fine. I think one of the frustrating things is like, because here's the thing. There's a level of how do I want to put this? You know, maybe I don't want to put it. Maybe I'll if I find an entry point when we're talking, I'll
Okay.
bring it up. But I don't trust myself.
Yeah, that's.
He's very stoned right now. He
Okay,
had a
so
gummy.
That is, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to drag things out too long with stuff, but I think like
No, it's okay.
yeah, it's one. I think it's one of those where you way to put this. Fuck, my brain's gone.
We had extensive conversations about like yeah. Go on, please.
I will say this: when you were like, don't make any rash decisions or talk, and I was like, yeah, you know, you could just let the stuff with Nick die, and then you went live and talked about Nick for a while. I was like, so that's a choice.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I didn't.
I was
he
just
declined
thinking
the
that.
conversation with me before that, and then he went live.
Yeah.
But it ended up happening anyway. So go ahead.
Did I decline a conversation? Yeah, I did, didn't I? God damn it.
Yeah.
I may be acting somewhat erratically.
A little bit.
Listen, we're human. It's good. It's fine.
No, not me. I'm a president. But no, I think it was just I was getting the same I was getting the same responses over and over again. It was grinding my gears a little bit too much, and it shouldn't have been because I'd already resolved not to answer them. And I think I just forgot that today. As if to illustrate the point, containment is impossible. You have to guide currents that the pressure is where you want it to go, not try to keep it down. Or I just got mad at Nick, either or.
Yeah, I think I mean I've said this earlier, but I will say this to you again. I think your read of him is unfair. I think it's uncharitable, and I disagree with you.
Echo, do you think my read of Nick is unfair and charitable? Fight! Sorry, go on.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like it could be. I don't know in what in particular way, Beckett, would you say?
I think at the
Any
core,
particular way?
the fact that Nick would even come and talk to you because of his concerns over this shows how he feels about this story and the situation and Destiny. And if he didn't feel that, he wouldn't have bothered coming to talk to you because ultimately you have no impact on him. Well, why would he?
I thought I gave specific reasons for why I thought he would anyways.
I think I don't think.
Namely, he wanted the story broken, but he didn't want to be responsible for leaking it, which is why he was talking to me and why he threw Tom and Augie and the rest under the bus.
I don't think he would have been that unguarded if that was his only motivation.
Well, I think that's kind of the only reason why he would be unguarded in that case. Because like here's the thing, when he was in public, right, he wasn't doing what would be consistent with what he claimed about himself later, which is he's refusing to act without the evidence. He was actively sweeping for Destiny and actively attacking people who were saying that there's a mob of people. I showed the clips on there,
He's
like
dealing
back to back.
It's a New Year's stream. I think it's an unfair read. But I'll say this: like Nick's history with this, when you look at things like the
if
Mama
it's
Mac
New
stuff,
Year's, you didn't tell me it was his birthday.
Well, I mean, it's a group stream where this isn't a set-up conversation. They end up in a situation, and it's a difficult one to handle based on. I'm still not clear on the information that they had at the time. I don't think they had as much, and even they just had a single.
But we do though. They told us. He told us. He told us explicitly what he had.
He said that screenshot came through after the news.
Yeah, but the screenshot doesn't matter because he was attacking Mel in that video.
Yeah,
Becca,
that
remember?
was my one thing. Like, I think it's totally fine and reasonable to not get involved, to not come out publicly or say anything. But like, did he have to say, oh, maybe Melina was talking about the Leafy thing? Did Tom have to say, oh, why would you trust Melina? Like, they're putting like.
I'd have
you
to go
can
back
just
over
not
the
say
stream, but
anything.
my recollection is that he agreed with Chud by the end. And you know, again, I don't want to go.
Who,
I don't
Tom?
want to. Nick, I don't want to go like super deep into this, but
Yeah.
it's one of those where.
No, I'm not invested.
Yeah.
I'm not invested in
Yeah.
turning you on, Nick. It's fine. It's all good.
But I just want to voice that, I guess, because it is a frustration. But I mean,
That's fair.
you know,
I think.
Like here's the
Things are
thing.
fair.
Like yeah. The thing is this. The framing that I put that clip in the video with, which I told him, we together told him, was specifically not geared towards attacking him for stuff he said in that call. That was my entire attitude. It's like, look, if he's making this move, I don't really care what motivated him. I don't care why he's on the right side of this. I'm just glad that somebody is, so that something can happen, so that this whole like dark cloud can be broken and people can actually start to address like the rot that's happening here. What's frustrating to me is that it really seems like he was trying to use that, not just to launder that position so he doesn't have to own up to being that leaker, but also because he's using it and essentially throwing me under the bus in order to try to mend his relationship with Tom, which I don't care about. I'm not invested in this. It's just a nasty, scummy thing to do. And I'm just not a huge fan of the way he conducted himself in all of this. It wasn't honest.
I think it
wasn't honest at all.
I think it's a difficult situation, and for everyone. And I think one thing that I wish you consider more is the fact that we were both gonna get flack for this. Both discussed it, like understanding that, and you reacted particularly badly to the flack from Nick when it's something you knew, at least from talking to me, was a controversial decision, and would have repercussions.
What, to leaking him? That's not a controversial decision at all. He himself has leaked stuff in the past constantly. That's common practice here. Very common practice. And by the by, the leak in question was something that exposed directly that in private he admitted the direct opposite of what he was shaming people in public for. Namely, he's actually afraid to speak out, according to himself, because of the pressure from DGG. Where in public, he'll specifically say, "Oh, you're acting like Mr. Girl. You're paranoid. They're not that autistic. No, you're all fine." I don't think that's cool. I think what that does is that gives people not just the impression that he knows less than he does. It directly actually advocates in favor of a narrative that protects Destiny. Namely, it casts aspersions on people who are pointing out a very real problem that even he acknowledges in private, and it creates a culture, an atmosphere of hostility to people who want to address the problem, so people are less likely to come out and talk about it.
But here's the issue: like we all know from experience that even talking about this, it's like the Mr. Girl stuff.
But that's exactly my point, though, Beck.
No, just let me finish.
That's exactly my point.
It's like the Mr. Girl stuff, where they didn't have enough for how hard they pushed, and accusations that should have been taken more seriously were easily brushed aside. Now,
I disagree. I think the problem with the Mr. Girl article was not that he didn't have enough for how hard he pushed. The problem with the Mr. Girl article is that he made himself the main character. He didn't have enough, not for how hard he pushed, but he didn't have enough to simply do the thing at all. It wasn't an expose. It was a collection of stuff that was.
But it's also
known.
it's not just firstly.
It should have been a video.
Well, it should have been a video,
that
but
too.
like,
That's the
but
main
it's
part,
not
but
just
yeah.
well, the document's crap, but it's also Mr. Girl's Crusade as well. But even looking outside that, like you look at the French girl stuff with Pyrocynical, and how
you're actually talking to the wrong guy.
But this,
I'm not
is the
familiar.
point. Like you look at the reason commentary feels this way about stories like this is because previously, almost universally, going ahead or even alluding to something that you can't quite justify will destroy a story, and often things that, and I'm not saying this for Pyro because I don't know, but often things people believe should come out and should be talked about get buried in the fuck up.
But here's the problem: you're retreating to a different story. What Nick was commenting on had nothing to do with Pixie. What Nick was commenting on was the bare fact of there being leaks and casting doubt on the idea that Melina was referring to those leaks, which she absolutely was, and casting doubt, in fact, directly insulting people who said that actually there is a culture of pressuring people to be quiet about this stuff if it displeases Destiny or makes DGG look bad.
If that's the question, was everyone, including
well, it
you?
wasn't a question; it was a statement.
Well, no, but I mean, but then the question is everyone who was aware of this Melina stuff, because it did the rounds on Twitter, it did the rounds on Kiwi Farms, is everyone who dismissed it at that point or wouldn't come out and say, well, this is non-consensual, guilty of
Nope,
sweeping
because
for
my
Destiny?
issue was not with him not coming out about it. My issue was with him directly positing things that misdirected it to other things, that obscured the issue. He could have said nothing. I'm actually very explicit, what I said earlier in my stream. Chudlogic did the right thing. He knew what was going on to the same extent, as far as I'm aware, as Nick, but he did not go out of his way to either disparage people who are pointing to the very real oppressive factor of DGG, like cultists, and he didn't try to misdirect when people who were under threat, like Melina, were making were giving ambiguously phrased confirmations that no, they didn't consent to the thing. Simply,
but the situation isn't a call-in stream on Chudlogics to discuss the current drama. The situation
it doesn't matter.
is
They are on Chudlogics talking about it nonetheless.
The conversation ended up there where it probably shouldn't have. Where you've also got Tom and Oggy, where they don't know where people don't know how much information other people have. Okay, well, look, I don't want to dig into this. I'm sure Nick will respond, and then that can go back and forward again.
He knows he's going to die if he tries to defend this. It's okay.
No, it's not. It's not about a Freudian slip. No, it's not about a Freudian slip. It's about the fact
that I'm being a dick. I apologize.
I don't want to overly litigate it. My position is this: I think continuing that fight and talking about Nick constantly is unfair to Nick, and I think it's a distraction. And I think,
well, I mean, he started it. I don't think so.
Okay, well, I mean that's fine. But listen, I've known you for quite a while. I'm going to be honest with you, and that's how I feel. and it would be unfair for me to say otherwise.
Well,
Right.
facts don't care about your feelings, Beckett, but...
Well,
I
what
like
a
you,
right-wing
it's okay.
talking point. I'm
I care about your
disappointed in you.
feelings, okay?
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, well, look, I'm going to get back to this Queeman thing and
You
then
guys
do
have
the down
fun.
call.
I'll be watching.
Based. Nice.
Yeah,
I'll
Thank
be
you guys.
enjoying.
Peace.
I'll be
Bye-bye.
raging. Okay, bye.
Okay. You are orange coming? Yeah, fucking hell. Okay. Do you remember when I used to talk about ponies chat? I got a couple of super chats. Rolski, the 100 Swedish crowns. Let's not pretend Sunday wanted to stick the knife in, damn the consequences. Thank you for the 100. Space Station with the 2. You won't be person non grata for protecting Gen Public. You won't be person non grata for protecting Gen Public. I'm not sure what you mean. But thank you for the 2. Yeah, it's look, I get it. I do get people's position on this. You're gonna love the content this was called. I'm sure he'll have fun. Okay. Right. Right. Let's go. Okay.
Required to inform future partners that he previously recorded sexual partners.
That
and
he has
released it
either
on-
We're gonna watch a little bit more and then we're gonna go to the Dan conversation because it is 10 o'clock in the morning and I've been going for 6 hours and it's gonna take me at least 2 hours to get through the Dan call.
that he is so unable, so pathologically fucked in regards to sex that there is a good chance he will harm you if you have sex with him.
No. Okay.
Okay,
And
why
Cleveland,
not?
I'm actually.
Where's the
hold on, I'm
delineating
going to ask
factor?
you a question. I'm going to ask you a question. Based on your own logic, let's say that we have a 17-year-old who, and by the way, this happens all the fucking time. We have 17-year-olds who.
I don't understand why Connor keeps going back to hypotheticals. They don't work well for him. I don't get it. He's so red. Yeah, it's wild.
Film themselves shooting pornographic content amongst each other and they text and send it to each other. Do you think that those people should go on to the sex offender register?
No, the children that are full agency.
Connor, they're
What if they're 18? What if they're 18? That 18 in
Connor.
one day.
Yeah, once you what I mean, they should.
Queenman's asking me all these fucking gay hypotheticals. We're gonna do it. So
The-
18 in one day.
You don't need the gay hypotheticals.
They send both.
I don't understand why it is so hard for some people just to say bad thing is bad. I think part of it is to do with people really being afraid to be just bad. Like or have an unpopular positional take. You know what? It's okay to do something that you recognize as a bit of a bastard move, or like to hold a position that's unpopular and be like, that's just where I'm at. It's more respectable, in fact, to just be like, listen, if Erudite came out and was like, listen, I'm in love with Destiny, I'd fucking murder puppies for the dude. I'd be like, do you know what? At least you're fucking honest. I'd respect it. I'd respect it, unironically. Okay? That's where I'm at.
Both parties involved are 18 in one day. Should both of those people go on the sex offender registry?
Sorry, can you explain the full story? Like, what's the hypothetical
shut up.
giving me here?
Connor, how
No, we're
old
gonna
is
do it.
Steven? How old is Steven?
He's 35. But this is obviously on a fucking. This is on a spectrum, right? So we need to figure
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
where the
So
line
tell me
is,
the
right?
story here. Give me the story. What's the hypothetical?
So let's say we have two couples, right? They don't know each other. There's
Sure,
female
Connor,
and
go
male
ahead.
couples,
Go ahead,
both
buddy.
Homosexual. I don't care what you fancy.
Tell me what you think.
One party films the other party during like a sex act, and they both know it, but then they distribute that pornography to another party without the consent. Okay, then flip flop the reverses. That way we don't have to deal with gender dynamics, right? So
That's fair.
you both have
Sunday, yeah.
18 years old sharing porn with each other without consent. Should those people go on the sex offense registry?
Yeah.
You're fucking insane.
That's
You-
not
you
insane.
don't
Sharing
touch
porn without
real
consent is one
world
of the
rap.
most fucked up things you can do, especially in
You know
permanent
what?
forms.
You know what? Maybe
You're
the
insane.
first time. Maybe the first time. No. Maybe the first time. No.
Do you know what like finally got Echo of Tragedy? destroyed from the commentary community, like actually drove him out. It was sharing porn of other people. It did damage to the people who saw it as well and were sat in the call with him. The Echo was absolutely fucking driven out over this shit. Is it a fucking wild thing to do?
Sure.
The second
I would
time,
agree with that.
Probably.
Well, and by the way, I'm with Lav here because basically, if
So,
let's
wait.
say
Reaches
Stephen
Wait, you get a strike system. So if you hold on, I just want to hear that again. That's fucking wild. Okay, hold on.
Maybe the first.
You're fucking.
You know what? Maybe
You're
maybe
insane.
the first time. Maybe the first time. No. Maybe the first time. No.
Sure.
The second
I would
time,
agree with that.
Probably.
Well, and by the way, I'm with Lav here because basically, if
So, Destiny.
So Destiny's done it multiple times, so he should go on the sex. Connor, are you fucking listening to yourself?
It reaches
Stephen,
your
hold on.
standard then. If
I'm
2
talking.
times is
I
enough,
have the,
Connor.
I have the talking stick, and you are autistic and retarded, so I would like to talk. So, in the scenario, I agree with Lav because if you commit this crime once,
Wait, Lav has
that
a
could be a mistake.
Wait, Lav has a ferret now? I could just see Stylo in the chat being like, she has a ferret? What the fuck? Based. Tuna 6, yeah.
Honest mistake, whatever. But if you have a dozen or a few dozen times that you have.
There is so many times. This isn't the first drama. This isn't even the first time this has happened with Destiny. Let's leave aside like the amount of leaks that were given out. This isn't even the first fucking time. Connor, if you're going to take a position like that, maybe own the position. Are you kidding, bro?
Have done this, then at that point, I do think that it would be an indication of predation.
Okay. How many times do you think Destiny's done it?
We know of 2.
Okay, so he goes on the registry then, doesn't he?
Okay. Do you think he's kind of getting there? Do you think he's getting towards predation?
After 2? Yeah,
I
we
mean,
could be
you
getting
said, yeah, I mean, you said not first offense, maybe the second. 3, apparently, anyway. We know of 3, apparently. I'm guessing it's Pixie, Cherry, Grinder hookups. 4, in fact, if we count both Grinder
Yeah, we
hookups that
know.
he claims to have
about,
recorded.
yeah, we know about that as well. So yeah, there is 3.
Okay, so if I was a state attorney, okay, if I was a state attorney, and
If I was a lawyer, bro.
Okay.
Okay,
The
go on.
statutes, and by the way, the legal analysis.
Oh,
is
5 with
important.
Melina. Sorry,
They
5
were-
with Melina.
Melina.
Sorry, five with...
I love the counting. That's fucking incredible. Okay, that's pretty fucking funny. Also, there's the previous one that happened like with the Bob 7 stuff, is that right? Or like there was something to do with like his ex? Like, I don't know. It's sort of adding up.
With
When you
Melina,
don't care
sorry,
about legal
5,
analysis
5.
because I
Sorry.
care about legal analysis and I'm a third of the conversation.
Wait,
Okay.
also his ex.
Oh, and
right?
Blue
So
Tea,
that's
6. Blue Tea, 6.
There we go.
Oh, wow, this is stacking up quickly, isn't it, Connor? Wow. Sounds
Wow,
like
it
your
is.
boy's a sex
So-
offender.
Yeah, so at this point, you know what you need because you care about this so much. You care about this.
You don't even
care
need
about
to care
women.
I care about
You
people
don't
being
even
wrong
need to
online,
care
Connor.
about
That's what I care
Keenan
about.
is
Is
the
people
most
being wrong online.
virtuous orbiter here. He cares about women. He cares about sex offenses. He cares
Mhm,
about all of this. So, Queeman, here's
Sorry,
my
Nudge.
advice to you. Since you care about this so passionately that you think that Queeman or you think that Steven should go to the fucking trailer park with the pedophiles, what you can do is you can line up those witnesses. You can get them to sign sworn written affidavits that they have discovered the fact that they've had revenge porn leaked against them against their consent. You can have them sign on the dotted line where it says that they're willing to prosecute. You can get a state attorney in the state.
And then Connor apparently would still sweep for it. What are you doing, bro? This is legitimately worse than Erudite at this point. What's Destiny got on you? There's no way he doesn't have blackmail for Connor to be acting that way. And as we're talking about litigation stuff, that's obviously a comical or satirical statement. There we go. Fucking my brain broke for a second. I apologize, chat. Lauren Daly, yeah, fucking hell.
State of Florida in order to get it done. And
Wait,
then
he's
you can
done
work
way
with that
more
state
than
attorney in
5.
order to make sure
He
that
has
it actually
5
gets pushed.
victims.
I will say this. because I was forced to read through the Kiwi Farms thing to fucking put this shit together. There are other people who have deleted their presence online over this. They have deleted their presence online over this. They're gone.
To the courts, and then when he catches half a dozen felonies, all like third-degree felonies, all at the same time, then he'll go to pedophile.
Killjoy. Fucking Kyler said, I can fix him. Connor said he ain't broke. Also, if Aiko's still in chat, I'm all aboard the fuck Tyler train. There was a little rant earlier about it, but look, I'll repeat. That level of uncharitability, considering how charitable I was with Connor, fucking rat behavior. Unreal. Of all the people who have said shit about me involved in this story, Tyler is at a specific point where in fact, Tyler is the only person who managed to annoy me in this. Only fucking one.
Island, and because you care about this topic so much, I know that you're going to dedicate the next few months of your lives in order to do that, right?
Why would I do that? Why I'm just giving my opinion online.
Whenever we pin you, it turns into why do you care so much? You don't even care that much.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I don't know why.
It's just like people giving their opinion.
You care, and I don't think I ever said that about you.
Connie, you're being asked. You're being asked for a position on this, and you're deflecting to other people.
Yeah, you're a pedo now. Jesus. Okay, well. What can I say? What a waste of my time trying to be nice to the dude.
Not doing anything,
you
right?
You don't even need a good motive. Obviously, he did something wrong.
Who said different?
You don't need a motive. Well,
Who said different?
Well, it's the I guess it's the fact that you like will not.
Yeah, you're being asked for an opinion on this. You're being asked for a stance. You said, how do I convince you that I actually think about this the way that you want me to? And I gave you an example. Now we've been arguing over the whole sex offender thing.
Well, I'll be honest. Considering the fact that plenty of people who have watched Tyler also watch me, seem to still be watching me. I don't know, man. It's a pretty weird fight to pick, especially when I've said fuck all about you. Right? I've got plenty of friends who have thrown criticism at me. Got no fucking problem with it. Weird. I don't know. Don't know. Might find yourself a little fucking isolated after that shit. Could you talk to people who, like, frankly, have far more of a connection to me than they do to you? Absolutely fucking insane behavior.
I don't know why it suddenly comes down to, well, if you care about this so much, but that's not the point. We were talking about what our prescriptions are here, what we think of the situation, what our opinions are. I don't know why that requires me to.
Queeman, if we're just sharing our opinions,
I mean, yeah, we're on a debate live stream.
You two think that he should be on a sex offender registry, and I don't.
Okay, so could you give me reasoning for that? What's wrong with my reasoning? Why do you not think he should have to inform future partners?
On the spectrum of crime committed by human beings, there's sharing nudes and pornography.
Hold on, we're gonna. Does this actually? Hold on, we're at fucking 43. Yeah, we'll go for another little bit.
Videos. And then there's forcibly rape.
He turned on Chud now, probably because he doesn't upload the emote Tyler made for him. Yeah, I saw his like comments about Chud and Queeman as like rape communities. I mean,
raping people, and I think there's probably a spectrum of crime in between that are not as serious. Lav, shut the fuck up. He asked a question. I'm going to answer it. So there's a spectrum of sex crime here, right? So I think that rapists and pedophiles should probably be killed by the state. Okay.
Real.
I will say this actually. Last thing on Tyler, just because I'm tired and I had my rant earlier. I think it is pretty fucking interesting because he mentions Diesel in that. He mentions Diesel in his whole raid. He's like, well, I would have gone for an optics check to Diesel because, you know, why wouldn't you? Hey, Tyler, here's a little fucking surprise for you. I did go to Diesel for an optics check on this. I talked to Diesel about this. Diesel is an actual friend. I play D&D and WoW with him. We have a show together. I talk to Diesel on a very regular basis. And you're taking those shots like it's what? I don't think Tyler realizes that the person who defended him within the commentary group is me. Might have fucking miscalculated a little bit there.
And then I think that people who send pornographic images should probably receive civil penalties and maybe some criminal penalties depending on how reckless they are.
So what's the list
That's my
used for?
spectrum.
What's the list used
But
for?
you're saying that you want him to suffer a consequence over here.
Yeah, wait,
and
no,
I'm
no,
saying
no.
that it's
What's
not
the
that
list
big of a
used for? So you think pedophiles and rapists should be killed, and people who share unconsensual material should be given civil penalties? Who's the list used for?
Pedophiles.
But I thought they were killed.
It's not just pedophiles.
Well, I mean, I would kill them, yeah.
Yeah. So who do you think the list? So
Who
which
should be on the list,
crimes? Yeah, who's on the list to you? Who should be on the list?
The list is a death row list.
No, the sex offender registry. You fucking retard.
Yeah, I wouldn't keep sex offenders around.
You wouldn't have any sex offender registry. There's no sex crimes you can think of that people shouldn't be killed for, but should be put on a list for.
Well, I mean, you're smart. You got that Jewish IQ.
Call him a predator?
Listen, I'm in here getting
No,
beaten
I'm
up
asking.
by
There's
two
not a single.
Jews.
There's not a single crime you can think of. Right?
Listen, he thinks Connor's like, oh, I can be edgy about this. I can be edgy about this, guys. Don't worry. Don't worry, guys. It's gonna be fine.
Queeman, this is an important point. I am surrounded. I am a Gaelic Goyim, and I am surrounded by two Ashkenazi Jewish people who are
First of all,
super
I'm
intelligent.
barely Ashkenazi. I'm Mexican.
Well, anyways, the point is that, like, realistically, you keep asking me for solutions, but I know that both of you are wildly intelligent. So what do you think are the crimes that are in the middle that warrant a sex offense registry, but don't warrant the death penalty?
It's not a middle to me because I don't think the death penalty is legit anyway, Connor.
Why don't you just answer a question instead of being a fag about it, Queeman?
It's the fast.
I don't believe.
What was that? Wait, what was that, Connor?
Registry, but don't warrant the death penalty.
It's not a middle to me because I don't think the death penalty is legit anyway, Connor.
Why don't you just answer a question instead of being a fag about it, Queen?
I don't know why Connor does this. Every time he's in a controversy involving Queeman, he tries to play to Queeman's audience. That's why I played it back. Like, obviously, I have no issue with that word, other than it sends me fucking yellow. But, like, did you think that plays to the audience? What? Why? Dude.
It's the fast.
I don't believe in the death penalty. There's no in between to me, Connor, because that endpoint doesn't exist. I'm asking for your opinion. So for once, could you give an opinion on something and stop deflecting like a fucking coward? You pathetic wretch. Answer the question. Which crimes do you think belong on the sex offender registry? Which crimes? Name them.
Queeman, in real life, I would eat you. Like, you are 5 foot.
Sorry, that took a minute to register. What the fuck is this? Queeman, I'm losing the debate, but in real life, I would eat you, Queeman. You're small enough for me to eat. And have a little snack. That's pretty funny. Do you know what? Actually, Connor win. Connor W. Connor W. That's a base thing to say. That's based. It's not even threatening. It's just slightly homosexual. That's the gayest thing I've ever. It's how he delivered it as well. I want to hear it again. That's so fucking funny.
Belong on the sex offender registry. Which crimes? Name them.
Queeman, in real life, I would eat you.
I don't have a soundboard, but if I did, that would go on it. That's so fucking good. That's so fucking good. Oh my god. That's incredible. That line is the funniest. That is the funniest soundbite from this entire drama. It will not be topped. That's so funny.
Like, you are 5'2" and you weigh 110 pounds.
Destiny fan, by the way.
I could choke you with one hand.
Got
and I
bitched
could
out by
eat your
Destiny
body
for
in a
5
single
years
meal.
straight.
So
Bitched
don't
out by
say
Destiny for 5 years
coward,
straight, talking
don't
about
say
small skinny
bitch,
people.
don't
Bitched
say
out by Destiny for
pussy,
5 years straight,
because if
talking
you
like
ever
this.
came within
Bitched
6
out by a
feet
guy
of me,
half
you
his
would
height, no
You
muscle
would
mass, and you got
die.
bitched out by him for 5 years.
You would die.
Let's be fair. Queen is a twig, and he still beat the fuck out of Tyler, out of Connor. Fucking hell.
Shall we?
You would die. So anyways, Queeman, because we're just friends here, sharing our opinions, I've asked you the question 3 or 4 times now.
I've asked you a question 3 or 4 times. I want
No,
my
I
answer,
asked you a
Connor.
question.
I want my
I asked you a
answer. I'm not
question.
answering a question.
I asked you a question.
Answer my
And
question.
that
Which
question
crimes
was-
belong on the
Fine,
sex offender
take your
registry,
box out,
Connor?
I'll be the judge. Fine.
I have a nice one. So anyway,
I could use my phone as a fake soundboard. I might download this, clip that out, and turn it into a text alert. That's so fucking funny.
the point is,
I'll put it on my work phone.
what crimes do you think lie in the middle that warrant a
Middle of
sex
a
offense
meeting.
registry?
Perfect.
I mean, pretty much any sex crime, I think, should be on sex offender registry. So
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
that goes from child molestation, rape, recording without consent, a bunch of crimes I could list off.
Okay,
not
so
just
you
not
think
disclosing
a
an STD
rape-
before
so
sleeping
you
with
think
someone.
A rapist and somebody who records
These are
a
all base positions.
sexual audio log should share the same penalty.
Nope,
So
I think
this is the
rapists should get
problem.
more
Hold on,
prison
can I
time,
talk?
Connor, but they should still both be on the registry.
Let me talk. Queeman is.
Well,
let
hold on. Why
mommy
the
talk.
fuck do
Let
I
mommy
even-
talk.
Spencer Howard for the 5. Quim's audience hates lying speds. Slurs don't appeal to us. It gets better and Connor gets more wound up. Don't skip any of it. Yeah, no, I'm invested. We'll watch the rest. I can sleep through the day. It's fine. It's fine. I'll sleep later. Yeah, I don't even say slurs on Queeman's stream. I say Queeman phoned into mine and he was like gonna say a slur. He was like, "Oh no, I can't." I was like, "Yeah, you can." I don't care if someone comes on my stream and does it, but I know other people like Queeman care about the ad revenue. They don't do it there.
Talk, Queeman. Let mommy talk.
I will be
Same with
respectful
Chud.
to women.
Same with Chud.
Okay. If you,
I'm AFK.
I don't even know. I don't even know how to have this conversation with you right now. We've given now 6 different instances of a pattern of Stephen releasing things without people's consent.
Okay.
One, it's so by itself, I think out of 10, recording someone, showing it to someone else, 10 being like rape, 1 being like coming up to someone and saying you look good tonight. I think probably on its face, if it was private and without like a global public stage, the Pixie situation would be like a 6. I think the Cherry situation would be like a 7 or an 8. Given what we know about, given this being completely public and the damage that this could personally do to Pixie, especially, given the fact that she like wants to dedicate her life and career to this space. This could damage this is irreparable damage to her. So I think that makes it a little worse. And then also the fact that this is that we know now through multiple direct messages, private messages, that Stephen has a blackmail kink, and he's played out this kink with multiple people and asked people to do it. And now suddenly he's saying, "Oh, I'm not even going to look for the leaker anymore because no one cares." I think that this story is even more nefarious than you're willing to admit. So I think, do I think that he raped someone forcibly? Is this a Brock Turner situation? No, but I don't think that that's the only sex crime you need to have done to be a sex criminal. Obviously, he has a pattern of habitually doing things without women's consent or without men's consent. Obviously, he has a sadistic pleasure in releasing these things to people without consent.
So
it doesn't make any sense to not call him a sexual predator. We named 6 instances of sexual impropriety off the cuff, and we don't even have all the information yet. So
okay, let's presume, for the sake of conversation, that we have half a dozen women whose porn was shared without their consent, and Queeman thinks that he should be on a sex offense registry.
Yeah.
I
Gotcha,
think
back.
he doesn't
Hello.
live in the real world, and his country currently lets out rapists at like 5 years. But,
You've got no idea what
okay.
you're talking about.
Do you want to look up the fucking grooming gang fucking like release?
Yeah. You're going off of a Twitter misinformation post that was talking about how some girl got quadruple
why are you
penetrated
guys
by a
doing
Muslim
this? We're
grooming
having a
gang. It never
conversation.
actually,
Just make
it,
shit up and
never,
make a
it never
fucking
actually
bitch about
received a
it.
5-year sentence. They all got life. But anyway, carry on.
Hold on.
You okay? So hold on. You want to do? Dude,
you're
this was
talking
in
about-
the
you're talking about the
fucking
case.
Lonerbox link. You fucking loser.
You're talking
making
you're
shit up
talking
live on
about the
fucking
case. You're talking
stream.
about the case that was going around Twitter the
This
other
was
week
something
where
that Lonerbox linked me.
where grooming gangs got where a grooming gang that quadruple penetrated a 12-year-old or something got 3 to 5 years according to some Twitter post, but it wasn't even true. If you went and
God, I want to say this just off the cuff. Watching Americans talk about the shit that happens in the UK with stuff like the grooming gangs is so painfully frustrating. Like, it really is. Because you've got, like, no fucking, like, touchstones with this country. You don't know what the fuck is going on in it. You just get your information from, like, fucking Elon. It's just... And the whole situations, everyone here understands it's horrific. Like, it's one of those things where... It's like... Fuck, I know I'm going on a tangent here. But, like, it's like... There was a load of call from Americans, and like there's a load of shit on Twitter. Oh, it needs to be investigated. Why aren't Labour doing an investigation? There was an investigation. The Tories didn't do anything about it, and now the Tories want to like bitch about it. They're like, well, I don't know, maybe we need another one. When you did it, and then you did nothing. What are you talking about? Sorry, yeah, it makes me sad. Yeah, it's my country.
looked up the case, the guy who facilitated it got
that's
life.
not even what I'm talking about.
Okay, go for it then.
Rape sentences, UK.
Not like most Brits are not completely misinformed.
Do you mean the
either.
prosecution guidelines where it's like the basic guidelines up to 7 years?
Government fucking website saying that the average length of sentencing is 4 to 19 years.
4 to 19. That's a pretty big range, Connor. The average sentencing is 4 to 19 years. That's what it says. That sounds like a retarded fucking webpage you're reading, Connor. I don't know where you found that.
It's your country's website. You
4 to 19 years is the average. Show me that. Show me that. Send me that right now.
It's
the average sentence is 4 to 19 years.
Stuart Mills Solicitors. It's your fucking lawyers.
It's my lawyers. It's my lawyers.
Yeah, they're in the UK.
Destroy him.
Queeman.
I don't think does it matter whether or not we want to talk about the pedantic argument of whether or not he should be on a registry.
Well, whether or not Europe is loose on fucking rapists, which no, it's a side tangent.
Yeah, I don't think it's even that relevant. Obviously,
Okay,
at least publicly.
Queeman wants everybody who's shared a fucking nude to be a sex offense register. Okay, got it. So in Steven's case, actually, this is the question. Yeah, how long do you think he should be incarcerated, Queeman?
How long should he be in prison?
He's dead.
No,
I'm not particularly invested in a particular length of
How long should Stephen be incarcerated for the offenses that you currently know about?
I don't have like a particular length of time for incarceration in mind. I think prison time would be good. I am owning it. I do think he should go. I do think he should go to prison. I do think he should be on the register. That's what I'm owning.
There's an argument to be made that he actually. I don't think that he would benefit from prison time. I think it would behoove the world.
So no incarceration.
To have
he just has
him
to go
on
live on pedophile
a registry. Island. No, I think it would be a good idea for him to not face jail time. He's not going to get jail time, but I think having a permanent marker on his record when any girl he ever dates or has sex with Googles his name, that there is something that says that he has done this. Yeah, I do believe that is absolutely completely fair to do.
Okay. So, all right, just summarizing your guys' perspective.
Sorry, my brain broke slightly, and I said shit about Tyler, and then I ended up with like four people DMing me about it. Tyler said what? Back to this. Focus, right? Okay. Listen, we're only like nearly 7 hours into this fucking stream. Well, I've had like 2 hours sleep. Okay? We can do this. We can focus in. We're like dedicated. Fucking kill me.
You think that when Steven moves into a new apartment complex, he should have to walk around to all of his neighbors and say, hey, just to let you know, I'm on the sex offender registry.
Yep.
You think that he should be registered onto a website where people know his address? Do you think that he should have to tell every single partner that he has going forward?
I think what's so frustrating about this conversation as well is Connor can't grasp that what he's fucking asking, what Queeman is asking him, is not a legal prescription. It is a moral standard. Do you think what he's done is at the level where people should be informed about it, A, to protect themselves, and primarily to protect themselves? That's what Queeman is asking. Yes. Yeah, people should be aware of that risk. If you're dating somebody with a history of domestic abuse, you should probably be able to find that out. It doesn't mean that person should never date again necessarily, but it should be something that, like, you've got, you as a person get awareness of, so you can fucking, like, be safe, or at least take precautions.
That he's a sex offender.
Yep.
And you don't think that he should be...
You can't argue from a moral standpoint. You can barely argue from a well, you can't argue from a legal one either, okay? It looks like this is fucking incredible.
Be incarcerated for his...
I think this is the worst I've ever seen Connor felted. Connor has had some historically terrible debates, and I think this is actually maybe the worst of them. Actually, it is the worst of them, unquestionably.
Very serious crimes, but he should 100% have, like, his housing and possibilities of employment extremely limited.
So not every
That's the
sex offender has
provision.
to announce themselves to their neighbors and community.
Great.
So he actually
Okay.
wouldn't have to do that. Do I think that every time a woman Googles his name that she should see that? Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Very cool. Thank you for coming on and sharing your guys' opinion on how much punishment Destiny deserves.
He looks like he's gonna fucking cry.
Well,
well, you haven't given any opinions, so.
No, I've given you quite a bit of opinions. As a matter of fact, you've gotten fucking
you've
ass mad
dodged
about it.
reasoning. You've dodged giving any basis for them repeatedly. Every time I ask you a
Queeman,
question, you
please
just
ask
start
me a direct
deflecting.
question, and I will give you a direct answer.
Yeah. Do you think Destiny's a sexual predator?
I already said no.
Okay. Why? When you said that if you get up to like 6 or like a dozen people, why is that the marker? But Destiny with 5, you can't start to make that determination.
Because according to a summary of Florida laws and definitions,
Is that how
sex
you- that's how-
predators
that's
are
how you
repeated offenders of people convicted of first-degree felonies, while a sex offender is a person convicted of certain sex crimes.
Recording
So I
someone.
think
record-
I know law tubers. I've got a couple of, like, one of the, like, guys remember Simple Law, God of Law? Like, I did the Lego building stream with him. I think Connor needs to get involved in LawTube. I will help him. I think it would be hilarious fucking content. I think it would be incredible. Connor, I'll help you. I'll introduce you to the LawTubers, okay? You can go on panels and discuss legal precedent.
It actually is a
Maybe.
first degree felony to
I think he
record
is
someone without their consent and send
maybe.
it.
I said he's maybe a sex offender. I don't think he's a sex predator, according to the definition that I just looked up.
Okay, so what he did with
so
Cherry,
Queeman, hold
if
on.
it's
I need
true,
to
he
point
would
this out
Wait,
because
no,
I
let
need
speak.
the
Answer live. Answer live.
Hold on,
I've got a good
Queeman,
point
I
here.
need to point this out to your audience because I
Okay,
need to
Connor,
know
Connor,
that you're actually just an argumentative bitch, but you don't actually, like, understand the words that you're saying. So you said, Connor, you haven't owned a position this entire
You
conversation.
should cover this with one of
And
them.
not only did I...
Yeah, because
you asked me the
you've
same
deflected
question-
even.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if I got, like, a fucking Sean or something? Or what's his fucking name? There's a couple of them. I guess Steve. I wonder if I could get Bonds. Fuck. No, I can't. I don't have that connection. Fuck. Do you know what? You've said that now. I'm going to try. I'm going to make an effort, okay? That is my promise to you. I will get in touch with people I know in LawTube and try to get them to help me cover this. If I can, I don't want to talk too much about the Destiny drama, but I will try and get a LawTuber to come and talk about this because I think that would be absolutely fucking hilarious. That would be so, so good.
in that. I can run you through how you deflected. So basically, what you did is you pulled up a specific legal definition for Florida about what a sexual predator is. But if you search sexual predator definition anywhere on the internet, that's not the definition you'll get. You'll get something more like this: a sexual predator is a person who obtains or tries to obtain sexual contact with another person in an abusive or predatory manner. The term is often used to describe people who commit sex crimes, such as rape.
Okay, so I'm
Signs of
going
a
to say what
sexual
I'm going to say
predator.
anyways.
Okay.
So you asked me for opinion. I gave you,
You want
the
the
same
criminal
opinion
lawyer?
20 minutes
Yeah, I know.
ago.
I know.
answered your
I think I know
question
who I'll
directly.
ask.
2
I don't know
minutes
if they'll
ago,
say yes, but
you
I'll see
accused
what I can
me
do.
of not owning a single stance in this entire conversation.
Yeah,
So
because
does
Connor, what you
your
said a minute ago, was that
faggot,
with enough
loser fucking audience understand that you lied about something that happened in this conversation.
I didn't
Or
lie about
are we
anything.
still like
So,
sweep,
a position you also took. So
Connor's
Connor,
just sweeping
so
for
Connor,
destiny.
a
Do they understand
position
that you were wrong about something?
So Connor, a position you also took in this conversation was that given enough recordings, sexual recordings, you would consider someone to be sexually predatory. Now you've walked that back because these would be third-degree felonies that would never meet your definition for sexual predator. But a moment ago, you were actually willing.
Time to read the fucking definition because you kept interrupting.
Connor,
like a
you can
little
find
bitch.
many different definitions of sexual predator. That one you've pulled up isn't the only one. I'm asking, what's your definition of sexual predator, Connor? Because you gave a different one earlier.
Your stance should not be Google. Your stance should not be. I googled this.
Yeah, my stance isn't Google. My stance is the Goldman Wetzel Law Office interpretation of Florida laws and definitions. You guys.
I saw Tommy C say he doesn't give a fuck about Pixie or any of the women, and that was pretty funny. Like, yeah, I think a few people, especially from the older side of the internet, are just kind of like, whatever, right? Like, I think I saw this in like Harmful Opinions coverage, where it's like I just come from an older part of the internet, and I wouldn't go that far by any means. I do give a shit, but yeah, I think I get Tommy's position, you know, from knowing Tommy at a limited level. Tommy's a good lad. We had a good chat.
Love lawyers. I know you guys.
Watching Connor try and fail to derail Queeman is hilarious. Every time he deflects, Queeman is just too well educated on tangents and too quick. Yeah. Because this isn't Queeman. Queeman is like the most terrifying person to like do drama content against, because he has all the like rhetorical skills that he sort of picked up through Twitch Poll and Chud and like Destiny and Max and everyone else. But he's got the eye for content of a drama creator, which means he is very, very difficult to fight against. Because it's like the Doomer Media thing that happened, where Doomer's like freaking out and he goes, "You, Queeman, only care about drama." And he went, "Yeah." And you can hear Doomer just like fucking break. Connor doesn't know how to deal with it. He didn't know how to deal with it when it happened with me. During the PV stuff, a load of people were fighting with Connor. There was like a call-in stream. And like one after the other, he kept going, you leftists are ineffective. You were all ineffective. And then it came to me, and I was like calling him a retard and stuff. He was like, your problem is you're politically ineffective. And I went, I don't care about the political side. I care about internet ecosystems. That's what I care about. And Connor had to like move his position to like meet me, because he was like, well, what about the political effectiveness? I was like, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I care about treating your audience correctly and things like disclosure. That's what I give a fuck about. It's not hard, but like once you've got like, Connor's got a talking point. That's it. It's a talking point that's in his head. It's a flashing bulb. And if you're not hitting that talking point, he doesn't really know what to do with it, because he's only thought about that talking point. Connor has been trying to woo Queeman's audience for a hot minute now. He got sniffed out as lacking rather quickly. What was he? He went on Chuds during the food shop stuff, didn't he? And he was like, "Oh, I'm a queefer." He kept calling himself a queefer or something. I was like, I have never heard anyone refer to themselves as a queefer. What the fuck are you doing? And he was like, I love Queeman. You know, I watch Queeman all the time, and I'm like, Dude, you can just say you're annoyed at him. It's fine. I get annoyed at Queeman occasionally. I still like Queeman, but I'll disagree with him. Like, what? It's fine. Beavers is jealous. Beavers is always jealous.
So you love Pisco
okay,
Liddy.
So you've
Why
just
don't you love Pisco Liddy tonight.
So Connor, you've just decided your definition of sexual predator just tonight, reading that.
So you admit he's a sexual offender.
I never thought about it before.
Offender.
I will admit that he's likely a sexual offender. And
Connor's 1 HP voice is fucking amazing.
Okay, here's the thing. By the way,
So
here's
good.
the thing. Y'all also probably need to come up with the Florida state statute that actually convicts him of something. Because right now, because there's a gap in the law, like there's what do they call it?
Wait, I have a question. And you're gonna love this.
There's voyeurism, that's a charge, but the statute doesn't apply.
He's just
Then
a
there's
gooner.
cybersexual stalking, which doesn't apply.
He just
and it
got
seems
too
like
horny.
the law that Sherry might be able to prosecute under
is
a non-consensual recording.
Mm-hmm.
So if you guys are so convinced that he's a sexual offender, I would love to see a fucking crime that he's violated.
Twitch Poll Veteran doesn't know the definition of predator. I mean, sort of explains a lot how this Destiny stuff happened, doesn't it? People have managed to debate bro themselves into defending this shit for years. Tommy said something that was great, actually. He was like, even back in the day, you know, it was a running joke to get to the top in Twitch poll, you had to sleep with Destiny. This isn't new. It's why I said in the video. I said this in the video. I was not surprised or shocked or stunned by the leaks. I'm fucking horrified by certain things around them, but I wasn't surprised. I wasn't like, Destiny did that? No. Do you know what the first time I ever saw Destiny was? First time ever I saw Destiny. It was fighting with Tonkasaur. That's the first time I ever saw Destiny. It was the Tonkasaur's like fighting with Destiny. He's like, I made $4,000, and Destiny's like, that's not that much. And I'm just like, what a weird. How have we ended up here? I want. No, I don't. No, I don't want Tonkasaur to come back.
I'm calling him a predator, and I don't base it off of the law. I'm going off of sexually predatory actions he's taken because I have a definition of sexual predator that doesn't rely on the law. I have like a moral definition of it.
So
yeah, correct.
I get where you're
yes,
coming from.
yes.
I think Steven definitely has sex with women who have that don't have the agency to say yes to Steven. Yes, I would actually die on that hill.
Okay,
completely.
so I'll ask you another question.
I have a question first, Connor. I have a question first.
Do you think Anna is so
Wait, Shelby. No, I didn't get to that bit. I got to the bit where he's like, I'll eat you, Queeman. How you doing, Shelby? You having a fun night? You're right. You're right, buddy.
retarded that she can't consent?
I don't think it's so retarded. I think that there's multiple things going on. I wouldn't maybe put Anna in that bucket, but I would put someone like Baby Peach in that bucket, someone who I think should have like a caretaker who lives with them. He should not be having sex with. Yeah. And not only that, but taking videos with her and sending videos to her of other people as well. Yes, I believe that like is genuinely probably some form of rape. She's like obviously to the point where I don't think she should live alone. So yeah, I think that that's also proof that he's a sexual predator. But
okay.
What I was going to ask is, okay, let's say that I did lie about Hassan. Let's say that I completely lied.
Do not walk it back, please.
No, I'm not walking back. Let's say that I lied. Am I then a liar?
Yeah.
Okay, so if Steven sexually predated on someone, does that make him a sexual predator?
I'm not going with your fucking gay ass lame fucking layman.
No one is Destiny. No one is Destiny.
Okay.
But Vosh is a
Listen,
pedophile. But Vosh is a
here's the thing,
pedophile, though. Vosh and food shops are
He's just
pedophiles.
horny.
He'll use. Dude, this is hilarious, dude. You want the legal definition of sexual predator for Destiny, but when food shops watches lolly, it's not the clinical definition of pedophile. It's just you're a pedophile. That's interesting, isn't it, Connor? That's interesting. When it's Destiny, it's a completely different set of standards.
I was listening to a Queeman stream the other day, and I heard Queeman in a very calm voice say, if you're jerking off to cartoon children, there's a higher than average chance that you probably have proclivities that are antisocial and you might be a pedophile.
Yep. 100%.
I heard that from Queeman.
Yeah, I wouldn't state it as fact, though. I wouldn't use it as a... My definition of pedophile does not encompass just people who say they look at lolly.
It's so easy. As a woman, I'm looking at some of you fucking degenerates, and I'm like, it's so easy to never do shit like that. It's so easy to, like, never... It's actually so easy to never record a video of someone you're having sex with and distribute it. It's so easy to, like, never watch child porn or, like, lolly. Like, it's actually so easy to avoid these things. And to seek them out means that you already have a pathology. To be someone who feels comfortable enough to take a video in your pocket of multiple people in your sexual instances with them and send them, that suggests something that I, as someone with empathy, cannot even fathom. I can't even fathom doing something like that. Obviously, there are people who have very sociopathic tendencies. I think that Steven will do this again. There's no doubt in my mind that he will do it again. There's no doubt in my mind. So to be on a registry is the answer. I don't think he needs even jail time. I think he'd love jail, actually. There's so much cock to suck. I think he'd love it. I think that genuinely everyone should be warned about him. And I think the social fallout from something like this also will follow him forever. And I'm very happy about that. And that's all I have to say on it. And also my heart goes out to the victims who were genuinely, of course, I probably believe myself to be a low tier victim. I believe even Connor to be a low tier victim. Everyone who I know in this orbit, I think, is a low tier victim of Destiny and his sadism. But my heart genuinely goes out to Cherry, who is clearly a victim. I hope that she gets justice. I hope Pixie gets all the money she's asking for or more. And I hope that Steven loses access to every single woman in the world. I hope he never has sex again. So that's all I have to say about that. And I'm probably going to leave.
Okay. What I think is that there are obviously like super serious things here. And not only that, I would say that if you actually watch the stream, going through the information that we went through, I think that the Nicholas Diorio offline chat things from Destiny effectively show that he's not contrite, that he's not apologetic, and that he probably doesn't feel remorse about what he did. And so as a result, the thing that I would need to see in order to continue to associate is actual contrition, actual apology, actually trying to make it right with the victims, all that kind of stuff.
That's an interesting statement. That's a very dangerous statement, Connor. This happened a day ago. Listen, this week is kind of blurring a bit. Give me a second. Can someone remind me? This was a day ago. This was a day ago, yeah. So the DGG chat leaks of Destiny joking about this and basically like taking the Giga Chad route were already out. So he's not like apologizing or conceding. So he's already lost that? Or is it when he's lost so much, then he apologizes and then you're like, oh, fair enough? What?
Have you seen what he's done since?
What's that?
Have you seen what he's done since?
No.
What, like the things he's posted on DGG? He said that Pixie just wants his money. He said like he told someone like that he fucked his mom. Like complete and utter just like disregard, doubling down. Like it's starting. Like he's spiraling. He's like not apologetic whatsoever. He said I don't even want to do anything like this anymore. I'm on Vyvanse. My dick barely works. Like that was his excuse, is that like now that he's on Vyvanse, he like doesn't want to like rape anymore.
Right. Which I think saying it was a year ago and I got my medicine would not be an acceptable argument for anyone else. And so it's not an acceptable argument here. Right. So if we're not actually getting, so if we're actually not getting contrition.
Is that your beautiful wife?
Yes, it is.
Tell her I said hello.
Yeah, she is great. So, hi, Lav. You're her favorite Twitter shit poster, by the way.
She's
So-
my favorite in general.
Right. So, anyways. Oh, and by the way, sorry, I'm gonna be mean here. All you fucking nerd. I'm just gonna say the F slur. All you nerd fucking faggots in my fucking chat coming over from fucking Queeman or wherever the fuck you're coming from.
It's Jason.
I'm already beating y'all.
Jason,
Okay.
Oh my fucking god. Get to Barry. So good to see you. Connor would say a hookah grabbed it. Oh, I've got some. That's spaced.
In life, I have 2 children. I have a job that pays my bills. I have a decent YouTube channel that's doing well. So, kill yourselves. Anyways.
I'm going to reiterate for those of you who watch me regularly, because I know I've got some non-regulars in tonight. But for those who watch me regularly, I am going to reiterate something I say quite often. I have a real life. I have a career. I have a job. I have all these. I touch grass an awful lot. It's part of my career. But I am also a loser nerd on the internet, laughing at pointless, meaningless drama 99% of the time. I am a loser. We are all fucking losers. Get your ego under control, bro. Okay? Fuck this shit, man. Come on. Just I'm in there saying crazy shit. Oh, poor Connor. Oh, poor Connor. Can't take... Listen, chat turns on you sometimes. Chat turns on you, and that's when it's the most fun. That's when it's the most fun. You got the chance to be to one guy, everything else. It's great. Welcome to Coping, Jack Walker. 07, buddy. How you doing?
Decent YouTube channel.
Enjoy the membership benefits. The membership benefits, which include largely me building Gundams and gaming streams. The worst content I have. Thank you for subscribing.
Thank God for
What
that.
was the next part? So, got raped by a twink. Jesus Christ. Do you think you could rape me, Queeman? In real life?
If I tried, I think I could have a chance.
Do you know Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
No, I'm taking out for a drink though, slipping something
This is
in.
getting gay.
Okay, all right. Yeah, then you can have escaped. All right. Well, what else you got?
I mean, nothing. I just don't understand what you've jumped around on definitions this whole time and it wouldn't stand on anything.
He's really coping and seething. He's literally coping and seething.
It's very disappointing.
You asked me whether or not I saw.
You had a very
somebody
clear
act-
definition of sexual predator in one moment, and then the next moment you're like, "Oh, actually, I need to look up what the Florida legal definition of sexual predator is before I can
Yeah,
make
and
a
I told
statement."
you I didn't think he fit them both times because I used the lay definition and then I googled the
it could be
professional
fit
definition.
your layman's definition that you did give the first time around, right?
I can't believe he asked me whether he could rape him. I'm really tired, so I'm kind of getting like second waves of information entering my brain, and it's just like it clicks, and then I'm like, "You said what?" He's actually raped. He's actually raped, bro.
No.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah,
Because
someone
I
that-
associate predation with infinitely more aggressive behavior than fucking sharing.
So it just
sex
doesn't
videos.
feel like predation. That's your argument.
Correct. I was
Okay.
going off of vibes.
Yeah, I think I figured that out a while ago.
Okay. Very cool.
All right. Well, good chatting to you, Connor. I'll catch you later.
All right. Have fun.
See ya.
Oh god, that's fucking brutal. That's actually fucking brutal. Holy shit. Right, okay. Now, you paid for it, so even though it is 11 o'clock in the morning and we've been going for 7 fucking hours, we're going to do the Dan call. We're going to do the Dan call. What you get when I don't stream for an entire week. Holy shit. Do you think Destiny is only going to get worse if he doesn't face any actual legal trouble? I don't know. I don't know. I try to answer questions like that as honestly as possible, and I don't know. You know, I'll say this. I genuinely hope, my genuine hope, because I do believe people can improve and change, right? So my genuine hope is, yes, I hope Destiny improves. I don't think it necessarily has to be legal. I think maybe he needs to take a break from all of this for 6 months and go and fucking sit on a mountain somewhere, or I don't know, go to rehab, or I don't know. But I think it is genuine, honest take. I think it is genuinely preferable for somebody to be given time to improve and deal with the shit that they've got going on, whatever the fuck it is, than just continue on some weird crash out and doing damage. I don't know if that's the case. People sometimes surprise you. But that's my position. Do you know a lot of people have covered Lewis McClung? Yeah, guys, remember Lewis McClung? I actually had a brief conversation with Lewis. Very brief. And we went back and forth a little bit on his George video and the Danky stuff. And I will say this, Lewis released a new video recently on the TikTok situation. And I personally think, this is just my personal take, that it's actually a good video. I think it's informative. I think it's, like, well broken down. I think it actually has a decent message to it. And I was really pleased to see that. It made me genuinely pleased to see somebody seemingly taking on feedback and trying to improve. Legitimately. I think if people can, you should support them in doing that, because it's just, otherwise it's just a cycle and it's pointless. But back to ripping the shit out of Dan, because clearly the tiredness is fucking getting to me. But there you go. Diesel told us that you and Lewis had to teach, you and he had to teach Lewis not to be so naive. Yeah, he needs to, people have said, well, if you're a 300,000 sub channel, it's like, it's not your first day on the internet, but he needs some more real world experience. He is pretty young and pretty sheltered. Okay. Does this mean we'll get a weekly stream segment where Beckett reviews if Lewis makes a good video? I might do that actually, or I might keep giving my thoughts. Though I will say also, I mean, he strikes me, I'll say this to Lewis, he strikes me as somebody who's realized that he was on a massive content grind, and that was causing burnout and it was causing issues. And it sounds like he is trying to step back from that and just improve, which I think is good. I think it's good, and I think that's worthy of praise. Anyway, okay, cool. Dan had a stream, and Ryle Kittenhouse works pretty fast and got it uploaded, which is based. So we are going to watch this. I'm excited. I said earlier that I'd spoken to Dan previously in DMs. I've also offered to have a call with Dan. Generally, I've got vague opinions on how he's handled this, but I do agree. I think it was unfair that he ended up in the not unfair. I think the fact that he ended up in the document in the one that was leaked was an issue. And I addressed that earlier in the stream. Becca, I went to bed and woke up to see you were still alive. Yeah, I know. I'm an idiot.
These things are not things that are going to happen again. I know that for a fact. And I know that he is a good person that has better things to offer to the world versus trying to get rid of him forever, right? Like, these people want Steve to be fucking canceled forever when he's someone that literally is making the world, I think, like a better place, a voice of reason amongst far left and far right extremists. Far left and far right extremists.
Oh
and,
my God.
I'm not gonna just throw them under the bus. Be like, these people are so excited to try and fucking get rid of him.
Dan, what are you doing? Dan, why?
Like, permanently,
Dan,
forever.
stop.
The same people that would like see Destiny gone forever.
Oh my God, what are you saying?
Like for a fucking murderer to like that.
What? What? Okay, so apparently there's like content to this.
Care about your grandmothers? What's wrong with you people? Hello?
Dan goes live,
which is a different kind of.
Okay. Dan goes live. Fuck, it's a shame that I've only got the reaction from Just Ilk and Kelly. But okay, we'll do it. It's fine.
No. This is intentional.
Oh, you disagree?
I,
Okay.
I agree. No, they've done this multiple times.
It is what it is.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, fair enough.
It's intentional.
But, yeah, I don't even know how to make this blue line go away. You know,
We got Dan here. He's looks like he's had a rough couple days. He's on a bender in Australia. Okay, this is the first.
Anyway,
this is the first sober hour he's had in like 72 hours. Okay.
He doesn't look good. Let's be honest. This is not like a strong peak look.
Turn Dan up. Well, Dan's already at max volume, but I'll turn him up even more.
You know, I've been staying a little bit busy here in
Why is he floating
here in
in
Australia.
space?
Does anything happen?
Oh, he's on Australia.
For a few days.
He's
I
like
left.
streaming
There's
from
a
a
lot of
weird
He's
stuff
on
going
Australia.
Oh
That's
no,
why he's
everyone
in
messaged me saying, "Hey,
space.
what's up with Steve? That's weird."
I feel like so many of these people are saying people deserve a chance to change / do good, but like it just happened, right? Yeah. Change literally just doesn't happen in a day, and without a traumatic brain injury. Okay, like, come on.
It's like Steve, something happened.
No, this is. I can see the ooh, Kel. I think I hate Kelly. Kelly Jean, for all her problems, is all right. I know. I don't hate Kelly Jean. I probably should, but I can never bring myself to hate Kelly Jean because there's something about Kelly that makes me laugh and is just utterly fucking absurd, and I am absolutely fucking here for it, okay?
I thought we were pushing off the anything else episode until I got back, but maybe there's something that I like forgot about or something along those lines. I'm not entirely sure. So anyways, like, I just kind of want to get back on the
music.
The same page.
I don't think the music's an issue right now.
Everything else, but yeah, everything else, nothing else. So all right. Well,
Room emoji.
I watched some tennis yesterday.
I'll own it. I'm sweeping.
You think he's gonna take questions, Kelly?
I'm sweeping for Kelly Jean.
Too seriously? I
We'll see.
Will he answer
Not
any
the first
useful
time.
ones?
A lot of Americans got drunk. I don't know. Apparently, it was a big deal. It wasn't my
We
idea
will
to
see. We
go.
will see.
But I know why you're
Don't
all
come in
here.
too strong. I'm cool with
gonna
Dan.
Get into
I just
it.
think the position he took like earlier in Spicy was pretty goofy. Pretty goofy. That's all I would say.
Why was he even
What
into
shit show. But let me save
Bizarre.
you guys some time, okay? For those of you who have something to do, because it might. What time is it in the U.S. right now? Hold on, let me see. Eastern time.
What, 8 p.m.?
It is 8 p.m. You guys have all the time in the world right now. This is nothing.
We're checking it out.
Give me a second here. What do I want to do? First,
He shouldn't have gone live. I have no clue why he did this, lol. Even if your opinion that there is some chance at redemption for your friend and business partner, this is just a bad decision. Yeah, there's a genuine thing of learning not to click the go live button. Like, tonight, I considered, do I click the go live button? And then I thought about it and went, yeah. It's time. But earlier in the week, like, my normal streaming day is like Thursday. Occasionally I stream on a Tuesday or a Wednesday or something. And I was like, fuck, there's so much I could go live and talk about. But I jumped on, I did an hour recording stream with the guys. It is a question you ask yourself. I watched back. I rarely do this, but I watched back some of the now recording stream from the other night, and I was like, oh god, I'm so clearly fucking out of it. I'm way too tired and stressed to be live. I've done my taxes now. I've done my tax forms, so that makes me feel better. Okay, I'm in your walls. We're all in the fucking walls. If someone can send the Discord link for Beckett, I can see the idea. I appreciate my Discord. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can get a Discord link for people. Because people have kept asking, and I feel like I've got like no mods tonight, which is my normal state of affairs. There you go. There is the Discord link. Join the Discord. Join the Discord. Like and subscribe. Fill the goal. Do the things, press the buttons, dislike the video, call me an arsehole, do all the things, be based. Press buttons. Everyone loves a button. Everyone loves a button.
First thing I would like to do is I'd like to play some music because it's a little bit strange.
Oh, he's gonna play some music?
No fucking audio whatsoever here.
Watching?
So
Watching?
Give me 1 second here.
Did you document the spicy chat messages? Because all I see
That's all
is
archived. That's all
redacted.
archived. It's all archived.
Okay.
That was archived the second he put those messages in.
Hold on.
Alright, based.
It's not, by the way,
Australian.
I think it was just the same thing as a lot of the, when we had him in this Discord and he would like Giga Chad retarded shit. I think that's what it was, probably. I paused my music, guys. I think it was probably just him, like, yeah, being silly.
Okay.
Being a
that one in
big
time.
silly goose, okay?
I'm gonna get my headphones. Hold on. Wait, do you guys even hear anything? Does this capture? No, I think I have.
I'm trying to work out how much talking we've got in this. Dan, listen. Taking down your stream after it's done is when you're in the middle of dealing with this is the act of a coward. The act of cowardice. I'm annoyed there's not like a full fucking stream of this.
I have to go to here for you guys to get audio, huh? No, why are you not getting audio?
Oh, did you see this picture from Mr. Girl's Girlfriend?
Jeez.
Jesus.
Yeah, you hear me through my
Is
mic.
that
Whatever you think of Mr. Girl or his girlfriend, that's a fucking banger picture.
That's pretty crazy.
is
Kind of a
that
banger.
Pixie and Cherry?
Fuck. Hold on. Let me-
I think so,
let me fix
yeah.
this.
I'm
But
just saying it's kind
who
of a
are they
banger.
killing? Is that Destiny? I
here. I
can't.
think I know
Supposed to be, yeah. Like an older version of
Should be-
Destiny.
Okay.
Where the fuck is
Well, I guess.
Just hold on a second. All right, stop pressuring me.
It's like a, yeah, it's a like Renaissance painting.
Okay.
It's like a thing from a Renaissance
Mr. L,
painting.
Control V. Enter. Is this gonna work?
At Coles, keep the crowds.
Oh my god.
Jesus fuck!
Premium on whatever
Holy
browser this is.
shit!
Daniel.
Okay, now this does this have audio?
My
Yeah, it
ears.
does. All right, hold on. Let me get my headphones.
Just sustained noise.
I don't know. He's
Meant to be music.
he went
Fucking hell.
insanely high pace with the music. If you
Hey,
guys shit
Shelby.
talk me over there, I'm gonna time you out over here. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Don't mention me over there.
All right, there we go. Let me turn this down a little bit. No, that's too much. That's good. And then maybe a little bit less for me.
God, was this archived anywhere else? Does this every time he streams on his own, by the way? Pretty sure Queeman watched most of it. It looks like they watched all of it, but... Get premium, you fuck. I've got premium. That's not the problem. Dan needs to stop solo streaming. Yeah, a lot of people do that. I wonder if... I'm going to check... Listen. Well, I'm going to let a bit of this play while I check the Kiwi Farms thread just on the off chance that someone archived it and put it there.
Hold on. Okay. Everything working okay?
Bang is a piece of shit. Why?
You can hardly
I haven't
hear
seen
it.
that.
Yes or no? Too loud.
King Ghidra, you're first. You're the first one going down.
Okay.
You're the first one. Kelby second.
So that's the level that's gonna have to be up for the two things. I guess I can maybe raise this a little bit. I just
Oh,
don't want to be
boy.
fighting over the music or anything along those lines. All right. Well, do you guys still get sound if I go to this? No, I have to stay here. Well, I guess we have to stay on this screen then. Fuck it.
Can we praise you then? I'm not actually banning people. It's a joke.
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine.
I'm trying to think about where to start in this situation.
Dude, he's got a lot of people watching. He's got a lot of eyes on him. I'm guessing there's
So-
at least 2,000 or 3,000 people on YouTube watching this right now too.
Why are people
Like
insulting
Queeman
me
or
in
Sunday or
Dan's
whoever.
Chat? Why you just call me a
Basically,
retarded in one place?
Some
Do you have to
stuff
call me a
has
retarded
come
in
to light.
places?
Days of I mean, I guess it's been researched.
You know, you just force a bunch of people to call you retarded,
Some
right?
People knew about this, but not like
You always
Kelly
does.
Jean Best Girl.
Like
Oh
it
my
makes a
god.
difference.
And
Wait, is that a bug squander in chat? I've got it, but it will take a little while for me to upload it. How long's a little while, bug? Because if you've got it, I'd rather watch it through you or through an upload, if you wouldn't mind. I'd genuinely really appreciate that, buddy. Also, good morning, and how are you? I hope you're good. I saw you fighting in a comment section with Mantis, and it was pretty fucking good. That was. Listen, if you want to laugh, go to Twitter, search Sick Unchained, and have a look at the Mantis Sick versus Queeman Mr. Girl kind of combo in their four-way fight. It's pretty fucking good. Miss your voice in Queeman streams? What, mine? Oh, bug. Yeah, I was gonna say. I am around enough. I saw Queeman do like a call-in stream with Stylo, and it was fucking banging. It was really good. Yeah, it depends how long Bug will take to upload it. I'm happy to like hold the stream and do something else for like 10, 15 minutes, something like that. That would be pretty good. That would be pretty good. Where we at? Where we at? Listen, I'm happy to go to whenever. I think that's where I'm sat at the moment. I'm pretty hungry, but it's good for my figure. I put on weight over winter, for like warmth. That's the reason. Warmth was the reason. I think YouTube DLP has a functionality to download live streams as they happen and to put it on watch to download whenever a channel streams. Yeah, I'll throw it up now. It's going to take ages. I can maybe stream it on Discord. Give me a couple of minutes. Yeah, a base. That would be awesome. That'd be awesome. If you've got it on like low res, it doesn't really make a difference to me. Fine, it's only in the fucking corner anyway. Which, to be fair, I was watching Chud review like Aiden coverage, and I imagine if Chud saw my stream setup, he'd like fucking hate it. Like, why did Beckett do this? I don't even have chat on the stream on the screen. Absolutely amateur hour streamer. Fucking amateur hour. I like the don't have any bars. Don't have any subscribe to me. Kind of shit. Fuck, I was gonna go to bed. That's alright. Stay up. So was I. I'll tell you what happened. I went to sleep and woke up, and then within 10 minutes, somebody messaged me and went, Sunday's going live, and I went, oh. I'll go up then. Chud's back Monday, Rocky. I'm gonna get so much shit from Chud. I already know it. It's fine. I don't care. Whatever. Because you hate chat, that's why you don't have it on screen. I try to leave chat up on the, like, this is why I don't edit my VODs to make them go green. Or like do the whole kind of like take out copyright shit. I used to. So like when I used to be a little Twitch streamer, I had like a proper setup and everything, where like my camera fitted into certain places and I had chat on screen and it was all integrated and I had subscribes and follows and all that shit. And I fucking hated that, man. I just want something more simple. Much nicer. Much nicer. Oh, this is still going. Nice. My pleasure. My pleasure to serve. Yeah, we're at a lull point where I work out if Beckett bring that back. No. No, I hate the gimmicky stuff. This is why I never have soundboards or dono sounds. I don't like them. I personally get annoyed when I watch someone stream and I hear ding. Anon32 has donated $3, and then it's just someone screaming the N-word over and over and over again in a text-to-speech voice, and I'm like, listen, we can all say the N-word, but I kind of want to hear the content. Lamau Kick's official help page directs you to use YouTube. You fucking fighting with Bug over YT DLP. God. Beckett, you could at least have chat on screen. The chat doesn't show when I watch the VOD on phone or tablet. That's really okay. That's a good point. I'll tell you what, I'll consider it. Maybe we'll have a long-term goal. Like, I'll put up a bar and people can donate, and then when it hits like £10,000, I'll put chat on screen for a stream. Okay? That's what we'll do. Oh, maybe that could be a goal. That sounds like a lot of setting shit up in Stream Elements. But maybe that could be a goal. Or wait, can I do this? Can I... Wait, hold on. If I pop out chat, and then I go... do that. What about that? There you go. You can briefly be on screen. Right? Does that make you all happy? Do you feel included? That's better. that encouraging you to type more? Slur. True. Watching streams on YouTube has made my ADHD worse. Yeah. Hello, future me. Based. I don't know. Well, yeah, this isn't too bad. I can occasionally do this. Well, I'll tell you what. If you guys really, if you want it, we'll have it as a regular goal. We'll have it as a regular dono goal. And if you hit the dono goal, you get chat on screen. Okay? I pop chat out, and you can look at yourselves typing things. You fucking weirdos. Mum, Dad, look, I'm on some random guy's YouTube chat. True! How based is that? I hate gingers. It's fair. Is it okay if I slur in Dutch? It won't get caught by YouTube? Yeah. Gonna lie down and close my eyes. It takes me over an hour to fall asleep. But you'll be in the background. Thanks for the stream, Beckett. My first live stream with you, and I enjoy you. Thank you. Aesthetic. I hope you have a good sleep. Beckett, were you worried I was gonna be a bitch on Twitter? No, Rocky. We've spoken before. You're fine. But I'll be honest. I think there's a difference between people who post like random shit and people who've talked to me before. And I'm a little bit more inclined. Look, I'm just a dude who installed OBS. I occasionally make an alright video, and I chat shit on the internet. I'm not fucking special. I'm not above it all. Okay? I read my comments. I don't often respond because I don't often feel the need to. Nicandros is a really, really good example of this, actually. The first time I ever encountered Nicandros was on Twitter. And like, I thought Nicandros was an absolute fucking asshole the first time I encountered him on Twitter. And then we ended up chatting a bit over some drama, and now Nicandros is one of, like, my favorite people. And I was just wrong. And I'm glad we ended up talking. You know, because you can get that impression from a single tweet. But also, I think if people have criticisms and things, I think it's reasonable. I don't know you answered this, but do you think Tiny will actually make it out of this unscathed? Unscathed, no. But he'll probably make it out of this. Lamau, what did I do? I can't remember what the fuck it was. Oh, it was the it was the Cam Nuggets thing. You came in and you tweeted like 3 times at me over the Cam Nuggets thing in the Soggy video, and I was like, what the fuck is this? I like being wrong about people. I'll be honest. But yeah, Nicandros is super based. I think probably one of the best additions from the end of last year to the community. I thought it was. Do you know what? How weird is this? I'm a Harmful Opinions fan. I've liked Harmful Opinions for a long time since the Candid stuff happened. And when Harmful Opinions, I'm only mentioning this because I'm talking about like people contacting me and things. But when Harmful Opinions reviewed this video for the Destiny stuff, he was like, I talk to this guy occasionally. Not often, but occasionally I send him things that he'll be interested in. And I was like, that is pretty fucking based, actually. It's like the smallest thing. I was like, but Harmful's based. I like Harmful. No one wants a mainstream Destiny. It's like finding. It's like, do you want your drug dealer to be like, or like your weed salesman to be like a pharmaceutical thing, or do you want it just to be like some random guy on the corner? It's nice on the random guy on the corner. Hydro Dancer for the 5. Normally, I have to watch the VODs. Really glad I'm able to watch a few in real time. Gives me info to share with friends, so thanks for that. My pleasure, Hydra. As always. Aesthetic, welcome to Coping. Thank you for the sub. Very based. There are fun Gundam streams to watch. But yeah, you can, I don't know. Twitter's a weird one because occasionally, like, and people who follow me on Twitter for like the channel, like Cope and See the YT, occasionally somebody will comment something that's like the perfect thing to respond to, and that's really fucking helpful. Yeah, sure. Based. Okay, I'm gonna leave chat on screen. Okay. I think we're getting bunks under a co-hosting. I'm just gonna find him. Let's do that. Hey, buddy.
Hey, how you doing, Bracket?
Oh, getting there.
Is this sound okay? Nothing's coming through.
Yeah, you sound clear. I'm fine.
All right. What do I do? I'll share my screen. Where are we? Make sure I get the right browser so I don't incriminate myself like somebody.
What, like Boblacks?
Well, amongst many other streamers, yeah.
How are you feeling about the entire drama?
I mean, well, I mean, it's probably no secret. I can't stand Destiny, and I've never been a fan of him. Like my introduction to him was like way back in the IBS days.
Yeah, mine too.
While it was enjoyable to watch him run fucking rings around those idiots, I always found him to be a weird little ghoul. And none of this is a surprise at all. So like part of me is kind of like enjoying the whole process, watching him actually get into a drama which he can't get out of. He's not cooked. I presume what's going to happen is going to be very similar to Vorsh. Like he's going to suffer consequences as far as future opportunities are concerned. He'll lose some of his viewership, but his core audience isn't going anywhere. They're in for the fucking long haul. But as far as what Destiny wants, everybody, like, it's been clear as day for the last year plus. Like he wants out. He doesn't want anything to do with this shit anymore. He wants to go mainstream. He wants to be taken seriously, and I think that is not happening. No one of any repute is going to want to touch him. He's going to, and it's going to be basically the same thing that happened with Mark Gudgel. He's going to be persona non grata for a very long time, and he's going to be left like scraping the barrel as far as anything resembling real politics. And to be perfectly honest, good. Like he deserves it. He's a gross little scumbag. Like this is like beyond the pale. Like this kind of behavior should not be like swept for in any capacity. And I'm glad most people aren't. Even Dan, like Dan's his best friend. Dan's the closest he's got to like a full-on ally who's willing to go to war for him. And even Dan said, like, whatever happens, he basically deserves it. Like, he doesn't want to see him like completely crucified and like this to be the completely end of his career, but he wants him to face consequences. He thinks he does deserve something. So like,
yeah, it's I found Dan really interesting in DMs. I didn't hate him. But it's I think the whole thing's a really interesting one to have watched unfold. And, you know, I'm like you. I was saying earlier, the first time I ever saw him was Tonkator. Fighting with Tonkator was the first time I ever saw Destiny. And this one's been really weird. I said it earlier that because of, you know, this has been a weird one for me. I sort of took much more of a risk than, you know, normally I would. I'm pretty cautious as a creator. But I actually, you know, I rarely talk to anyone about any of this shit. But I talk. Well,
I can obviously remember having conversations with you where you actually have actively distanced yourself from doing this kind of content. So.
Yeah, I thought about it, but I actually told my dad about it, so I wanted his opinion. And he was
as far as whether you should do it.
No, just on not on whether I should release anything, but on the actual drama itself and what he thought. And he was like, "That sounds horrifying." And he was like, "Well, I hope that comes out." I just, because it's
Yeah, well, because I mean, the things that are in the works, the way people have been talking, and the way things are being positioned. And I don't know fully what's going on behind the scenes, but there's been redevelopment in terms of website stuff for a while. And there's been chatter about basically creating something. I know it's not a great comparison, but something akin to Cozy, like an actual network. And that is like a launch pad into a larger media agency going like the Daily Wire route, potentially bringing in additional streamers and the like, and like having fucking Destiny as the head, as the boss, overlooking a media empire. That is full on Weinstein shit. That's horrifying. That's a horrifying concept in his current form. Now, because I don't believe he's changed. Because this is one of actually I don't want to spoil it. There's something that Dan brings up in this stream, which it doesn't take long before you go, oh, hang on, that's not quite the case, is it, Dan?
There's something weird about all of this as well. What's a good way to put this? Destiny himself isn't like a surprise, but what consistently surprises me is the people around Destiny do this thing. You know when like people take massive risks, they're like, I'm gonna try. Like when I say massive risks, I mean like statistical risks, like driving without a seatbelt and getting into a car crash, or they're like the whole kind of like, oh, it'll never happen to me thing. Seems like every orbiter makes this mistake where they're like, and I think Kyler's done this, where like it's like, well, he's done this with all these other people, but for me it's going to be different. And it's never fucking different. Destiny, not talking about leaks, but Destiny, anyone he gets close to, their lives get turned to dust.
Yeah.
It just every time.
I don't really know the word to describe him as a human being. He's a narcissist, and it's as if he doesn't really consider anybody else to even.
Can you think of a single person who's been in his orbit for a long time who's come out better off for it?
Outside, well, the only two that come to mind are Hassan and Vosh.
But I mean, like, have maintained a positive relationship with him.
No one who's actually maintained. No one who's maintained a relationship with him. No.
There's not a single fucking one of them. It's insane.
Erudite, kind of, but I mean, look at what's happening right now. So yeah. She obviously, in terms of where she started,
even before this, mate, he's completely ruined her life.
Yeah. It's particularly when you consider that she's completely uprooted her entire existence.
Well, she went from I'm a therapist and a professional, I'm going to open a clinic, to a professional e-whore.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
And this was much earlier in the year. Do you remember the there was a video of her trying to on her own set up the studio for Bridges. Do you remember this? And she was like sleeping on a mattress.
And we saw the results of it in that very first episode. It was like, and you could tell that Destiny was just detached from the process. He's kind of one of them. Just give me the invite and I'll show up. But as far as his actual concern, which you'd think he would have shown more concern, because he has always been fairly brand focused as far as building something resembling an empire. That's the way he talks about it and the way he treats it. But he does have a very detached, a detachment from it, as far as letting the people around him have certain degrees of autonomy. He doesn't seem to, it doesn't seem to care. It's just something that he does. This is part of the reason why he'll just show up on back in the day, he'd just turn up on micro streamers just to debate. He he's one of them. You just give him the invite and he'll show up. And then beyond that, he doesn't seem to have much consideration as far as what it actually means and represents, which is it's a very strange dichotomy when he like I said, when you consider what DGG actually represents and what he like claims to have built.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I imagine you've heard this spiel from me before that essentially most people doing this stuff online are looking for that validation of something, their intelligence or like their success or things. I think a lot of people are looking for like a sense that this is the place they finally belong because they've never really had that. But Destiny, I think for all his success, he's like there's this phenomenon where like executives hit this point. Good morning, Imalo. Where like they get the corner office and they realize that it wasn't what they wanted. And I kind of had this experience years and years ago where I was just finishing off my master's and I was looking at PhD programs and I just went, I don't really want to do this. It won't make me happy. And like that, I think that was not doing a PhD was the best decision, one of the best decisions of my life.
Part of the thrill is the chase.
Yeah.
And when you actually get close to achieving your goals, you realize like.
Once I realized I could do it,
what it was about.
I was like, it's enough. It's enough. I don't want to spend the next 3 years doing it because, what the fuck am I going to do with a PhD in fucking theology? Like, what the fuck will my life be? Anyway, yeah, I mean, I don't know. This has been a lot of craziness and stuff for like this particular drama, but it's been fun to dip my toe back into Twitch poll. I said earlier that I saw one comment which was like, "Well, Beckett, why do this? You've got no skin in the game." I know all these people. I'm not detached from it. Actually, I do have one more question before we start. What do you think of the fact of Sick coming back and Sick's kind of, especially with the whole fight that occurred yesterday between Mr. Girl, you, Queeman, Mantis, Tom, Sick?
Well, I understand Sick's motivation as far as yesterday is concerned. Like he's in basically a forever war with Tom, like and as an extension Mantis. Beyond that, I don't know. Part of me wishes he'd stay away. I like Sick, and my involvement in what happened with him was like fairly well documented. Like kind of like I was kind of a causer, I suppose, to a degree. But it wasn't wasn't with any malice. It was literally like, dude, what are you doing? Like I'm sitting around at this time of the day and I capture stuff, and if people are going to go on stream and say crazy shit, and it's going to get covered, it's going to get archived, and he was fine with it until he wasn't fine with it, and then he finally went away, and to me, I think that was for the best, because he had serious issues, and he wasn't dealing the way he was using the streaming as an outlet to deal with this trauma. It's just one of the most unhealthy things you can possibly do.
One thing that I found absolutely fascinating about this, and the reason I asked the question, is I've been scrolling Twitter constantly watching people fight, because this isn't just a fight about Destiny. This is old Twitch poll airing out grievances that they've had for years. Like, you can see Viv Wolf going at Wick, you can see Cherry going at Woo, you can see Kilo going at Connie, you can see, like, and even for me, like, there's an element here where, yes, I care about this story generally, but I'd be lying if I said that I didn't have any fucking like previous things where I'm like, actually, it's really fascinating to watch run down. Like, Lav comes back, Mr. Girl comes back, do the victory, like, you got the Tom stuff from that. Everyone's like, all of the OP, it's like a final hurrah of this is the, I can't imagine that it'll happen again after this.
Well, no, because I literally, when I just first logged into your stream, I had this exact thought because I saw Ico was in chat, and I'm like, is this what's been causing all this hostility for so long? It's just like Destiny's presence. He's just this toxic fucking influence on the entire space. And once people get whatever the remnants of beef that's left from all the old Twitch poll shit, once people get that out of their system, fighting over what this over this drama. Are we going to just see like harmony? Are we going to see like?
I mean, Aiko
just
came on earlier.
relaxed, friendly debates and conversations? Like it's. I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. It's like maybe we do need to revive Destiny's career. We should be defending him.
Well, I mean, like even Wick's having kind of based moments. Frankly, like I'm just like, wait, what's going on? Like, yeah, it's really fucking weird. Like, I'll maintain this especially for my like core audience. I am going back to talking about art stuff and like general commentary stuff, and I want to talk more lore stuff. But this has been fun, and I'm glad that so many of you come along the ride with me. You know, because hey, listen, I say fun. This week has sucked on many levels, but it has been like I don't know, a little bit of an experience. It's been really interesting watching Morale and Aiden go over old stuff as well and kind of dig things up. But, okay, but let's make a start on this dance stream. Let's go.
Let's go. Where's the volume? Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a really shitty.
Oh, it's so. I didn't realize that intro was so gay.
Wow. Wait, hold on. All right, good.
Hold on, pause 1 second. I want to ask you. I want to ask you a
fucking,
question. I want to ask you a question.
ID's really.
What do you think the chances? I can't ask you that. Fuck. I was going to ask you something like horrific that would be terrible in the context. Do you think Dan and Destiny have ever had a relationship of any kind? I just watched the intro and I'm like, this is super gay.
No, I don't. I think they probably overshare with one another. But Dan's always struck me as being like pretty normy. He's got this edgy streak to him, obviously, just in terms of his like going off at people, but like his engagement with a lot of the space literally is just a way to kill time, just to get the poison out of his system. Like I
know the feeling.
It's yeah. So I don't know if it's ever extended to that point. But Dan probably knows stuff. Like, let's be real. Like,
yeah,
this isn't
there's no way he doesn't.
Everything that's happening right now is just what we know. Like, if this is what's come out, imagine what hasn't come out. Like, yeah.
Shitty fucking intro video that never made the cut because it's all that I have here on this fucking on this shitty laptop. That's it. Yeah, you got a blue line. Looks like fucking garbage. It is what it is. Sorry. But yeah, I don't even know how to make this blue line go away. That's just, we're just gonna have to deal with it. That's it. So you know what? I'm keeping the blue line. I don't give a shit. Fuck it. So anyways, how you guys all doing? Listen,
Blue line gets very
I've been staying a little bit busy here in
very thin
here in
one.
Australia. Has anything happened? I've been gone for a few days.
Well,
I
the
left,
irony.
There's a lot of stuff going
Yeah,
on.
exactly.
I don't know. Everyone's been messaging me saying, "Hey, what's up with Steve? That's weird." Is like, Steve, something happening? Because I thought we were pushing off the anything else episode until I got back. But maybe there's something that I like forgot about or something along those lines. I'm not entirely sure. So anyways, like I just kind of want to get back on the the same page of what's happening. Everything else, but yeah, everything else, nothing else. So all right. Well, I'm here. I watched some tennis yesterday. People take tennis very seriously. A little bit, maybe too seriously, I would say. A lot of Americans got drunk.
Have you seen
big deal? Wasn't my idea to go.
Dan posting it spicy, by the way?
I know why you're all here.
Hold on, pause. What the fuck
We're gonna
happened?
Get into it.
Well,
this is
nothing
the
particularly
advantage of having the moderator of Spicy. I get to actually talk about it.
Well, I mean, nothing particularly crazy's been going on, but he's been in there since since this is broke on and off on an almost daily basis, and engaging with the topic with people, which I'm very surprised by, because I think that like the last place that Destiny wants people really digging in and being able to have access to additional information about what's going on is Spicy Chat.
It's fucking crazy.
But Dan, it's like he got off the plane. He told everyone he was going. He jumped in initially to Spicy because I don't know if you were aware that he had bets with people in there regarding Dan Clancy being fired from Twitch. He had a series of bets with people, and he came in. The bet was, I believe, it was by January 25th that Dan Clancy would be fired as the Twitch CEO, and obviously that's not seen fruition. So Dan came in to settle his bets early because he was on his way. He was on his way to Australia, but literally, I think he'd been off the plane for an hour. I don't even know if he was at the airport yet, and he was in Spicy Chat talking. And again, he was in there yesterday, and then he's been in there today, and he's been hopping in on streams. I think part of it, I think he's a little bit lost right now. And he's doing this as a way to kind of process his own thoughts. But it's probably a bad idea.
That's not a good idea. I mean, like, I got asked this on Aiden's stream as to why I left Spicy. And it's like, the first thing I did when Chud was annoyed was go and check Spicy. And I realized that, like, I know this is the general accusation of Beckett's involved in everything. He's involved in all this community. The only place that was true was Spicy Chat. And I was so annoyed at myself. Because I like Spicy. I get why Dan's doing it there. It's a really particular community. And honestly, for old Twitch poll, where else are you going to go? Erudite server?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. You're gonna get like an honest, no holds barred opinion, but you're also going to get people who just will needle you just for the fuck of it as well, which like that is probably something he shouldn't be engaging with right now. Particularly as we've become a fucking DGG refugee site for the past few days. The number of absolute just brainlets that have been flooding in, like looking for somewhere they can now hang out. It's like, you ain't hanging out here. We ain't accepting refugees. Wrong community, my guys.
Yeah, it's probably a mistake. Like, I can't believe Beckett committed suicide by shooting himself in the head 25 times. I know it's it was suicide. The door was locked from the inside, but but yeah, like it's wild. I do wonder actually, like, who is going to remain. Like, it seems like our relevance going to stick around, and I imagine who else. I don't know how many there actually are anymore. I mean, who's really even in the orbit? I mean, Lonerbox is definitely 100% gone.
I'm trying to think who actually is left. As far I mean, I don't check in. I don't know who's really been appearing on Destiny streams because I don't watch. But I know, like, in terms of recently, Pisco was on there a lot, and he's disassociated.
Yeah.
I mean, and then as far as like the people who got banned, obviously, like
Just Silk, Cherry,
Lycan, which was I mean, I'm not surprised by it in the fact, obviously, he's in a relationship with Straight Raid, but at the same time, he's Lycan. He's like, it's been a permanent fixture of like Destiny's community for fucking ever. That's a thing, actually. I need to. I think this is confirmed that Erudite has unfollowed Destiny on Twitter. So read into that what you will, but I think that's her.
What was your understanding of Lycan's status with Destiny before all this?
Well, I mean, I thought they were on. I think they were still on good terms. I think the realization was it just isn't really feasible to have a cook, particularly when he was like also like supposed to be producing the podcasts, and that didn't work out. So now he's just like become just the guy who cooks his fucking food for him. Like, and as far as I was aware, Lycan had gone off and just got a proper job.
Yeah, I'll talk.
I don't think they were on bad terms.
I'll talk to you about it off stream because I've heard things and I don't want to say things publicly because I've got no idea. But I heard something, so I'll talk to you about it off stream. But
okay. Well, I mean, he must be in a strange position anyway. Just like I said, just because of his relationship with Straight Raid is.
I mean, Aaron's fucked. Aaron's legitimately fucked. I mean, I'll be honest with you. The more I've gone over this, and I said this earlier, that's why I apologized to Pixie. I think a lot of my original assumptions about Pixie were very heavily colored by reading what Straighter Ed had said, and I think that was a genuine mistake. You know.
Yeah, I just posted the DMs with various people, and knowing that she was basically going backwards and forwards between basically everybody.
Well, it's not just that either. It's like, it's like the extortion stuff, the Sunday's take, because Sunday isn't the only one who had that take, to be clear. Most people who saw those DMs had that take, from what I can tell, including me. And that's, I think that is incorrect. I mean, again, from my perspective, even if I don't fucking care, like, get the bag. But it's interesting how many seem to have that take. And if Erin is saying that to Sunday, I wonder how much that's colored the kind of chain of whispers as people hand these over, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's interesting. But yeah, anyway, press play. Let's go.
I'm gonna try and. What a fucking disaster! What a fucking shit show. But let me save you guys some time. Okay, for those of you who have something to do, because it might. What time is it in the U.S. right now? Hold on, let me see. Eastern time. It is 8 p.m. You guys have all the time in the world right now. This is nothing. Okay, give me a second here. What do I want to do? First thing I would like to do is I'd like to put in some music because it's a little bit strange just having no fucking audio whatsoever here. So give me 1 second here.
This is so awkward. I love it.
Goddamn MacBook. YouTube.com. Oh,
it quickly becomes clear he didn't have a docket. He didn't have a plan. He was shooting from the hip.
Premium Australian version. Okay, hold on. Let me. Not this one. Okay, that one in the meantime, but I need to go get my headphones. Hold on. Wait, do you guys even hear anything? Does this capture? No, I think I have to go to here for you guys to get audio, huh? No, why are you not getting audio? Oh boy. Jeez. Yeah, you hear me through my microphone. Fuck. Hold on. Let me fix this. Okay. It shouldn't be here. I think I know why. It should be. Where the fuck is
Come on, Dan. You run tech companies, for Christ's sake.
Hold on a second. All right, stop pressuring me.
That was so well timed, though.
Okay.
Jesus.
And this URL, Control V, enter. Is this gonna work?
At Coles, keep the crowds.
Fucking Christ's sake. I don't have fucking YouTube Premium on whatever browser this is. Then does this have audio? Yes, it does. Alright, hold on. Let me get my headphones.
No fucking way. What? What? Why? That's legitimately incredible. This is art.
Alright, there we go. Let me turn this down a little bit. No, that's too much. That's good. And then maybe a little bit less for me. Hold on. Okay.
You just gone onto DJ mode.
Everything working okay? You can.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised by Dan's playlist. Like, lo-fi house and garage.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
Okay. Well, my microphone is maxed.
Russian Doom Music Volume 3.
I guess I can maybe raise this a little bit. Just so I'm not fighting over the music or anything.
That's his wife's influence.
But you guys still get sound if I go to this? No. I have to stay here. Well, I guess we have to stay on this screen then. Fuck it.
What?
Okay. I'm trying to think about where to start in this situation. So basically, some stuff has come to light in the last few days of, I mean, I guess it's been resurfaced more so than anything else. Like, some people knew about this, but not like a ton of people. And, you know, basically what it is you have non-consensual sharing of nude content, I guess.
No, that's not what I would describe it, Dan. But
And
How would you describe it?
I disavow. Okay, first of all, not good.
revenge pornography.
I think really fucked up. In the scale of fucked up, I'd put it well below murder and rape.
Glad to know. Glad to know.
Trying to think if it'd be higher than armed robbery or not. I don't know. I'd have to think about exactly where it is. It's fucked up. I'll put it that much. And
I'm reminding
told
my
Steve as
Twitch
much
poll
that
next to
it's
stay dead.
absolutely fucked up. Sorry, I told him that it's fucked up. So, god damn it, I think I already fucked up this meme I was going to. But anyways, it's fucked up. But you know, I think it's important to I don't know, I guess like give people why whatever. Anyway, so goddamn this fucking computer. Back. I fucking hate Australian ads. Oh yeah, give me another one. What? Why is this buzzing now? Stop. No.
This is where I'd have logged off. I'd have gone, you know what? This is a bad idea. Sorry, guys. I'm cutting this one short.
Okay, I don't know why this is like this.
It's
and
incredible.
I don't want to hear this now.
It's incredible. Oh my god.
Let me take a step back. Where the fuck was I? Sorry, a little bit ADHD. I can't stream. I'm old. All right. Start from the beginning. So something has recently came out where we have non-consensual sharing of nudes, and you know, I fuck the music then. Okay, Jesus fucking Christ! I hate you guys. Non-consensual sharing of nudes, I completely disavow it. But this person has, I believe, at this point, shown some level of remorse. I don't know if we've gotten a statement about it. Like, I know there's a thread going over it here, but I'm not sure of the full details of what this is. Like, as far as I know, it was something along the lines of him bringing up his phone, showing, like...
This is wild.
Showing them to a reporter or something. And I'm not sure why he would be doing this, because I think in general, like, if you're having nudes sent to you by someone, I think it's fucked up to show it to like someone else. But it seems like it's really cavalier, and I don't understand why it also like
I'm sorry. Hold on. Pause a second.
under the rug. But I do believe in like giving people kind of...
Is he saying that Destiny has confessed or apologized or done something? What is this?
Well, that in the background is an article about Hassan. And apparently Hassan had, while speaking to a journalist at some point, had shown his phone with pornography on it of some sort.
Wait, so in the midst of this, he's trying to take shots at Hassan?
Oh, you best believe, yes. Yeah. Yeah.
That's insane.
It's insane. Yeah, it's insane.
That's
totally insane.
I'm actually I'm actually stunned. I don't know what I'm a streamer lost for words. That's
I mean, it's a fairly it's a tried and tested like deflect. Find someone else who's done something worse. But like in this situation, don't do that. Like, don't say anything. If you're going to do that, just don't say anything. Turn the fucking stream off, my guy. Like, what are you doing?
Holy shit. Holy
have
shit.
A second chance in life. Personally, I think it's fucked up. I would not do this ever. And I think like doing this is a complete violation of someone's fucking trust. So when I hear that someone has gone out and do this, I message them privately. I say, this is fucked up, but you know what? We played D&D together. You know, you really are doing a great job of hanging out with terrorists, everything else. So I'm going to give you a second shot. I'm not going to disavow you. I'm not going to cancel any of my stuff with you whatsoever. But, you know, you need to change. And, you know, trust me, he knows he fucked up, you know, a lot. So, like, that, I mean, that's really all that it is that I can say. So I'm hoping in general that we can see some real change. And yeah, that's it. That's my shit. Okay.
No.
Anyway, there's a video of this too. It's pretty funny. Where the fuck is it? It's pretty. There's a video of Hassan showing nudes to someone else. Kind of funny. But anyways, look, in general, what you guys all want to know, very simply, obviously, I don't think Destiny would want this either. But
yeah, have you noticed, by the way, Destiny's in chat?
No.
See on the
what?
right hand side now. Why do people say stuff like this? I'm like the most charitable person online when it comes to this stuff ever.
What is going on?
Yeah, I don't know.
Has this actually broken him? Like, this isn't like him.
Well, have you seen the logs in DGG?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's it does seem to me like he's crashing out. He's at that point in where he thinks he can. I think he's gassing himself up into a position where he thinks he can now fight back. He's getting ready to launch some kind of offensive. His first stream back is going to be fucking wild. I can only imagine what that's going to look like, and just how many people are gonna be present for it as well. He's probably I won't be surprised if he breaks a record. What is Destiny's like record in terms of viewership? Was it the Miskiff leaks?
I think so.
That day, it was something like, was it like 50,000, 55,000 or so?
Yeah.
I won't be surprised if he exceeds that.
You know, Destiny knows he fucked up, big time. You know, and he let himself get the better of himself in a way that was really fucking disgusting for other people, like that a violation of trust for other people. But like,
surely Destiny has a login.
He's acknowledged
You just
it,
turn the
and
stream
he's
off.
gonna get the consequences of whatever the fuck it is moving forward.
Yeah,
right.
Like, it must be a joint account.
Whatever happens, like I don't feel bad for Steve of what happens to Steve. I feel bad for.
Oh, and there's another message. Also, just a heads up, Dewstalker gets a ton of money per viewer on his Kick channel. So when you watch on that channel, you are enriching him greatly. Fucking, what a wretched little fucking ugh.
The people that were harmed as a result of his actions. So that's that. But as far as like, am I gonna go right off into the fucking sunset and not do shows with him and not talk to anyone else? No, that's not the case, because that's not the type of person I am. You know, he's told me, you know, we've had a conversation kind of in private about this, and you know, I think that he's sincere with how he. Yeah,
I should point out as well, by the way, the juxtaposition between Dan is actually trying to like sweep and something resembling like a rehabilitation of sorts, saying he's shown remorse, he's trying to, you know, he'll never do something like this again. He knows what he's done is wrong, blah, blah, blah. Just as he's in chat, just going after the people who've come out the strongest against him. Like, yeah, sure he has, Dan, sure he has.
Is acting on that basis moving forward.
He's fucked. He's actually, like, the truth is that Justilk, do you know what? I can't believe I'm saying this. I think Justilk might become the next Fosh.
No comment.
Well, you know what I mean. Or Hassan. I think it's a different kind of situation for a different time period. But like as a positioning, I don't think he's going the way of tomfoolery. I think he's going the way of becoming the next sort of hate community. Not in like a bad way, but like that's where the refugees will go.
Well, I mean, I'm not. I mean, again, I
know your feelings.
I'm not a big fan of J-Stock. But like, taking that out of the equation.
Yeah, neither am I.
It will be interesting to see what he does going forward, because if he's got any sense, he cannot become what you just said. He cannot become basically a dedicated Destiny A-log channel. That is career suicide. He has to get to a point where he leaves all this behind, which is going to be very difficult for him as far as the position he's in, as in he being the official DGG after hours for so long and having so many people involved, hopping in and out of the stream with history within that community. So it's going to be an interesting ride for him going forward.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough, but I think I will say this for Just Oak. It would have been very easy for him to try and maintain a position of like, or try and giga chatter. He's like, I just don't care. Like, we deal with loads of things, or like, I'm not sure about this part, or it's really bad, but I'll have anyone on my show, like kind of taking the Wick position or whatever. Because Wick, I'll tell you this, Wick will have Destiny on again if he wants. I know that because I've seen Wick say it.
Is it? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it happens. I'm just trying to think of it. Like, who is the most controversial person that Wick's ever had on?
Well, here's the thing. So Wick's statement is, "I'll have anyone on," and I know this because I got leaked part of a group chat. I'll have anyone on, even Destiny. I'll still have them on. You won't have Viv on, and you won't have President Sunday on. So it's not anyone, is it? It's if someone personally selects you, Wick. And as base as Wick has been with some of this shit, reading out the super chat and stuff, I'm like, that's a little bit fucking sad, really, if I'm honest. But whatever. I don't think he'd have Mr. Girl on.
No, probably not. No.
Anyway, let's go.
As well as how he's trying to handle the situation, which is going to be balanced. It's going to be a difficult thing. Like, here's the thing. I think a lot of people, like fucking dipshit Mr. Girl, expects him to come out here when he's getting sued and just be like, I did it. Yes. And I wanted to do it. And here's the evidence I did it and everything else. When you get sued, it's a little bit different. It's not like you're fighting someone with like on Arcadum you're not like doing an Arcadum situation where there's no like real consequences besides social shit. Like, this affects a lot of stuff here, and I don't fault him for his fucking response he had to do. It is what it is. Everyone kind of, I think, knows what happened, but that's that. That said, I'll say to my fellow orbiters or coworkers, as Max, Mr. Girl, the guy who literally had his fucking girlfriend crying on screen, the one who basically said he literally raped someone with his wife or something along those lines. What is that? Like, he kept fucking, and when they said no, is that what it is? So I'm not really going to put too much stock in what that guy does or anyone who's aligned with that guy. But that said, anyone who, if you're some fucking one of my coworkers out there and you're making your little bit of a strong statement about how much you condemn Destiny and everything else, you better not let me fucking find you doing something else and signing some other bullshit off for someone else or being weak. Because if that's gonna be the case, either be all the way fucking in or all the way fucking out. Okay, that's all I'm gonna tell you. All these half in the door motherfuckers, too much of a pussy to do anything else. Like, I get it, fine. If you're a content creator, you rely on this for your fucking life, then fine. Then fuck off. Then say that Destiny's a fucking rapist pervert, all that type of shit. and fucking go away forever. And that's what you should do. And fuck off permanently. But if you think that you're going to say a strong statement, say that you're not fucking with him right now and come back in 2 months, fuck you is what I have to say. You're worse than anyone. You're definitely worse than me.
Is that not being like? I mean, I understand his point, but like at the same time, like this is potentially an ongoing criminal investigation. Isn't it sensible just to throw the brakes on in general and go, listen, I'm not calling for his blood right now, but clearly something is going on, and for my own well-being, I probably need to take a step back from having direct involvement with Destiny.
It's so fucking weird because, by the way, I'll read super chats at the end. Thanks for getting to though. But it's so fucking weird to watch this unfold in this way because it should be so easy to go, look, this is actually really bad and serious at the moment. We need to treat it with seriousness. Like, I don't like Max. I don't like Mr. Girl. I fucking, everyone knows this about me. I didn't like him when Stardust still liked him. But, like, you can't just start throwing these shots during this situation. It just makes no sense. The reason he's doing it is because Mr. Girl blew him out on J-Stalks.
Yeah.
You know, it's transparent. And the problem is, and I said this about Dan during the Twitch stuff, you can't morally grandstand about things like Forethought and the shit Forethought saying, who I imagine is laughing his fucking head off right now out of everybody. When you're working with someone like Destiny, who even before this is like tweeting out things like the shovel tweet and stuff. It's like, well, you want to get rid of Forethought, or your argument is because he's a brand risk. It's like, it just looks like you're mad and you want to get rid of somebody. I get the impression Dan may have forced out a fair amount of people. And now he's sort of left, ironically, left holding the bag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't think he knows what else to do.
But the thing is, as well, is obviously like Dan's. It's not been that long since he's returned to the community as well.
No, it's what, like 6 months?
Give or take, yeah, roughly. After taking quite a long time away from anything resembling like content creation, and he is a little bit headstrong as far as like wanting to dictate the terms of service as far as this is what we're doing going forward, and being very pushy in terms of who to interact with, etc. As like treating, because I think he did ostracize a few people when he came back, just by the mere fact he was kind of treating people like they were employees. It's like, well, that may be the case. The likes of Erudite and the likes of Lycan may have been brought on to perform additional tasks, but they still are entities unto themselves. They still are content creators themselves. You can't just treat them like lackeys. And I think there was a little bit of bad blood as a consequence of that. I think that is maybe some fed into a little bit with Lycan. So yeah, and but now he's found himself on his own, fighting, guarding the gates on his bill.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those as well where, you know, things in commentary are like your network and things around you. Everyone gets treated pretty, like, there's obviously like little bubbles and cliques and things, but you get treated as an individual entity. Like, one of the claims that always comes back about like people like Diorio or Keemstar, it's like, well, they dictate the terms of what everyone's going to do. No, they don't at all. We regularly do things that like either they disagree with, or like, you know, we'll take a stance against a position they take. It's perfectly normal. It doesn't seem you can do that in DGG, and I think that's got worse. I think that's actually got worse in the last year and a half.
Yeah,
legitimately.
Yeah, I think a large part of that is probably the political influence too, because you kind of, when you're involved in that world, you do have to all be singing from the same hymn sheet.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting as well that Dan brought back Kelly Jean. I bet he's regretting that now. Because he brought her back to fight Forethought. and now she's back on J-Stalks shitting on Destiny. I mean, it's a bit of an own goal, really.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, there's been rumblings about that. I think like J-Stalk and Queerman were talking about it as far as Kelly Jean was never going to come out and say anything, but as far as interactions that she'd had with Destiny previously, how cold the Destiny had been with it. A lot of it seems to stem from the last time, the time when Destiny came over to the UK to debate Slavoj Zizek, and he hung out with Kelly Jean, and there's a presumption that Destiny tried it on and was blown off, and then that's how their relationship started to deteriorate as a consequence of that. So, like I say, while she's not going to ever say anything about that stuff, now it's all this shit's out in the fore. She's got no fucking reason to back him up, to have his back. It's like, why would she?
Yeah.
At least I'm honest about this situation. I've known the dude for 15 years. I can say that what he did was fucked up. He knows what he did was fucked up. He knows that he has to change, and he knows he's gonna have fucking consequences for it. But for fucking you're just a fucking weasel. All these motherfuckers that did this whole shit, all the way in, all the way out. Any of these motherfuckers try to come back in after they've done their little strong fucking weasel statement, doing it, fuck that noise, okay? Don't let them fucking come back in feeling like they're, all this bullshit. I don't give a shit if it's supposed to be like, oh, well, what were they supposed to do in this situation? How about, I don't know, being a fucking, being a person and understanding that, like, bad people do bad shit. You know what I would do if my kid fucking killed someone? I would be like, I got you. Don't worry. I'm gonna help you best I can, and we're not going to the cops. And we're not saying shit. And if they come here, I'm gonna get you the best lawyer, and you were with me the whole fucking time. I
Dan,
would do that.
He's a 35-year-old man. He's not. He's no one's child. He's like,
dude,
to have that opinion about your own flesh and blood is one thing, but to ride or die and set yourself on fire for Destiny. Come on now, come on, dude.
Get yourself a polyamorous throuple the way Kyla and Dan look at Destiny. Okay, like what the fuck is this? Holy shit!
Every fucking day of the week for my fucking kid. Okay, that's just the way it is. And for any of you fucking guys to say that you wouldn't do that for your kid, if you have one, you're just full of shit. That's how it fucking works, okay? The people that we know in our life for a long time, we stand by for the most part. Unless, of course, not in the case of rape. And rape, you send them straight to fucking jail immediately. No lawyer, no defense team, nothing, instantly. You're not allowed to have it. In fact, if you're accused of rape, we just assume you're guilty, and you don't get to make a statement. They just send you there. That is the most heinous of all the crimes. And yeah, so in that case, I would instantly sell all of my children down the river immediately. But murder is okay. Murder, I'll protect them for sure. So, yeah, that's basically my shit. I'm like, for any, by the way, for any orbiter, I think that made a statement saying that they're done with Destiny, that's fine. I don't, like, a lot of them, I don't dislike pretty much any of them. I mean, there's some I'm not a fan of, but I'll say that, like, in general, I don't have a problem with any of them. And some of them, they're not okay with what happened to a point. They want to break the bridge, right? If you will. If you want to break the bridge, like I'll give you an example of someone. Like I know a lot of you fuckers hate JStock as an example. I don't mind JStock, okay? I used to hang out on his stream only because Destiny is such a fucking asshole later in the last like 6 months. Whenever this cocksucker is streaming, God forbid I fucking show up in the channel, in his Discord channel, be like, hey dude, what's happening? You know the reaction that I fucking get when I come in there? Yeah, what's up? What do you want? It's, hey, fuck you. I don't fucking want anything. I just want to hang out. How about you just shut the fuck up, be happy that I'm here. Nobody wants to watch you fucking read Wikipedia for 14 days. At least now maybe that shit's fucking gone. Maybe he can embrace Nebraska Steve or something once again. So I can't do that. I can't hang out in there because he's just trying to fucking get rid of me fucking instantly. So all I have to do now, I look for streams where I can just hang out and chill. And that was fucking, now it's JStock was the anti-fan, right? So now that was the only place I could go. Now I can't go fucking there. So now I need something like, and God fucking help me, I ain't going to hang out with fucking Darius after stream. or fucking Wes, that'll be the end of me trying to do that shit. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what to say on on that shit. It's fucked. Destiny needs to do better across the board on not being a fucking cunt when I join into the Discord. Okay? And that's why there's nobody fucking left except for me and fucking Darius, the clout demon goblin, and Wes, the guy who will say fucking anything. Okay? That's why. It's because you're a bad fucking friend, Steve. If you're out there watching it, you're a bad fucking friend. I'm a way better a friend than you are, and you need to fucking change to not be an asshole. Okay? Like, think about this.
It's kind of sad.
This is incredibly depressing.
Just
Wait,
saying.
has he got literally
Just saying,
nothing else?
okay?
Is there nothing else he has? I don't understand. This dude's a multi-millionaire.
Yeah, it's.
And he's sat there going,
it's-
"You're a bad friend. What about, why won't you talk to me? It's the Boblax thing. You wouldn't even play Among Us with me. What is going on? Bro, you could literally buy a permanent live-in hooker. Like, you've got permanent hooker money. Like, come on, what are you doing?"
Well, I mean, someone's gonna like. So I'll have to try and pin him down in Spicy Chat one day and just ask him, what were you doing while you were away? Because you're obviously doing something. You had you were spending your time. I would presume fruitfully. You're not just running businesses all day. Like things like Redact are pretty much like they run themselves almost. Like you hire the guys to get the fucking to develop the software, and then once it's up and running, it takes care of itself outside of bug fixes here and there. So it's not like he's in the office every single day slaving away. He had free time. He was doing something. Why did he come back? Like, is it loneliness? Like, does he not have friends? Is this his only like contact with humanity? Like, and he's.
I feel like it might be. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, what else could it be? Like, I don't. This dude, there must be something. By the way, chat, you made the goal. I'm proud of you guys. I'm super proud of you. You get another goal. And I'll eat something before I go to sleep. Yeah, there must be something that this dude has. This can't be it. This can't be his only fucking thing. Like, I get it if you're like Queeman, right? Where you're dealing with...
You're a sociopath?
Sure, fuck it. Where you're a sociopath and this is it. And or me, where I'm like, look, I clearly need an outlet and I clearly need to do something. And that's why I say, like, I'm a nerd, right? But Dan is a multi-millionaire. If I had Dan's money, I would not be doing this. I would be like, I don't know, going on adventures, having fun out there.
Well, that's why I don't get it. He's in Australia. He's traveled 17 hours. And within a space of an hour or two, got off the plane. He's in fucking Spicy Chat, warring with retards who just want to take digs at him. Like what are you doing? Like, you're in Australia. Go and get bit by a snake. What are you doing?
Oh fuck! No, we're not doing another goal for another hour for another goal. We will do this stream. I am determined to get through this stream. But yeah, no, like, yeah, it's insane. Get bit by a snake. I mean, he did, and the snake was named Erudite. Do you genuine question? Do you think Nick and Erudite are done?
Ooh. So that's one thing that a lot of the newer people I've like seen, like some of the way the commentary guys have been covering this stuff and the way it's being framed online in various places. How Erudite uprooted the whole family unit, moved to be closer to Destiny for business, blah blah blah. They forget that Nick was a fucking a Destiny giga fan. Like Erudite wouldn't have any idea who Destiny was if it wasn't for Nick.
Sure.
So he was almost certainly a willing participant in every single decision that's been made. So as far as what impact this has had on their relationship, I don't know. I honestly don't know. It was a bit weird the stream that she did. I was catching up with bits and pieces with it because I was away for a few weeks after Christmas. But the video that she did glazing Destiny, and the way she was talking about Nick, how it's very reminiscent of relationships I've seen from afar as when they're breaking down.
That's what that's actually what I said. That's why I don't know whether I started this narrative because I was saying it very loudly, but my read is this: like their relationship's always been a bit unconventional in some respects, but when you're sat there going, you know, and I've never told him how grateful I am for everything, and you know, he is so wonderful, guys. You don't know. That's what you say in public when there's trouble behind the scenes.
Yeah, it sounds. If that's the kind of thing that's the kind of thing you say about your friends, not your partner.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit weird. So yeah, I don't know. Like, has this strained their relationship? There's every chance. And what this looks like now, particularly if anyone's having meltdowns behind the scene, because obviously we don't know how Erudite is dealing with this, because just her persona in general, she's not gonna give as much online, and obviously she's not been streaming as well. So what kind of grief that she's experiencing, what the emotions that she's going through at the moment, as far as realizing that this is all, even if Destiny survives, she probably doesn't, because she's getting dragged through the fucking ringer for her involvement in this. So like I say,
yeah, I haven't changed my position on it at all. I think Erudite is massively at fault for this. And I know I've got plenty of DMs about it, and you're wrong about Kyla, whatever. I will change my position if Kyla can provide evidence that she actually pushed back on him, like hard. I'll change my position. But until that point, I just don't. I'll put it this way, you know, like if you put Nick and Erudite next to Erudite and Destiny, tell me which the couple is. That's how I see it.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah. That's it. Look, I got a lot of problems with Steve, and he's gonna pay the iron price, as they say in Game of Thrones. Right?
God,
the iron
Dan.
price. Or maybe he won't. I don't fucking know. I have no idea what's gonna happen. The whole situation is very strange. As I said, look, I know Pixie was harmed, but I also know, like, I'm trying to think where I want to put this. Like, well, like multiple women or whatever are fucked in this situation, allegedly. I don't have any more information than the rest of you guys do on what's true or what's not true on all this, besides what everyone said. I do know that there's not enough bullshit that's gotten thrown towards some of the people that fucking fucked over Pixie on this front. Okay, that much I know. I know that, like, President Sunday, and I know that maybe Straighterade as well. I know that these fucking people completely sabotaged Pixie for fucking views and clout. Like, how? Here's the thing with these people. Why should we ever give a fuck what these people say in the future? Like, about when they claim to care about anyone ever, or they act on some high ground, like, I can't believe that this person has done this or this person has done that. Fuck you. You had an actual victim, someone who didn't do anything wrong in this circumstance, and you just threw them under the fucking bus for fucking views. Like, fuck yourself, okay? And then you have all the fucking clout demons coming out of the fucking closet, like Mr. Girl.
Also, I do want to say one thing.
Mr. Girl and his crew.
Because I want to be like, where is it? I think that's really interesting that he didn't name me. Like, legitimately, I think it's actually pretty interesting he didn't name me. Because when I was having a conversation with him, I basically said, look, I'm not intending to, like, cover a load of this. Where is it? Sorry, Bug, give me a sec. Basically, I said, okay, well, look, I'm probably going to have an update, but I feel like if I just remove or cut sections, send out a tweet, that's not sufficient. I want to let things sit for a day or two, and frankly, I'm exhausted and need to rest my head to clear. We can speak again in future. I'm not interested in spinning random stuff for clicks. I think accuracy and transparency matter. And he said, And Dan said, I'm expecting you to make more videos on it. I don't know why you wouldn't. And I'm like, look, I'll be honest, this isn't my content bracket. I've said this multiple times.
What was your actual introduction to having a conversation with him in the first place?
Dan contacted me through somebody else and asked for a chat because he wasn't happy that his name was in the video. I talked about this earlier where I'm like, I'm not going to remove it, but I addressed it. And I was like, well, you were in the original leak Straight Raid gave to Sunday, and that original leak is what I put in the video and reported, essentially. Yeah. And he wasn't happy with that, which is understandable, which is why I've addressed it and said it's in, but the question of why he was in there and whether Pixie put him in there or somebody else put him in there is, I think, a relevant question. I think it's a question that's worth asking. But yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Do you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to be, I think because of everything that's going out and being said and stuff, I want to be really honest. I thought, I knew this was going to come out, but I also knew making a video on this could potentially just end my channel. But I also knew that if these DMs just leaked randomly, and I thought they were going, and I still think, I would maintain this, if Sunday hadn't dropped a video, I think by the end of this week, we'd be still sitting in almost the same position just a couple of days back, because this was going to leak. It was so widespread. The stuff with Hassan, the stuff with Empanada, the stuff with Lonerbox, the random conversations. And I thought it was the right thing to do, to have a video out there where people could scrutinize what had happened behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't just, and it's why I haven't really streamed about it. I haven't jumped on streams to try and promote the video. It's not the point. You know?
Yeah. It's, I mean, like I say, I took a break after Christmas. But obviously I was around when the initial leaks happened, and there was chatter. Let's just put it that way. People, none of this was a secret. Obviously, as far as conversations have been had as a consequence of everything that's going on, that's different in terms of people's actual personal relationships. But none of this was a secret, and it was. If you're in certain circles in and around this space, it's still this type of content. As large as creators like Destiny are perceived to be within this space, they're not really that large in the grand scheme of things.
No.
Destiny pulls his videos. He's on a good day, he's $250,000, and then everybody beyond that is a big drop off. Most of these communities cross pollinate. People can have conversations with each other. A drama doesn't go down in one Discord without just about every other fucking Discord knowing about it. So this was not secret information. And yeah, like you say, it's only like it's only a matter of time before certain types of leaks start to happen as a consequence of that. Now, obviously, people aren't happy with Sunday because of the way he's gone about things. But as Queeman has said on stream, like, this is the people who've got like a real beef in that regard, like, they just don't know President Sunday. They don't know the history between him and Destiny. It is a blood feud.
Oh yeah.
They've done and said some horrible shit to each other. And let's be real, prior to this video dropping, Sunday was the least guilty party as far as what Destiny had facilitated and said about Sunday. It's far worse than anything that Sunday had done.
And I will say this, Sunday could have gone live with this long before he came to me. He had enough information to go live with this far earlier and didn't.
Yeah.
You know, he could have done. Very easily. And I think it's the widespreadness of these leaks that have done. Fucking someone was in chat earlier who was like, even I had them, frankly, on the old Twitch poll-up. They were everywhere. I'm just like, well, I think you can throw criticism at Sunday and stuff, but the truth is that, if you're really going to start doing that, I think there's a question of like, Well, at what point does culpability? Because I'm massively down the chain, right? I'm like four links down this chain. Like it's maybe 5 actually, thinking about it. So it's hitting me, and it's hitting people like Diorio, and it's hitting nobodies in the Twitch poll space.
The commentary side of things doesn't actually surprise me, like, because if anyone should be covering it, they are the type of people who should. They are able to at least offer something resembling an unbiased perspective, because they've not been in the trenches on various panels throughout the years of Twitch poll. But even they have been burnt as a consequence of getting a little bit too close to Destiny, and people questioning their motivations as a consequence of friendships, or like that been created with Tom and Nick and stuff, and Willie Mack, etc. So
I mean, the idea that I mean, because it's one of those, I know Sick put out. It's like, we did this for clicks and content. I'll be honest with you. You could probably poll my chat for this, but chat's chilling because it's been a stressful week and things, and I actually do have my own audience now outside of Dioria's. You know, if Dioria goes live when I go live, my numbers stay pretty consistent. They don't want me to do political content. They don't care about this stuff. They don't give a shit. If I switched over to this, I'd make a net loss, not net positive, and also not loss because I like the community I've got. Frankly, it's not an incentive for me in any fucking way.
Yeah, and the old Twitch poll side of things as well. It's a different level of investment. It's very difficult to make a living, even though that's not necessarily the position you're in or trying to be in. But to make that viable, you need to be in the trenches fighting, and that's an entirely different ball game. Like, at least with the Artcom side of things and just the general commentary community, you can keep it a little bit more detached from it and just actually treat it like what it should be, a form of entertainment, without getting
there's definitely
ruining your life.
I was definitely like too in with Safari with certain things, with Artcom, but also, I you get a feel for certain types of content, and frankly, I know what my audience wants to come and chill out for. There's a reason my Discord has a general chat and an art chat and a pets chat. That's it. That's all anyone gets, and it's really chilled out. Barely anyone gets banned. But this is the most my mods have ever had to step in my Discord to get conversations to start. Normally they just let them run. They don't care. But yeah, it's been annoying. I knew it would be annoying, and people warned me it would be annoying more than anything else, and they were right. Fuck it. But anyway, let's go. Let's keep going.
Actually, I don't even know if he has a crew. At least Mr. Girl, right? Lav, etc. All these people that hate Steve just coming out thinking that they can, like, oh yeah, something. And I called it the first time that Mr. Girl came fucking back into the world, when I think it was on a JStock stream before he was ejected or whatever. But like, basically, I sat on this thing, and this instant I was in there, I knew what this motherfucker wanted to do. He wanted to fucking do his little victory lap. He doesn't give a fuck about victims. All he cares about is not looking like an insane lunatic, which is what he is, right? This is a guy that did fucking, like, completely debunked videos trying to define the theory of the world or something. He is a psychotic, self-admitted rapist, by my definition, that's been on camera, like, making his wife or girlfriend fucking cry from abuse. This person, if they're on your side, your case immediately gets 1,000 times fucking weaker.
Destiny threatens his ex-wife.
And then you have
what is going
Mr.
on?
President Sunday, who
I've talked about it freely on stream.
Advising Pixie, told him a law that she can use to criminally go after Destiny, except the law happened after fucking Destiny did anything. That doesn't apply retroactively. He's so fucking stupid. They came out, he was like, oh, I'm and now in Pixie's statement, the whole state.
That isn't exactly
what
I wouldn't. I'd hedge my bets on that at the time being, because I was reading about a case where the judge had made a recommendation that it go forward because although the statute had come into effect after the original revenge pornography distribution had happened, the fact that the files were still accessible beyond a certain date of the date of it coming into effect, which is obviously for the leaks to happen with Destiny is the exact same situation. They actually ended up proceeding with the case. So like that, I'd take what Dan just said with a pinch of salt.
Yeah, I wouldn't be sure about that at all. That's a bold stance. It's a bold stance, he says as my camera freezes. There we go. Thank you.
It's like, hey, I'm going to be suing under federal this, and this. And it's like, hey, that law didn't take effect until the end of 2022. This all shit happened at the start of 2022. And like, President Sunday actually fucking sabotaged Pixie for no fucking reason. Like, this is the most retarded shit ever. Like, this whole thing. Like, look, Steven should pay money. I mean, I don't.
Oh, careful, Dan.
All right. Steven should be held accountable for all of this shit that's fucking happening. Absolutely. But I want you guys to see how people like fucking President Sunday and Mr. Girl do not care about victims to the point that right now they have fucked over Pixie across the fucking board now. Like for views. Literally for views. That's it. Just for views, right? And now they've told her to go do something that has zero relevance to her whatsoever. It's unbelievable. The whole fucking situation. It's disappointing. It makes me mad because I actually I feel bad for what happened with Pixie on that situation. I reached out to her. I talked to Lonerbox because I was like, oh, Lonerbox, we have the studio here. It's not getting used at all, right? And we should do a show, right? Because you're coming to Miami a lot. Let's do a show together in the studio. Some comedy bullshit like the Jew and the non-Jew type of thing. It'd be funny. And he was like, listen, it's kind of an awkward timing. Pixie's in a really fucking bad spot. And I was like, what's going on? And obviously I knew that like the thing had happened on KF at that point, but I didn't know that like, I actually didn't even know it involved her at that point. And I also didn't know that it had affected her this much. And, he was like, she's in a really, really bad spot. So I reached out to her and she was like, I was thinking of killing myself and then doing this is my only conversation I've had with Pixie, since election night. That was it. And then before that, I don't really think I ever spoke with her pretty much at all. But in the call, I'm like, what the fuck's going on? And she was like, yeah, I'm thinking of killing myself. And I'm gonna leave a note saying that, I don't know shit about Steve and everything. I forget the details of it. But I was like, I think you shouldn't do that. I think that you should probably kill Steve instead of killing yourself. I think that would be a better move. Go ahead and ask Pixie anything I'm saying. If you think it's untrue.
I don't know if your business strategy sound. Come on.
I mean, Dan, like, I understand the sentiment, Dan, but
it's like someone asked earlier about Sunday having the suicide beta read, and there is something, I certainly don't hold that position now, but like when you're reading through all this shit and you're reading through people's responses to it, like over a 2-day period and lack of sleep, you're like, there's a real blaseness to the way Pixie puts things of, the message she puts to Destiny is basically like, yeah, so I just thought I'd let you know, I'm going to put a note on Twitter, end my life, and then blame you for it. I hope you do better in the future. That's so blasé about it, which is,
well, I presume it's public knowledge. It happens in a public Discord channel, but she came into the Spicy Chat and suicide baited. When it all first happened, she came in and she said, other things you guys are talking about made me want to kill myself. And that turned into a whole fucking drama within the Discord. And
yeah, I'm happy to take the opinions of people who know better than me, but like I'd be lying if again, if people want to be like, that's a terrible thing to say. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I apologize. I think I had a misread of Pixie, but at the same time, it's like, you're seeing this through the lens of what is leaked, which, by the way, is why those leaks are so damaging, and why spreading them around, waiting for them to come out, was a mistake, was a legitimate mistake. Because again, people saw the message, and then suddenly they go, "Oh, well, we didn't even call. She's obviously extorting. That's what the message looks like, because no one's got any context for it." Tommy C. Maybe that's why nobody called the cops, because they should have. Jesus. Yeah, no one did a welfare check. No one. And I said this earlier. I've had an internet drama before, really early on, where someone threatened to kill themselves. And a welfare check was phoned on them because someone in the Discord had their address. There were, I imagine there's actually maybe people watching from like old Twitch poll. There was somebody here earlier who was involved in that. It was like that this person we thought maybe a legitimate threat. I can't believe nobody phoned a welfare check. And Erudite's like, well, I asked her if she had the means. She was like, I've got a stockpile of pills. And Erudite was like, that's really serious. Well, call me. I'm just like, what?
It's well, that's, I mean, that in itself is part of like kind of like the sad story too, with as far as Pixie's, it's like the way she was talking about in her Substack of how she just got involved in this space because, again, it was seemingly out of like a certain degree of loneliness, and she was interacting with these people and it became the best thing she had, resembling a social circle, and she trusted these people, and this is this. I mean, obviously it's going to be at different scales and different extremities, but this probably happens in like so many communities over time, and people don't make a habit of checking in. I mean, it's hard to have a perspective where like to as far as like not having a perspective, having an opinion on it as far as like being involved in spicy chat, because I mean it's kind of inbuilt as far as like it is a bit of a free for all in there. Like even showing that you care it can be perceived as a form of weakness. Now, as far as like what kind of conversations were allowed to happen, it was shut down. Most of it, like especially straight from the get-go, there was obviously a lot of like chatter going on as all the leaks initially happened, but beyond that, there was a concerted effort made that nobody was harassed and that things weren't mentioned and people's names weren't constantly brought up, just the same way that most people in terms of streaming didn't mention names, didn't validate the rumors that were going around. And like beyond that, I don't really know how much you can do unless you actually are in something resembling a friend group with those people. And I'd say that's not.
Well, the problem is they were in a friend group around those people, and those people fucking leaked everything.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, it's really weird. I said this earlier with Harmful's coverage. It's like Harmful was looking at this and he was like, I'm maybe from an older part of the internet where, you just look at this and you go, I don't know them. Oggy said something similar. And there's this like level of concern. Tommy said, I'm going to ban everyone based. But like there's this like older part of the internet where I remember other allegations like this. And you just sort of dealt with it. I don't know. It's really weird. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. These people have public presences. It was going to get out. I don't know whether it was naivety or hope or desperation. Painful.
Yeah.
It's everything I'm saying here is absolutely the case. I didn't do anything to fucking sweep or say don't go to the cops or don't do this or that. All I did was answer her questions. She was like, what should I do? In this case, like, I'm thinking about asking for this much. What are your opinions? Everything I said was worse. If she was like, I want to get $5, I was like, you should ask for 20. If it was like, what else was it? how do I do this? I was like, I can probably hook you up to some attorneys. Let me do some research, and I'll get back to you on Monday. And the only thing I did that maybe was bad is that on Monday, when I think I was supposed to reach back to her with the attorneys, I reached out to Loanerbox and I was like, listen, I think this is too awkward of a spot for me to be in. I sympathize with the point of the bad spot that you're in, but I don't want to be this involved to this level. I don't think it's appropriate for me to be involved in hurting my friend or
Wait,
fucking him
is Dan
over.
smarter
So,
than Kyla?
I think you guys, you're not retarded. If you're gonna go the lawyer route, go the lawyer route.
I don't know if it's smarter is the word I would use.
Well, I mean, at least he realized not to get involved. Holy shit! Like,
but I mean, at that point, when you do get involved, you probably do have a responsibility to maybe not necessarily continue involvement, but to make sure that things are going on behind the scenes, as far as like someone needs to probably check on her and make sure that she's okay. Like you can't just like go, yeah, you know what, this is getting a little bit too hot in the kitchen right now. I'm gonna check out Lona. You can deal with it, Lona.
do you think they had? Do you think Destiny found out and he was like, "Oh, so you'll pay for Pixie, but you won't pay for me to sue Kiwi Farms"? Thanks, bro.
Has anyone spoke with Lonabox? Has he just like? I know he's gone on break.
Okay, I'd say this. From what I hear on the grapevine, I think one person has contacted Lona. I haven't. I don't imagine he wants to hear from me right now, which is fucking understandable. But he was planning to go on break anyway. But yeah, it's not good considering he was already planning to dip.
Yeah, because he's in a bit of a weird situation. Because although he wasn't completely like reliant upon Destiny, he'd put himself. He's one who you could maybe say was doing better as a consequence of his relationship that he'd built with DGG. Even though he seemed to make an effort to not be too embedded within the community, but
he's got his own identity.
There's a large crossover though. Particularly in terms of the time he streams too. It's almost a waiting room of sorts. But yeah, I can imagine because I presume just in terms of the numbers he was pulling, and I guess the level of engagement within his community, I presume he was doing this full time. I presume this was his job.
Yeah, this is his job.
Yeah,
his job. I mean, he started as a video essayist, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, if you personally, I essentially it was a very brief convo with Loanerbox to that front, and I think he understood. And I'm on fine terms with Loanerbox. I've talked to them multiple times since this whole thing has dropped. But I think they all know it's an interesting spot for me to be in, I guess. But they all know that one, I definitely sympathize with Pixie and with like I don't know the full details of the Cherry thing, but if it happened like that, then I sympathize with Cherry absolutely. I only say this. I'm not saying this to discredit. I just don't know anything about. Like I already said
sympathize, Dan.
Yeah,
that's some stream or something where I said that like these people send stuff around and someone.
If the Cherry stuff is true,
I apologize for that, but
that is incredibly criminal.
It's right. Of everything that Destiny's done, it's the worst thing he's probably ever done.
Here's my question, because I don't get it, because I know it's worse because he knows her and things, but I mean he admits to recording grinder dates.
Yeah.
I did get reached out to by a gay friend of mine, who was like, this happens a lot on Grindr. It's kind of like almost normalized. I'm only taking that from him, so I don't know, but still, he kind of admitted to this, and everyone was just like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's not hookups, and it's not like in relation to sexual interactions, but Destiny's talked in length about recording just about every single facet of his life.
Yeah.
His entire fucking house was hooked up for sound. He didn't have he didn't have a private conversation with somebody that didn't go into the archives just to cover all of his bases. So the idea that he would have the mentality where that would extend to literally every single facet of his life he's recording, particularly when it's, you know, when he seems to have there's a certain, you know, fetish involved in the risk and of the hookups and being able to goon about it after the fact. It like doesn't surprise me at all. But to not only to violate her consent in that regard, to then distribute it as well, that's that's like absolutely fucking, you know, like I say, it's just criminal. There is no other word for it. I wonder when actually we'll see, because when did Cherry said it was it 2 days ago, a day or two ago when she'd filed?
Yeah.
We'll probably see Henry Resilient streaming about it. I imagine he's probably going to try and get hold of the files. And
I'm gonna get LawTube. I'm gonna grab some LawTubers. That's how I'll cover the remainder of this. If this becomes criminal, I will grab LawTubers. I will bring them over. We'll build Lego and we'll talk about the court case.
Well, I mean, this isn't a particularly nice thing to say, but obviously, just in terms of the conversations that have already happened, I can see Pixie settling. I can see a sum of money being agreed upon, and yeah, that just being the end of it. I don't think that's ever going to be the case with Cherry.
I mean, I don't know if this is a hot take. I think if Pixie just settles, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
I think that's. I think she should get a bag. Based. I don't think this. I think, you know, she should get a bag. I don't think there's more need to be said than that, really.
Yeah, but like I say, as far as Cherry's concerned, I don't think there's a sum of money that could shut her up. I think just in terms of her personality and her history with both Destiny and the community, Erudite, etc., she's probably out for blood.
Don't blame her.
I don't blame her. Yeah, I don't blame her.
In general, like, I sympathize with these women, but I'm not abandoning Steve, and I'm not changing my life for it, because Steve has made, like, not even that he's made assurances to me, but just that these things are not things that are going to happen again. I know that for a fact, and I know that he is a good person that has better things to offer to the world versus trying to get rid of him forever, right? Like, these people want Steve to be fucking canceled forever when he's someone that literally is making the world, I think, like a better place, a voice of reason amongst far left and far right extremists. Far left and far right extremists, and I'm not going to just throw him under the bus.
It's an election year, guys.
Like, these people are so excited to try and fucking get rid of him. For what reasoning? For what reasoning? Like, permanently, forever. The same people that would, like, see Destiny gone forever are the same people that would fight tooth and nail for a fucking murderer to like get a second chance when they come out of, like, you know, if they get off on a technicality. The same people that would do that would, like, go hang out and do a stream with OJ or with Caitlyn Jenner, who fucking killed someone with a DUI, have no fucking issue with it whatsoever. Or who else has hung out with Mike Tyson, who was, like, accused of rape or something, right? The fuck out of here, okay, with all that shit. Or Hassan Hamas Piker, who denies any fucking rapes happened. You have zero fucking credibility to stand on anything, okay? I don't give it. Like, for you, Stephen would have to rape everyone that was at October 7th, right? That festival, for him to be on the level of what you are. That's about where I feel with you, Hassan.
Jesus.
So, fuck off. Keep your fucking shit to yourself. Enjoy it while you can for the last fucking few days until your world fucking collapses. Dipshit. Fucking rape denial. Fucking rapist nude sharing. Brothel patroning. Creepy ass, old ass motherfucker. Like, this dude his hair is falling out, so he has to take fucking medicine for his hair falling out. He's going and he's fucking a prostitute at a place that was later raided, okay? And guess what? The owner got some money back, but you know what? People went to jail. Yeah, that's right. People went to jail for that brothel thing. That's right, there was. And there was actually some girls that got rescued as a result of that. So, yeah, it's true. The government did have to give some money back to the brothel. But it's also true, some people went into jail. Oh, wait, is this the microphone? Oh, shit. Yeah.
Fucking hell, Dan.
It's also true that it's also
fucking
true
hell.
What conversation is
crimes
is
committed.
Destiny had with Dan as far as like?
There's
Can
no
you
way.
not
There's
be
no
on stream running your mouth about anything like not even trying to like? I mean, it's not justifying his behavior, but like trying to like
It's
make
such
out
a
that like it's not
self-own.
as bad as other people. Like, what you doing? Like, it's this. Obviously, well, I mean, Destiny is in chat. He is commenting. He is banning people. He's making snide little like remarks here and there, like, and obviously he's been going off in DGG chat as well. Like, has he spoke with legal counsel? What they told him, like, as far as his involvement?
There's no way Dan hasn't paid for a lawyer. Destiny wouldn't need him to, but like, there's no way that he's not lawyering up. No way.
Neither of them should be anywhere near a computer right now.
No.
That would be my advice. Like, stay far away from everything. Keep your mouth shut and wait to see what happens in terms of obviously the filing that Cherry has made, and then see what position you're in after that, and then and every single thing you say when you do come back, if it's even close to anything regarding the ongoing case, every single thing has to go through a lawyer. Don't start fucking getting the boys in the GC to formulate a fucking takedown plans of the way to clean your image. Like you're writing another fucking manifesto, like you're fighting with Keffels again. Like, because that wouldn't surprise me if that's going on. The Destiny's so high on his own fucking supply that he can think he could almost defend himself, at least in a public sense. Because that is the thing as well with Destiny, which is part of the reason why I think this even happened. He does kind of think he's indestructible as far as drama is concerned. He's gone through the ringer so many times and got involved in these stupid fucking slap fights and come out of it pretty much unscathed in just about every single instance, where he thought he could just do this kind of nonsense freely because he wouldn't face the consequences because Destiny doesn't.
Yeah, it's a pillar issue though, and which for regular viewers you'll hear me talk non-stop about. But it's a pillar issue. Most creators don't understand what their core pillars are, and this is one of Destiny's. Like, you can kind of get he looks at it as crazy women, but it's not that. He's been exposed by somebody else, but the problem is it's exposing things he's done to people who've done nothing to him.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very difficult to paint in a particular way. And this is like floodgates are open. This is floodgates are open. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, but it's like, where can he turn the debate? No, excuse me, the debate bro off. I don't know if he can.
It's gonna be interesting.
Okay. And Hassan went there and had sex with a prostitute. Now, I personally never had sex with a prostitute at a place that was later raided. Okay.
But a place that was later raided. But you have had sex with prostitutes, then
that's something that I've never done. I've also never received nudes that I've shared with other people, like in front of a group of people. I think, like Hassan did in that thing. So, yeah, I don't know. And I've also never denied like mass rapes happening, or that I've never said that like people weren't being killed or anything along those lines. Anyways, all that shit. I just want to throw this out there because in general, fuck Hassan. Right? Fuck everyone that's using this as a jumping off point to like try and make their side win or anything else like that. Like, what happened is that like Steve fucked himself up from like 2 years ago, by the way. Like this is like behavior. I will stand by this for the most part. I think that this is behavior he fucking greatly regrets. Back when he was like, I'll say this also. I think Steven was a fucking really shitty husband to Melina. Okay, I'm coming out here saying it right now. Like, I don't think Steve would deny it either, but it's not good the way that he was. Like, I talked with Melina a lot of times, and she was crying and miserable and everything else. And Steve would say, "What do you want me to say? I'm a selfish motherfucker. That's why I'm in the relationship that I'm in, the way that I do things that I'm in." And Melina like really was hurt by it. And I think like she was like, you know, what should I do? Should I leave? And I'll tell you this, I never was like, I was never like, no, you should stay and make things out. I told her multiple times, like, listen, if you feel like this is an abusive relationship, get the fuck out of there immediately. So,
Dan's, I mean, Melina's kind of been is a forgotten party in all this. Like,
oh yeah,
she's involved. I don't know what she's doing, and I don't think she's made public comment in regards. I mean, she's mentioned obviously certain things as far as being part of the leaks and it being against her, a violation of her consent, etc. But I like, is she proceeding with any kind of civil suit of any kind? Like, that has not been established.
That hasn't been established, and she did seem pissed. Frankly, I can't blame her. I mean, the weird thing about this is it's kind of in some regards declawed some of the biggest concerns. It's like, well, what more can come out from like what more can Destiny throw? And that's like a legitimate question. Like, if Destiny takes an attack route for this, the only thing he can do is attack people everyone recognizes as victims.
Mm-hmm.
And this isn't the same as like, you know, previously when something like this has happened, it's one individual. Even when Destiny leaked things previously in a previous drama, I think it was his ex-wife. One person he can just attack and defend himself to. This isn't that. This is a mass multitude, and that is a mass multitude, but who also didn't start off attacking Destiny.
Yeah. The stuff, especially with Melina, there's so many like layers to it. Just as far as obviously there's the violation of consent, as far as exchanging pornography featuring her with other parties. There's the fact that he, the bits and pieces with Lauren Southern, the affair, and how that was denied, and Melina was gaslit as a consequence of it. And then you throw it also in the combination of the fact that the amount of time, the whole red pill arc that Destiny went on, and the core tenets of his philosophy as far as what he was preaching to DGG, and talking actually about that element of their relationship, how when they hook up with other partners, they get permission in advance of who they can share intimate details with and exchange certain material with, and that's a complete violation of that. Like, it's all intertwined into not just his personal life, but his career and all the previous dramas, and it's just this huge mess. And she probably just feels like rotten as a consequence of it. Like, he's absolutely just taking advantage of her in so many different ways, and she just doesn't get to have a say. She's no longer important anymore. She's the ex-wife.
I just want to put it out there that it's not like this is a one-time thing for me of going against Steve. I will always be my own person. But on the same front there, I will say that I think that Steve has changed a lot, especially over the last year, where he is not like that type of person anymore. You guys don't fucking you don't see it because you don't know who he is. You don't know anything about who he is day to day, right? All you see is like stuff on stream, and you see stuff from years ago, and you just assume that he's like the same person as then, and he's not. And he's like, yeah, we're old. I'm old too, you know? I'm fucking like almost as old as Hassan. Hassan's like 43 or something like that. So I'm almost as old as Hassan. We're old guys, but you know, old guys can still make mistakes.
Yeah, 2 years ago in the life of a 35-year-old man.
Hair, everything along those lines, right? Like, it is what it is, and we can still fuck up. but we can also change for the better. And I believe that Steve has already made a lot of efforts. He regrets everything that happened. And it's not like he needed this incident to happen for him to be a better person or to not do this type of thing anymore. And he's, as I said, he's paid the fucking iron price right now, like across the board. Okay, like think about how many people have left him and how that makes him feel. That when he looks at like what's left at
Think
this
how
point,
he feels.
right? That's a fucking shitty feeling.
Insane.
Forget what's going to be coming down the pipeline with everything else. Like, think about everything that's fucked as a result of this that he cares about, right? Relationships that he's had for years. Like people like Lily Pichu being like, sorry, I have to unfollow you. I can't talk to you. Or I don't even know what the fuck she says. I just saw that she unfollowed. People that are like genuinely, that have been staples of this community that are like, you know, out of here. And to a certain extent, like it's deserved, right? But these people are gone. That hurts. You also have that, like, you know, I know that one of the things that Steven was really upset about, there was like a really fucked up thing in his life. And I don't care what anyone says, is like the Mark Gudgel campaign thing. Like I know he put in a tremendous amount of effort to do good by that guy. And the fact that that thing got fucked up just because of like something he did in the past was like, you know, I think I don't want to say it destroyed him, but it fucking really pissed him off, and it really fucking made him just like you're out here trying to do a good thing, and people like essentially tried to fuck it up, and they fucked the whole thing up as a result of it. So when I see that type of thing happening, and knowing that now we're gonna just have that like on steroids now, right? Like obviously, I don't know what's gonna happen as far as, you know, what big political streamer is going to be talking to him or what ones won't, but it's like, you know, he spent a lot of time curating relationships with people that were, you know, I mean, what was the MO of the year? The MO of the year was basically like, you know, doing more political shit, doing more serious shit, doing more in-person interviews, going and like taking a lot of that politics stuff very seriously, doing interviews and meeting politicians and trying to affect change, doing lobbying and campaigning and all that type of shit. I don't want to say it's gone, but I'll say that he knows that it's going to be 10 times more difficult, and he's going to have a fucking battle ahead of him. And this is like, you want to talk about, forget whatever. We're not even talking about punishments he's going to get from the results of the things he did. These are just things that are already and paid in, right? These are already punishments that he is going to have happening to him, regardless of anything else that moves forward, is that he's fucked, right? He's fucked on friendships. He's fucked on doing like serious political shit. Like, I don't know. I don't like, look, we have a President Trump is a fucking rapist, right? So I don't know how much this affects anything, but to the certain, like extent of this, it's just like, man,
fucking Dan.
So unhinged.
I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, his shit. Like, I don't know. Like, politics may not be over for him. It's just gonna be harder. That's it. It's just gonna be a lot harder for him. And the fact, to me, the thing that, like, I hate the fact that we've even given Hassan a crumb, or that fat fucking dipshit couch puncher Mike from fucking PA, the guy that, you know, the fact that any of these guys have fucking fuck all to say is fucking hysterical to me. Okay, like, god damn, I need to fucking get that video of him fucking going out there with Bad Bunny, like, front and center.
Wait, what did Destiny just say in that chat there? If I'm too toxic to associate with, then my money is too toxic to touch. What a fucking loser, man.
Oh my god. It's like Wu. Every time Brianna Wu gets into a fight. Did you know I've got a Porsche? I'm starting to be convinced that over years, you know how Russia gave a load of money to like Tim Pool and shit, like through a fucking company. I'm wondering whether they did the same thing to Destiny. This is all a psyop to make me a right winger, because it's fucking working.
Nice.
Just
crazy, man. Yeah, that's really going to ingratiate yourself to people. Like looking, that's what I'm saying. Like, has he really changed, Dan? Because that is, to me, is the reaction of a petty, angry, spiteful little man, and that's how I've always felt about Destiny. I don't see much in the way of change, just based on he took a couple of days out, he kept his head down, didn't say anything too incendiary. but he's back in DGG chat talking a whole lot of gas, and he seems like he's gearing up to go on the offensive. Like,
the question is
gross.
against who?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess there's just not much. I mean, there isn't really any like viable targets, I suppose. I mean, it could go after the old
Sunday.
god, Sunday.
Yeah, you can go after Sunday, Hassan. I think he'll go after Just Dog.
I mean, that's got. I don't think he can wage a direct war against JST. Okay, because there's no dirt. He can question his motivation and his character, and potentially why it took him so long to jump off the wagon. But beyond that, I don't know, because like I say, anything that Destiny's going to say against these people, like, what are you going to like? They're just going to go, well, you're a revenge pornographer, Destiny. Like, you haven't got a fucking leg to stand on.
Well, this is the problem Vosh had. It's like, well, what's Vosh's response? It's like, you fuck horses.
Yeah.
You're kind of fucked.
Well, this is one of the things that Destiny's been talking about was in DGG chat, was like having his own version of a fortress arc. But I just don't think it's possible, because I mean, what's he going to do in terms of content? It's one of his like the outreach and trying to bait people to have conversations with him. Like, that's part and parcel of Destiny's streams.
Well, I mean,
regardless of whether it was drama or Twitch poll.
You know.
Well, yeah, true.
Big guy. And I can see that. Okay, here's the problem Destiny has. That Vosh and Hassan don't. Part and parcel of DGG is the personalities that filter through. It's not actually the debates. And if you lose that filter, that does, I think that will actually have an impact, because part of Destiny's brand, in a way that it's not true for Vosh or Hassan, is the shit talking, spewing, everything else. It's not the political debates that, really matter. I mean, what's he going to do? Sit on fucking, I mean, whether Kyler was booking guests or not for Bridges is kind of irrelevant. Like, who's he going to bring on now? The new Destiny show is just Destiny and Dan, really. Are relevant?
Yeah, I mean, people have been memeing about it, but it's like, who's going to be willing to speak with Destiny? And the only people he's probably got a good chance are the likes of fucking Fresh and Fit and
Andrew Tate.
I mean, that's definitely possible, but Christ, what does that look like? What like sex offenders are different flavors, but like there's still like both of them have been labeled as not particularly nice human beings. Oh god, I can't think of anybody else who, like, as far as anything resembling additional exposure that Destiny can derive. I don't think there's anybody else. I mean, maybe Piers Morgan will still have him on, but I doubt that.
It's a bit toxic even for Piers. Do you know? I just realized. You know how Ethan Ralph recently came out and said that he was basically taking a step back.
Okay, yeah.
I'm wondering whether, like, whatever remaining sanity Destiny had. Do you know how, like, the Chris Chan demons entered Ralph and he went insane? I'm wondering whether through some proxy somewhere, like, what remaining sanity Destiny had has entered Ethan Ralph and he went, oh fuck, I need to do something. And now Destiny's just like, and then the demons have entered him. They've traded because of the sex scandal.
Well, there is almost a parallel, like, because I mean, Ralph was already deteriorating by that point, but he really dropped off a cliff post revenge pornography conviction.
Yeah.
So maybe Destiny has to get worse before it can get better. But there might be a light at the end of the tunnel. He's just going to go to Mexico first.
Oh fucking hell!
The rest of my life. That should be the new fucking intro video for anything else, is him fucking out there doing that type of shit. Mike from fucking alleged gay bashing. That old fucking thing right there. So, in general, I think I just wanted to really clear up my stuff, because there's a lot of people that distance and like, I'm sorry, I can never talk with Steve again. Fine, then fuck off. Okay? I say that in the nicest way. I don't have a problem with you. Okay? Well, at least with most of you. I don't have a problem with most of you. If you're leaving Steve right now with this statement and you're saying that he's fucking actually Satan
I'll
and
be back in a
everything else,
moment.
especially after
No
you've
worries.
known him from the past year and you know how much he's changed and how like different he is, like, good, fuck off. And I'll still be friends with you, but don't let me see you hopping back in the Discord when you're ready to do a little debate. You want to come back in, get a little, be friends again. Because I know that Destiny has it's his fault, this stupid motherfucker. He is way too willing to forgive anyone and everyone. He doesn't hold grudges, with the exception of the most serious, insane shit. So I basically have to be like, now when I'm gonna have people coming back in, like, hey, what's up? I see that you're doing this thing. No one's really talking about it anymore. Let me get back in there. You bet your fucking ass I'm gonna be popping back into the Discord and telling them to go fucking pound sand. Okay? These people don't get to fucking run and hide, duck their fucking tail, not even risk anything from their fucking self right now. Nothing whatsoever. Like, how hard is it to say Steve fucked up? He like the most fucked up shit. He's fucked from it. He did everything wrong. How fucked is it to say that, but say also, you know what, like, he's my friend, I've known him for a while, and I'm gonna make sure that he does better, continue to do better moving forward, everything
Sweet
else.
Willis said
Why
it.
the fuck do you have to leave besides fucking virtue signaling? Like, has Steve not said anything in the past that was so like extreme that you couldn't handle it? What about when he was saying that like some Republican dude deserved to be shot? Where the fuck were you then? Oh, but that was funny. That didn't matter then. Okay, what about that dude's family? You think he fucking cared? Yeah? All this is just virtue signaling fucking bullshit.
No,
Okay?
it's
like,
what the fuck is
because
wrong with
it's like,
Dan? Holy shit.
oh my god, sharing nudes? Okay, I'm out of here immediately. Right? Like, it's just like, you can admit that this is like a horrible thing that fucking happened, and also not like act like this is Hitler. You can do that. Those are two things
Sure, you can have more
do
than
at
oh
the
my
same
god.
time. And these people just care for the most part about saving their own skin, or they're genuinely offended. Hey, listen, if you're genuinely offended and you can't be around Steve anymore, I don't hold you in any disrespect whatsoever. So if this was too much, if this was pushing you over the line,
Okay.
of something
Okay,
that you
fair.
can't accept and you can't forgive, I respect that, and I hold you in zero ill will for leaving. Just don't let me see you coming back, because then it meant nothing. That's all. I think that's a fair thing to say for everything, right? So if you come back, then you're just the worst of everything.
True
You're
water
the worst of
dancer.
everything. So
True.
stay and support someone
Perfect
that you're friends with
Copecast.
and help them get through a better time, and make them realize that, yeah, you're gonna have some shit coming as a result of this, and you fucking earned it, and you fucked up big time. Yeah, I mean, you didn't fuck up like Max fucked up, like Mr. Girl, like when he admitted to being a rapist, or like, you didn't fuck up like that. Or when I say he admitted to being a rapist, I mean like when he like kept shoving when someone said no, that type of thing. Like, you didn't fuck up like that. Or like when you were like literally abusing your girlfriend on stream or anything. Like, it wasn't a fuck up like that, but it was bad. It was definitely fucking bad. And I think he's gonna pay the price. That's all I can say. He's gonna pay the fucking price.
YBE?
But I'm not gonna be
YBE in chat? What the fuck? How you doing?
I'm not like fucking off because of it. So
Really, it's Twitch Pro reunion. Holy shit.
that's it. That's like the main part of it is I hope that's clear. None of this is me sweeping for Steve. Because Steve's a fucking cunt, to be real. All day today, I've been telling him he's a fucking retard. And also, I've been like threatening him all day. And those threats, by the way, if this gets back to Steve and you watch this, those we've been doing carrots so far, Steve. Those are gonna start turning into sticks. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. You know what the fuck that I'm after here. So I'm just saying. But anyways, so
So fucking wild.
I
So
don't know.
wild.
That's it. Don't let me capture you in 4K being a virtue signaling cunt that you know, don't let me capture that event from any of these people. I will fucking destroy you if that's the case. All of these people. I mean, I won't destroy you. I'll just make fun of you, and I won't let you live it down. That's it. And as I said,
just like a little light in his head. Don't make a threat. Don't make a threat. Don't make a threat.
At all. As I said, I know everyone in this fucking group hates JStock. They hate. Well, I don't even know the fucking list of people that have less, like Pisco and Lily and Lonerbox and obviously Pixie and all these other, like, just because all these people left,
holy shit.
it doesn't mean I have a problem with them. I think I'm only going to have a problem with these people if they're like, you know what, now it's been a month and things have blown over, I can come back now. I think that's when I have a problem with these people. So, and again, I don't speak for Steve. Steve might be like, you know what, I don't fault these people. It was a very hard time. And, you know, and he might let them back.
One thing, actually, what Dan isn't taking into consideration is a lot of the people, like Pisco, for example, when it first dropped with Pixie, he came out and made a statement. It was a non-statement, but it was, as a lawyer, I can't say too much, blah, blah, blah. So he sat, and Erudite was the same. They've taken a position. This is bad, but blah, blah, blah. Then 24 hours later, Cherry comes out with information. And you've already established that, like, this is bad, but we don't know all the details, and we kind of have to wait and see what's going on. And then something else happens off the back of it. How do you... what the difficulty you're in as far as having to double down on a position of, oh, we'll just wait and see. Like, it gets to a stage where a lot of them, it's just like they've been left with no choice but to cut ties. Like, I don't understand why Dan can't, like, I mean, I guess he does understand that. It just, but also, like, the idea of him not being welcome back, it's like, yeah, well, Destiny's kind of being responsible for that. They were willing to just basically wait and see and ride it out and not take too much of a hard stance, but not just completely, you know, torch him there and then. But it, like, once an additional scandal comes out off the back of this, like, you're kind of left with no situation but to distance yourself.
Yeah, because I mean, it's professional suicide not to. It's the reality.
Yeah.
But on the other side, I think some of these people do have internal logical consistency, and they're like, this is my line. And you just crossed it within 24 hours. And that's really hard. You can see people struggling with this to justify it. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm watching Dan here. He does not look well.
Well, it looks to me like he just has not been sleeping. Like
me earlier in the week, frankly.
Yeah, well, I would. Yeah. I mean, I'd pass that off. Like, especially like you a 17-hour flight to Australia, and like, this is the last thing you should be doing. You should just be relaxing, just turn everything off, and just go and watch the tennis as much as you dislike it. Just don't do this, particularly not when you've made clearly no preparation. He hasn't really thought about what he was going to say in advance. This is just he's shooting from the hip for the majority of this stream, and it's very, very, very dangerous thing to do.
Yeah, when I said I was going to go live, somebody said to me, "You sure?" And I went, "Yeah, you know, I've got sort of the video planned out anyway, so I kind of know generally what I wanted to say, and that's to my advantage." And the only reason I ended up going live is because Sunday went live, and I just went, "Fuck it, I'll have to." I can't wait for a video to come out. But also, and I don't mean this in like an arrogant or egotistical way. I've been streaming for a couple of years now, And, you know, there's always the odd thing you're going to say that's like, oh, fuck up, or there'll be a problem later on, whatever, and you deal with it. Dan isn't a very good streamer.
That is part of his appeal, but in this kind of environment, under the circumstances, it's not good. Yeah, it's not a good combination at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I won't. That's all. So, like I mean, it's just on my shit. That's it. So, for those that have like stuck by, fuck me, I can't like Wes, by the way, and Darius, I guess W Wes and W Darius. I mean, not like I guess I don't know. For Darius, it almost like he doesn't have anything to lose, I guess. So it doesn't really mean that much. And
wow.
And actually, for Wes, I'd say he's an unhinged
resounding
motherfucker.
endorsement.
Yeah, right.
Okay, but it's not like he says like fucked up shit to be mean. He just says funny stuff. I don't think that like Wes is like a bad person. In
Sounds like me defending
so
morale.
he's wild, but it's not like he's out here. Like even though he'll say like deranged shit, he's not a bad person. So he does lose something by saying that he does lose something by saying like, you know, I'm not like disassociating with Destiny or something along those lines. So, but whoever sticks around, I think that's a mark of character, because it isn't easy to do. Look, I can say it's a lot easier for me to do than for some other people, right? Like I can get it to a certain extent. If you're a streamer, it can be a rough spot to be in right now. So if you're like a full-time streamer and it's like, okay, I can't, you know, I have to disavow Destiny because all these people are messaging me on Twitter. That's on you, I guess, if you choose to do that or not do that.
That's the point, Dan. It isn't on that, like I said, Dan. It's
I think that you can just literally say,
they didn't want, a lot of them didn't want to disavow. 2 days in a row, you can't. You've got no other choice.
Anything,
Yeah.
and I don't think I haven't seen anything that's like that makes me feel that any differently on that. I don't know, like I don't know how to say this exactly, but like you can say that and also say, and you know, I still consider him a friend, and blah 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 blah. Like, I don't know. Even though you're a content creator, you can still have some fucking morals, I guess. Your morals might take you to say you can't interact with that person again. That's fine. But I think it's going to be a bad look for any of these people that have said that their morals, this is too far, they can't interact with a person like this before. If we find out that you're interacting, or you have interacted.
Does he hear himself? Does he hear himself? He is sat there bashing Hassan Piker and Mr. Girl, being like, Mr. Girl made his wife cry. Mr. Girl did this and this terrible thing. And Mr. Girl is a piece of shit. Like, don't get me wrong, I fucking hate Mr. Girl. But you can't do that and then be like, yeah, but this thing Destiny does fine, right? You can kind of get, where is the stance here? Like, this is the problem. Like, and this is the problem with taking this weird moral stance on fucking political grounds, because it's going to come back and bite you when you're dealing with this kind of drama. This is why his hitting back is so fucking infuriatingly stupid.
Yeah, and particularly as well, I mean, a completely different set of circumstances, but Dan has just been embroiled in the whole fucking taking out Twitch, and has advocated for. Well, he didn't advocate. It was verging towards by any means necessary, and to achieve his goals. And why would the people who have issues with Destiny and Destiny has continued to take shots at over the years, why would they not employ the same tactics, Dan? This is a prime opportunity to put a very large dent in anything resembling legitimacy that Destiny ever had.
Part of the problem is, I said this at the time, this campaign of like going after advertisers, going after sponsors, going after like deplatforming, I said we don't do these things from an ecosystem side because they don't hurt bigger streamers that much. They hurt the smaller ones.
Yeah.
And right now, Dan has set the precedent that he's okay to do that. And that is removing the guards. Because if this starts happening to Destiny, I heard on the grapevine, no idea if this is true, so I've just heard this. And I'll pass it that the Destiny is losing sponsorships. And it's like, well, that's shit. But after all the Twitch stuff, I kind of have this stance with a lot of things. It's like, well, if you're the sort of person who'll do thing A and then thing A happens to you, I'm like, sorry. Like, just because I'm against thing A doesn't mean my sympathies diminish greatly.
Yeah, I mean, I know for a fact he definitely did. It was like new something or other, new forms, was it? It was a brand new sponsor. It'd only been on Destiny's stream for like a couple of days, and they put a statement out saying that they were no longer being involved with him. Yeah.
Here's the other problem as well, because Doombringer's like, he's threatening them like Destiny did. He'll take all of them down with the dirt he has. Here's the problem: the benefit of Destiny is exposure, but I think a lot of political streamers seem to have realized that actually that's not very useful. I mean, let's be fair. Where is IRI right now?
That's a good point, actually. I don't think he's made a statement at all, has he?
Well, yeah, but I mean, more to the point,
you mean
who cares?
As far as like, yeah.
Who gives a shit? Yeah. Of the old political crowd, who gives a shit about any of them? You know, I don't follow Pondering Politics, but Pondering Politics seems to be fine. From what I heard, fine doing fine on their own. In fact, actually, it seems like weirdly networking in kind of the political space is a net detriment. I watch a couple of British political YouTubers who just report things on like Parliament, for example, and they're doing really well, and there's no network. You don't need it.
Yeah. It's yeah. I think that's something that Dan doesn't necessarily won't be taken into consideration with this kind of stuff, because he's just an actual IRL friend of Destiny's.
Yeah. Well, Dylan Burns seemed to have taken net detriment from his associations already. Like before all this, his associations with PV seem to have been a detriment to him.
Yeah.
And Wick's doing a lot better now he's outside PV. His numbers are better. He seems to have found some fun again, and people are watching again because of it. He's just gone back to like talking random shit on panels.
Slight tangent. Did you see Brianna Wu's tweet?
I did.
How she was done with Twitch Pal.
I did.
I think Twitch Pal was done with you, Brianna, not the other way around.
I talked about this earlier a bit, because people knew Jenny and Brianna were friends. I don't talk much about it, generally, but yeah, fuck Brianna Wu. And that's look, Brianna's burned all her bridges. As far as I'm aware, maybe she's still got a bridge with Pixie and Connor, but a lot of her old bridges and the friends she made during the politics scene, from what I understand, aren't really around anymore. They don't want anything to do with her.
Yeah, the bits and pieces she posts about on Twitter is so vague. I don't know how much of it I even buy. Like, it's having these important conversations with influential people. Like, are you really? I'd like, who? Who are these people? Getting phone calls from famous people? Like, really? Are you? You're getting phone calls from famous people? Why aren't famous people actually interacting with you in public, Brianna? Why is everything behind the scenes? I she is. I mean, of all the people I've ever seen interact in this space over all the years that I've been involved, she is easily the most narcissistic person I've ever witnessed. It's on an absolutely different scale.
Yeah, Jenny wanted me to talk to her. I've only ever spoken to her like once, and she was on the now recording stream. But I said to her, it's like talking to an ambassador. There's nothing real there. I just feel like I'm being sold something. And
yeah, absolutely. But everything she says, though, it's like the tweet prior to saying she was done with Twitch, Paul, how like seeing these opportunistic people. Now, she was predominantly speaking about Lav, but she was off the mark even with Lav, and I can't I've got no time for day with Lav, but Lav isn't a streamer. Lav hasn't streamed in any real capacity in a long time. Lav wasn't utilizing this as a way to revitalize a career. It's not a career that she'd had in a long time.
Yeah.
She had legitimate grievances with Destiny. She was one of the first people to be ringing the 5 alarm. Of course, she's going to try and perform a victory lap when it all fucking blows up in his face. And beyond that, the idea that there's just these people, opportunistic people, trying to get clout and make clicks and make money off the back of this. What are you doing in terms of your involvement in this space? Yeah, like you were doing it purely for exposure. If you were taken so seriously in an actual legitimate realm, you'd have never stepped foot in and around Twitchpole. You'd have, or you'd have kept your distance to some degree because you've done your research and knew the fact that this is always operated on drama. This was nothing new, and the fact that you got embroiled in it yourself, you should have seen coming a mile off if you're such a savvy political operator. You're not. You're just an opportunist. You're just an opportunist like everybody else.
So I mean, Jenny and Brianna's relationship isn't basically. And I want to be careful because I don't want to sit here and talk about things I can't. But what I'll say is this: you've known me for years now, which is again a weird statement, but I've never liked Brianna. In fact, I've always strongly disliked Brianna ever since Gamergate. But I'll say this: my opinion of Brianna is lower now than it has ever been. Genuinely scummy human being. Unbelievably.
Yeah, she's got a very vindictive streak, which she will not, obviously she won't bring attention to it herself, but she doesn't have to. She just it's innate. It's just part of her being. She lashes out so easily, and particularly when you see some of the comments and messages that
the shit she said
people
to
behind
Lav.
the scenes.
Fucking insane.
Yeah.
Fucking insane. Yeah.
One that's done something worse. If that's the case, you're gonna look really fucking stupid and like a hypocrite. That's all, right? Like if you're currently hanging out with like a streamer that does like rape denial all day, every day, or that has killed someone on a DUI or something along those lines, like it's gonna be once we find that out, I think that's like gonna be kind of a rough one to be like why you threw someone under the bus just for clout a little bit. And when I say threw them under the bus, it's like you get a little bit of clout by right now. It's you get a little boost by saying you're never gonna talk with Steve again and go do your whole fucking thing. And well, congratulations, right? Good for you. So with all things come and go. That's fine. So that's it. What do you want me to say? It's bad. Yeah, it's bad, and yeah, I'm not sure what
Is
else.
there
to
really
add to
3
this
more hours of
circumstance.
this? How?
Circumstances of trying.
Yeah,
times right here.
I don't know. Beyond about an hour and 20 minutes or
will
so,
say,
I don't know what he was doing.
First off, Steve.
He can't have been rambling like this for 4 hours. I hope to God he wasn't.
Degenerate for a long time. Just fucking pure hedonist fucker. You know what it is? It's like he was like Icarus. This motherfucker that thought he could just have it all. He could wake up when he wants, stream when he wants, stop streaming when he wants, fuck who he wants, tell that he's done fucking, that he's gonna go fuck someone else. Guess what, dipshit? That's what costs us. You don't get to have that lifestyle. You're not fucking like the king of Mongolia. No one gets to have that life. Okay? Not unless you have way fucking more money. And even then, if you have that money, you still get fucked. You can't do whatever you want. It's just it isn't. Nobody gets that. Okay? Nobody gets that. Sorry, got to bring you down, little gut, back down to reality. You don't get to live that fucking lifestyle. You may have to fuck, God help you, one woman at a time. Okay? And when I say that, it might have to be for periods of months also. You may not be able to be every day a different woman. I know this is a rough thing, But I think Steve's already at this point as well. So I'm not sure that this is like an issue. I think like something was just fucking wrong with him. That's it. I think he is like he has like some imbalance in his mind when it comes to fucking. That's it. Like he's a weird fucking guy sometimes. That's all I'm gonna say. I remember one time I was on the Studio of Anything Else and we were setting it up, and he had like Pornhub on his fucking iPad and just playing through the speakers. I was like,
He's a better. He's made significant changes in the last year plus.
Do you remember
Dan's coming into the fucking Anything Else studio and he's got Pornhub playing just freely.
You know, do you remember the Jan 6th stream where like he had 3 women walk in behind him?
Okay, yeah. Vaguely, yeah. All right. But that's what I'm saying. I don't see. What are you seeing, Dan? Where have these changes? What has he done? Well, like,
well, he's maintained a long-term relationship with Erudite.
It's like it's like the way Dan's speaking, like at parts of this stream, it is almost like he is like his father almost.
It's like he's processing. He's processing finding out his son's done something really fucking serious.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, and you're going to have to go to military school and like, you're going to stay there and you're going to sort this stuff out and you're going to graduate and then, you know, and you're not getting your car back. We're not doing that anymore, you know, and you're going to be home by 11 p.m. And it's like, bro, he's 35 and has had 2 marriages and a kid.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't think things. I don't think things get much better than where it is. I think this is just who he is, Dan. You're the one who probably needs to come to terms with reality. And I honestly, I don't see Destiny being happy being anything else. I think he's already a fairly miserable fuck as it is. Like, can you imagine like him having to act normal and just play by everybody else's rules? I just don't see it happening. It's
not a chance, not a hope in actual hell.
No.
Why you have this Pornhub video immediately here? Like, why is this here? This was almost playing on Anything Else. What are you doing? And he's like, oh, my bad. I don't know how that. And he's like, oh, that's weird. I don't know how that got here. You know. This guy must be jerking off 24/7, or he was. Okay,
was no, Dan, not was.
Like
It is.
So, I hope that clears up a lot of shit.
No, it's more questions.
I have to say, I guess.
No.
On this matter.
Questions about your sanity, guys.
I'm thinking. That's after he started Vyvanse. Well, I mean, he was a fucking ADHD retard, so what do you want me to say? Yeah, he should have been medicated before.
Should be fucking restrained.
So, yeah. Interesting world. Hold on, someone sent me a link here.
I hope it's porn.
Copy. Control Z. Not Control Z. Control C. And then where the fuck is this shit? Here. Boy, am I fucking worried about doing the wrong thing here.
Oh, here we go.
Single stream computer. Me getting ready for my return stream, and it is the Dr. Disrespect outfit. Oh, great. Thanks, Steve. When did this? Must have been a long time ago. Oh, this was literally 2 fucking minutes ago. Boy, that doesn't like fuck me over or anything along those lines. I appreciate that. Thank you, Steven, for while I'm out.
Epic meme, Steve. Fucking A.
Other stuff. This is really fantastic stuff in general. To have like really, just driving the point home that you're a changed man and that this isn't who you are. The whole thing, it's good shit. I appreciate that. Yeah, I love not being logged into Twitter. We're using Safari here because otherwise you're gonna see like all my direct communications with everyone else. Yeah.
I'm gonna cry. It's beautiful. It's actually beautiful. It's perfect.
What, Dan? You can't make a joke, you woke fuck? Yes, Dan. Famous wokey. Please call me by my pronouns correctly when you speak to me. Thank you. I was woke, but President Trump banned that, so now I can't do that anymore. Unfortunately, sorry. Now I'm not. Invite JStock? No, I think as I said, I don't have a problem with JStock, but I think that we live in different worlds now. I think to a certain extent. Unfortunately, mom and dad broke up, and as a result of that, I respect the path he's taken, but now that's just the behind the scenes relationship, I suppose. I'm gonna have to find a fuck me. Gonna have to find like a new after hours streamer. It really fucked my whole life up. I had this whole thing going, working on electronics in the background, the whole thing. Everything gets fucked up by this. And you know why? You guys all know why. But how does one man's life gets fucked up so much by Kuman?
Queeman win?
Tell me what watches on your wrist.
No, I think it's about cumin.
Wrist.
Oh, right, okay.
Wrist.
I'm gonna pretend he said Queeman.
An Apple Watch.
There's every chance that you will see Dan appear on Queeman's stream on a more regular basis.
An Apple Watch is on my wrist.
Queeman's been.
By the way,
he's trying to get Dan to buy me.
Subscribing to Tier 3 on Patreon.
Set him up with a little nest egg and get him a visa for America.
Someone on there that's literally like, she sells seashells
honestly.
by the seashore as their fucking name that I have to thank at the end of a fucking episode. Just fuck off with that shit. Like all the stuff people Destiny play League again, etc. Like fucking just knock it off. It's stupid. Okay. Is there any more disowning that I have to do? Is that enough level of disowning, or is there more? Disavowing. Not disowning, disavow. I disavow. Any more disavowing I have to do? Is that thoughts enough? Thoughts on Pisco? You know what? Fuck Pisco, because he was right in the fucking office after elections night, right next to me. And he was like, hey, Steve, you should leave Miami and come to New York. And I was like, I looked at him. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? You know, we have a show here. And he was like, oh, no. It won't affect that. I was like, what the fuck do you mean it's not going to affect that? You're literally telling this motherfucker to move to New York. And he's like, oh, no. It's not about that. It's like he thought I was so fucking retarded. I didn't see what was fucking happening. Good thing he fucking didn't. The second, like, anything, well, I don't want to say the second anything happened, but the second something huge fucking happened that was a major event in Steve's life where it was fucking destruction. Look at, yeah, look where you ran when this guy's life pretty much almost was destroyed and everyone left, yeah, etc. Yeah. So I'm not a Pisco fan, or I'm not a Pisco fan because I do not get solid answers out of that motherfucker. Like the whole, like when he was asked originally for a take about this, and he's like, I can't say anything because I'm a lawyer. Get the fuck out of here. You ain't his lawyer. Give your fucking take, motherfucker. Do it. All these half in the door motherfuckers. In or out. In or out. It's like I'm yelling at my neighbor's fucking cat when he's scratching at my door, and I open it up, and he fucking looks at me, and he comes in, and he goes out, and then he's fucking screaming at the door to go out again. I open the door, and he goes in or out. Fucking choose. Make up your goddamn mind. Stop fucking around with me. It pisses me the fuck off. This shit is even fucking worse, to be honest. Okay? Way worse. I don't fault you for leaving, but fuck off and leave. Okay? And have principles. Okay? If you're gonna leave, you better leave other people that have done worse shit. Okay? I don't want to see you doing a collab with Caitlyn Jenner when the opportunity comes up because she fucking killed the dude. Okay? How about that? That's what I don't want to see. All right? As an example. What? Okay? But all of you fucking clout demons, you'll do it because it's acceptable right now, you'll do it. Okay. Call all the other orbiters out. Dude, I feel like Mike in the scene of Breaking Bad. Where the
This, by the way, is probably this is where I checked out.
Where the fuck is my other
Where he's
browser?
sat here bumbling, trying to
It's here. We
set
gotta
up a
find this.
fucking Breaking Bad meme.
No way.
Not this one. Command T. Mike interview Breaking Bad. Okay, hold on. Let me just find the
Yeah,
scene.
I'm not sure how much more there is here.
Yes, an ad.
It is like watching someone have a nervous breakdown.
A little bit.
Skip.
Well, after he finished stream, he went on J
Hold on.
Stokes.
You guys
as
are gonna
well.
see.
I don't know if you're aware.
I wasn't.
I didn't
Hold
ca-
on. So pause this. What the hell happened on J Stalks?
I don't know. I did not watch it. It's a mystery. I don't think anything too crazy happened. I think he just went on there to chat. But it is almost like he's a little bit lost right now. He's looking for someone to reassure him that he's doing the right thing, but there's no one left to do that.
This is. So I'd say this. I don't think Dan should just end his friendship with Destiny. Like, they've been friends for years. I get wanting to continue that. But you can't do this, bro. This isn't helping Destiny.
No. But at the same time, I don't think Destiny's helping himself either.
Well, you remember when Doc came back and he was like, did that return stream and has basically refortressed himself. You know, it's like that, where Doc will now enter a fucking game and people will just leave. Or they will try and troll him. And you can see him struggling, actually. To keep it together when it happens. And, I mean, what is Destiny going to do?
Yeah, because that's the thing. Is the people who would be willing to speak to him are probably predominantly going to be right wingers, and it's only going to last in terms of civility as long as they're able to hold their own. The minute that they're on the ropes, which is, in all fairness, quite likely when you're debating Destiny,
they're
going to just throw this shit in his face. And when you've said the things he said in terms of relationships and how to handle consent and the like it's your principles are just that, or at all times in question, regarding just about every single topic that you ever talk about. He's kind of fucked in that regard.
Yeah, it is. It's cool stuff. Like, and this is the problem. Anyone around him who's like, we're feminists. Like, well, unfortunately, you're kind of fucked. I remember years and years ago. What's the name of the fat woman comedian who was like in everything, like Amy something or other, Schwimmer?
Oh, Amy Schumer. Yeah,
Schumer. Yeah, like one of the her friends who's like a writer or director or some producer, some shit. Like did this like feminist show, and then one of her friends was accused of rape, and she'd for years done this whole song and dance about believe all women, and then this happened. He was like, I don't think so. I've known him for so long, and it actually fucked her, because you can't do this. There are basic principles. When you're a streamer, when you're a creator, you can get away with a fucking lot. But if you violate those core pillars that your audience knows you for, you are fucked. They will leave you. This is a pillar violation. I don't think he's gone. I don't think he's done forever. But this is really fucking bad.
Yeah, especially because, again, something that Dan never alluded to at any point. It's not just general degeneracy. It's not just random people who he's fucked over. It's people within his own community. And he's got a history of doing this. The number of hookups and relationships and people who've come and gone from stream. I mean, the whole fucking Anna situation, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
Like he's got this track record of basically predation upon the people who he should be as the head of the community, protecting in some capacity.
Yeah.
Yet he's preying upon them. Like they're just sexual conquests. It's just meat. And the idea that you can cycle anybody in and anybody will ever trust you ever again, it's just particularly like again, like I say, when you want to be taken seriously in a political realm, where the entire fucking purpose behind politics is to make decisions on group for the best interest of the collective. You can't trust a man like fucking Destiny to have anything other than his own interests. Like as the root of every single decision he makes. He's fucked. Yeah, he should probably just go away and go for an extended period of time and then come back and settle for what he's got.
Yeah,
but he's not going to do that.
Yeah, I think the problem is like with a lot of like there's this weird thing I experience where like occasionally I won't go live for a week, and then I'll turn the live on and I'll be like, will I still have 100 viewers concurrent? Even though I'm normally, higher than that, and it's fine. But but like it's like will I hit 100? Which is a crazy thing to think, because I know people will turn up and hang out and watch. But you get like that. And if you're big, like I talk, there are streamers around my size where you lose like 50 people when someone else goes live, and you're like, oh, that fucking sucks. But if you're like a 5,000, 6,000 viewer Andy, and you go live, and suddenly you're 2,000 viewer Andy. Like, let's say Destiny goes live, and he has less viewers than Nicholas Diorio. He has less viewers than maybe Chud. That's a scary position for him to be in. That's a legitimately scary position for him to be in.
At least when it's not by design, because obviously people in DGG will probably decide, oh, he'll be fine with that. He used to like basically tank his viewership when he pull up League and go on those marathon sessions. He'd end up with like 3,000-4,000 people watching. Yeah, but he chose to do that. When that decision's taken out of your hands, and there's nothing you can do to rectify it. It is a potentially very scary proposition.
Yeah, there's obviously a financial thing as well. Like, so for instance, if I do a Gundam building stream, which tends to be like when I'm making members content, I'll do Gundam or I'll play Fable or something. I will make the same amount of like money from donations and like super chats and whatever as normal. Because generally speaking, my core audience is what turns up to watch that. They want to hang out and watch me build a Gundam.
Yeah.
But if you're losing that portion of his audience that are really serious, then his numbers may look all right. But it's like somebody was mentioning about the unsubscribes. Like, it's had 6,000 unsubscribes. Well, that's not much, but it's like, that's your active people who are engaged in this, who turning around and going, no. That matters a lot more. That's a much bigger impact than it looks like. Because it's not about the sub numbers. It's about the dedication behind those sub numbers. You lose those people, you are going to struggle. I think Destiny's probably got enough money, and so does Dan, to never work another day in their life. But the truth is, I think the monetary element of this, for like people when you hit a certain size, is a bit of a fucking cope. They do it because they don't know what else to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's absolutely the case in Destiny, is regard to Destiny. Yeah, he would probably if somehow the taps were just turned off completely, he'd probably continue to do it for free, just because it's just part and parcel of who he is as a person. He's about as terminally online as you can possibly get.
Yeah, I mean, I said this, like, my channel went away tomorrow. It wouldn't have any material impact on me. It'd make me sad, but I'd probably end up starting another channel, or I'd go and do something else creative online, because I like doing this. And the question is as well, like, to what level is Destiny's ego tied up into how influential he is? Because I was thinking about this just the other day with the Hassan stuff. I wonder if part of the vitriol attached to Hassan is Hassan's numbers. Because it must be painful occasionally to look over at Hassan and be like, dude, you don't do anywhere near what I do. But you are massive comparatively.
I think as well it's Hassan's, as far as like Twitch is concerned at least, he's the golden boy of the platform.
Yeah.
He is the outside of obviously the variety entertainers, he is the highest viewed just chatting streamer there is. And he has the support of the platform. And that has fed into mainstream outlets. Hassan, from what I don't watch Hassan, so I don't know what goes on behind the scenes. But Hassan doesn't seem to actively go out there and do like networking. He doesn't bring on people onto his stream much outside of just the general people within the Twitch sphere, or people he's kind of in a friend group with. It's just the momentum it seems to have built itself just as a consequence of having the good grace and being this, like I say, the representative of a platform. And Destiny there's probably quite a lot of jealousy in regard to wherever Destiny has gone, he's never really been accepted. He's always kind of been a bit of a smudge, a bit of a stain. He's been allowed to participate, but nobody really ever promoted him or really wanted him around. He's just kind of, and I think that's part of his ego is he probably does want that validation. He wants to be recognized for something more than just this fast talking fucking debate bro. He wants to be taken seriously, and I don't think he ever will be.
Yeah, it's you say that, and it reminds me of Doc. Unironically, it's like that's how Dr. Disrespect felt. Like, I'm massive, I do all this stuff, and you're like, you don't care about me. God, yeah, it must suck.
Enki, sorry, Hassan. I know Hassan has votes, but I think a lot of them reach out to Hassan, not the other way around. As far as the people he has coming on stream, I don't think Hassan is as optics driven as a lot of people really think. I mean, okay, he's probably got more opportunity for the networking side of things is probably a little bit easier, being in LA. But in general, yeah, I don't see the constant outreach and attempts to infiltrate different communities, at least not on the scale, excuse me, that Destiny has participated in. Destiny has has a long history of trying to infiltrate just about every single community
look at the stuff
that he's
with
ever
the
found
commentary.
interested.
Look at the shit with commentary over the end of last year. That is not happening again now. He's fucked. He's fucked.
Yeah.
Because the thing I think people don't get about commentary in particular is it's actually pretty anti-degen in a way that I don't think Sector was. You can't really sweep for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I think that's probably a generational thing. I think.
Yeah.
Because even the people don't necessarily consider themselves to be right wing. A lot of the younger people seem to be a lot more conservative, just in terms of their beliefs.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's pretty natural. I mean, you can see the turn by the fact that Trump's even been elected, and that's, I don't know. It's interesting being in the UK, and you've got Labour in now, but Labour are hardly hard left. That was the fear-mongering. Labour are going to be a hard left party, but they're not really. But anywhere near it. They're once again they're like Blair's Labour. They're that.
Yeah, it's part me. It's almost a carbon copy.
Yeah. Oh God. Well, look, this has been really fun. If you do get this fully uploaded, let me know. I'll go through a bit of it myself anyway for the other like 3 hours of it.
Yeah, I've got it. It's uploaded. I will pass on the link to you.
I really, listen, it's been really fun having you on as a co-host for the evening. It's been great.
Yeah, I've not done this for a while. I forget, like, just particularly because I've been up all night, like just as usual, fucking degenerate, just fucking around on the internet doing like when I should be doing other things. But sitting here and just having to think before you speak, I don't like that. It's not.
No, I don't believe me. Listen, I'm very off the cuff. But do you know what? I think for this and talking about this topic and my involvement in it, it needed that.
Yeah, it probably does. Probably, yeah. Instead of it being some pre-prepared statement like what my motivation was behind the.
Well, I mean, I said this. I said this before. Funnily enough, in the video, I was just like, I don't want to over-explain because it's really listen. Explanations just become excuses, and I took the actions I did. If people have a problem with them, that's okay. I apologize to Pixie. It's where I stand. But I defend, like, this would have leaked. I defend the releasing of the video, and I stand by the video, frankly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's all I can say, really. God, I will admit this. It is weird being at the tail end of watching this happen to Twitch poll. Like, it's a weird fucking feeling, man.
It makes me excuse me, I said before, it makes me wonder if once the shadow of destiny is potentially removed, maybe there'll be
More Food Shops is back.
The glory days. Well,
you made a video on me.
Have you seen Food Shops return? What in the name of God? Like she was barely passable as a content creator to begin with, but could she be any more ill-informed? Like, what was she fucking going on about in that first video? She was just making it up. Like, she didn't have a fucking clue what she was talking about. I did kind of miss her a little bit, but
I'm glad she's back. Unironically, I'm glad she's back. I think it's really funny. I hope she carries on making content. I genuinely have no ill will. I thought I would when I saw the video, and then afterwards I was just like, do you know what? This is fucking funny. This is very funny.
I'm just remembering. Yeah, it was about yourself and Stardust, right? And your and I remember watching when Queenman had it on stream, and I'm like this is your problem, Food Shops. Like, this is you think these everybody's like buddies and friends, and like, because you don't have a life, because you've utilized this space as a social circle, because you're a weird little shut-in freak. Like, that's not how healthy people treat this space. Predominantly, it's a source of entertainment. You can absolutely make friends, quote unquote, with people in here, but predominantly it's friendly relationships. People are on good terms with one another. We're not looking to slit each other's throats, but we're not turning up to each other's fucking weddings. Like, give your head a wobble, you weirdo.
It's like I would say, I know there's meant to be this like no friends on the internet kind of shit, but I'll be honest, there are people who I have built friendships with. Diesel is someone I've played D&D with. We're going to play World of Warcraft together. Chris the Narc is a friend. You know, Xyle's a friend. I'd say Nick's pretty friendly with me. I'd say he describes me as a friend. I describe him as a friend. I always feel weird about that one.
Because Nick calls everybody his friend, though, doesn't he? Like,
yeah, but it's also one of those where it's like, you know, like I'll hang out and talk to Nick, and we'll chat. Like, you know, groups of us will chat about things, because commentaries, we talk about we gossip about fucking drama. The thing is, though, and like the general thing to keep in mind, I suppose, is this is also like a workspace for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I'd say that the reason I'm listening to people, I look at Diesel or like the Now Recording guys, for example, on a different level to how I'm going to look at like 99% of the people I interact with, right? It's just not the same thing. But then you build different friendships and relationships, and that's okay. It's just, I don't know. Food shops, I think food shops got caught up in the idea that there was loyalty, and Twitch poll was a lot more cutthroat than commentary is. It was a lot more unforgiving in some respects. So yeah, it's a difficult one.
Yeah.
I think that's why so many people burned. But yeah, I'm glad Food Shops is back. I think it's pretty funny.
We'll see how long it lasts for. It amazed me that she actually just. I didn't realize that she'd nuked the channel completely.
I was sad. I was sad she did. I was sad she did.
I mean, I knew it gone, but I just presumed it gone into some form of hibernation. It was the fact that she's literally had to start an entirely new channel and start from scratch.
I have my theories as to why she did that. I think it's because I think it's because she's trying to get a real job, and she didn't want her face popping up on stream or like on this channel if someone found it. Whereas this new content is like a cartoon avatar.
Yeah,
I think that's what it is. But
I've got bad news for you, Food Shops. There's archives out there.
There's so many archives. So many archives. I mean, actually, unironically, Food Shops video might be back on. I'd be,
I mean, if she continues,
yeah. I think that could be interesting. Because I don't think enough people. She's definitely somebody who I wouldn't want to lose the lore of. And I've been because I've been going through the Short Fat Otaku stuff. I'm like, God, there's so much missing that I remember that I just cannot find anymore. So, Dev needs a lore video or on his recent drama.
I know nothing about that, to be honest.
Around to it. I mean, do you think tomfoolery has a resurgence in him?
No. Sorry, my flippant reaction to that question, but absolutely not. He might delude himself into believing it's possible with his inflated YouTube Shorts numbers, but the way he was crying about Rose on stream the other day, I think even that's
Wait, was he crying about numbers on stream?
There was something going on. He was claiming something going on with his chat where there was no engagement going on in his chat, and how he's now entirely reliant upon his chat to generate callers because his core audience that's left, i.e., like 40 people, don't want to hop on stream and speak to him anymore because they're basically scared of having a disagreement. But as far as Tom, no. The thing is with Tom, it doesn't matter. This is what I've said, like post fucking Sex Pest drama. Tom has been streaming for 5-6 years. He streamed to nobody, and he'll continue to stream to nobody. And now he's got the additional motivation. It's out of spite and loneliness. He's going nowhere. But as far as it ever being successful, no, not a chance. No.
It's I take it as a point of pride that while we're having this conversation, my entire chat is arguing about something completely unrelated that they've just randomly started and are not even paying fucking attention to me. Hey, wake up! Wait, no, I'm kidding.
Yeah, jangle the keys.
They just come here to hang out. It's just where they go. Fuck. This has been fun, man. Right, I'm gonna do fucking outros and shit. But
yeah, no worries, dude. I will speak. Catch you later on.
Yeah, peace, man. Bye.
Take it easy.
Oh, chat. The fuck are you arguing about? I literally have just seen two of the mods being not even paying attention to what the fuck chat's doing. Why are you arguing about Fucking furries. By the way, good evening, BXKS. How you doing? I didn't get a chance to say that. Say hello earlier. I need to read super chats, don't I? I need to read super chats. You guys have been very generous tonight. I appreciate it. It's not like a normal stream where I'm really pushing likes and subscribes. This is, I'll be honest with you, I do not want to do a stream like this again. Okay? We're not doing a stream like this again. I'm not doing a fucking response stream to some bullshit fucking annoying stuff that's going on. I'm not getting... I will reiterate my earlier statements. The next person who comes to me for advice and does not take that advice, I'm throwing under a fucking bus. I'm done. I'm completely fucking done with this shit. I've had enough of it. I'm just not... 2 times in the last 6 months, guys. And so many other fucking dramas. I'm not dealing with it anymore. I'm not dealing with it. I'm not dealing with people like Tyler who have, like, who I'll give charity to when literally no one else will, and then will burn me for no fucking reason. Not doing it. Absolutely not fucking dealing with it. And by the way, once, you know, for those of you who are wondering, because Tyler invoked Diesel, I mentioned Diesel just now, I'm very tired. Diesel is an actual friend. You don't know Diesel. Fuck off. Okay? Oh. Right. Super chats. Where are we? We did that one. There aren't that many. Oh, there are a few. Thank you, guys. Get the berry with the 5. What's more gay between that intro and alpha male TikTok influencers? That would be... I'd say the influencers. Fuck it. No, I'd say the intro. I'm gonna go with the intro, okay? Hamish McEwen, member for 3 months at Seething. By the way, if you'd like to become a member, and I keep not doing this, but I will. If you become a molding member for $8.99 a month, you will get your name shown at the end of our videos. I might start reading them. I don't know if that's more attractive. I really do want to give back to you guys. The support is really, really fucking appreciated. If you would like to, if that's too much, you can become a Seething member and gain access to the my inbox in the Discord, where you can suggest content to me, and once a month, when I've got enough, I will do a members content stream, so you can influence what you have me fucking react to. And if you just want to support and you want to get access to the members VODs, then become a member of Coping. And all's appreciated. Frankly, it's cool to see so many fucking green names. Okay? Super based. Terrible sales pitch? Yeah, it's awful. Matt's much better. I need to like get him to come in and like pitch for me every now and again. But it's all appreciated. But if you don't want to do any of that, liking, subscribing is super based. Okay? Right, okay, there we go. Gets a berry with the 5. When a DSP A-logger finally gives up on the pig roach and moves on to other content, they tend to let their wings out and thrive with what they do. I don't know what that's in reference to, but thank you for the 5. Gets a berry again with the 5. Here, go eat like American. I have not eaten now in 24 hours. I am very fucking hungry, so I will do that. Hamish McEwen with a 2. Dan will rape, kill, and die for Destiny. I mean, apparently fucking so. Spencer Howard with the 2. I'm Australian. I'll befriend Dan for cheap. I mean, let's be fair. Yes, you know, I'm sure you can introduce him to like a cool animal that's like super fucking weird. All right, like I don't know what you got. Listen, I've got kangaroos. I'm really tired, guys. Platinum Ether, member for 1 month of Coping. Is Dan at beating Destiny with carrots? I wouldn't want to know what Dan is doing with those carrots to help out Destiny. Brian Isaacs with the 5 went to bed with Cope and Seethe and woke up with Cope and Seethe. I need to stop doing streams that are like 10 hours long. I stopped doing this. I don't know whether it's the drama or my deteriorating mental health that's causing this, but we are not continuing. The next stream will be like 2 hours. Probably at some point this weekend. Benny H with the 4.99, 10 hours Jesus, take an extra long nap after this, man. I'm gonna sleep like a fucking baby, okay? I'm gonna sleep like a baby. Then have a cigarette. Does anybody have any remaining questions about any of this fucking shit before we finish? Because I do not want to talk about this again. I don't want to talk about it again. I've been open about my, like, the work I did with Sunday when he came to me. I've been open about my opinions and where they were wrong and my misread of Pixie. I've been open about, like, the fact that I stand by the video. And I've talked tons of stuff about this, and I've been very open about the fact that I strongly disagree with Sunday's inclusion of Nick, and have done consistently. Sunday literally called in, and we discussed this as I was going, I disagree with you. So does anybody have any remaining thoughts, questions, or anything before we do this? Who's Tyler? No, Westside Tyler, it doesn't fucking matter. Did you win? I don't know if I won in this, but I'll say this. I hope the people who are actual victims of this shit get some fucking justice. And I hope Destiny sorts his shit out off the back of it. I don't think that's going to happen, but that's my hope. Because this shit's got to fucking stop, man. It's fucking ridiculous. Mystic, can you start over? Jesus. Do you feel relieved, sad, disappointed? I feel really fucking tired. There are elements with any drama where, like, even terrible ones, where you get, like, this excitement and rush and all this shit. I'll be honest, by the second day of dealing with this, I was pretty much done with that feeling and really just wanted to get it over and done with. Anything else? I fell asleep while listening and thought I'd just catch up today. Amazing this is still going. Thank you for the long chat. I hope today and future days get way better. Yeah, I'll be fine. February looks like a good month. I need to take some vacation, I think. Yes, this is the end of the Destiny drama, never be discussed. Look, it's not like I'm never going to mention Destiny again, but I really don't want to. I personally do not want to farm this for content, not for any ethical reasons, not because, I can't talk about it. I don't want to farm this for content because my core audience doesn't care about it. And because fundamentally, the reason they're my core audience is because I don't want to talk about shit like this. I want to talk about fun stuff like fucking insane bronies, okay? Working is your vacation. Fuck yeah, I've been doing too much of this recently. You didn't shush me when I cussed Sunday out and players. Why would I? Rocky based. Do you also have? I'm not. Nearly got me. Where are we? Where else? You want my heart, buddy? Thank you. Yes, Slug, it's been 10 hours. I'm very tired. Buy a Greg's. Oh, I might get Greg's. I could get Greg's. That'd be good. I could get like a pasty. That'd be pretty good. I know that there are some people who have knocked around tonight who have obviously had criticisms for me. This is like you're going once, going twice. I know people like Rocky have like obviously tweeted at me. I hope you guys listen. The answer of I stand by the video and I stand by releasing it is not an answer everyone's going to want to hear. Some people might find that frustrating, but I can only be honest with you. I can only be honest with you, okay? Does anyone feel cheated, right? Can you oil up for the rest of the stream? No, because I'm not Bunk. Isn't that what you got him for? Fuck is Femi always in my chat, Jesus. No, you listen, everyone's welcome here, okay? Where are we? Chat's having a cat fight while Beckett's having a breakdown. Yeah, listen, I just wanna make sure everyone gets everything out of their fucking system, okay? Morning, Lean. Yes. Sound trustworthy, to be honest. I am a drama streamer and a troll, okay? Like, and also I'm an asshole. I don't pretend to be otherwise, but I am honest about it. If I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna fucking tell you. Okay, I'm gonna have a cigarette. Is there anyone for me to even raid you into? You support Indian rights? You can get DoorDash? Probably Uber something. Probably Uber something. Oh. Far better you releasing that video than Keemstar any day. Based. I'll take that. You enjoy? No, fuck off. We're not talking about Tim Dog's art. Tim, chill. Fucking hell. Femi always, you've not been here before, have you? Took you that long to say that? Holy shit. I fucking... This chat's horrifically unmoderated, let's be fair. Can I ban femioids? No, you can't. No, you can't. Jesus. The only person who's allowed to abuse their mod powers is Tommy. Wait, Rakita's live? God. Good for him. Isn't like, somebody sent me some legal documents about Rakita. I need to have a look. I need to have a look. West Side Tommy. Fuck, yeah, well. Oh, Purple sending me something for next stream. Aiden versus Just Ilk. That should be fucking interesting. I'll have a look at that. Not now. We're not going any longer. I'm finishing this and then we'll get out. But I really appreciate everyone hanging out tonight. 400's pretty based. Pretty based. I appreciate that. Why is it... Echo's not live. Is Aiden live? I can't raid Aiden, so I can't do anything. Keeps telling me people are live. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one live. Fuck. We might have to do a play out and then... There's literally no one to send you to. It's just me. That's why there's so many of you here. There's literally nothing else to do. It's alright. I'm third monitor content at best. Oh, don't bother, it was gay. Okay, fair enough. I was here for the whole 10 hours. Jesus. I feel like none of you have any remaining questions. Okay. Rocky, I'm gonna go by you. Rocky, do you feel like I have covered everything? Give me a creature, Beckett. Can you do me like a shoebill bird thing? Like the shoebills? They're cool. Keep streaming for 2 days and you can raid into Chud? No. I don't know. I don't think I have to say no to that, but yeah. Pirate Software is live? Lamau. Is this the stream that was going on when I went to bed? Yes. What's the meaning of life? Find things to laugh at. Embrace absurdity. I would like to know the name of the 3-hour Dan video. It's a stream. It's a stream. I'll go over it. If there's more interesting stuff in it, I'll probably do more on it. Or I'll do something with it, or I'll cut up and put it on Twitter. I don't know. I've been listening to this while farming for the damn brass shield in Elden Ring. Glad I could help. Right into Dickers. No, he's not live already. I'll be getting next time though. Dick has messaged me about some of this stuff and asked for some things, so I gave him some information. He's an alright kid. I had questions going into this stream. I am satisfied with the answers. Thank you. No worries. I'm pleased. As I say, there is nothing wrong with questioning me. I'm not somebody who's got issues with it. I think Volt learned this when he talked to me, and had issues. He's more posh than you. It's hurtful. Turn it down. I've lost the public schoolboy accent over the years. Just got the shield, your good luck. Glad I could help. Then you have to subscribe, okay? If I got you the shield. Fuck. I can't wait for the new Elden Ring roguelike. Roguelike? I can't talk, guys. I'm fucking done. When we will get more Dark Souls gameplay. Do you know what? If nothing else explodes, I will do a gameplay stream this weekend. I think we've had enough fucking insanity after this 10 hours. Did you talk about Jar, or will he get his own stream? I'll be honest with you. I watched the Jar video over with the NR boys, and yeah, it's kind of like what I expected. I might do a bit more on him, but I'm not sure yet. You play the new Elden Ring with me? Sure, Gamma. Yeah, sure. Can do that. You're buying based. Camera for the possum, also based. The DS2 character needs walkies. Yeah, I need to relook at it. It was really bad. I was thinking about playing Dark Souls 3 again. It's been so long, I've basically forgotten it. I don't play Rocket League, sadly. You got a payday membership? Based, thank you. Okay, cool. I think can you do the Elon Musk salute? No. There are so many lies I'm running. Okay, I'll say this. I'll say this for the people who are curious about my take on the Jar video and why I don't really want to watch it on stream. Jar responds to bits of my video in like the around, but never responds to the video. And the reason he doesn't is is because the video contains his interview. He can't. He literally can't respond to me. And do you know what? I fucking win, Jar. I win. I made a video you physically cannot respond to. You can't even respond honestly to the bits in the video you've picked from. It's too difficult for you. Spencer Howard with a 5. Dan is currently in the same state as me, but declined my offer to farm fresh eggs when talking to him in spicy chat. Then Stylo moderated me. Please go and put that on Twitter. That's fucking funny. You can play some random SNES game. I could play Mega Man, I guess. Like, I get like Mega Man X games. I see that you two have an enemy that can never speak your name. I think it's really funny. He brings up like Chud and he brings up Pimpleton and won't mention my name. Won't mention my name. Won't even mention the channel. Fucking super based. I take that as that's probably one of the biggest wins I will ever have. I do believe he enjoys variety, JFO. Oh. Okay. Oh. Brother, I get to do this at the end. And actually play something. Let's find out. Let's find if there's yeah, I think yeah, hold on.
I like music to keep me.
Not quite this one. Not quite this one.
This may
See, wouldn't it be better if I just had it lined up and I knew what the fuck I was looking for? Ah, there we go. I think this one's appropriate. So, this has been a whole thing. I really appreciate everyone coming and hanging out. Please, as I am, go and get some food and get some sleep. And I will catch you in the weekend. We'll do a gaming stream of some kind. And yeah, as always, I really appreciate all the support and everyone hanging out. It means a lot to me. And I hope you take care of yourselves. Peace.
And all the friends I could have if I tried. But I'm so freaking shy. I hope that I'll start to try. I'm